C2505 The Master of the Universe. The Chaos Domain of Heavenly Snake was one of the 10 million Gu Kang Chaos Circles in the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. It was different from most of the small-sized Chaos regions. It had many different powers. The entire Chaos Domain was under the control of the Heavenly Snake God race. Apart from the Heavenly Snake God race, there was no other God race in the vast Chaos Domain that had a Universe God. There were even very few powers with the Quasi-Universe God as their leader. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Heavenly Snake God race was the heaven and the God in the Chaos Domain of Heavenly Snake. Any Heavenly Snake God could easily decide the fate of a race. Heavenly Snake Chaos Domain. Boundless chaos. Inside a man-made world. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged, circulating the heaven, swallowing earth, devouring great technique to its limit. All the pores and cells in his body transformed into terrifying devouring black holes that crazily devoured the surrounding vast universe sources. After suppressing the Grand Elder of Wei family in that battle, Yang Fann left the Chaos Domain. The other top-grade and high-grade universe gods of Wei family, with the help of the strength of soul, Yang Fann was able to control all of them with ease. There was nothing they could do about it. They could contact the Wei family and expose his whereabouts, but the Grand Elder of Wei family, Wei Yi, Yang Fann had no means to stop him from asking for help. After this battle, he was resurrected from the dead, and even had the ability. The news of great perfection quasi-chaos god's cultivation base must have been known by the higher-ups of the Wei family. Because of the greed in his heart, he had taken the risk of not getting rid of the death curse seal on his body earlier. They used themselves as bait to lure the expert of Wei family into taking the bait. As a result, he had almost been turned into slag by the decree of the old ancestor of Wei family. He had learned from his mistakes. It was enough to have one experience as a rearguard. Yang Fann would not take the risk a second time. No one could guarantee that. Who would come after the Wei family? It would be a venerable one. It would be a few quasi-chaos god warriors, and that was the old ancestor of Wei family itself. It wasn't impossible. One great perfection quasi-chaos god was more than enough for the old ancestor of Wei family to come here personally. With his current cultivation base, Yang Fann couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be able to escape from the old ancestor of Wei family. Although he had learned from the memories of all the elders that the old ancestor of Wei family had left the ancestral land of the Wei family for nearly 1,000,000 eras and had yet to return to the Wei family, no one could guarantee that the news was true. Although a top-level universe god was considered a high-ranking official in the Wei family, he didn't have the qualifications to know the true secrets of the Wei family. Even a high-ranked quasi-chaos god like Wei Yi might not know the whereabouts of old ancestor of Wei family. It had the ability to devour the heavens and devour the earth. Near body, it was only a matter of time before he reached the top of the primal chaos. There was no need for him to risk his own life. At most, it would only be a few years later. Now that he was quasi-top-level universe lord, there was no need for longevities to worry him. From ancient times until now, no one had ever heard of universe lord dying from the exhaustion of the longevity. After leaving the chaos domain, Yang Fann didn't return to the Qiao universe. Instead, he spent some time to erase all traces of himself. Finally, he arrived at the chaos domain of Heavenly Snaken. Prepared to go into secluded cultivation to fully digest all the resources in his hands. If there was no need for that, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to return to the Qiao universe. To Yang Fann, the Qiao universe was different. There was also the Yun family of the Empire of True Mystery, as well as the second young lady of the Yun family, Yun Lei. They were all just passers-by in his long life. Because of his cousin sister and the others, he found Yun Lei quite pleasing to the eye. So he casually pulled their Yun family along, but it did not mean that he had any ulterior motives towards Yun Lei. Furthermore, it didn't mean that Yang Fann would take care of the Yun family for the rest of his life. Using his name, he got Kai Hun and the others to teach him everything. He even roped in a large number of top-level universe lord and quasi-universe gods. He didn't make too much of a fuss with them. That was already his magnanimity. Did he really think that he knew nothing about the outside world just because he was in seclusion? The Yun family had secretly sent people to publicize the relationship between him and Yun Lei. Yang Fann had seen all of this. From the moment he left Qiao universe, the Yun family and him were people from two different worlds. In the future, whether the Yun family would rise or be destroyed by the other major powers in mysterious brilliant continent would be their own fortune. After arriving at the Heavenly Serpent Chaos Domain and opening up this Heavenly Passage world, Yang Fann first carefully counted the gains and losses of his battle with Wei Yi. Although it was only a battle of less than 10 minutes within a peak top-level universe god universe, that terrifying power had already destroyed that peak-grade universe. There was also that high-grade supreme-grade spatial chaos treasure, Thousand Luo Seal. This was a space treasure that not even many low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors had. Adding on the fact that he had used the forbidden divine ability Solar Dragon 10 rotations, he didn't need to devour a top-grade top-level universe god. There was no way he could recover from this. The more profound his cultivation base was, the more powerful his cultivation base would be. The price of using the forbidden divine ability Dragon's 10 rotations was also greater. When he advanced to the top-level universe lord, he could use the 10th transformation of Dragon Sun to fight for a breath. He might even have to devour a extreme top-level universe god, or even that low-rank quasi-chaos gods. Only then would he be able to recover his lost origin, as well as the 8 high-grade universe 8 trigrams divine formations and 64 high-grade low-grade chaos treasures that were laid out by the universe 8 trigrams divine formation. They had suffered different injuries. In the end, both of their explosive strength had slightly surpassed great perfection quasi-chaos gods. The aftertaste of their power was not a joke. S had been destroyed. With so many losses added together, it was not a small amount. It was enough for a low-rank quasi-chaos gods to go bankrupt, but compared to his gains, the difference was not 10 times, or even 100 times. There was no need to mention Wei Yi, this high-rank quasi-chaos god. A single person could hold up to 100 people, and the strength of origin, which was the property of 1,000 top-level universe god warriors, was more than 10 times more than Yang Fann. One had to know, after suppressing 35 top-level universe god and nearly 500 high-level universe gods, Yang Fann was no longer the same as before. His net worth was even greater than some intermediate quasi-chaos god. Just the high-grade chaos treasures alone, Yang Fann had found 22 of them, and even 2 quasi-top-level chaos treasures. As for the other natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines, there were countless of them. The only flaw was that among these high-grade chaos treasures, there were no powerful space treasures. The best one was Divine Rota. Its grade was only barely at the supreme grade. Compared to the Thousand Luo Seal that Yang Fann had destroyed, it was still slightly inferior. There was also the only top-grade chaos treasure that Wei Yi possessed, the Myriad Forms Divine Mirror. It had almost been completely destroyed by Yang Fann. His grade directly dropped to a high-grade chaos treasure. Otherwise, Yang Fann's value would have increased by half, or even more. A top intermediate chaos treasure, and a defensive chaos treasure. This was a treasure that many top-grade and even extreme quasi-chaos god warriors would go crazy for. Its value was immeasurable. In the blink of an eye, 100 billion years had passed. Pucci. The last universe source was swallowed by Yang Fann, allowing him to advance 2 small realms to the peak of quasi-top-level universe lord. It was terrifying. This was close to 500 high-grade universe gods, 35 top-level universe god, and 1 high-rank quasi-chaos god. The universe source they had was enough for a low-level universe god to cultivate to the quasi-chaos god. Yang Fann, on the other hand, had only broken through 2 small realms. And it was still quasi-top-level universe lord's 2 small realms. If this was spread out, who would believe it, and who would dare believe it? Rumble very quickly, with a flash of light, a high-level universe god fell into the devouring black hole. 8 billion years later, nearly 400 high-level universe gods, all of them were devoured and refined by Yang Fann. Unfortunately, Yang Fann did not even break through a small realm. It seemed like these high-level universe gods could really be given up. Currently, he was only quasi-top-level universe lord. If he advanced to the top-level universe lord, even if he devoured 1,000 or 10,000 high-grade universe gods, he might not be able to break through a small realm. If he wanted to break through to the middle-rank top-level, universe lord would need to devour and refine 100,000 high-grade universe gods, or even 1,000,000 high-grade universe gods. Even if he wiped out all the high-grade universe gods in Gukang Chaos Domain, Yang Fann might not be able to break through to the top-level universe lord, let alone the quasi-universe. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 12 billion years. Out of the 35 top-level universe god warriors, only 5 were left, extreme top-level universe god. Yang Fann's cultivation base had almost touched quasi-top-level Universe Lord's limit, and he was only one step away from breaking through. Another 80 billion years passed. There were only 4 people left from the 5 extreme top-level Universe God. One of them had even been devoured by Yang Fann by more than half of his strength of original life. Good, the advancement will happen today. Top-level Universe Lord, here I come. C 2506. His combat power skyrocketed. The heavenly snake chaos domain was a boundless and chaotic world. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann sat down with his legs crossed. The aura around him was rising steadily and crazily. Endless hurricanes radiated out from all the pores and cells in Yang Fann's body. They were like peerless evil dragons that were wreaking havoc in the entire hollow world. Each hurricane was no less than a full-powered strike from a quasi-chaos god. It could easily injure or even kill a top-level Universe God. Luckily, Yang Fann had already deployed the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation to suppress the entire world. Furthermore, he had set up the formation with the 8 high-grade chaos treasures as the eye of the formation, and the 64 high-grade intermediate chaos treasures as the base of the formation. Its power was 10 times, or even 100 times stronger than the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation that Wei Yi had set up when he was sealed. Otherwise, the entire paradise would have been crushed into pieces by the terrifying pressure in an instant. 80 billion years of bitter cultivation had consumed a massive amount of universe sources. After nearly 400 high-level universe gods and 31 top-level universe god, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken that step, and he had successfully broken through to the top-level Universe Lord. Very quickly, 30 million years had passed. That extreme top-level Universe God was as thin as a bag of bones. It was as if a casual gust of wind could blow him to the ground. The strength of Origin was not even at the peak of its power. Its aura was so weak that it was not much stronger than many low-order top Universe gods. Yang Fann's aura had finally reached its peak, and it was gradually calming down. His cultivation base had completely stabilized at the low-rank top-level Universe Lord realm. Kai. The energy within Yang Fann's body had finally reached its peak, and it had finally stabilized at the low-rank top-level Universe Lord realm. The Heaven and Earth 8 trigrams barrier shook intensely, and it faintly showed signs of distorting and cracking. At this moment, if an expert were to enter this world, even some low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors would be crushed to the ground, and they wouldn't be able to move at all. 10,000 years later, Boom. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. Feeling the surging energy in his body, Yang Fann's face was full of smiles. Powerful and indescribable power. A top-level Universe Lord was a top-level Universe Lord, and there was a huge difference between him and quasi-top-level Universe Lord. Compared to before his breakthrough, his current combat strength had increased by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. Even without using the forbidden divine ability, his combat strength seemed to have surpassed great perfection quasi-chaos gods. If he used the forbidden divine ability at all costs, the Dragon Sun 10 transformations, to go against the Chaos God, Yang Fann wasn't very confident. However, if he really wanted to leave, Yang Fann believed that he was half or even more confident that he would be able to escape from the Chaos God. Under the Chaos God, even if he wasn't the strongest, he would still be ranked in the top 10, or even the top 5. The main consideration was that the other great perfection quasi-chaos god had many supreme treasures. In terms of foundation, Yang Fann was still much weaker than the other great perfection quasi-chaos god. As for the other great perfection quasi-chaos god, he might have some top-grade chaos treasures or even top-grade chaos treasures in his possession. On the other hand, the only top-grade chaos treasure in his hand was still a waste. As for the rest of the chaos treasures, the highest grade was only a quasi-top-level chaos treasure. Other than some special treasures, the treasures below the top-grade chaos treasure were useless to great perfection quasi-chaos god. It was a pity that they were useless to him, who, after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. Accumulation was something that mainly relied on time to accumulate. However, even after he rose to prominence, it hadn't even been 15 trillion years. As for those great perfection quasi-chaos god, which one of them hadn't lived for 1,000,000 eras, 10 million eras, or even 100 million eras? This accumulation was truly incomparable. In any case, what he truly relied on was never those chaos treasures, but his unparalleled iron fist. If his foundation was a bit lacking, it wouldn't be a big deal if he didn't have any top-grade chaos treasures to rely on. After advancing to the top-level Universe Lord, under the charge of the Strength of World, Yang Fann's divine body's defense had improved a little. Once he unleashed his full strength, the eternal divine body would be able to compare with some low-grade top-grade chaos treasures. In the next second, a ripple appeared on the void, and Yang Fann's figure disappeared from this world. All these years, he had been focusing on healing his injuries or cultivating in seclusion. He had been trying his best to improve his cultivation base, hoping that he would be able to better deal with the Wei family's revenge. Now, he had squeezed into the ranks of the strongest below the primal chaos divine. He could finally heave a sigh of relief for the time being. Since he left Morning Star Chaos Domain, he had barely accompanied his parents and friends for nearly 3 trillion years. At most, he had just communicated with his spiritual sense. Now, he could be considered to be idling around and spending some time with his parents. At the same time, he had also taken a good look at the changes in the inner world, as well as the development of the various races and powers. After breaking through to the top-level Universe Lord, the inner world had expanded by more than 100 times. The size of the inner world was so vast that even many extreme top-level universe god would be frightened by it, and they would chase after those quasi-chaos god inner universe. The abundance of spirit of heaven and earths was also incomparable to those top universes. Any place in the Morning Star Chaos Domain would be a holy land for cultivation that countless powers would fight over. However, other than the center, which was not even a fraction of the land, which was full of life, there were also countless living beings. The other places in the inner world were all desolate and uninhabited places. It couldn't be helped. Yang Fann's advancement speed was too fast. The speed at which the living beings in the inner world were reproducing couldn't keep up with Yang Fann's pace. Yang Fann had no interest in relocating the living beings from the outside world into the inner world. It was inevitable that the inner world would be more spacious. This would also bring benefits. It would save the clans and forces from fighting endlessly and causing his inner world to be filled with foul gases. If he did not have enough resources, he could just expand his inner world. If he did not have an owner, he would have a lot of resources. Why would he have to fight to the death with others? Nearly 3 trillion years had passed. The strength of the inner creature of the world also had a qualitative breakthrough. Before this, the Sovereign Lord could barely be considered an expert of a region. He had the qualifications to reign supreme in some small cities. But now, the Sovereign Lord was just an ordinary figure that couldn't be any more ordinary. In any random small city, if caught on the streets, there would usually be 2 or 3 of them who would be the Sovereign. Even Universe Lord was like a bamboo shoot after a rain, constantly rising. Currently, there was no Universe Lord in Yang Fann's inner world. He could only be considered a small clan, a small power. Only those powers with top-level Universe Lord cultivation base could be considered a big power. For example, the Yang family that Yang Fann was born in, the Mother's Luo family, the sect 7 Stars Sect, the Holy Ji Sect, and other powers. Each and every one of them had hundreds or thousands of top-level Universe Lord cultivation bases, and even the number of gods in quasi-universe exceeded the number of hands. If they were placed in the Morning Star Chaos Domain, each and every one of them was a top power. As long as they didn't provoke the Morning Star Alliance, they would be able to do whatever they wanted. Of course, the ones who improved the most were Yang Fann and the others. Each and every one of them had broken through to the great perfection quasi-universe god. It would take them 1 to 2 trillion years to break through to the universe god realm. The slowest would be 7 to 8 trillion years of light yin. As for their true combat strength, let alone some low-level universe god, even middle-level universe god warriors might not be their match. The 6 fully armed girls were no laughing matter. Just the high-grade chaos treasures alone were more than one. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't have any top-grade chaos treasures with him, Yang Fann would have given them 8 to 9 high-grade universe treasures. Sometimes, having a good eldest brother, a good man, was better than anything else. It was just that his parents' progress made Yang Fann feel somewhat helpless. In the entire inner world, Yang Yunfeng and his wife and Yang Fann enjoyed the most resources. Compared to Yang Fann and the other 3 girls, it was much more. But in the end, the 2 of them were still lingering in front of the deities of quasi-universe. If it was someone else, as long as they exerted a little bit of strength, they would have already become a universe god a long time ago. But luckily, Yang Fann didn't expect his parents to go out and fight. As long as his parents were happy, it was fine. It was nothing more than wasting a little more resources. 10 million years later, Yang Fann's body moved, and he once again returned to the paradise. He then continued his secluded cultivation. Soon, another 120 billion years passed. Pucci, the last extreme top-level universe god, was completely devoured and refined by Yang Fann. However, the result disappointed Yang Fann. The three of them had only allowed Yang Fann to break through 2 minor realms, not even the threshold of middle-rank top-level universe lord. If this continued, top-level universe god wouldn't be able to hold on for long, and he would be eliminated by Yang Fann. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann didn't think too much about it. There would always be a path before the mountain. Now, it was better to devour and refine that Wei Yi first. High-rank quasi-chaos god, who was also the great-grandson of the chaos god, wouldn't let him down. In the next second, Rumble, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, was circulated to the extreme. Yang Fann crazily devoured Wei Yi's strength of original life. C2507 Ancient Blue Chaos Realm, Heavenly Snake Chaos Domain, Boundless Chaos, Heavenly Abode World. Rumble, rumble, the divine light around Yang Fann's body shone brightly. His appearance was solemn, and his aura was incomparably sacred. He frantically circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, devouring and refining the grand elder of the Wei family, Wei Yi. A satisfied smile had unknowingly appeared on his face. One had to admit that high-rank quasi-chaos god was high-rank quasi-chaos god. The vastness and purity of the strength of origin was far from what extreme top-level universe god could compare with. Yang Fann's cultivation base was advancing at a speed that could be seen with the naked eye. He was advancing towards the peak of the late middle-rank top-level universe lord, and low-rank top-level universe lord was at the peak of the late middle-rank top-level. Low-rank, top-level universe lord was at the peak of the late stage. Low-rank top-level universe lord's limit. Prospective middle-rank top-level universe lord. 18 billion years later, within the devouring black hole, Wei Yi's body shrunk by a size. Rumble, Yang Fann's strength was like a tsunami. The inner world, which was even bigger than extreme top-level universe god's inner universe, once again expanded in all directions at a terrifying speed. The third level, fifth layer, 1-fold, 3-fold, 5 times. After 18 billion years of painstaking cultivation and absorbing Wei Yi's strength of origin, Yang Fann's cultivation finally broke through to a higher level, and he successfully broke through to the middle-rank top-level universe lord. 8 million years later, that vast inner world finally stopped expanding. Compared to before the breakthrough, it had expanded more than 10 times. Its area was so vast that even many low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors couldn't compare to it. It could be said that with just the strength of world inside, Yang Fann could fight some low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors, and he had a high chance of winning. Once he unleashed his full strength, his true combat strength would definitely surpass great perfection quasi-chaos gods. However, Yang Fann wasn't very confident in challenging the true chaos god. Although there was only a slight gap between the two of them, the gap between them was more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times, of the heaven and earth cloud and mud. Even if he used the forbidden divine ability at all costs, he could still barely fight the chaos god. After exchanging a few blows with the chaos god, he was still the weakest low-grade low-level chaos god. If he wanted to have the right to fight the chaos god, his cultivation base would have to be at least at top-rank top-level universe lords. It was highly possible that he was at the peak of the top-level universe lord. However, with Yang Fann's terrifying speed of advancement, this day wouldn't be too far away. As long as there was enough quasi-chaos god for him to absorb and refine, it would at most be several trillion years of light and yin. The Wei family was the best target for him to hunt. After forcefully reading Wei Yi's memories, apart from those inherited abilities and secret techniques, the Wei family and Yang Fann had no secrets to speak of. In the entire Wei family, except for the chaos god, the old ancestor, to be precise, there were 30 of them. Among them, Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God and the other 2 were the direct descendants of the old ancestor of Wei family, Wei Yi's grandfather and uncle. There were 5 top-rank Quasi-Chaos God warriors, 12 high-rank Quasi-Chaos God, and 8 intermediate Quasi-Chaos God warriors. The number of low-rank Quasi-Chaos Gods warriors wasn't the most. There were only 3 of them, only one more than Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. Of course, this wasn't all the high-end combat strength of the Wei family. It was just the quasi-chaos god warriors of the Wei family. If one counted the vassal forces of the Wei family, the number of quasi-chaos god warriors that the Wei family could mobilize was even greater. There were more than 70 of them, nearly 80 of them. This was the terrifying foundation of a top force that had existed for hundreds of millions of eras in the Gukang Chaos domain. Compared to the other first-rate and second-rate powers, the Wei family didn't even need to do anything to them. Just this foundation alone was enough to shock them. Most of the first-rate powers in Gukang Chaos domain only had 1 or 2 quasi-chaos god, 5 or more quasi-chaos god, and they were considered the cream of the crop amongst the first-rate powers. As for the second-rate god race, the strongest one was merely a top-level universe god. Compared to the enormous Wei family, they were nothing more than insignificant shrimps. The only major powers that could attract the attention of the Wei family were those quasi-top-level powers with great perfection quasi-chaos god in charge. However, compared to Yang Fann, the stronger the Wei family was and the more quasi-chaos god warriors there were, the more excited he became. These quasi-chaos god were all his great tonics. If he could suppress and devour all of them, he wouldn't have a high chance of breaking through to the universe god realm, but he was confident that he could become a quasi-universe god. At that time, his true combat strength would definitely surpass many low-grade low-level chaos god, or even intermediate quasi-chaos god. Taking a deep breath, he forcefully suppressed the urge to exit his seclusion. He wanted to take revenge on the Wei family. Rumble Yang Fann pushed the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique to its limit. He continued to devour and refine the remaining 9 layers of strength of original life left by Wei Yi. I wonder if the remaining 9 layers of strength of original life can help me break through to the master of the highest universe smoothly. Yang Fann was a little uncertain. Ever since low-rank top-level universe lord broke through to the middle-rank top-level universe lord, he had absorbed nearly 1 layer of the strength of origin. Every time he broke through to the next level, the amount of resources he needed was 10 times, or even more, compared to the last time he broke through to the next level. If there was an almighty expert in Gu Kang Chaos Circle, the spiritual consciousness would be able to cover the entire Gu Kang Chaos Circle, and one would be able to find out that it was roughly an oval ball. And in the center of this sphere, there was an enormous chaos domain, and it occupied almost 1/10,000th of this huge sphere. This huge chaos domain was none other than the only large-sized chaos domain in the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, the Gukang Chaos domain. This was the true core of the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Without the Gukang Chaos domain, no matter how many medium-sized small-sized chaos regions there were, the Gu Kang Chaos Circle wouldn't be able to be called a true chaos circle. It could only be considered a false chaos circle. As for the pseudo-chaos circle and chaos circle, the difference between each word was the heaven and earth, cloud and mud. The resources of the true chaos circle were 10 times, or even 10 times, of the same grade of small-sized chaos region. Moreover, the laws within the false chaos circle were incomplete. Quasi-chaos god was its limit. If the living beings within it did not leave the true chaos circle, they would never be able to break through the shackles and become a chaos god. As the root of the chaos circle in the chaos domain, although the Gukang Chaos domain was only 1/10,000th of the size of the entire Gu Kang Chaos Circle, it had gathered all the resources in the 9th level of the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Even if all the medium-sized and small-sized chaos region were combined together, the resources contained within were far inferior to 1/10,000th of the resources of the Gukang Chaos domain. The small-sized chaos region had dozens of top-class universes, and it was considered the top of the universe. And the middle-sized chaos domain, at most, had thousands or tens of thousands of top-class universes. However, in the Gukang Chaos domain, the top-tier universes were not as many as the stars in the sky. They were like cow hair, millions, tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions of stars. This did not include the acquired universes. There were many top Hautian universes among them. In the middle and the small-sized chaos region, the top Hautian universe was almost a legend. It was as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and could be counted on one's fingers. However, in the Gukang Chaos domain, there were many pre-sky level universes. The Wei family could directly or indirectly control more than 1,000 top-level universe god warriors. The Wei family was only one of the 12 top powers of the human race, and the human race was one of the top 10 races in the Gukang Chaos domain. They were ranked at the bottom 5. It was imaginable how many top-level universe god warriors there were in the entire Gukang Chaos domain. Even without 10 million, there would still be a few million of them. Since the birth of the Gukang Chaos Domain, at least 30 to 500,000 top-level universe god had fallen. Even if the birth of the acquired universe wasn't easy, out of the 10 top-level universe god, not one could leave behind an inner universe. However, multiplied by that huge number, there were at least 10 to 20,000 of them. And this was even excluding the peak Hautian universe that had been destroyed in the long river of time. Middle and high-level universe gods were unable to shake the peak-grade acquired universes. However, this did not mean that top-level universe god had no way of doing so, let alone the quasi-chaos god, or even the true chaos god. As long as he was willing, the chaos god could wipe out thousands of top-grade acquired universes with a single thought. The huge Gukang chaos domain could be divided into 10 large regions, controlled by the 10 great super clans. One of the domains was called the human domain. This was the domain controlled by the human race. The entire human domain was about the size of over 100 middle-sized chaos domain, and there were more than 5 million top-class universes in it. In the 10 directions great territory, it wasn't considered to be the last. However, it wasn't much better either, and it could barely be considered to be medium-sized. Human domain, in the endless chaos. A stream of light was moving forward at a speed 10 times faster than extreme top-level universe gods. C2508 The beginning of Revenge Gukang Chaos Domain, Human Domain. Swoosh. A stream of light, 10 times faster than extreme top-level universe god, quickly tore apart the chaos. It was a silver palace with luxurious decorations. It was inlaid with a large number of top-grade pearls. The treasure lights were glittering, dazzling, and extremely luxurious. Aurora Divine Palace, the ride of the Wei family's grand elder, Wei Yi. It was a high-grade flying chaos treasure. As Wei Yi was suppressed by Yang Fann, the Aurora Divine Palace naturally became Yang Fann's item. It replaced the Wind Cloud Heavenly Plate and became Yang Fann's new ride. Compared to the Wind Cloud Heavenly Plate, the Aurora Divine Palace was much stronger. Its flying speed was 10 times faster than extreme top-level universe gods, but it was only its normal flying speed. Once they used up all of their precious treasures and overloaded their flying speed, even some high-rank quasi-chaos god would have no choice but to eat dust behind the Aurora Divine Palace. However, Yang Fann didn't need to delay any longer. He just needed to fly at a constant speed. In a flash, 300 billion years had passed since Yang Fann broke through to the middle-rank top-level, Universe Lord. In the past 300 billion years, Yang Fann had completely absorbed the supreme elder of the Wei family, Wei Yi. Regretfully, he was still a little bit away from breaking through to the middle-rank top-level. His cultivation base was stuck at the limit of the middle-rank top-level Universe Lord. If there was another high-rank quasi-chaos god, no, only half of him, or even a third of him, Yang Fann's cultivation base would skyrocket, and he would be able to reach the master of the highest universe's level. At that time, his combat strength would surely increase by more than 10 times. Perhaps, he would be able to fight against the weakest chaotic divine power. After completely devouring Wei Yi, Yang Fann could no longer suppress the desire for revenge in his heart. Without stopping, he rushed towards Gukang Chaos Domain. With his current strength, although he still didn't have the strength to fight the Chaos God, if he wanted to leave, he was confident that he wouldn't be left behind by any ordinary low-level Chaos God. Of course, the increase in strength was partly because of his confidence, and partly because he didn't have the expert to absorb and refine. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique, universal world, boundless chaos, nothing could not be devoured. It was those universes. If Yang Fann was willing, he could easily devour them, turning these universes into nourishment for his growth. However, what was most beneficial to Yang Fann was still those experts. The other divine fruit and divine medicines and treasures were still far from being effective. In the past 100 million years, Yang Fann had not wasted much of his time from Heavenly Snake Chaos Domain to Gukang Chaos Domain. He had spent most of his time devouring the heavenly treasures and earthly treasures in his hands. Unfortunately, the results were minimal. After nearly 100 million years of hard work, it was far less effective than swallowing a low-order top universe god. With Yang Fann's current cultivation base, 100 million years was more than enough for him to completely absorb and refine a high-grade top-level universe god. The gap between them was more than 10 times, 100 times. Gukang Chaos Domain, with the 10 super clans as the foundation, roughly divided the entire chaos domain into 10 large regions, which was the 10 large regions. The 10 directions great territory could be further divided into many smaller regions. Like the human domain that was ruled by the human race, it was further divided into 800 smaller regions. Each small domain had at least a few thousand peak universes, and at most tens of thousands of peak universes. The other high, intermediate, and low universes were like the sand in the Ganges River, and there were countless of them. In the human race, if one wanted to occupy a small domain by himself, it would at least be first-class god clan, a force. And to be able to control 2 or 3 small domains, they were all outstanding figures among first-class god clan. There were several quasi-chaos god in charge. As for those small domains, they were not controlled by the quasi-top-level god clan, which had quasi-chaos god guarding them. Among them, there were 12 guardian families of the human race, and they stood at the top of the human domain. Even the Duanmu family, which was ranked last, controlled 18 small domains. The Shen Kong clan, which was known as the number 1 family of the human race, also controlled 102 small domains. The 12 guardian families had almost controlled half of the small domains of the human race. It wasn't hard to tell how many quasi-chaos god there were in the Gukang chaos domain through the human domain. Everyone knew that first-class god clan, a power, had at least 1 quasi-chaos god, and ordinary first-class god clan, a power, could barely occupy a small domain. In the entire human domain, there were at least 1,000 quasi-chaos god, and it wasn't impossible to have more than 2,000. Among the 10 super clans, the human race was ranked 7th or 8th. The top 3 super clans, regardless of the region or the number of expert, were more than twice as many as the human race. In the 10 directions great domain, even if there were 50,000 quasi-chaos god, there would still be 30 to 40,000 of them. Terrifying. If one didn't reach the Gukang chaos domain, they wouldn't even know how many experts there were. It was no wonder that the creatures of the Gukang chaos domain looked down on the other medium-sized and small-sized chaos region creatures. The two of them were on completely different levels. As one of the 12 guardian families of the human race, the Wei family was ranked in the top 5. It was a guardian family with the chaos god in charge. There were a total of 68 small territories under the control of the Wei family. 32 of them were under the direct control of the Wei family. The other 38 were under the control of the subsidiary families, powers, of the Wei family. Gold Scale Domain, one of the 800 domains of the human race. It was considered to be a medium-sized domain among the 800 domains. There were a total of 5,642 top-grade universes, and it was controlled by one of the 10 great vassal god clans under the Wei family, Gold Scale God Clan. As one of the 10 subordinate god clans of the Wei family, and one of the top 5, there was no doubt about the strength of the Gold Scale God Clan. Among all the first-class god clan in human domain, they were considered powerful. There were a total of 3 quasi-chaos god warriors. The ancestor of Gold Scale God Clan, Old Ancestor Gold Scale. According to the legends, he had already stepped into the top-rank quasi-chaos god, and he might even have taken that step apart from the Gold Scale, which was completely under the Gold Scale God Clan's control. There were also a few small domains that were occupied by the Gold Scale God Clan. The Gold Scale Universe. This was the number 1 universe within the Gold Scale domain, the lair of the Gold Scale God Clan. The entire Gold Scale universe, under the management of the Gold Scale God Clan for tens of millions of eras, had already become an iron board. Even an extreme quasi-chaos god would have to pay a hefty price if they wanted to take advantage of the Gold Scale universe. The Gold Scale universe was billions of millions of years old, a trillion light years away. A high-grade chaos treasure divine ship was approaching the Gold Scale universe at a speed that was twice as fast as a top-level universe god. Divine ship, master control room. Yang Fann sat on the throne high up in the sky. The Aurora Divine Palace had been kept by Yang Fann before they entered the Gold Scale domain. The Aurora Divine Palace was the news of Wei Yi's ride. Everyone in the Wei family knew about it. If he continued to ride the Aurora Divine Palace in the territory controlled by the Wei family, it would only take him a few days. The news of his arrival would reach the ears of the higher-ups of the Wei family. This wasn't something Yang Fann wanted to see. Now was not the time to alert the enemy. If the Wei family really had some sort of defense, the difficulty of revenge would at least double. Even the Tian Feng Pan could be exposed in the 68 regions controlled by the Wei family. Feng and Yun was the top expert below the quasi-chaos god. He was also very famous in the 68 regions of the Wei family. Countless people had seen the heavenly wind cloud plate. The purpose of this trip to the gold-scale universe was very simple. It was to remove the wings of the Wei family. The 10 great vassal god clans were the strongest fighters of the Wei family. They were also the 10 loyal dogs of the Wei family. They were completely dependent on the Wei family. Their loyalty to the Wei family was unquestionable. If they could get rid of these 10 vassal god clans, it could be said that they would be able to cut off an arm of the Wei family. The strength of the Wei family would be weakened by at least 2 levels. As for the Wei family's ancestral land, there was no hurry. He would first remove these claws and teeth, allowing his strength to increase by a level before heading there. Who knew what dangers lay within the nest of a top-tier faction? Even with Yang Fann's current cultivation base and strength, if he rashly entered the Wei clan's ancestral land, even the slightest carelessness would cause him to be completely suppressed and annihilated. This was still under the circumstances that the old ancestor of Wei family wasn't in the ancestral land. Otherwise, it would be a situation of absolute death. A month later, the Gold Scale universe was right in front of them. Gold Scale God Clan, today next year will be the anniversary of your death. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for following the wrong master. C2509 They would destroy the Golden Scale God Race Gold Scale Domain, Gold Scale Universe. This was a special case in the myriad of universes, its composition. It was not a world of various sizes, or many main continents or subcontinents. There were only endless barks and oceans. In the Gold Scale universe, there were almost no continents. At most, there were some small islands scattered all over the place, like stars decorating the sky. Compared to the billions of races in the Gold Scale universe, those oceans were like continents. The Gold Scale Ocean, the largest and most central ocean in the Gold Scale universe. The other oceans were like lesser continents attached to the main continent, surrounding the Gold Scale Ocean like stars surrounding the moon, surrounding the Gold Scale Ocean. In the vast Gold Scale universe, the 9 levels and even more resources were gathered within the Gold Scale Ocean. And this was the Gold Scale universe, and even the true overlord of the Gold Scale domain, the resting place of the Gold Scale God clan. Countless disciples of the Gold Scale God clan roamed freely in the Gold Scale Ocean like ocean elves. These disciples of the Gold Scale God clan were extremely similar to humans. Apart from their body parts, different parts of their bodies had more or less some golden dragon scales. They were no different from ordinary people. This was also one of the major characteristics of the races in human domain. The stronger the god race was, the more human-like they were. In human domain, as the ruler of human domain, the human race and the trillions of god race were undoubtedly the noblest. In the eyes of most divine races, the human form was the most perfect form. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Gold Scale sea trembled as a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Under that terrifying pressure, even some quasi-chaos god warriors felt as if they were ants. Chi-chi-chi the automatically activated divine formation shook violently, and tiny cracks appeared on it. It continued to expand in all directions. No one knew when, but the divine formation was going to be completely crushed. Ah, what exactly is going on? Hiss. How could this be? This pressure, not good. The clan protecting divine formation. The clan protecting divine formation couldn't hold on for much longer. What should we do? What should we do? Despair and panic were spreading crazily in the Gold Scale Sea. At that terrifying speed, the divine formation wouldn't be able to hold for more than half an incense stick of time before it completely collapsed. Once the divine formation was destroyed, it would be no different from a disaster for most of the Gold Scale God clan's people. Even though they were separated by the divine formation, the terrifying pressure was enough to crush them, let alone the divine formation. In less than a second, all of them would turn into flying ashes and die in body and spirit. Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. At this moment, rumble rumble, 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 the terrifying pressure of a quasi-chaos god from the 3 paths rose from the center of the Gold Scale Ocean. It was as if 3 deities had just awakened, and they were unstoppable. The next second, rumble, rumble, the divine light of 3 paths soared into the sky, transforming into 3 millions of light years tall terrifying great gods. They blotted out the sky and blotted out the sun, and their divine might was unparalleled. Every single person had a golden dragon scale unique to the Gold Scale clan between their eyebrows. All of them were at the quasi-chaos god, a low-level one. One was at the intermediate, and the last one was. Compared to the supreme elder of Wei family, Wei Yi, who was suppressed by Yang Fann, they were at least twice as strong, and had the potential of a top-ranked quasi-chaos god. Ah, it's the three old ancestors. Everyone, don't panic. The old ancestors are here. Ah, it really is the three patriarchs. We can be saved, we can be saved. In an instant, the despair in the hearts of countless Gold Scale God clan's people was swept away. They had blind admiration for the three old ancestors, especially Master Ancestor, who was an invincible existence in their hearts. There was nothing in this world that they, Master Ancestor, couldn't solve. Although the mysterious expert that had yet to appear was terrifying, it was absolutely no match for their old ancestor. With their old ancestor here, they would certainly be able to sweep away all the enemies and save them from this desperate situation. In the air, the three old ancestors of Gold Scale weren't as calm as they appeared to be. Each and every one of their hearts were extremely solemn. That terrifying pressure was enough to make even a quasi-top-ranked quasi-chaos god like old ancestor Gold Scale's heart palpitate. It gave him a feeling that it was even greater than the two princes of Wei family. As for those two princes, they were both great perfection quasi-chaos god. The mysterious expert that came out of nowhere was most likely great perfection quasi-chaos god, one of the most outstanding ones among great perfection quasi-chaos gods group. Such an expert was absolutely not something the three of them could contend with. If it wasn't for the fact that this was the Gold Scale Sea, the lair of the Gold Scale God clan. With the support of a large amount of resources, they would be able to unleash 10 times, 100 times their combat strength. If it was any other place, they would have run as far away as they could if they had encountered such an expert. As for the so-called clan members and juniors, they were nothing compared to their own safety. As long as the three old ancestors didn't die, no matter how many people of Gold Scale God clan were killed or injured, they would still be one of the few great clans in human domain. First-class God clan was looking at these quasi-chaos god warriors, and not ordinary people. Poochie. The void twisted, and a person appeared out of thin air. This was a rugged middle-aged man dressed in golden clothes. At this moment, whether it was Yang Fann's face or aura, all of them had undergone a tremendous change. Even the people closest to him couldn't recognize him. From the moment he suppressed the grand elder of Wei family, Wei Yi, Yang Fann had been able to recognize him with his toe. From top to bottom of the Wei family, including these vassal forces of the god race, there were very few people who didn't know him. Yang Fann did not want to expose his whereabouts prematurely to avoid alerting the enemy. If he changed his face, it would be easier for him to confuse the truth and make things easier for him. Who are you? Did my Gold Scale clan offend you in any way? The old ancestor looked at Yang Fann with a serious expression. His eyes were filled with doubt. He couldn't even think of where the Gold Scale God clan had offended this great perfection quasi-chaos god. You don't have the right to know who I am. All you need to know is that today is the day of your clan's destruction. Yang Fann's voice was cold and aloof, as if he was the king of all gods, announcing the fate of the entire Gold Scale God clan. What, sir? Don't go too far. My Gold Scale God clan isn't someone to be trifled with. Old ancestor Gold Scale was so angry that he almost died. Ever since their Gold Scale God clan had advanced to first-class God clan, they had never been looked down upon like this. So what if you are great perfection quasi-chaos god? This is the Gold Scale Ocean, the lair of the Gold Scale God clan. With the strength of the three quasi-chaos god and the help of their geographical advantage, it wasn't as if they didn't have the strength to fight against great perfection quasi-chaos god. Furthermore, they were backed by one of the 12 overlords of the human race, the Wei family. As long as they could resist for a moment, the expert of the Wei family would be able to quickly rescue the Gold Scale God clan. Sir, if you leave now, I will pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude to you. You will never shed tears until you see the coffin. Today, I will let you aphids know what true power is. The cold shine in his eyes flashed. Yang Fann didn't hold back any longer. He unleashed his chi with all his might. Rumble in an instant, the pressure around Yang Fann's body increased tenfold, more than 100 times. After breaking through to the top-level Universe Lord, Yang Fann's strength had already surpassed great perfection quasi-chaos god by dozens of times. Yang Fann, who was now at the limit of the middle-rank top-level universe lord, was more than 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. Although the previous pressure was terrifying, it wasn't even a fraction of Yang Fann's true pressure. Bang bang, the Gold Scale God clan's divine protecting formation exploded into pieces like glass. Grug grug grug, within the Gold Scale Sea, all the members of the universe God realm and below were reduced to dust before they could even let out a blood-curdling scream. PCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHTPCHT, even those high-level universe gods were on the brink of death. They only released their energy, not much energy. Ah, no. This power, this power. The Gold Scale Ancestor and the other two old men let out despairing howls. Apart from fear, there was also fear in their eyes. Under the terrifying pressure, all of them, including the quasi-top-rank quasi-chaos god, were like lowly ants on the ground, unable to put up any resistance. Even if this man wasn't the supreme chaos god, he wouldn't be much different. Woo. How could this be? Why would such a supreme expert suddenly seek out our Gold Scale God clan? Aphids, come here obediently. C2510. Then destroy the Wind God race. Gukang Chaos Domain, Gold Scale Universe, Gold Scale Ocean. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky, crushing down on the Gold Scale Ancestor and the other two. The huge hand was boundless, as if it had encompassed the entire Gold Scale Sea. Wherever it passed, everything would be obliterated into dust. Yang Fann didn't use the forbidden divine ability in this palm strike, but even so, its power was thousands of times greater than some of Great Perfection quasi-chaos gods. It was even stronger than the chaotic divine decree that had severely injured him, and it already possessed some of the power of the chaotic divine. It was a mighty force that could even severely injure or suppress Great Perfection quasi-chaos god. Ah, no. In an instant, an ominous omen of collapse swept across the hearts of Gold Scale's old ancestor and the others, causing them to no longer have the time to mourn the deaths of countless of their clansmen. They would die if this palm strike landed on them. They would really die. They were about to lose their lives. How could they still have the mood to grieve for the deaths of their clansmen? Heaven and earth were great, their own lives were the most important. Besides, as long as the three of them were alive, even if all the other people of their race were to die, they would be able to quickly establish a new Gold Scale God clan. Roar the will of the Gold Scale, support my body, profound spirit, divine pearl, explode explode explode, forbidden divine ability, severing emotions, absolute life. Rumble, rumble, he was going all out. At the moment of life and death, the three of them didn't dare to hold anything back. They used all of their trump cards, including the forbidden divine ability. As long as they could survive this tribulation, they wouldn't care about anything else. In an instant, the auras of the Gold Scale Old Master and the other two increased at a terrifying speed. Each of them had at least reached a higher level, especially the aura of the Old Ancestor. It was so strong that it was not any weaker than some extreme quasi-chaos god warriors. In fact, it was even stronger than some of them. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying palm force that could even suppress Great Perfection quasi-chaos god, the Old Ancestor Gold Scale and the other two old men's techniques were in vain. Poochie poochie, poochie, poochie. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter. All of the divine abilities and techniques of Old Ancestor Gold Scale and the other two were destroyed. In less than an instant, Old Ancestor Gold Scale and the other two were captured by Yang Fann. Ah, no, please spare my life, Senior, please spare my life. My Gold Scale God clan is a subordinate family of the Wei family. It's not too late for you to let us go now. Otherwise, the Wei family will be furious and the human domain will be so big that you won't be able to find a place to stay anymore. That's right, the Wei family of the human race is the backer of our Gold Scale God clan. It is a top power that has a chaos god. It's better for you to let us go as soon as possible. Or else, even if you're Great Perfection quasi-chaos god, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Wei family, I'll wait for them, he sneered. With a thought, Yang Fann suppressed the three of them in his inner world. Ah, no, how could this be? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. It's fake, it must be fake. Woo. The Old Ancestor is the strongest. How is it possible for them? How is it possible? It collapsed. The remaining expert of the Gold Scale God clan had completely collapsed. Initially, They thought that the old ancestor and the others would stand up for them and avenge their fallen comrades, but they never thought that. It turned out to be such an outcome. In less than an instant, the 3 old ancestors of the Gold Scale God clan had been suppressed just like that. Was there anything more unbelievable than this? The old ancestor and the others were all quasi-chaos god. Even the legendary Great Perfection quasi-chaos god wouldn't be able to suppress them in such a short period of time. Ah! Run everyone, run run. Even the 3 old ancestors were suppressed by emotion, let alone them, who were even quasi-chaos god warriors. They weren't even ants. You want to leave, stay behind. It was one thing for the dead members of the Gold Scale God clan to stay, but those who were still alive were the expert of the Gold Scale God clan. The worst of them were top-rank high-level universe god, who was not much weaker than killing god Ming Yi, and most of them were even top-level universe god warriors. Even to the current Yang Fann, he was still a fat piece of meat. Ah, no, let me go, my lord. Please, let me go. Woo. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Someone save us, save us. Roar. Hua Sheng, you will die a horrible death. You will have your retribution. The human race's Wei family will never let you go. They will never let you go. 15 minutes later, the vast gold scale sea was terrifyingly silent. It was deathly silent, as if the sea of death had become completely lifeless. Poochie. Yang Fann tore through the space at an incredible speed, pushing his speed to the limit. The Gold Scale God clan had given Yang Fann a taste of its sweetness. 3 quasi-chaos god and 43 top-level universe god, putting aside the 272 top-grade and above universe gods. And the Gold Scale God clan's tens of thousands of eras of accumulation. The vast amount of universe sources, compared to the total amount Yang Fann had obtained before, was several times more. If he could absorb all of these resources, not to mention the master of the highest universe, even top-ranked top-level universe lord would be able to do it. And this was only the Gold Scale God clan. What if they could capture all of the 10 divine vassals of the Wei family in one fell swoop? One should know that among the 10 great vassal god clans of the Wei family, the top 3 vassal god clans, which one of them wasn't stronger than the Gold Scale God clan? The number 1 god clan, the Blue Luo Divine clan, had a total of 6 quasi-chaos god guarding it. As for old ancestor Qing Luo, he was a veteran extreme quasi-chaos god warrior, and he was one of the main clans of the Wei family. Besides the old ancestor of Wei family, there were only 2 great perfection quasi-chaos god. They were able to suppress him. At that time, the gods of quasi-universe wouldn't be able to guarantee that there would be no shortage of a peak top-level universe lord. Once he advanced to the peak top-level universe lord, Yang Fann would no longer have to fear the Wei family. Even if the old ancestor of Wei family came personally, they would still have to fight a battle to decide who would win. Through Wei Yi's soul memory, Yang Fann knew that the old ancestor of Wei family was only a low-grade low-level chaos god. It had been stuck at the bottleneck of the intermediate for tens of millions of eras. The reason why it left the ancestral land a million years ago was to try its luck and see if it had a chance to break through to the intermediate low-level chaos god. In other words, the old ancestor of Wei family was at most an intermediate low-level chaos god. Among all the chaos gods in the Gukang chaos domain, it could not be considered to be at the bottom, but it could not be called an expert. Every time the chaos god advanced, it would usually be 1 million. It would be 10 million eras, and it would be stuck at the low-grade low-level chaos god. The old ancestor of Wei family was not the only chaos god who had advanced for tens of millions of eras. And if he wanted to catch all of these 10 major god clans in one fell swoop, he had to be fast before the Wei family could react. They had to deal with them. Otherwise, once the Wei family was prepared, it would be difficult for him to suppress these 10 god race experts. These god race experts were not fools. They knew that they were no match for him, but they still stayed in their old nest, waiting for his arrival. If they abandoned their own nests and focused on hiding, the chaos would be boundless. Not to mention the current him, even a true god of chaos would find it very difficult to deal with them. A quasi-chaos god would use all his strength to conceal his tracks. Even the chaos god that was skilled in divination would find it very difficult to divine their whereabouts. Expelling Wind Domain. It was one of the neighboring small domains of Gold Scale Domain. There were only 3,863 top universes in the entire Expelling Wind Domain. Amongst the 800 territories of the human race, it could be considered one of the top 100. They controlled the Force, the wind-diverting divine clan. Like the Gold Scale God clan, they were also one of the 10 great subsidiary divine clans under the jurisdiction of the Wei family of the human race. However, compared to the Gold Scale God clan, the strength of the Wind Divergence God clan was not much weaker. There were only 2 quasi-chaos god in charge. The strongest was the old ancestor of the Expelling Wind. He was only a first-grade intermediate quasi-chaos god. Expelling Wind Universe, the nest of the Divergent Wind God clan. Rumble. All of a sudden, a heaven-sheltering big hand fell from the sky. It was a huge hand that covered the sky and covered the entire universe of the Expelling Wind. Ah, what's that? Not good, there are experts attacking our Expelling Wind's universe. Quick, hurry up and activate the Guardian Formations. Hurry up and activate the Guardian Formations. C2511 Panic Gukang Chaos Domain, Expelling Wind Universe. Quickly activate the Guardian Formation. Quickly activate the Guardian Formation. Roar. Guardian Formation rise. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Endless tornadoes of wind rose from the universe of the Expelling Wind. They were like numerous cosmic storms, covering the entire universe of the Expelling Wind, turning the entire universe into a sea of storms. Chaotic Storm Formation, Wind-repelling Divine Clan's strongest Guardian Formation. With the universe of Expelling Wind as the eye of the formation, 99,999 low-grade Expelling Winds, Storm Divine Pearl as the base of the formation was set up. It was both offensive and defensive. Once the Chaotic Storm Divine Formation was activated, not only could it defend against top-ranked quasi-chaos gods' attacks, it could also defend against top-ranked quasi-chaos gods' attacks. There was also the Chaotic Storm. Each of these attacks was no weaker than a full-powered attack from a low-ranked quasi-chaos god's warrior. Thousands of chaotic storms were unleashed at the same time. Even a top-ranked quasi-chaos god warrior would suffer a great loss if they were not careful. However, what made the Wind Slayers feel despair was that the Chaotic Storm Formation they were so proud of was like a piece of paper under the heaven-sheltering big hand. It was easily destroyed, and they couldn't withstand it for even an instant. Ah, it's not like that's the case. It's broken. The Guardian Formation is broken just like that. No, I don't believe it. It's not true. This definitely isn't true. In the universe of the Expelling Wind, countless of Python God race clansmen had completely collapsed. The Chaos Storm Divine Formation was the strongest defensive technique of the Python God race. They had used almost all of their strength to set up this divine formation. It was what the Python God race relied on. However, what they saw was that in an instant, the Chaos Storm Divine Formation was shattered and completely destroyed. Woo. This was not giving them any chance to live at all. Even the old ancestor of Expelling Wind and the other 2 quasi-chaos god warriors had the same look of despair on their faces. No one knew better than them how terrifying that power was. Even the 2 princes of Wei family were far inferior to it. It had almost surpassed the realm of quasi-chaos god. Under the heaven-sheltering big hand, these 2 intermediate and low-ranked quasi-chaos gods weren't any better than those peak and high-level universe gods. They were just puny ants. Even if they used all of their trump cards, it would be useless. Woo. What is going on? I, the Wind God clan, have always been a man of my word. How could I provoke such a supreme expert? Misunderstanding. My lord, there must be some misunderstanding between us. I, the wind-repelling divine clan, will definitely not offend my lord. My lord, please understand. I, the wind-repelling divine clan, will never have the guts to oppose you, my lord. Misunderstanding. If you want to blame someone, blame yourselves for following the wrong person outside the Expelling Wind's universe, Yang Fann sneered. He didn't hold back at all. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush them. Ah, no, you will die a horrible death. The Wei family will take revenge for my clan. They will definitely take revenge for my clan. 15 minutes later, the location of the Expelling Wind's universe. There was no more Expelling Wind universe. There was only a huge void zone. In all directions, a large expanse of chaos was filling up this void zone. Perhaps, after millions and billions of years, this void would once again evolve into a region of chaos. In the blink of an eye, 800 years had passed. Yang Fann appeared in the exquisite domain. This was the Ling Long celestial race. Just like the Wind Slayers and Gold Scale God clan, the Ling Long celestial race was also one of the 10 great vassal god clans of the Wei family. They were ranked even higher than the Gold Scale God clan, and they were ranked fourth among the 10 great vassal god clans. There were also 3 quasi-chaos god experts in charge. Furthermore, the strength of the old ancestor Ling Long was much stronger than the old ancestor, Gold Scale. A million years ago, this old ancestor Ling Long had already reached the top-ranked quasi-chaos god. A million years had passed. Although Patriarch Ling Long hadn't taken that step, he was still considered an expert among the many top-ranked quasi-chaos god warriors. Unfortunately, facing Yang Fann's 100 times, 1,000 times more powerful than Great Perfection quasi-chaos god, a top-ranked quasi-chaos god warrior was just a lowly aphid. Even if they used all of their resources, they could only barely hold on for an hour. The old nest of the Ling Long celestial race, Ling Long universe, followed the footsteps of the expelling wind universe. It was uprooted by Yang Fann and disappeared into the boundless chaos. Spirit Crane region, Spirit Crane celestial race. Bloodthirst region, Bloodthirst god race. Tiandu realm, Tiandu god race. Bai Lin region, Bai Lin god race. Sky Tiger region, Sky Tiger god race. Yin Yang region, Yin Yang bear race. Scarlet Fury region, Scarlet Fury ghost race. Divine Fire region, Fire god sect. Yang Fann's speed had reached its limit. In the end, he didn't hesitate to consume some vital energies and use the forbidden divine ability to increase his speed by a notch. Even if he was compared to an ordinary low-grade chaos god, he wouldn't be much inferior. In just 10,000 years, Yang Fann had crossed more than a dozen large domains. Apart from the Divergent Wind God Clan, Gold Scale God Clan, and Linglong God Clan, another 13 first-class god clans' forces had been destroyed by Yang Fann. Under the jurisdiction of the Wei family, other than the 10 great vassal god clans, it didn't mean that there were no other first-class god clans' forces. It was just that among the 10 great vassal god clans, the strongest were the 10 great first-class god clan. Each of them had at least 2 quasi-chaos god guarding them. As for the other major powers, they were comparatively weaker. Most of them only had 1 quasi-chaos god guarding them, and most of them were only low-ranked quasi-chaos gods warriors. Not to mention high-grade and top-ranked quasi-chaos god warriors, even intermediate quasi-chaos god warriors were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, and could be counted with a single hand. The 10 major vassal god clans of Wei family were Yang Fann's primary target. However, the other major powers, first-class god clan, who had a quasi-chaos god guarding them. It would be fine if they didn't run into him. If it happened to be on the way, Yang Fann wouldn't mind beating the grass and beating the rabbit, and taking care of them along the way. In just a few tens of thousands of years, Yang Fann's net worth directly rose rapidly like a snowball. Now, Yang Fann's net worth had increased more than 10 times. There was a total of 16 first-class god clan, a power, 6 of the 10 great vassal god race, and 6 of the ordinary first-class god clan, a power. 10. Yang Fann alone had suppressed 28 quasi-chaos god warriors. There were 2 top-ranked quasi-chaos god warriors and high-ranked quasi-chaos gods group of 5. 8 intermediate quasi-chaos god warriors, and 13 low-ranked quasi-chaos gods warriors. There were more than 500 minor top-level universe god warriors, nearly 600 of them. Yang Fann would never dare to imagine this before he broke through to the top-level universe lord realm. At that time, just suppressing Wei Yi had made him use all his means, and he didn't hesitate to destroy the only high-grade exquisite quasi-chaos treasure. But now, he had used almost no price. Even with the 10th transformation of Long Yang, Yang Fann had only used the 3rd transformation of Long Yang when he suppressed the Void Cloud Divine Clan, which was ranked 2nd among the 10 great vassal divine clans. As expected, the stronger one was, the faster one could gather resources. Compared to the current Yang Fann, the problem of the past wasn't a problem at all. Apart from the 28 quasi-chaos god and nearly 600 top-level universe god warriors, the rest of the resources were heavenly wealth and earthly treasures. The universe source was a huge amount. These first-class god clan, a power which one of them didn't have millions of eras, or even tens of millions of eras. That accumulation was no joke. If he were to absorb all of these resources, Yang Fann would be able to see that the extreme top-level universe lord was waving at him. It was not impossible for him to take the opportunity to attack the god of quasi-universe. Wei family, your end is coming. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed. His speed increased to the maximum, and he continued to rush towards his next target. Heavenly Wei region, Wei family's ancestral land. The entire ancestral land seemed to be enveloped by an oppressive aura, especially the upper echelons of the Wei family, the quasi-chaos god Grand Elders. Each of them had a serious expression on their faces. Many of their eyes were filled with panic, as if a great calamity was about to befall them. There was no wall in the world that was impenetrable by wind. After Yang Fann suppressed the 17th first-class god clan, the news was finally revealed to the higher-ups of Wei family. C-2512 dealing with it Gukang Chaos Domain, human race, Wei family's ancestral land, a magnificent divine palace. The remaining 30 Grand Elders of Wei family, including the 2 of them, had been in seclusion, hoping to break through that critical step. After the old ancestor, Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, who had become the second Chaos God of Wei family, had all broken through and gathered in one place. The atmosphere of the divine palace had become extremely solemn. All the supreme elders had unconcealable sorrow on their faces, and their eyes were faintly flickering with indescribable fear and uneasiness. The 17 First-Class God Clan S and 17 First-Class God Clan S under the jurisdiction of the Wei family had been wiped out in just a short period of 10,000 years. Among them, there were even 6 out of the 10 great subsidiary god clans of Wei family. This loss was too great, and inestimable. One must know that the Wei family, there were only 28 of them in total. 17 of them had been killed in an instant. This was a total loss of an arm of the Wei family. Ever since the establishment of the Wei family, there had never been such a huge loss in the last 100 million eras. Those ordinary experts were one thing. 29, a total of 29 quasi-chaos god. Just thinking about it made their hearts bleed. They were the mainstay of Wei family. They were the key that deterred all the races and controlled the 4 large domains. The 12 human forces. In the Wei family, apart from the 30 quasi-chaos god warriors, there were a total of quasi-chaos god warriors from the various families that were attached to the Wei family. There were only 49 of them, and 29 of them were all quasi-chaos god warriors. Which great god had the Wei family offended all these years? Why was it so bad? First, it was Grand Elder Wei Yi, and now, it was the subsidiary god clan's turn. What kind of power is targeting us, the Wei family? He was confused and had no idea what was going on. They had no impression of the man who attacked them. It was as if he had jumped out from a rock. As for Yang Fann, who had suppressed Wei Yi, no one in the Wei family had a connection with him. The difference in strength between the 2 of them was too great. Although Yang Fann was strong, his true cultivation base was only at the threshold of Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. He was able to suppress Wei Yi, but he didn't hesitate to use his origin power. He had used the forbidden divine ability, but this man was different. The scariness of his strength was thousands of times greater than that of an ordinary Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. He could be said to be invincible under the Chaos God. It was infinitely close to the Chaos God. One-on-one, the entire Wei family, including the 2 Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, were fighting one-on-one. No one was a match for this man. Even if he used the clan-suppressing treasure left behind by the old ancestor, the winner would still be the loser. It was hard to say. How could the 2 of them be the same person? That Yang Fann had already hidden himself once. They did not believe that he could hide his strength for the second time. Furthermore, if it was really the same person, even if it was Wei Yi and the other 5 supreme elders, they wouldn't be able to hide their true strength for the second time. Hong Long. However, there was a high possibility that they were related to each other. The Chaos God had almost hidden himself from the world. Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was almost the strongest expert in Gukang Chaos Domain. If it wasn't necessary, the Wei family wouldn't have provoked Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. As for Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, it was impossible for him to deal with the Wei family for no reason. He was still as ruthless as ever. In a short period of more than 10,000 years, he had exterminated 17 subordinate first-class god clan of Wei family. This was a battle that would never end until one of them died. Did he really think that Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was a mad dog that would bite anyone he saw? He didn't know what was going on. Not to mention Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, even if he couldn't break through to the Quasi-Chaos God, he would have been killed by someone a long time ago. If their guess was correct, this Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was most likely invited by Yang Fann. It was too difficult for a rogue cultivator with no background to cultivate to the level of great perfection quasi-chaos god. In Gukang Chaos Domain, apart from a small portion of great perfection quasi-chaos god, even if he didn't have the support of the chaos god, he usually had some ancient great perfection quasi-chaos god as his backing. Bitch evil creature, what kind of great enemy did he bring to our Wei family? One great perfection quasi-chaos god was enough to give them a headache. Now, there was another great perfection quasi-chaos god who was almost invincible under the chaos god. The danger involved was not 1 + 1 = 2. If they were not careful, the inheritance of the Wei family that had existed for hundreds of millions of eras could be destroyed. There were 8 to 9 forces behind the existence of such an expert. All of them were guarded by the chaos god. Otherwise, and could be so ruthless as to destroy the 17 first-class god clan subordinates of the Wei family. Did they really think that the Wei family was just a decoration? Unfilial son, that bitched unfilial son, the previous punishment was really light. That's right, that bitched unfilial son. We should lock him up in the death spirit abyss and receive the death spirit's soul devouring for an entire era. Only then can we use magic to atone for our crimes. Alright, let's not talk about that bastard for now. Let's talk about how to deal with that powerful enemy. An invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, with our strength. Even if they used clan-suppressing treasure, they would only be able to fight him. Besides, he was determined to leave. We can't keep him here. We can only wait for the old ancestor to return. Only then will we have the confidence to deal with him. Let him be arrogant for a period of time. The old ancestor is already on his way back. It won't take long. He would be able to return to the ancestral land. As for the god race forces below, he temporarily let them leave the ancestral land and hide. We don't need to let that guy take us down one by one. This is the only way. Once the old ancestor returns, we'll definitely make him pay with blood, then immediately notify old ancestor Qing Luo and the others, and let them temporarily avoid the edge of the battle. Even the second of the 10 great subsidiary god clans, the Void Cloud God clan, was easily suppressed by that person. If it was any other god clan, even the first-ranked Blue Luo god clan, it would be the same. Although the Blue Luo god clan was slightly stronger than the Void Cloud God clan, they were only slightly stronger. There was no difference in quality. At most, they could hold on for a while longer in that person's hands. Blue Soaring Region, Blue Soaring Universe. This was the lair of one of the 10 great subsidiary god clans of Wei family, the Blue Soaring God clan. Among the 10 great subsidiary divine clans of the Wei family, the Blue Soaring Divine clan was ranked 3rd, 1 rank higher than the Ling Long Divine clan. There were a total of 4 quasi-chaos god in charge, just like the old ancestor Ling Long. The old ancestor was also a top-ranked quasi-chaos god, and he was even a lot stronger than the old ancestor. He had already broken through to the extreme quasi-chaos god, and was no weaker than the second-ranked old ancestor Shu Yun. The reason why the Lan Ling celestial race was ranked 1 lower than the Void Cloud celestial race was because they were missing a quasi-chaos god. Puchi the Blue Soaring Universe, the holy land of the Blue Soaring God clan, the Blue Soaring Origin Void twisted, forming a miniature wormhole. Yang Fann, who had transformed into a rough middle-aged man, stepped out from within. Very quickly, Yang Fann frowned. The huge source of Blue Soaring had long been emptied. It was empty. Not to mention quasi-chaos god, even those intermediate and low-level universe god were nowhere to be seen. Bitch it, he ran really fast. It seems like my whereabouts have been completely exposed. Although he had already predicted that this day would come sooner or later, Yang Fann still felt extremely regretful when he thought that it would become reality. He had managed to suppress 17 of the 28 first-class god clan subordinates of the Wei family. There were also 11 who hadn't done it before. Especially the number 1 god race, the Blue Civ god race. He had longed for it for a long time. Just one of them was enough to take on 2 or 3 of the other 10 vassal god races. Unfortunately, the Blue Civ celestial race's territory was within the Wei family's territory. If he wanted to reach the Blue Civ region, he would have to go through 4 large regions. Purple Maple Region, Purple Maple Universe. He controlled the god race. The Purple Maple God race was the same as the Blue Soaring God race. They were also one of the 10 great subsidiary god race in the Wei family, but their ranking was the lowest. Their strength was inferior to the Pioneer Wind God race. There were only 2 quasi-chaos god in charge. Not to mention, the strongest one was only a quasi-intermediate quasi-chaos god. If it wasn't for the fact that ancestor Zifeng died in order to save the Wei family's patriarch, the Wei family's patriarch would have thought of such an old friendship. The Purple Maple divine clan might have already been replaced by the other divine clans, causing them to fall from the position of one of the 10 great subsidiary divine clans. Pucci. Chaos was torn apart. Yang Fann's figure appeared out of thin air, and appeared outside of the Purple Maple universe cosmic crystal wall. He was still unwilling to give up. What if there was a god race power that didn't receive the news? Unfortunately, everything was just wishful thinking. In the huge Purple Maple universe, other than those below the universe god realm, ordinary people, and all the expert above the universe god realm of the Purple Maple universe, not a single expert could be seen. Looks like the other god race factions are the same. Forget it, I'll let them off for now and let them live on for a period of time. C 2513 Old Ancestor returned to the Mountain Gukang Chaos Domain, Human Race, Purple Maple Region. Pucci. Yang Fann turned into a terrifying great gods, and the strength of world in his body surged violently. His right arm moved like a divine axe splitting open the sky, and a large world began to expand at a speed visible to the naked eye. 10 light years, 100 light years, 1,000 light years, 10,000 light years. Swish swish, countless berserk chaotic energies transformed into gentle Shantian spiritual energy. The trip to the blue soaring universe and Purple Maple universe had made Yang Fann understand that the Wei family and those first-rate subsidiary god clans had indeed taken precautions. As for quasi-chaos god, he was hiding with his people. Not to mention the current him, his combat strength was even weaker than the chaos god. Even if he really had the power to fight the chaos god, it would be like finding a needle in a haystack if he wanted to find them. It might be infinitely close to zero. What Yang Fann was powerful about was his combat strength. In other aspects, he was much weaker than the chaos god. He needed time to improve his foundation. Although the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was heaven-defying, it was not omnipotent. Especially this Tao of divination, Yang Fann had only comprehended a small part of it. Not to mention Chaos God and Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, even some top-level Universe God could surpass him by more than 10 streets. He could barely calculate the whereabouts of Universe Lord and the Universe Sovereign. As for the Universe Gods, that was something that he couldn't even think about, even if it was the gods of Quasi-Universe. If Yang Fann really wanted to deduce their whereabouts, it might be around 50-50. Rather than wasting time searching for the whereabouts of those vassal gods of Wei family, he might as well directly convert the resources in his hands into his own strength. Once again, he suppressed first-class god clan, the profound bamboo god clan, and allowed Yang Fann to capture another quasi-chaos god captive. Now, there were 29 of them, and there were more than 600 second-grade top-level universe god, totaling to 612 of them. If all of these resources were to be consumed and refined, the limit of top-level universe lord warriors would be top-level universe lord warriors. It was a matter of absolute certainty. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the quasi-universe in one go. At that time, even if he went straight to the Wei family's ancestral land, he would still have the strength to fight. In fact, he would have a high chance of winning. Go a soft shout, swoosh swoosh swoosh. Numerous treasure lights shot out explosively from Yang Fann's body, and they transformed into a wisp of flowing light that entered the constantly expanding paradise, stabilizing the barrier of the world. There were a total of 8 quasi-top-level chaos treasures and 64 high-grade chaos treasures, and the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation was directly laid down. In this seclusion, his combat strength was at least 8 to 9 times as strong as chaos gods. He had to make preparations in advance. At that time, the world within his paradise wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure that would rise endlessly when he broke through. One day later, all right, it's about time. Yang Fann looked around this great world that was millions of light years in diameter and smiled in satisfaction. With the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation suppressing the world, it should be able to withstand the pressure of the Chaos God. Rumble, rumble. In next to no time, Yang Fann sat down with his legs crossed. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique was circulated to the limit by Yang Fann, and he madly devoured the boundless universe sources in the surroundings. Every breath, every second, there were hundreds of millions of cubic meter universe sources that were swallowed and refined by Yang Fann. The strength of origin that low-ranked top-level universe lord had was just like this. In other words, Yang Fann could absorb and refine a top-level universe lord in just a breath's time. Cruelty, truly brutal. Fortunately, there wasn't a second person in this world. Otherwise, he would have been scared out of his wits. Even the high and mighty Chaos God couldn't possibly refine a top-level universe lord in just one breath's time. 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, 10 million years, 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years. Unknowingly, 50 billion years had passed. Almost half of the universe source in Yang Fann's hand had been devoured by him. Yang Fann's cultivation finally broke through the limit of middle-rank top-level universe lord and advanced to the master of the highest universe. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 660 billion years. Pucci. The last universe source was completely devoured by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base had stabilized at top-rank top-level universe lord's mid-stage. Hong Long. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a beam of divine light flashed across his eyes. A hint of understanding emerged in his heart. Right now, he already had the ability to fight the chaotic divine power head-on. This sort of feeling was extremely profound and mysterious. There was no reason for it, but he knew it clearly. At this moment, he was truly standing at the peak of Gukang Chaos Domain. In the huge Gukang Chaos Domain, there were no more than 100 people who could defeat him, and the number of people who could completely endanger his life was not more than 2 hands. Even in the other medium-sized large-sized chaos circles in the large-sized chaos circle, he, Yang Fann, was still a top-grade expert. When he thought about it, it really felt unreal. In less than 20 trillion years, it was not even a fraction of an era. If it was someone else, even Wei Kun and the other young masters of the top powers were able to become the gods of quasi-universe, which was extremely rare. At most, it would only be low-level universe god. As for low-level universe god, the gap between them was more than trillions of times. He took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. A stream of light flashed. A high-level universe god appeared within the devouring black hole. Yang Fann did not immediately go to the Wei family's ancestral ground to find trouble with the Wei family. Although his current combat strength was comparable to the Chaos God, he was still the weakest Chaos God. Compared to Wei ancestor, a quasi-intermediate or even a true intermediate low-level Chaos God was still a big gap. Not to mention, in the Wei family's ancestral land, the other side still had the geographical advantage. Under such circumstances, if one was not careful, it was not impossible for them to be completely suppressed by the old ancestor of Wei family. After advancing to top-rank top-level universe lord, Yang Fann's Devour Great Tao had another qualitative leap. The high-level universe god, at a speed visible to the naked eye, began to shrink and shrivel up in less than 10,000 years. The low-order advanced universe god had completely turned into a flying ash. 120 billion years passed. Pucci. The last quasi-top-level universe god turned into a flying ash, and his body and soul were destroyed. Buzz. A hint of regret appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. It seemed like in the future, he could really give up on high-grade universe gods. 17 first-class god clans forces had brought nearly 200,000 high-grade universe god prisoners to Yang Fann. But the result was that he only had his cultivation base. And this was only because of what happened before. He was already at the peak of the mid-stage, or else. If he wanted to break through, he needed a high-level universe god. He would need at least double the amount. As for these high-level universe gods, to break through to a higher level, there were no millions of high-level universe gods. That was something that couldn't even be imagined. Even if he could capture all the high-level universe gods in Wei family's territory, it would be considered not bad if he could gather half of them. Shaking his head lightly, Yang Fann began to devour those top-level universe god. If a high-level universe god couldn't do it, then it would be a top-level universe god. Even if a top-level universe god couldn't do it in the future, there wouldn't be a quasi-chaos god, or even a true chaos god. There would always be a path ahead of him. As long as he was strong enough, everything wouldn't be a problem for him. Just like these top-level universe god and quasi-chaos god, they were all existences that he needed to look up to. Now, he could capture them and use them as nourishment for his growth. In the boundless chaos, what he lacked the least was experts. The primal chaos ring was far from just their Gukang chaos circle alone. There were tens of thousands of them, perhaps even more. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 180 billion years. Out of the 612 top-level universe god, there were less than 100 of them. However, the rest of them were at least at the peak of the top-level universe god, and most of them were extreme top-level universe god. The strength of origin contained was several times stronger than the previous 500-plus top-level universe god warriors combined. Yang Fann's cultivation base had broken through another realm, and he had stabilized at the peak of top-ranked top-level universe lord's cultivation base. Another 400 billion years passed. Not only were all the top-level universe god absorbed by Yang Fann, even extreme top-level universe god was mostly refined by Yang Fann, leaving only less than half of them. Rumble Yang Fann's chi continued to rise higher and higher. He started to sprint towards the limit of top-level universe lord, Heavenly Wei region, Wei family's ancestor Earth, Heavenly Wei universe. Puchi, the sacred ground of Wei family, Heavenly Wei sacred mountain, distorted the space, and a man stepped out from it. Very quickly, Heavenly Wei's sacred mountain started boiling. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor has returned. The old ancestor has returned. Quick, ring the heavenly bell. The old ancestor has returned to the mountain. C-2514 He had attacked the ancestral land of the Wei clan Gukang Chaos Domain, the land of the human race, the ancestral land of the Wei family. Dong 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 the loud and clear sound of the heavenly bell, with the sacred land's Heavenly Wei's sacred mountain as the center, rapidly spread towards the Heavenly Wei universe, and even the entire ancestral land. Very quickly, everyone in the Wei family knew that the old ancestor had returned. Ha 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 ha, the old ancestor has returned, the old ancestor has returned. That's great, we're safe now. In an instant, the oppressive aura that enveloped the Wei clan's ancestral ground was swept away. The return of the old ancestor had given the Wei family a pillar of support. So what if that person was the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god? His strength was thousands of times greater than an ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god. In front of their old ancestor, he was just a slightly stronger ant. The old ancestor was the strongest. With the old ancestor here, all the devils and devils were like paper tigers that couldn't stir up any waves. Not only the entire Wei family, even those vassal forces of the Wei family emerged from their hiding places. Purple Maple Region, Paradise World. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann continued to crazily devour the strength of original life of extreme top-level universe god, stabilizing his newly broken cultivation base. He had no idea that the old ancestor of Wei family had returned. Of course, even if he knew about it, he wouldn't take it to heart. From the beginning to the end, Yang Fann had always regarded the old ancestor of Wei family as the ancestor of the Wei family. He had come here to prepare for it. Now that he had returned, it didn't have much of an impact on him. As long as he was strong enough, so what if the old ancestor of Wei family returned to the Wei family? Soon, another 10 billion years passed. Yang Fann had almost devoured all of the remaining 9 extreme top-level universe god. Only then did his cultivation base stabilize at the limit of the top-level universe lord. A million years later, Puchi, the last trace of extreme top-level universe god's strength of original life was completely devoured by Yang Fann, turning him into ashes. Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. He had finally made a breakthrough. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. When top-ranked top-level universe lord broke through to the peak top-level universe lord, apart from the billions of cubic meter universe sources, he had also devoured nearly 200,000 high-grade universe gods and 612 top-level universe god. Terrifying, truly terrifying. Who would dare to believe that such a huge amount of resources was only enough to allow a top-level universe lord to break through to a higher level? Did they really think that everyone in the world was stupid? With so many resources, no matter how strong his foundation was, he would be able to break through to a few higher levels. It would be a piece of cake for him to break through to the quasi-chaos god. He would be able to break through to the middle and low-rank quasi-chaos gods, or at least, high-rank quasi-chaos god. Of course, the result of spending so many resources was also delightful. At this moment, Yang Fann's inner world had expanded by more than 10 times. Compared to many high-rank quasi-chaos god, it was even better. Just the suppression of the strength of world alone was enough to suppress most of the middle-low-rank quasi-chaos gods. The arrangement was to use the strength of divine body under the pressure of the strength of world. It also doubled in power. Compared to many intermediate top-level universe god warriors, it was much stronger. Once he activated the eternal divine body of the universe, it wouldn't be difficult for him to challenge high-rank quasi-chaos god who was stronger than him. His overall strength was incredible. It was hard to say who was an intermediate low-level chaos god, but amongst the low-grade low-level chaos god, he shouldn't be considered a weakling. There are still 29 quasi-chaos god left. I wonder if they can help me improve my cultivation base and advance to the quasi-universe's divine god realm. Yang Fann really had no idea what was going on. Although there were 29 quasi-chaos god left, it was at most a few times stronger than the strength of origin that Yang Fann had absorbed before. After all, the quality of the 29 quasi-chaos god warriors wasn't high. There were only 2 top-rank quasi-chaos god warriors. High-rank quasi-chaos god only had 5 of them, and most of them were intermediate and low-rank quasi-chaos gods warriors. If they were all top-rank quasi-chaos god warriors, Yang Fann wouldn't have any doubts about them. Advancing to the quasi-universe was only a matter of time. There were only 29 top-rank quasi-chaos god. How could it be so good? In the entire Wei family, including all the subordinate god clans, there were no more than 10 top-rank quasi-chaos god warriors. Who, after exhaling a mouthful of foul air, Yang Fann did not think too much about it. How much could he improve? Even if he couldn't break through to the god realm of quasi-universe in the end, there was nothing he could do about it. Hong Long. Very quickly, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was once again pushed to the limit by Yang Fann. One after another, extremely pure strength of origin after another flowed into Yang Fann's body through the devouring black hole and into his vast inner world, strengthening the origin of the world and slowly increasing his cultivation base. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 1.5 trillion years. Pucci. All 14 low-rank quasi-chaos gods were devoured by Yang Fann. However, the result made Yang Fann slightly disappointed. It only allowed him to advance his cultivation to the peak of top-level Universe Lord early stage, not even breaking through a small realm. Another 360 billion years passed. Pucci. The last intermediate quasi-chaos god turned into a flying ash. Yang Fann's cultivation base had successfully stabilized at the limit of the top-level Universe Lord mid-stage. However, if he wanted to break through to the late top-level Universe Lord, he was still far from it. He hadn't even seen the shadow of the late top-level Universe Lord. An intermediate quasi-chaos god was also a bit weaker. Although the strength of origin was several times stronger than a low-rank quasi-god, if he wanted to break through to the late-stage realm with the help of an intermediate quasi-chaos god, he would need at least a dozen or 20 more. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 250 billion years. Out of the 5 great high-ranked quasi-chaos god, only one remained. Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the limit top-level Universe Lord late stage. It seems like there is no hope for him to break through to the quasi-universe. There was only one high-rank quasi-chaos god and 2 top-rank quasi-chaos god left, although one of them was old ancestor Shuyun, who had broken through to the extreme quasi-chaos god with a single step. The strength of origin was more than double that of the other top-rank quasi-chaos god warriors. Each of them could rival 10, or even dozens of high-rank quasi-chaos god. But even so, it was the limit for him to break through 2 small realms. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 6,300 billion years. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes slowly opened. 29 quasi-chaos god warriors had been devoured by him. Helpless, as Yang Fann had expected, he hadn't advanced to the quasi-universe. He had only barely reached the extreme top-level universe, the limits of God. If he wanted to break through successfully, he would need at least 2 quasi-extreme quasi-chaos god warriors like old ancestor Shuyun. Perhaps, he would need to devour all the treasures, divine fruit and divine medicines, and chaos treasures in his possession, and he might be able to break through to the quasi-universe. However, after thinking about it, Yang Fann gave up on this idea. This was only a possibility, and the hope would not exceed half. The most important thing was time. The efficiency of swallowing these natural treasures was not as high as swallowing a portion of the expert. If he wanted to rely on refining these natural treasures to break through, he would need tens of billions of years. How could Yang Fann wait for such a long time? If he had that much time, he might as well find a way to capture a few top-rank quasi-chaos god warriors. The Wei family was the best target. After letting the people of the Wei family live for so long, it's time to settle the score with them. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with killing intent as he made a decision in his heart. Although he hadn't broken through to the quasi-universe god realm, compared to when he had just broken through, his strength had more than doubled. Even if he were to fight a true intermediate low-level chaos god, he would still have to fight a battle before deciding who would win. Not to mention that the old ancestor of Wei family might not be able to succeed. Even if he successfully broke through to the middle-ranked chaos god, he wouldn't be a match for them because of the geographical advantage. However, he was determined to leave, and he was confident that the old ancestor of Wei family would never be able to keep him alive. He was already qualified to challenge the Wei family. Wei family, let me see what kind of resources you have. Heavenly Wei region, Wei family's ancestor Earth. Rumble. All of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that made great perfection quasi-chaos god's heart palpitate descended from the sky. It was overwhelming, and it swept across the entire ancestral land. Puchi, a large expanse of chaos was obliterated into dust. Countless chaotic streams of air flowed in reverse, collapsed, and went berserk. It was as if the end of the world had descended upon the world. Ah, what a terrifying pressure. SSS's. Under that pressure, we, quasi-chaos god, are like lowly aphids. This is the difference in the level of our lives. The group of quasi-chaos god grand elders were shocked. Under that terrifying pressure, all of them were so weak and powerless, even the two great perfection quasi-chaos god. Whether or not they could save their lives was a big problem. Chaos god, the one who came is definitely a chaos god. I wonder which friend has come to our Wei family. Wei Yuan has missed the opportunity to welcome him. C 2515 Choice Gukang Chaos Domain, the land of the human race, the ancestral land of the Wei family. Panic, endless panic, spread throughout the 108 top universes of the ancestral land. The chaos god, compared to most of them, was a complete legend. At this moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was not inferior in the slightest rose up from the heavenly Wei universe, enveloping the entire ancestral land. It was vast and mighty, blocking that mysterious pressure outside the ancestral land. Chi, the two great pressures collided unceasingly, crushing and obliterating a large expanse of chaos. In the next second, whoosh, a beam of divine light shot out of the ancestral land and into the chaos. Bang! The ray of divine light exploded and grew endlessly, turning into a terrifying great gods. This was a mighty god that was more than 10 million light-years tall. It was like the chaotic devil god that was born from the chaos, looking down at all living beings. His eyes were high and mighty, as if he was looking at the universal world. There was nothing in the billions of universes that could make him take it to heart. Countless gods were flickering and disappearing in his eyes. With a single thought, he could control the life and death of countless gods. Ah, it's the old ancestor. The old ancestor is here, the old ancestor is here. We are saved, we are saved. In an instant, the fear and uneasiness in Wei family disappeared without a trace. As long as the old ancestor was here, they would have nothing to fear. The old ancestor was the strongest. So what if he was also a chaos god? This was still the ancestral land of the Wei family. With the geographical advantage, the old ancestor could challenge those who were stronger than him. Moreover, the 12 families of the human race were all connected. If they really encountered a chaos god from another race, the other 11 families' old ancestors would definitely not stand idly by. Although the human race was constantly embroiled in internal strife, and the 12 families were also filled with countless sleems, they were still able to stand united against the chaos god from another race. Otherwise, the human race would have long since declined and would have been expelled from the ranks of the 10 great god clans. At this moment, Puchi, chaos rolled in front of Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family. A devil god-like figure quickly grew in size, and in the blink of an eye, it had become millions of light-years tall, and was on par with the old ancestor of Wei family. Heavenly Wei Universe, Heavenly Wei Divine Mountain. All the supreme elders of Wei family widened their eyes in disbelief. This time, Yang Fann didn't disguise himself, he just revealed his true face. He had already slaughtered his way to the Wei family's ancestral land, there was no need for him to hide anymore. No. How could this be? How could it be him? No, this isn't real, it's not real. Illusion, this must be my illusion. I can't believe it, I really can't believe it. A top-rank quasi-chaos god had turned into a great perfection quasi-chaos god in the blink of an eye. It was already frightening enough, but now, he had become a chaotic god. Furthermore, the aura that erupted from his body wasn't any weaker than their old ancestors. One should know that their old ancestor was a veteran chaos god, a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god who was only a step away from breaking through. Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? Even if this Yang Fann had a great opportunity in these past few trillion years, allowing him to successfully grasp that opportunity and take that crucial step, he was still just a newcomer to the chaos god realm, far from being comparable to their old ancestor. Every bit of improvement in the chaotic divine stage was calculated by an era. A few trillions of years was nothing. It only took a few blinks of an eye for it to pass. How could there be any major breakthrough? For example, their ancestor had cultivated for close to 60 million eras since he advanced to the chaos god realm. Only then did he have today's cultivation. Within the chaos, looking at Yang Fann, Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family frowned. These trillions of years were enough for him to understand everything that had happened to his family in the past million years after he left. He was no stranger to Yang Fann, the main culprit who forced his descendants to seek help from him. However, he had never expected that Yang Fann, who was only great perfection quasi-chaos god in the eyes of his descendants, was actually a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god like him. He would never be wrong about the terrifying pressure that radiated out from his body. In fact, he was even slightly stronger than him, and was infinitely close to the middle-ranked chaos god. Did that bastard eat the heart of a bear or the guts of a leopard? He actually dared to provoke such a supreme expert, and even sent experts from his family to hunt him down. Was he not going to force his family into a dead end and swear to never give up, or was he going to do something? These unfilial descendants had to be properly reorganized. Otherwise, our Wei family will be destroyed in their hands sooner or later. Wei Yuan secretly made a decision in his heart. Reorganize. He must reorganize it with all his might. Today, this group of unfilial sons were able to provoke a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god. Tomorrow, perhaps they would be able to hunt down a middle-ranked chaos god. If this continued, not to mention a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god, even a high and top-grade chaos god might not be able to withstand it. He, as an ancestor, would be killed by these unfilial descendants. Although the chaos god stood at the peak of Gukang chaos domain, and there was almost nothing that could endanger their safety, it didn't mean that there really was nothing. Throughout the history of the Gukang chaos domain, it wasn't as if the chaos god had never fallen. There were even some intermediate and high-ranked chaos god who were even stronger than him. Friend, the matter of offending you was all decided by this evil creature. It has nothing to do with our Wei family. Whether this evil creature is killed or dismembered, you can punish him as you wish. My Wei family will never complain about it. While speaking, a stream of light flashed past. Wei Kun, who was imprisoned in the death spirit abyss and suffering from the soul-devouring pain, appeared in front of Yang Fann. A quasi-middle-ranked chaos god. If it wasn't necessary, Wei Yuan really didn't want to provoke him. If he sacrificed this evil creature, he would be able to understand this matter thoroughly, and he wouldn't feel any pity for it. A junior with the highest top-ranked quasi-chaos god potential would be sacrificed. Besides, this was the fault of this evil creature. If he wasn't responsible for it, who would be responsible for it? A mere top-level universe god actually dared to provoke the high and mighty chaos god. Such a reckless person was a disaster to his family, and his death wasn't worth mentioning. No, old ancestor, please spare my life. Old ancestor, please spare my life. Wei Kun wailed in despair. The death spirit abyss was not in a good state. He had suffered the suffering of the soul-devouring day and night. It was truly a fate worse than death. However, if he really wanted to die, Wei Kun was extremely unwilling to do so. Better to die than to live a rotten life, not to mention. The punishment of the death spirit abyss was not indefinite. It was only an era. Endure. And so it passed. It was pushed cleanly. Yang Fann sneered. Did he really think that he was an idiot and that it would be easy to fool him? A mere Wei Kun had not even been confirmed as the heir of the Wei family, let alone Wei Yi, who was at the high and top-ranked quasi-chaos god, let alone Wei Yi, who was at the same level as him. Even a low-ranked quasi-chaos god's warrior was not someone Wei Kun could command. In the Wei family, the old ancestor, Wei Yuan, was high and mighty, followed by the supreme elders. Their status was equal, and they were even higher than the Wei family's patriarch, followed by the young masters and elders. For the sake of the human race, as long as you hand over the other 4 supreme elders who tried to kill me, this matter will come to an end. Otherwise, don't blame me for disregarding our friendship." Although that was what he said, Yang Fann was 100% sure that Wei Yuan would never agree to it. The 4 supreme elders were different from Wei Kun. They only had the potential to break through to the top-rank quasi-chaos god, not the true top-rank quasi-chaos god. Whether or not they could break through to high-rank quasi-chaos god in the future was still unknown, and it wasn't impossible for them to stop in front of the quasi-chaos god. In this world, there had never been a lack of geniuses who died prematurely in the middle of their journey. As for Wei Ang and the other 4 supreme elders, they had all grown up. They were the top 15 combat strength of the Wei family, especially Wei Ang, who was also one of the 10 great expert of the Wei family. If they were able to easily hand over an expert of this level, the hearts of everyone in the Wei family would disperse. Even the supreme elders could be sacrificed at will. What else was there that couldn't be sacrificed? Heavenly Wei Universe, Heavenly Wei Divine Mountain. Wei Ang and the other 4 grand elders' hearts were all in their throats as they stared straight at their old ancestor. Although they didn't think that their old ancestor would sacrifice them to ease their relationship with the other party, they weren't afraid of 10,000, just 10,000. Not only Wei Ang and the other 3 grand elders, but also the other grand elders of Wei family were staring at their old ancestor nervously. I wonder what choice the old ancestor will make. Will he sacrifice the 4 of them, or will he refuse? C2516 This is too miserable, isn't it? Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancestral land of the Wei family. All the expert in the Wei family were staring at the majestic figure in the chaos. They were wondering what decision their ancestor would make, although they didn't think that their ancestor would sacrifice the 4 supreme elders. This was the cornerstone of the Wei family, the expert that was ranked in the top 15. Every one of them had a pivotal position. It was far from what Wei Kun, the sinner, could compare with. However, he wasn't afraid of 10,000, he was just afraid of what might happen. No one could guarantee what the old ancestor was thinking. It was not a joke to say that a chaos god, or a chaos god that was not weaker than their old ancestor, was a chaos god. Even their Wei family had to think twice. In the chaos, a hint of hesitation could be seen in the eyes of Wei Yuan of old ancestor of Wei family, but it quickly disappeared without a trace. If it was anyone else, even those top-level universe god elders would have sacrificed themselves in order to quell the anger of a chaos god. In the end, this was indeed the case. The Wei family was in the wrong first. Not only did they threaten a chaos god, they even went after the chaos god recklessly afterwards. No matter where they went, it was all because the Wei family ignored them. After being provoked by so many ants, if they didn't take revenge, would they still be the supreme chaos god? In his shoes, he definitely wouldn't let this matter go, not destroying the other party's entire clan. He would never let this matter rest. The divine might of chaos was strict, sacred, and inviolable. However, Wei Ang and the other 3 were different. They were the core forces of the Wei family. They were the foundation of Wei family. Even with the foundation of Wei family, it was unlikely that high-rank quasi-chaos god would be born in millions of eras. How could they abandon high-rank quasi-chaos god just like that? Furthermore, Wei Ang and the other 3 weren't his grandsons. He was the one who had watched his great-grandsons grow up. Unlike Wei Kun and the other juniors, before this, he had never even seen them before. Although it was his bloodline descendant, there was almost no familial love to speak of. Even if he gave up, he wouldn't feel much sadness. There were countless descendants of old monsters like them who had lived for hundreds of millions of eras. Apart from the first 3 generations, who could still have some feelings for them, the later generations weren't much better than strangers to them. In fact, most of the descendants, if one didn't look at their bloodline, they wouldn't know that they were their own bloodline descendant. Fellow Taoist, Wei Ang and the other 3 were also deceived by that young woman. I didn't mean to offend you. Fellow Taoist, please forgive them for the sake of us humans. As he spoke, a stream of light flashed in Wei Yuan's hand, and a sparkling and translucent pearl appeared in his hand. Fellow Taoist, this is a top-grade chaos treasure, the illusory Ming Pearl. Fellow Taoist, please do not refuse it. In order to quell Yang Fann's anger, Wei Yuan had shed some blood. A high-grade top-grade chaos treasure was a treasure that even a chaos god would be tempted by. Many extreme quasi-chaos god might not even have a high-grade top-grade chaos treasure. If it was any other chaos god, Perhaps they would use this opportunity to descend the mountain and settle this matter. The Wei family was not a first-rate or second-rate power. If they really fell out with each other, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Moreover, if one were to calculate, the Wei family would always be at a disadvantage. 17 first-rate subsidiary god clans' powers had been destroyed, and even 30 quasi-chaos god warriors had been suppressed by him. This was a huge loss. Unfortunately, Wei Yuan had encountered Yang Fann. From the beginning to the end, Yang Fann had never thought of settling this matter with the Wei family. If this matter was really settled, what reason would he use to deal with the Wei family? How could he suppress the numerous Wei families in the Wei family? How could he advance to the quasi-universe, or even reach the Tao-confirming universe god realm? The reason why he asked the Wei family to hand over Wei Yang and the other 4 Grand Elders was because he already knew that the Wei family would never lower their heads and give in like this. I will say it one last time. Hand over the 4 of them and this matter will be settled. Otherwise, don't blame me for being ruthless, fellow Taoist. Are you really going to force me? A hint of anger flashed across Wei Yuan's eyes. He had already given Yang Fann enough face. First, he handed over one of the heirs of Wei family, Wei Kun, and then he even offered a high-grade chaos treasure as compensation. As long as it was a normal person, they should just accept it. However, this Yang Fann still refused to give up. Did he really think that the Wei family was a fat piece of meat on the chopping board that he could knead and knead as he pleased? Ancestor of the Wei family, so you are determined to protect them? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes, and a fierce light flickered in his eyes. Fellow Taoist, there are some things that you should not go too far with. My Wei family isn't someone to be trifled with. Wei Yuan's voice turned cold. Although he was afraid of the other party, he was only afraid. He was far from being afraid. Not to mention a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god, even a true middle-ranked chaos god wouldn't have the qualifications to ride on the head of the Wei family and take a piss. I'm giving you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Alright, let me see how powerful the Wei family is. Before he finished his words. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's aura rose once more, multiplying in size. Swish 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 in all directions, it was a huge area. Primal chaos was destroyed into dust. On the ground of the Wei family patriarch, the guardian formation shook violently. Vaguely, it seemed as if it was going to crack. Bitch, this fellow actually has a hidden ability. Wei Yuan's pupils shrunk, and a serious expression flashed across his face. At this moment, the pressure unleashed by Yang Fann was no less than that of a middle-ranked chaos god. This time, I'm afraid my clan is in big trouble. A middle-ranked chaos god, a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god. The difference between the two words was actually a heaven and earth, cloud and mud. If it was only a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god, with the advantage of the terrain, it wouldn't be difficult for him to defeat Yang Fann. But if it was a middle-ranked chaos god, even if he could win, he would have to pay a hefty price. This time, what kind of disaster did unfilial son cause for our Wei family? Wei Yuan gave Wei Kun a fierce look out of the corner of his eye. If it wasn't for the situation, he would have cut Wei Kun's heart into pieces. How could an ant that wasn't even a quasi-chaos god provoke a middle-ranked chaos god? How big was his heart? Su. A stream of light flashed, and an azure halberd with countless divine imprints engraved on it, a divine halberd that was tens of millions of light years long, appeared in Yang Fann's hands. It was a top high-grade chaos treasure, the Void Devil Suppression Halberd, and clan-suppressing treasure of the Void Cloud Divine Clan. He was relying on this halberd. Even if old ancestor Shu Yun were to face an ordinary extreme quasi-chaos god, he would still have the strength to fight them. After suppressing the Void Cloud Divine race, this Void Devil Suppression Halberd became Yang Fann's. This was also the strongest top-grade chaos treasure in Yang Fann's hands. He had suppressed quite a number of quasi-chaos god warriors, but only a few of them actually possessed top-grade chaos treasures. Most of them were low-grade top-grade chaos treasures. Rumble, rumble. With the halberd in hand, Yang Fann's aura once again rose. Top-grade high-grade chaos treasure, and it seems to be the Void Cloud God Clan's clan-suppressing treasure. How is this possible? Could it be that my eyes are playing tricks on me? A trace of doubt flashed across Wei Yuan's eyes, and he couldn't believe his own eyes. High-grade top-tier chaos treasure compared to quasi-chaos god, this was a rare treasure. Many extreme quasi-chaos god warriors didn't even have a high-grade top-grade chaos treasure. Some of the weaker grade perfection quasi-chaos god didn't even have a high-grade top-grade chaos treasure with him. However, the person in front of him wasn't a quasi-chaos god warrior, but a chaotic god, a middle-ranked chaos god warrior who was even stronger than him. He actually used a top-grade high-grade chaos treasure, and it was a top-grade high-grade chaos treasure that he stole from the Wei family's subordinate god clan. This was really a miserable situation. It was simply too horrible to look at. Who would believe it if this was told to the public? It had to be known that even some low-level chaos gods who had just stepped into the Tao had top-grade chaos treasures in their hands. Some of them were rich, while others held them in their hands. Even if they were not true chaos divine artifacts, they were still quasi-chaos divine artifacts that had the power of a portion of a chaos divine artifact. If all of this is true, I don't think I need to pay any price to send him away. A single quasi-chaos divine artifact was enough to make up for the gap between them. In addition to the geographical advantage, the scale of victory was tilted towards him once more. Fellow Taoist, my Wei family has no intention of becoming your enemy. If you withdraw now, my conditions will not change, and this Mirage King Pearl will still be yours. C-2517 Fight the Chaos Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancestral land of the Wei family. Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family warned Yang Fann once again, hoping that Yang Fann would stop as soon as he saw something good. He took his high-grade chaos treasure, the illusionary King Pearl, and left. To be honest, Wei Yuan didn't want to fight this battle. Although Yang Fann looked so shabby, not to mention the quasi-chaos divine artifact, he didn't even have a top-grade chaos treasure. Compared to many huge perfection chaos gods, he was much worse, let alone a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god like him. Furthermore, he had the geographical advantage. The combination of the two was not equal to 1 + 1 = 2. Wei Yuan had at least 7 levels of confidence that he could defeat Yang Fann, but so what if he could win? A middle-ranked chaos god was determined to leave. It was absolutely impossible for him to leave Yang Fann behind. At that time, there wouldn't be any benefits other than forming a sworn enemy for the Wei family. A middle-ranked chaos god was eyeing them from the dark. Just the thought of it sent chills down one's spine. Apart from him, no one else in the huge Wei family, including the two great perfection quasi-chaos god, would dare to leave the ancestral land and walk around the Gukang chaos domain. Otherwise, once they encountered this Yang Fann, it would be a hopeless situation. At that time, he basically didn't need to think about leaving the ancestral land for a long period of time, leaving the Gukang chaos domain, not to mention going out of the Gukang chaos circle to search for opportunities to break through. Without the presence of a chaos god like him, the Wei family wouldn't be able to hold on for long under the hands of a middle-ranked chaos god. Most importantly, this middle-ranked chaos god seemed to have jumped out from a crack in a rock. He had an identity and background. He knew nothing about it. He wanted to use his own way to return the favor. There was nothing he could do even if he used the people around him to restrain him. Kill. In response to Wei Yuan, there was a cold word, kill. What top-grade chaos treasure, the illusionary King Pearl, did not provide much help to him in terms of combat strength. Yang Fann did not need it. There were many quasi-chaos god warriors in the Wei family. Even Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family was Yang Fann's target. A quasi-middle-ranked chaos god, 30 quasi-chaos god, and over 1,000 top-level universe god warriors. If he could kill all of them in one fell swoop, he wouldn't be able to guarantee that he would be able to break through to the universe god realm, but he would definitely be able to break through to the great perfection quasi-universe god. At that time, in the vast Gukang chaos domain, only the ancient blue chaos god, a middle-level chaos god, could make him feel some fear. As for the other chaos gods, even if they were quasi-middle-level chaos god, even if he was no match for them, he would still be able to escape from them with ease. He truly possessed the ability to run amok in the Gukang chaos circle. Although the current him was powerful, he was still a bit lacking when it came to being foolproof. Putting aside the ancient blue chaotic god, even a quasi-middle-level chaos god or even extreme chaos god would have a high chance of killing him if he was willing to pay some price. Bitch it, do you really think I have no temper? Wei Yuan's eyes flashed with killing intent. Even a clay figurine would be slightly angered, let alone a high and mighty chaos god who controlled the fate of billions of gods. He had said all the good things he wanted to say, but this Yang Fann still refused to give up. He had gone too far. At this moment, the fury in Wei Yuan's heart was completely ignited. Like the eruption of billions of volcanoes, it destroyed all of Wei Yuan's rationality. His surging combat intent soared to the sky above his head and pierced through the chaos. If you want to fight, then fight, rumble. With a flash of light, an ancient divine saber with countless divine imprints engraved on it appeared in Wei Yuan's hand. On the back of the saber, a wolf's head. It was ferocious and terrifying. It was terrifying to look at. It was as if in the next second, the wolf head would break out from the godly blade and devour all living beings. Rumble, rumble. With the blade in hand, Wei Yuan's energy began to rise crazily and steadily. He was not any weaker than Yang Fann, a intermediate chaos god. Ancient wolf blade, low-grade quasi-chaos divine artifact. 30 million eons ago, Wei Yuan killed a great perfection quasi-chaos god realm desolate ancient wolf. With its bone as the main body, it was refined from thousands of natural treasures. The day the blade was formed, it sealed the soul of the desolate ancient wolf within it, allowing the blade to step into the ranks of low-grade quasi-chaos divine artifacts in one go. After being nurtured by 30 million eons, he swallowed countless god experts, blood essences, and ancient blades. The power of the ancient blades was even greater than in the past. Even among the many low-grade souls, they could be considered top quality. Die Blue Wolf Moonhowl Rumble. With a slash of his blade, a terrifying blue wolf that was billions of light years long howled past, devouring everything. Rumble. When the saber and halberd collided, a terrifying power seemed to want to blow up the entire primal chaos. Genshi. Numerous criss-crossing cracks appeared on the Wei clan ancestors' Earth Guardian formation, spanning over 100,000 light years, a million light years. Wei Kun, the dignified extreme top-level universe god, and even the great elder of the Wei family, 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 the great elder of the Wei family. Hong Long. Terrifying, this was the mighty power of the chaotic divine. Even an ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god could only tremble in the distance. He didn't even have the qualifications to participate in the battle. One should know that the ancestor of the Wei family, the Earth Guardian formation, was personally deployed by Wei Yuan. It was enough to withstand the attack of a low-grade chaos god. Yang Fann's arms trembled slightly, and the space between his thumb and index finger started to crack. Golden divine bloods the size of a lake kept dripping down. On the other hand, although Wei Yuan's right arm was trembling slightly, the space between his thumb and index finger did not crack. Clearly, Yang Fann was at a slight disadvantage in this head-on collision. The high-grade top-grade chaos treasure void, Devil God Halberd, was still a little lacking. If the chaos treasure in his hand was a top-grade chaos treasure, the one who would be at a disadvantage would be Wei Yuan. Chaos God is indeed not simple. Yang Fann's heart skipped a beat, but there was no fear in his heart. Instead, his battle intent soared. With his current cultivation base, it would not be easy to find another opponent who was equally matched with him. Especially in the small chaotic circle of Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, which only had one large-sized chaos domain, it was even more difficult to find another opponent. There were less than 100 chaos gods in total, and each of them was an elusive master. How could they be so easily touched? Moreover, for no reason at all, it was impossible for him to encounter a primal chaos deity and fight with him to the death. Dragon Sun First Cycle. Rumble. Yang Fann's strength doubled. He moved his body and shattered the chaos. Then, he thrust his halberd at Wei Yuan. Good, eat my halberd again. Dragon Sun Second Transformation. Ha ha ha. Truly satisfying Dragon Sun Triple Transformation. Forbidden divine ability. This bastard, is there a mistake? Wei Yuan gritted his teeth and blocked Yang Fann's attack. What kind of grudge was this? Everyone had the same cultivation base and strength, and no one could really do anything to each other. It was fine if they wanted to have a fight, but if they wanted to use the forbidden divine ability, there was no need for that. The higher the cultivation base, the greater the price they would have to pay for the forbidden divine ability. For chaos gods like them, unless they were truly enemies that would fight to the death, they rarely used the forbidden divine ability to fight. This bastard, he didn't play according to the rules at all. Die Dragon Sun Fourth Transformation Rumble. Yang Fann's strength doubled once again. His strength was so terrifying that it seemed like he was going to catch up with high-ranked chaos god. Under the strike of the halberd, the ancient blade of ash wolf in Wei Yuan's hand, which had almost been slashed, slipped out of his hand. The ancestor of the Wei family, heavenly Wei divine mountain. Ah, no, how could this be? Am I seeing things? Old ancestor. The old ancestor. He seems to be at a disadvantage. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? Ancestor is the strongest. How could that Yang Fann be a match for the old ancestor? The group of quasi-chaos god from the Wei family were shocked, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Even if they were both chaos gods, the one who had the upper hand should be their old ancestor. Old ancestor of Wei family, show me your trump card. Don't say that I didn't give you the chance. As he spoke, rumble, the fourth cycle of the solar dragon was enhanced once more. It struck out with its halberd, which was almost as powerful as the full-powered strike of high-ranked chaos god. Bang, the saber and halberd collided. The ancient blade of the ash wolf in Wei Yuan's hand almost flew out. That mighty divine body that was millions of light years tall was directly sent flying. Bitch it, bastard. You forced me, roar ancestral spirit, fuse with my body. C-2518 defeat the Wei clan ancestor Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancestral land of the Wei family. A ruthless look flashed across the eyes of Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family. He had finally made up his mind to use the resources of the Wei family. This Yang Fann was truly a madman. Without saying a word, he immediately used the forbidden divine ability. If he didn't show any reaction, he would definitely be crushed by this madman. With the help of the forbidden divine ability, Yang Fann's strength had exceeded his by more than 10 times. Even some high-ranked chaos god's strength wasn't any weaker than his. Hong long, rumble, rumble, rumble. Boundless divine light erupted from the Wei family's ancestral ground, finally transforming into a terrifying demonic god phantom. It appeared behind Wei Yuan. Vaguely, one could see that this demonic god phantom was somewhat similar to Wei Yuan. Boom boom boom, in an instant, Wei Yuan's aura started to rise rapidly. It was several times stronger than before, and it seemed like it was going to surpass Yang Fann's. Yang Fann, you will pay the price for your madness. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. Wei Yuan held the ancient blade of the ash wolf and lunged at Yang Fann. Bang bang, the blade and halberd collided crazily. In just an instant, the two of them had exchanged thousands of blows. One of them had the forbidden divine ability, the 5 rotations of the dragon sun, which increased his strength by 16 times. The other had relied on the help of the ancestral spirits of the ancestral land. For a moment, he felt like he was about to meet a worthy opponent. He fought until it was inextricably inextricable, and no one was able to do anything to the other. I knew it, the old ancestor is the strongest. I was at a disadvantage just now, but the old ancestor did not show his true abilities. The final victor of this battle must be the old ancestor. It must be Heavenly Wei Universe, Heavenly Wei Divine Mountain. The hearts of the Wei clan elders and grand elders were relieved. I knew it, the old ancestor has the geographical advantage. How could he possibly lose? He was just playing around with that Yang Fann. Now that they were serious about it, how could Yang Fann be a match for their old ancestor? Fellow Taoist, if we continue fighting, it will be a draw. How about we stop here? Wei Yuan forced Yang Fann back with his saber and said, after a violent attack, his rationality gained the upper hand once again. If this battle continued, other than wasting resources, there would be no other benefits. Did he really think that the power of the ancestral spirit could be used just like that? Every second and every breath was a resource. In such a short period of time, the resources that were used were enough for extreme top-level universe god to go bankrupt. If they really fought to the end with Yang Fann, who knew how many resources the Wei family would lose? Give up. Impossible. Either you die today, or I die. Kill Dragon Sun. 6 transformations. With a cold shout, Yang Fann's strength doubled once again. The scale of victory once again tilted towards Yang Fann. Bitch it, Yang Fann, are you really going to do something so extreme? Wei Yuan tried his best to resist. He gritted his teeth. There was only so little resentment between them. There was no need to be so serious. He had to fight to the death. Take my halberd again. Dragon Sun. 7 transformations. Boom. Yang Fann's strength doubled once more, almost comparable to a peak quasi-chaos god. Roar bastard, I'm going to kill you. He lowered his head again and again in exchange for such an outcome. The anger that had just been suppressed in Wei Yuan's heart rushed up once again, destroying his rationality. Did he really think that Wei Yuan didn't have a temper? Forbidden divine ability, you know it, I know it too. Strength of origin, burn rumble. Rumble. Wei Yuan's strength was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing exponentially in an instant. His aura was so terrifying that it completely surpassed Yang Fann's, and he was infinitely close to being a top-grade chaos god. "Bastard, come and die!" the Ash Wolf roared furiously. "I'm going all out. I'm afraid you can't do it." 9 rotations of the Dragon Sun. The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed, and the 9 rotations of the Dragon Sun 9 rotations immediately increased by 2. In an instant, the strength in his body flipped twice, and he steadily stepped into the ranks of top-grade chaos gods, and he was also one of the best. "Bitch it, this bastard, he doesn't want his life anymore." Wei Yuan was dumbfounded. He had seen crazy people before, but he had never seen such a crazy person. Using the forbidden divine ability like this was like digging his own grave. In the future, not to mention advancing to high-ranked chaos god, he would be able to protect his middle-ranked chaos god cultivation base. It was still unknown. It wasn't like I killed your parents or your entire family just for a small matter. It's not enough. The Dragon Sun 10 transformations rumble. Yang Fann's strength doubled once more. Grug, grug, grug. A terrifying pressure directly crushed apart the chaos. Rumble, rumble. An endless mushroom cloud rose up from the 108 peak universes of the Wei family. The Guardian formation finally couldn't withstand the violent pressure and quickly collapsed. Ah, not good. The Guardian formation is about to break. Quick, everyone, quickly stabilize the formation. A great perfection quasi-chaos god's expression suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock. Once the Guardian formation was destroyed, even a quasi-chaos god like him would have to shed a layer of skin if he didn't die. Not to mention those elders, there were also ordinary family members who weren't even top-level universe god warriors. Under the wave of energy, there would be no way for them to survive. Roar Demon Cloud Divine Pagoda, suppress Great Divine Ability, Myriad Origins return to 1 Divine Ability, Space Cage. The other quasi-chaos god woke up one after another. All kinds of divine abilities and supreme treasures attacked with all their might, stabilizing the broken Guardian formation. They couldn't break it, they couldn't break it. They had to hold on, they had to hold on. In the chaos, ah, madman, this bastard is a madman. Wei Yuan's pupils constricted, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. That terrifying power was far above his, and even if it was some extreme chaos god, it wouldn't be too far away from him. As for a middle-ranked chaos god, he had almost unleashed the power of extreme chaos god. The price he had to pay was obvious, even if he had to think about it with his toe. He was going to die together with him. He was afraid. Wei Yuan was really scared. He was still young, and he still had the boundless longevity. He still wanted to break through to the intermediate, high-ranked chaos god, if possible, even wanted to break through to the middle-level chaos god. How could he die with such a madman? Unknowingly, Wei Yuan's heart was covered with a trace of desire to retreat. The fury in his heart quickly dissipated. He was just a normal person. Why would he care so much about such a madman? Furthermore, after this battle, this madman had basically been crippled. Whether or not he could protect his chaos god cultivation was still unknown. At this moment, Cloud Dragon 9 transformations. Although the power of the Dragon Sun 10 changes was above Wei Yuan's, it was still not enough to defeat him. Clenching his teeth, Yang Fann used another forbidden divine ability, Cloud Dragon 9 changes. He would not scare Wei Yuan anymore. If Wei Yuan's life wasn't really in danger, it would be very difficult for him to gain anything today. Perhaps, he would just waste his resources for nothing. This wasn't what Yang Fann wanted. No matter what he said, he would cut off a piece of meat from the Wei family today. Hong Long. In an instant, Yang Fann's terrifying divine body had grown another head. His terrifying pressure had increased by nearly 10 times. He had completely surpassed Extreme Chaos God, and even amongst the numerous Extreme Chaos God, Yang Fann was considered one of the best. Ah, no. An extremely dangerous aura quickly enveloped Wei Yuan's entire body. Initially, he thought that he had seen through the madness of this madman, but he still underestimated him. Using 2 forbidden divine ability at the same time, and using such a powerful forbidden divine ability at the same time. The side effects were so great that it was beyond the imagination of ordinary people. After this battle, it was almost certain that he would fall from the Chaos God stage. What kind of grudge was this? Was there really a need for him to be so crazy? Ancestor of the Wei family, die for me! Boom! The void and Devil God's halberd shattered the chaos, as if Devil God had opened the sky. Under the strike of the halberd, the entire chaos seemed to be split apart. Not good, I can't defend against this halberd strike, nor can I defend against it. Wei Yuan's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of enlightenment emerged in his mind. Under this halberd strike, even if he didn't die, he would at least have a layer of skin peeled off, and he would most likely suffer an indelible Dao injury. Bitchit, I can't afford to offend this madman, can't he just hide from me? Divine ability, Blood Rainbow Divine Escape. C 2519 Sweep across the Wei clan's ancestral land. Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancestral land of the Wei family. Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family couldn't hide the fear on his face. He could feel a deep breath of death coming from the halberd. He couldn't block this halberd unless he was like a madman, using the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his strength at all costs, at the risk of losing his cultivation base to the Chaos God. However, this was obviously impossible. Motherfucker, he wasn't crazy, he still had the unlimited longevities to live on, so how could he choose to perish together with this madman? Buzz. A rainbow light flashed, and Wei Yuan disappeared into the chaos. At this moment, the ancestral land of the Wei family and the descendants of the younger generation were all left behind by Wei Yuan. His life was the most important thing in this vast world. The reason why the Wei family was able to become the 12 guardian families of the human race and suppress the billions of divine races was all because of him, the Chaos God. Once he died or was severely injured, his cultivation base would drop to the Chaos God stage. Even if the Wei family wasn't immediately removed from the 12 guardian families of the human race, they would still be reduced to the last few. On the contrary, as long as his ancestor was safe and sound, even if no one was left alive, they would all die. The Wei family was also one of the top 5 major powers of the human race. Heavenly Wei Universe, Heavenly Wei Divine Mountain. All of the Wei family elders and grand elders widened their eyes in disbelief. No, how could this be? How could this be? I didn't see wrongly, right? Old ancestor. No, this is not true. It is not true. I don't believe it, I don't believe it. How could the old ancestor be? He couldn't accept it, he really couldn't accept it. How could the invincible old ancestor in his heart lose? Moreover, it was fine if he lost, but he actually abandoned them without saying a word and escaped alone. Was this still the old ancestor they knew? Illusion, this must be their illusion. In the chaos, Yang Fann didn't pay any attention to the fleeing Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family. He turned his gaze towards the Wei family's ancestral ground. From the beginning, Yang Fann knew very well. It was easy to defeat the Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family, but he wanted to suppress him completely. It was absolutely impossible for a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god like Wei Yuan to be determined to leave. Unless a few high and top-grade chaos gods attacked at the same time, or a middle-level chaos god like quasi-middle-level chaos god or ancient blue chaos god attacked at the same time. It's possible to completely suppress it. It was just a single person. Even the real extreme chaos god didn't have much confidence in keeping him alive. Besides, he was just a dumbass who relied on the forbidden divine ability to unleash extreme chaos god's combat strength. It would be a waste of effort to chase after Wei Yuan. Perhaps only after he broke through to the great perfection quasi-universe god, or even a true universe god, would he be able to suppress a chaos god. Rather than wasting his energy to chase after Wei Yuan, he might as well suppress him. Wei family's ancestral ground. What he ate was what truly belonged to him. Otherwise, everything would be empty talk. Besides, the Wei clan's patriarch, the Earth Prime Minister. Compared to Wei Yuan, it was not much different. It was also a piece of fat meat. Over 1,000 top-level universe god warriors. If he could suppress and devour all of them, he would be able to break through to the god realm of quasi-universe. He would be able to break through to the intermediate, low-rank quasi-universe god, high-grade, and even ultimate quasi-cosmic god. Besides these elders and grand elders, the Wei family had existed for hundreds of millions of eras. The resources that they had accumulated were the same. It was an astronomical figure, 100 times, 1,000 times more than the total amount of resources that he had obtained from the 17 great first-class god clan powers. Break for me, Rumble. Yang Fann let out a savage laugh as he sent a palm strike towards the ancestor of the Wei family. The giant hand covered the sky and covered the earth, encompassing all 108 of the top universes of the Wei family patriarch. Poochie. The Wei family patriarch's Earth Guardian formation, which had been shattered by the aftereffects of the battle between the two supreme guardian formations, could not withstand Yang Fann's frontal attack that was comparable to extreme chaos gods. The Earth Guardian formation of the Wei family was completely destroyed before it could even last for half a breath's time. Ah, poof, poo, poo. Many of the elders and grand elders were severely injured by the backlash, and they continuously spat out mouthfuls of blood. It's broken. The Guardian formation is broken. Woo. What should we do? What should we do? I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save us, save us. Despair, endless despair spread across the entire ancestral land, the 108 universes. Run everyone, run primal chaos boundary break glyph, world destruction roar. Divine blood burning, origin blood escape. All the experts that were still able to move used their life-saving skills and trump cards. They could only hope that they could escape from Yang Fann's hands. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. It was the same for the two Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God had the chance to survive in the hands of the Chaos God. That was only when compared to the low-grade Chaos God. Once he surpassed the low-grade Chaos God, even if he was only at the middle-ranked Chaos God, he wouldn't be able to reach the next level. Not to mention, with the help of the two forbidden divine ability, Yang Fann's strength was even greater than extreme Chaos Gods. If he wanted to live, that was a dream unless, these two Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God were the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God whose strength was infinitely close to a low-level Chaos God. Perhaps, there was still a slight possibility. Unfortunately, neither of them was. Ah, no, please spare my life, Senior, please spare my life. Spare me, please spare me. All of this has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Woo. Senior, as long as you don't kill me, I am willing to withdraw from the Wei family. From now on, I will cut off all ties with the Wei family. Roar, Hua Sheng, you will have your retribution. The old ancestor will never let you go. He will never let you go. Wei Yuan won't let me go. I won't let him go. Yang Fann sneered, totally not putting the curse of the Wei family in his heart. Even if Wei Yuan didn't come to find him, he would still take the initiative to find Wei Yuan. Whether he could successfully advance to the Universe God realm was highly likely because of Wei Yuan. Otherwise, just relying on the Quasi-Chaos God alone, who knew how many people he would need to absorb to have a chance of successfully becoming a Universe God. The Quasi-Universe God had broken through to the Universe God realm. The resources needed, that was 1,000 times, 10,000 times more than the amount required to break through to the Quasi-Universe. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the vast land of the Wei clan had turned into an empty zone. The 108 top-grade universes, all of them had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. Very quickly, another half-incense stick of time passed. Countless billions of light-years away from the Wei clan's ancestral land. Poochie. The chaos was torn apart. Yang Fann, who had returned to his normal size, took a step forward. His cultivation base seemed to have dropped to the limit of the top-level Universe Lord. Yang Fann had suffered a great loss in this battle of the Wei family. Using the two forbidden divine ability didn't mean 1 + 1 = 2. Instead, it had increased exponentially. The previous 29 Quasi-Chaos God had basically been devoured and refined for nothing. However, Yang Fann didn't show any signs of pain on his face. Instead, there was a hint of a smile on his face. The price of this battle was huge, but his harvest was equally shocking. Putting aside everything else, just the two Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, and any one of them. The strength of origin was a lot more than the total number of Quasi-Chaos God he had absorbed. One should know that Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was completely different from the other Quasi-Chaos God warriors. Even extreme Quasi-Chaos God and strength of origin were more than 10 times weaker than Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. In addition to the wealth of these experts, as well as the accumulated wealth of the Wei family that had lasted for hundreds of millions of eras. Just thinking about it made Yang Fann's heart race. In the next second, boom, the strength of soul, which was comparable to the chaotic god, swept out. Yang Fann couldn't wait to count his gains. C2520 request for help. Gukang Chaos Domain, Human Race, Heavenly Wei Region. Rumble. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and an indescribable surprise flashed across his eyes. Even his breathing seemed to be slightly hurried. This time, he had really made a huge profit. The Wei family was indeed a top family clan that had existed for hundreds of millions of eras. The wealth of their family was comparable to that of the Wei family. What he had imagined was even more. He didn't waste a large amount of his origin energy. Even though his cultivation base was at the risk of falling to the top-level Universe Lord, he still wanted to defeat Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family and take down the ancestral land of the Wei family. Yang Fann had found 18 of the top-grade Yang Fanns, including 2 of the top-grade Chaos Treasures. There were hundreds or thousands of low-grade Chaos Treasures, and as for the intermediate and low-level Chaos Treasure, they were piled up like a mountain. Also, those universe sources could almost fill up an entire universe. It was unknown how many billions of cubic meters there were. As for the other natural treasures and divine fruit and divine medicines, there was no need to even mention them. Even Yang Fann's current spiritual consciousness was almost unable to cover them. Furthermore, this was only obtained from the Wei family's treasure vault. It didn't include the belongings of 30 grand elders and thousands of elders. Otherwise, even if the harvest wasn't doubled, it wouldn't be much different. Putting those top-level universe god elders aside for now, the 30 supreme elders were all extremely wealthy, and couldn't be compared to those quasi-chaos god-affiliated powers. Especially those 2 great perfection quasi-chaos god, each of them had 2 high-grade chaos treasures. It had to be said that Yang Fann, a middle-ranked chaos god, was really shabby compared to them. Just 1 top-grade chaos treasure was enough to hold the entire scene. It was truly shameful to say it out loud, but now, all of this had been given to Yang Fann. With the 6 great supreme-grade chaos treasures in his hands, he was armed to the teeth. If he had so many supreme-grade Wei Yuans to protect himself during the battle with Wei Yuan, he wouldn't have to pay such a huge price. He wouldn't even need to use the Cloud Dragon 9 changes. With just the Dragon Sun 10 changes, he might be able to defeat Wei Yuan. Open for me! Boom! A brilliant divine light erupted from Yang Fann's body, transforming into a heaven-splitting divine axe that tore apart the surrounding chaos. Yang Fann didn't intend to find another place to cultivate, this was the place. Poochie poochie poochie. Very quickly, a large world quickly took shape in front of Yang Fann. 10,000 light years, 10,000 light years, 1 million light years, 100 million light years, 1 billion light years. With a terrifying speed, it rapidly expanded in all directions. Universe 8 trigrams divine formation, rise rumble. Rumble. 72 beams of divine light flashed past Yang Fann's body and merged into the great world, suppressing the world in all directions. The wealthy Yang Fann used 8 high-grade top-grade chaos treasures and 64 quasi-top-level chaos treasures to set up this formation. The defensive power was terrifying. Even a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god like Wei Yuan would need some effort to break through this formation. With the protection of this formation, it would be enough to resist the terrifying pressure that would rise dramatically after his cultivation base broke through. This time, if he didn't devour all of the Wei family's supreme elders, and the huge amount of universe sources in his hand, Yang Fann wouldn't be able to come out of his seclusion. Otherwise, even if he could find Wei Yuan and defeat him, he would have no hope of suppressing him. It would be a complete waste of his time. Rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged in the world center, his body transforming into tens of thousands of light-year terrifying giant spirits. Every cell in his body, it was a devouring black hole that crazily devoured all the power of the universe sources in the surroundings. Kai, 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 Kai. Every breath and every second, there were tens of millions of cubic meters of universe sources that were absorbed and refined by Yang Fann. This caused the world origin energy that Yang Fann had used up to use the forbidden divine ability to begin recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. His cultivation base, which had almost dropped to the limit of top-level Universe Lord, quickly stabilized and started rising towards the quasi-universe. The location of the Wei clan's ancestral land. Poochie. Chaos shattered, and a person took a step out from within. It was Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family. However, at this moment, Wei Yuan's face was ashen, and his body was trembling with anger. A gurgling sound was heard from his throat, and he was enraged by the lightning. He was baring his teeth, and both of his eyes were red. It was as if blood was dripping out of his eyes. He was like an enraged beast that wanted to eat someone. Roar! A flower was born. Yang Fann, you're a flower. How dare you? How dare you, Tianer? How roar, Hua Sheng, if I don't kill you, I swear I won't be human. Destroyed. That Hua Sheng was completely destroyed. The land of the Wei clan had almost suppressed all of his blood. This enmity, this hatred, he couldn't live under the same sky. Yang Fann, That woman must die. And that evil creature. If it wasn't for the fact that Wei Kun had been completely annihilated by the aftershocks of their battle, he would definitely have turned this evil creature into ashes, letting him know what it meant to be unable to live, unable to beg for death. All of this was caused by this evil creature. If it wasn't for this evil creature who was looking down on everyone, how could the Wei family have provoked a madman like Yang Fann? And why would they suffer such a great disaster? The efforts of the Wei family in nearly 100 million eras had been wasted just like that. How much light and yin was needed to restore the Wei family? That bastard deserved to die 10,000 times for his sins. He deserved to die 10,000 times for his sins. After a while, Wei Yuan finally managed to suppress the surging killing intent in his heart. However, he didn't immediately seek out Yang Fann for revenge. Instead, he struck out numerous mysterious runes and began contacting the other 11 ancestors of the human race. He wanted to exact revenge on them. But now wasn't the time. With just him alone, even if he found Yang Fann, the chances of him taking revenge wouldn't exceed 1 level. Even if the side effect of the forbidden divine ability caused his cultivation base to drop drastically, or even to the Chaos God stage, it would still be the same. Hua Sheng wanted to leave with all his heart. He had almost no confidence that he would be able to keep him alive. If he was not careful, he might have to die with the woman. With the crazy force of the flower, he was anxious. She could do anything crazy. Sometimes, an injured tiger was even scarier than an uninjured tiger if a middle-ranked Chaos God was willing to pay any price. If he were to fight with his life on the line, even a high-grade, or even a top-grade Chaos God might die for him, let alone a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God like him. He wanted revenge, but Wei Yuan cherished his life even more. Otherwise, he wouldn't have abandoned his descendants and escaped by himself. At that time, if he had risked losing his cultivation base and stopped Yang Fann, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to stop Yang Fann. Taking 10,000 steps back, he still failed to stop Yang Fann. However, it was a piece of cake for him to create an opportunity for the elders and supreme elders of Wei family to escape. Time flew by. Soon, 10,000 years had passed. A great world had been established at the original location of the Wei clan's ancestral land. 12 mighty existences with terrifying auras had gathered in that great world. Each of them had a terrifying aura that was thousands of times stronger than great perfection quasi-chaos gods. 5 of them were comparable to or even surpassed many chaos gods. Yang Fann's greatest enemy, Wei ancestor Wei Yuan, was one of them. These 12 people were none other than the 12 old ancestors of the human race's 12 guardian families. They were also the strongest forces of the human race in Gukang Chaos Domain. 5 Chaos Gods and 7 invincible great perfection quasi-Chaos God. The strongest person was the old ancestor of Shen Kong clan and extreme Chaos God. His strength was 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than Wei ancestor and Wei Yuan. He was also the spiritual pillar of the human race in Gukang Chaos Domain. The reason why the human race could become one of the 10 major races in Gukang Chaos Domain was because of Divine Air Grand Master. If it wasn't for Divine Air Grand Master, the human race might have fallen from the position of the top 10 races and become a member of the ordinary top divine race. Everyone, you and the 12 families have always been looking forward to helping us. Now, our Wei family has suffered a great calamity. Our ancestral land has been destroyed by that devil, Yang Fann. Countless of our people have died at the hands of that devil. I hope that all of you can help me kill that devil and avenge my son's death. After this, I will reward you handsomely. C 2521 Quasi-Universe God Gukang Chaos Domain, the ruins of the Wei family's ancestral land. Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family looked around at the 11 old ancestors. His eyes were filled with anticipation. If these old ancestors were willing to help him, his revenge would only be a matter of time. Among the 11 old ancestors, there were 4 of them, including the Chaos God. The remaining 7 were the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god whose combat strength was on par with the Chaos God. Any 2 of them could match the power of a low-grade Chaos God. Even a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God like him would only be able to fight 3 of them at the same time without losing. If more than 4 of them attacked at the same time, he would have no choice but to retreat. If it was just an ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god, how could these 7 families have the qualifications to stand side by side with them? They were the same as the 12 families. Boundless chaos. No matter what kind of power or race one was in, what decided one's status would always be one's own power. Furthermore, they weren't alone. There was a major power supporting them from behind, especially the number 1 Shen Kong clan and the number 2 Kongming family. Apart from the old ancestor Divine Heir Grand Master and ancestor Kongming, the two families also had the Chaos God. For example, the Shen Kong clan also had 2 Chaos Gods in the Kongming clan. However, there was also another Chaos God. Those were the 8 Chaos Gods. Not to mention that Yang Fann had suffered a backlash from the forbidden divine ability, his strength had fallen drastically. Most of them had already lost the combat strength of the Chaos Gods. Even if they were still in good condition, they would still be unable to escape from their encirclement. Wei Yuan, I can't help you with this matter. Ancestor Kongming pondered for a moment before rejecting the offer. He didn't give Wei Yuan any face at all. As the second most powerful family in the 12 families, he did have the ability to not give face to the Wei family. Not to mention himself, even the second ancestor of the Kongming family was not much weaker than Wei Yuan. It was true that the 12 families wanted to help, but the prerequisite was that they had to face an external force. However, Yang Fann, just like them, was also a human. This was an internal conflict of the human race. They didn't have the obligation to advance and retreat together with the Wei family. Speaking of which, the Wei family had brought this upon themselves. What had happened? Although they didn't explain everything clearly, they still had a rough idea of what had happened. The Chaos God could not be humiliated. A mere Chaos God could not be humiliated. Not even an ant dares to offend the might of a Chaos God. If it were them, they would never let the Wei family go so easily. Otherwise, where would the divine might of chaos be? However, Yang Fann's ruthlessness had exceeded their expectations. This was also one of the main reasons why ancestor Kongming refused to help, because he didn't want to give Wei family any face. He wanted to destroy the Wei family's ancestral land even at the risk of losing his cultivation base. He was a truly ruthless man. It wasn't like their Kongming family had provoked Yang Fann. He wouldn't take the blame for the Wei family. For such a small matter, that Yang Fann could be so ruthless. If this was done to their Kongming family, even if their Kongming family's strength was far superior to the Wei family, and they had a top-grade Chaos God as their guardian, their Yuan Qi would be greatly damaged, and their foundation might even be shaken. It was best not to offend such a ruthless person. Brother Wei Yuan, we are all humans, so it's not appropriate for us to interfere. That's right, Brother Wei Yuan, this is the matter between your Wei family and that Yang Fann. With ancestor Kongming as the leader, the other old ancestors no longer had any concerns, especially the 7 quasi-chaos god old ancestors. They quickly agreed and rejected the offer. Wei Yuan, a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god, could escape from that madman's hands, but that didn't mean they had the same confidence. If they were not careful, perhaps they would have to follow the ancestral land and be killed by that madman. In order to avenge the Wei family, they had to sacrifice themselves. That was why they weren't so great. Everyone, could it be that you have forgotten about the agreement between the aristocratic families? We, the 12 aristocratic families, have signed a contract of the Great Path. We must advance and retreat together and face strong enemies together. Wei Yuan was unwilling to accept this. If Divine Heir Grand Master and the others didn't make a move, he wouldn't have the confidence to take down Yang Fann by himself. Brother Wei Yuan, it's true that we have signed the Great Dao contract, but it's only against the chaos gods of other races. That Yang Fann also belongs to the human race. That's right, if the chaos gods of other races bully the Wei family, we will naturally be duty-bound to do so. However, this is an internal conflict of the human race. Forgive me for not keeping you company. He wanted them to help him deal with a chaos god. What kind of joke was that? Did he really think that they were good people who were willing to help others? Everyone, as long as you are willing to help, after the matter is done, I am willing to offer 10 units of origin of chaos to each family. Wei Yuan gritted his teeth and said. He knew that these old ancestors were the ones who would not give up until they saw the rabbit. If they did not pay the price today, it would be impossible to invite them. 10 units of origin of chaos. In an instant, other than Divine Heir Grand Master and Ancestor Kongming, who were both peak and top-grade chaos gods, the eyes of the other 9 old ancestors lit up. 10 units of origin of chaos was not a small number. One should know that even a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god like Wei Yuan, who had fought for 200,000 eras, might not be able to accumulate 1 unit of origin of chaos. 10 units of origin of chaos was equivalent to 2 to 3 million eras of hard work, let alone 10. It was even 10 units of origin of chaos per family. If all 11 old ancestors agreed to help, even if they didn't empty all of Wei Yuan's belongings at once, it wouldn't be much different. In order to get revenge, Wei Yuan was ready to throw caution to the wind. However, these 10 units of origin of chaos weren't that easy to get. Yang Fann was a ruthless character. If he was not careful, he might even have to take Wei Yuan in. Sigh, do I agree or refuse? Heavenly Wei region, within a large world. Rumble, rumble, countless power of the universe sources transformed into numerous dragons of origin, which Yang Fann absorbed and refined. He had no idea at all. In order to deal with him, Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family had emptied all his belongings. However, even if Yang Fann knew about it, he wouldn't care too much about it. Under the absolute power, all schemes and plots would be in vain. As long as he could fully digest the benefits he had gained from this battle, he would have a chance of breaking through to the great perfection quasi-universe god in one fell swoop. His combat strength would surely increase by 1,000, 10,000 times. Even if he wasn't a middle-level chaos god opponent like the ancient blue chaotic god. However, no one below the middle-level chaos god would be a match for him. In other words, Yang Fann couldn't wait for them to come knocking on his door so that he could seize the opportunity to suppress 1 or 2 chaos gods. He would continue to help him attain the Tao and become a universe god, so that he could have enough strength of origin. In the blink of an eye, 80 billion years had passed. The Yang Fanns that Yang Fann had plundered from the Wei family's ancestral land had been depleted by nearly 1%. The source that Yang Fann had used up had finally been fully recovered. His cultivation base had once again returned to the limit of the top-level universe lord. One had to admit that Yang Fann had gained a lot this time. Back then, he had devoured 29 quasi-chaos god top-level universe lords, and now, he had only used 1% of the universe source to recover his original cultivation base. S alone contained 100 times more strength of origin than the 29 quasi-chaos gods. A top power was a top power. Compared to a top power, they were like heaven and earth. Soon, another 200 billion years passed. That huge amount of universe sources had once again been consumed by 2%. Yang Fann's cultivation had finally reached the limit of the top-level universe lord, and there was only a slight gap between them and breaking through. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 350 billion years. Rumble. All of a sudden, a dazzling divine light radiated from Yang Fann's body, illuminating the entire world. Even his divine body had grown infinitely taller, as if it was going to explode the entire world. He had made a breakthrough. After absorbing nearly 4% of the universe source that the Wei family had accumulated over the past 100 million eras, Yang Fann had finally taken the most crucial step and successfully broke through to the quasi-universe god stage. Pucci Pucci, the world crystal wall shattered. That inner world, which was much larger than many of high-rank quasi-chaos gods' inner universe, was expanding rapidly in all directions at a speed visible to the naked eye. The strength of divine body, under the charge of the strength of world, also steadily rose, multiplying in size. Buzzing in all 4 directions of the great world, the universe 8 trigrams divine formation trembled slightly. The spatial crystal wall twisted and cracked. 1 billion years later, the universe sources in the surroundings were once again reduced by 1%. Wang. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Ha ha ha, this is my current strength. It's really too powerful. Ha ha ha. C2522 exposed Gukang Chaos Domain, Heavenly Wei Domain, the newly created world. Yang Fann's voice was like a bronze bell that echoed throughout the entire world. Terrifying sound waves rolled like tides and shattered the 4-direction space. The excitement on his face could not be concealed. Powerful, he was really too powerful. The god of quasi-universe was a peak top-level universe lord. The difference of 1 rank was that one was in the sky and the other on the ground. The gap between them was more than 10 times. At this moment, just the pure strength of body alone gave Yang Fann the confidence to fight some top-level universe god warriors. The overall combat strength was far more terrifying than most of the high-ranked chaos god warriors. Even some top-grade chaos gods would have to fight a battle to decide who would win. Currently, amongst the humans of Gukang Chaos Domain, only Divine Air Grand Master was able to suppress him. Even in Gukang Chaos Domain, his combat strength was enough to be ranked in the top 30 amongst all the Chaos Gods. He was the true overlord amongst the overlords. If he were to face Wei Yuan of old ancestor of Wei family now, he wouldn't even need to use the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations. He wouldn't even need to use the Dragon Sun 9 transformations. Yang Fann was confident that he could make Wei Yuan run away with his head held high. After a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. The next second, boom 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 boom, the heaven-devouring earth-devouring technique continued to circulate, crazily devouring the surrounding universe sources. Although Yang Fann's combat strength was comparable to a peak-grade Chaos God after advancing to the quasi-universe, and he could easily defeat a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God like Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family, defeating him was easy, but suppressing him was difficult. A quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God wanted to run away, but Yang Fann wasn't confident that he could keep Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family alive. This wasn't what Yang Fann wanted, he wanted to completely suppress him. That Wei Yuan was Yang Fann's hope. Furthermore, with his current strength, he wouldn't be able to rest easy in Gukang Chaos Domain. If the ancient blue chaotic god and those quasi-middle-level chaos god were willing to pay a huge price, he was confident that they could suppress him completely. Now was not the time to be reckless, they needed to continue working hard. Poochie in all directions, large patches of universe sources began to shrink and dry up at a speed visible to the naked eye. After his cultivation base had advanced to the god realm of quasi-universe, Yang Fann's Devour Great Tao had once again improved by leaps and bounds. With every breath and every second, he could devour nearly 50 million cubic meters of universe sources. An ordinary low-level universe god would not be able to last more than 10 minutes before he was completely devoured by Yang Fann and turned into ashes. Ferocious, truly savage to the point of making one's hair stand on end. Time passed by in a flash, and soon, another 12 billion years had passed. The universe source in Yang Fann's hand had shrunk by more than half, and there were no more than 3 levels left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally advanced by 100 feet, and he had successfully broken through to the middle-ranked quasi-universe god realm. His combat strength had increased by more than 10 times. At this moment, even if he were to face the number 1 human expert of the human race, Divine Air Grand Master, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to fight him. He was even confident that he could win this battle. His foundation was a bit lacking, and the best thing he had was the top-grade Chaos Treasure. Not to mention a true chaotic divine weapon, he didn't even have a single low-grade quasi-chaos divine artifact. There was no comparison between him and extreme chaos god. However, the heaven-defying physique of the great universe's eternal divine body was more than enough to make up for the gap between them. In terms of divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that no one would dare to claim the first place. Even the ancient azure chaotic divine body was inferior to him. Under the continuous washing of the strength of world, the current pure body defense, Yang Fann had a vague feeling that it had surpassed the supreme grade high-grade chaos treasure, catching up to the supreme grade chaos treasure. Once he used all of his strength to unleash the eternal divine body, he wouldn't be much weaker than a high-grade chaos treasure like the Void, Devil God Halberd. As long as Divine Air Grand Master didn't have a true chaotic divine weapon, even if he had a supreme grade quasi-chaos divine artifact in his hand, he would still be able to defeat him with a single strike. The most he could do was to tear apart his defense, causing him to suffer some minor injuries. However, it wasn't easy to obtain a chaotic divine tool. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, apart from the ancient blue chaotic god, it was still unknown whether there was anyone else who possessed a chaotic divine tool. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 1780 billion years. Poochie. The last universe source was devoured by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base was stable at middle-rank quasi-universe god's mid-stage. Buzz. With a flash of light, a miniature universe with a diameter of less than 10,000 light-years appeared in the devouring black hole. Yang Fann did not immediately devour those Wei family elders and grand elders. Instead, he decided to first refine the 108 top-grade universes within the ancestral land. None of these universes were easy to be chosen by Wei Yuan, a chaos god. All of them were the highest energy level universe amongst the top universes. Even the lowest was comparable to over 100 morning star cosmoses, which were ordinary top-class cosmoses. If one devoured and refined it, it would be even more powerful than refining a low-rank quasi-chaos gods. And in most universes, the strength of origin was abundant. It was more than 10 times stronger than most intermediate quasi-chaos god. It was not the slightest bit inferior, especially the core of the ancestral land, the heavenly way universe. Even if it couldn't be compared to an extreme quasi-chaos god, it wouldn't be much weaker than a quasi-extreme quasi-chaos god like old ancestor Shu Yun. If the two huge perfection chaos gods weren't included, these 108 top-grade universes. This was Yang Fann's biggest gain from the previous battle. Bang bang, under the endless power of devourings, that top-tier universe quickly collapsed. Within it, the countless races, as well as the trillions of Wei family disciples, all followed suit and turned into flying ashes. Yang Fann had no intention of taking in these ants. Otherwise, it wouldn't be revenge for the Wei family, but a reward for them. With his heaven-defying speed of evolution, he didn't dare to imagine what the inner world would evolve into in the end. At that time, the creature of the world within him, it wouldn't be difficult for him to become a universe god or even a chaos god. It was just like when he had just advanced to the true god realm and evolved the little world, he had recruited some living beings from the outside world. Now, as long as they didn't die, which one of them didn't have the body of a universe sovereign? Many of them had even advanced to universe lord, and their lifespan was limitless. With their own potential, universe sovereign, universe lord, that was something that they didn't even dare to think about. Let alone the universe sovereign, universe lord, even the realm gods and sovereigns were legends to them. Whether or not they could advance to the true god realm was infinitely close to zero. It was like Yang Fann's hometown, where there were billions of living beings in great world of spiritual martial arts. Saints were their lifelong pursuit. Grug, one peak universe after another was quickly refined by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base was steadily rising towards high-rank quasi-universe god. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 4,200 billion years. 108 top universes. Apart from the core universe, the heavenly way universe, a top universe had been upgraded. To be precise, it was half a top universe. Yang Fann's cultivation had once again broken through another level, stepping into the position of high-rank quasi-universe god. Another 10 billion years passed. That half of the peak-grade universe had been completely swallowed by Yang Fann. Even the heavenly way universe had nearly been swallowed by Yang Fann. Yang Fann's cultivation base had completely stabilized at high-rank quasi-universe god's level. At this moment, Yang Fann had a feeling. The Gukang Chaos domain was huge. Apart from the mysterious ancient blue chaotic god, no one else could truly endanger his safety. Perhaps he wasn't a match for those quasi-middle-level chaos god warriors yet, but his only thought was to leave. A few quasi-middle-level chaos god warriors had joined hands to fight him. Hong Long, even if it was the ancient blue chaotic god, he would have to pay an extremely painful price to suppress him. It was not impossible for him to fall to the middle-level chaos god. Heavenly Wei region, Wei family's ancestor. Earth. 10 trillion years had passed, and the Wei family's ancestral land had once again been rebuilt. It was also 108 top-class universes, with a rough look. It was no different from 10 trillion years ago. However, upon closer inspection, it was nothing but an illusion. The entire Wei clan's ancestral land. It was completely empty. There were almost no experts to be found. There were only a few top-level universe god warriors, less than 100 of them. As for quasi-chaos god warriors, they could be counted on one hand. Furthermore, they were all outsiders. They were the people of the Wei family. Not a single one of them. The Wei family's ancestral land, the new heavenly Wei divine mountain, the mountaintop, the divine palace. Boom. Suddenly, Wei Yuan's tightly shut eyes opened, and his killing intent was boundless. What a cunning flower, you actually hid right under my nose. It was really dark under the light. If it wasn't a coincidence, even if I searched the entire human domain, I still wouldn't be able to find your flower. But now, your death has arrived. C-2523. Get the hell out here and face your death. Gukang Chaos Domain, Heavenly Wei Domain. Within the newly created world of Yang Fann. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged with a solemn expression on his face. He circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique to the limit, crazily devouring that great perfection quasi-chaos god's strength of original life. 10 trillion years had passed, and Yang Fann had already devoured all 108 top universes. Even the thousands of Wei family elders and 30 Wei family grand elders had been devoured by him, and only 2 of them were left. One had to admit that Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. There was a qualitative difference between him and the other Quasi-Chaos God. The strength of origin was far greater than the strength of the other Quasi-Chaos God. Even if all 28 Grand Elders of the Wei family combined their strength of origin, it would still be far inferior to the strength of a Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. Over 10 billion years had passed, but Yang Fann had only managed to refine less than 2 levels of the strength of original life. If it was any other Quasi-Chaos God or extreme Quasi-Chaos God, they would have already been devoured by Yang Fann and turned into ashes. Rumble, rumble, all of a sudden, a terrifying pressure that caused even Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God's heart to palpitate began to surge out from the surroundings of the great world. It was vast and mighty, and it covered the heavens and the earth. In an instant, the entire great world was completely sealed, not even a drop of water could leak out. Kai, 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 Kai. Under the terrifying pressure, the universe 8 trigrams divine formation trembled violently. Faintly, tiny cracks began to appear on its surface. Terrifying one should know that the current universe 8 trigrams divine formation was constructed by Yang Fann using 8 high-grade and top-grade chaos treasures, 64 quasi-top-level chaos treasures. Its defensive power was as strong as the previous universe 8 trigrams divine formation. It was 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than the previous universe 8 trigrams divine formation. Even a low-grade chaos god would not be able to easily shake the universe 8 trigrams divine formation with a single strike. Now, just the pressure alone was enough to make the universe 8 trigrams divine formation feel like it was going to collapse. If they attacked at the same time, the universe 8 trigrams divine formation would not be able to last more than 3 breaths of time, and it would be completely destroyed. Yang Fann, you bastard, how dare you destroy my Wei family's ancestral land, and destroy my Wei family? Today, I want you to beg for death. The extremely loud voice of an enmity descended from the sky. It passed through the universe 8 trigrams divine formation and exploded in the great world. It rolled and boiled, and the terrifying sound waves destroyed the 4-direction space. Buzz. In the great world center, Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a shocking cold shine flashed across his eyes. What a good old dog from the Wei family. I didn't go to find you, but you came to me first. You really don't want to walk the path of heaven, but you insisted on going to hell previously. He was too weak, and could only watch Wei Yuan escape right under his nose. In the end, he had no choice but to take a step back and suppress Wei Yuan. The elders and supreme elders of the Wei family were present, but today was different from the past. 10 million years had passed. Although Yang Fann had yet to break through to top-rank quasi-universe god, he had already reached the limit of high-rank quasi-universe god. He was only a step away from breaking through. His combat strength had more than doubled compared to when he had just broken through to high-rank quasi-universe god. Once he unleashed his full strength, Yang Fann was confident that he wouldn't be much weaker than some quasi-middle-level chaos god warriors, and might even surpass them. If he didn't hesitate to consume his source and use the forbidden divine ability to suppress Wei Yuan, he would at least have the confidence of an 8th-layer warrior, and he would be able to keep Wei Yuan alive. He even called for help. 2 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, 1 low-grade Chaos God, and 2 middle-ranked Chaos God. Old man Wei Yuan, you really think highly of me. In addition to Wei Yuan, who was a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God, there were 4 great Chaos Gods. 2 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, such a luxurious lineup. Even high-ranked Chaos God could fight them. If they had met 10 million years ago, Yang Fann would have suffered a great loss. Compared to a true middle-ranked Chaos God, his foundation was still too weak. Normally speaking, however, a middle-ranked Chaos God would need a low-grade quasi-chaos divine artifact. Some of the better middle-ranked Chaos God and intermediate. It wasn't as if he didn't have one. Their true combat strength was definitely at the bottom of the middle-ranked Chaos God. The forbidden divine ability wasn't omnipotent. It could only be used for a short period of time, but it wouldn't last for long. Just like the 3 axes, once the 3 axes passed by, they would immediately be finished. If the time was a little later, Yang Fann would have suppressed it. In the Wei family's ancestral land, Wei Yuan had brought the 5 great experts back with him. If something went wrong, Yang Fann might not even be able to protect his own life. Forcibly using the Dragon Sun 10 transformations and the 2 forbidden divine ability of the Cloud Dragon 9 transformations had caused his cultivation base to drop to the limit of top-level Universe Lord, his true combat strength. He was not much stronger than a low-grade Chaos God who had just attained the Tao. Even if he used the forbidden divine ability again, he would be able to temporarily unleash the combat strength of a peak quasi-Chaos God. That was his limit. With the power of the 6 experts, he could easily be held back. Unfortunately, they had missed the best opportunity. The hunters and prey had turned the tables. If the 2 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God and the 4 Chaos Gods could suppress them all. No, he only needed to keep half of them, even a third of them, and he would have a chance to break through to the Universe God realm. Boom! A ray of divine light tore through the chaos and exploded in front of the Great World, turning into a millions of light-years tall terrifying Great Gods. Both of his eyes were red as he glared at the Great World, as if he could see through the Universe 8 Trigrams divine formation and look straight at Yang Fann from the world's center. If his eyes could kill Yang Fann would have been torn into thousands of pieces, and his bones would have turned into ashes. This terrifying Great Gods was none other than Wei Yuan from the old ancestor of Wei family. Rumble! Another 2 beams of divine light descended from the sky. The 2 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos Gods stepped into the air and arrived. These were 2 sage-like old men with white hair and a youthful face. Their bodies were emitting a faint aura, as if they were going to ascend to the heavens in the next second. These 2 were respectively the ancestors of the Gongyang clan and the Wuma clan of the human clan's 12 lifetimes. In the end, the 2 ancestors were unable to resist the temptation of 10 units of origin of chaos. This was their chance, the origin of chaos. That was the source energy of the chaos domain. With these 10 units of origin of chaos, their chances of advancing to the Chaos God realm would increase by at least a level. Rumble rumble. Almost at the same time, another 2 terrifying Great Gods tore through the chaos and appeared outside the Great World. One was a low-grade Chaos God and the other was a middle-ranked Chaos God. Both of them came from the human race. One of them was wearing a golden divine armor, looking like a golden armored warlord who had descended from the heavens. The other was wearing a black battle robe, looking majestic and insufferably arrogant. They were the old ancestor of the Shun family, the 5th family of the human race, and the old ancestor of the wuxia family, who was ranked 3rd. 10 units of origin of chaos was a great temptation to a low-level chaos god. If he could refine these 10 units of origin of chaos, it would save him millions of eras of cultivation. It was not impossible for him to break through 2 or 3 minor realms in one go. Of course, compared to a middle-ranked chaos god like old ancestor wuxia, 10 units of origin of chaos was still a bit lacking. At most, it would help him improve his cultivation, making it difficult for him to break through even a minor realm. The reason why he agreed to help was because of the relationship between the 2 clans. The 12 families of the human race also had a close relationship, and the wuxia family had always been on good terms with the Wei family. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were allies. Boom boom, the chaos trembled, and it seemed as if a trillion giant beasts were surging through it. In the next second, they saw terrifying Great Gods, who was wearing a green divine armor and had green skin. He was a minotaur, and every step he took left a huge crater in the chaos that stretched for hundreds of millions of light years. The aura he gave off was as terrifying as that of old ancestor wuxia. Ancestor Green Ox stepped out from the chaos, leaving behind a giant hole that extended for millions of light years. This was the ancestor of the Green Ox clan, a middle-ranked chaos god. In the Gukang chaos domain, although the Azure Ox clan wasn't one of the top 10 divine clans, they were still ranked in the top 30 divine clans. Their strength was much stronger than the Wei family. Back then, the Wei family had helped the Heaven Trampler tribe a lot. They owed the Wei family a favor. This time, in order to kill Yang Fann in one fell swoop and avenge the blood debt, Wei Yuan had even used that favor. Yang Fann, you son of a bitch, get the hell out here and face your death. C-2524. Please enter the Trap Gukang Chaos Domain, Heavenly Wei region, outside the great world that Yang Fann had created. Wei Yuan of old ancestor of Wei family stood in the chaos. His voice sounded like Devil God's roar, and it was filled with hatred. His words were filled with endless confidence. Today, Yang Fann was going to die for sure this time. Not only did he find ancestor Gongyang, Old Ancestor Wu Ma and the two invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. He also had the help of the two low-ranked and middle-ranked Chaos God Old Ancestors, Old Ancestor Zhang Shun and Old Ancestor Wu Ya. He even invited Ancestor Green Bull Heaven Trampler. One should know that the Azure Ox Ancestor's strength was even higher than Old Ancestor Wu Ya's, even amongst the many middle-ranked Chaos God experts. He was comparable to high-ranked Chaos God. He was only slightly weaker than high-ranked Chaos God, and he was also a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God. With such a luxurious lineup, Yang Fann's pretty boy was at his peak. There was a possibility that he would be killed by them even if he was at the third level, let alone using the forbidden divine ability. His cultivation base had fallen dramatically, unless he could recover from all his injuries in just 10 billion years. There was still a little bit of life force left. However, was that possible? This was 10 trillion years, not 100,000 great eras. Even if it was 100,000 eras ago, whether or not it would be able to recover smoothly was still possible. It was a huge mystery. He was well aware of the consequences of forcefully unleashing extreme Chaos God's strength when he was at the middle-ranked Chaos God. Without the nourishment of tens of millions of eras, it would be impossible to recover from an injury of that level. Great World Center. Asking me to go out and face my death, this old man Wei Yuan really has a big mouth. Yang Fann squinted his eyes and a hint of ridicule appeared on the corner of his mouth. I just don't know if he still has the guts to say such words after he witnessed my true strength. That scene must have been quite exciting. Old man Wei Yuan, if you have the guts, come in. While they were talking. Buzz. The world crystal wall twisted and formed a huge door, like a door from hell, tempting Wei Yuan and the other 6 grand patriarchs. Old man Wei Yuan, don't disappoint me. Yang Fann's eyes flashed with a glimmer of hope. He wasn't worried that he wouldn't be a match for Old Ancestor Wei Yuan and the others in the chaos. With his current cultivation base and strength, no matter where he was. Even in the ancestral land of the Wei family, Old Ancestor Wei Yuan and the others had the geographical advantage. To defeat Old Ancestor Wei Yuan and the other 6 great experts, to Yang Fann. However, to suppress all of them, it was absolutely impossible, but if he could suppress half of them. Yang Fann didn't have much confidence in himself. There were no restrictions in the vast chaos. It was one thing for Old Ancestor Gongyang and Old Ancestor Wu Ma to be invincible, Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. However, Old Ancestor Wu Ya and Old Ancestor Heaven Trampler were determined to leave. Even a true quasi-middle-level Chaos God wouldn't dare to say that they would be able to keep them alive. However, it would be different if they entered the Great World. With the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation sealing space, even if they couldn't get rid of all of them in one fell swoop, they could at least keep half of them alive, or even more. In the end, it was still a matter of foundation. If he had a spatial chaotic divine weapon, he wouldn't need to go through so much trouble. Even if it was just a single top-grade spatial quasi-chaos divine artifact, Yang Fann was confident that he could suppress all of them. How dare you open the door? A hint of hesitation flashed across Wei Yuan's eyes. He thought that Yang Fann would defend the formation, but he didn't expect Yang Fann to open the door directly. Unusual, this was really unusual. Could it be that there was some kind of conspiracy behind this? At this moment, a muffled voice sounded in Wei Yuan's ears. What's there to hesitate about? He's just a dying man who was heavily injured. Could he cause any trouble? It was the Azure Ox Ancestor. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care at all. He was just a middle-ranked Chaos God who was on the same level as him. Putting aside the fact that he was seriously injured and had less than a tenth of his combat strength left, so what if he was perfectly fine? He wanted to leave with all his heart. Could Yang Fann still hold him back? Besides, he was not alone this time. He had 3 other Chaos Gods and 2 invincible quasi-Chaos God accompanying him. If he didn't dare to enter, he would be too cowardly. If the news were to spread, he would become the laughingstock of the world. He wouldn't have the face to stay in Jiu Kang Chaos Circle anymore. Sigh, I'm getting more and more cowardly. In the face of absolute power, all schemes and plots are useless. A hint of self-mockery appeared on Wei Yuan's face. Currently, their overall strength was 10 times, 100 times greater than Yang Fann's. Even if they combined the strength of their 6 great expert, they would still have the strength to fight that top-grade Chaos God. Even if a half-crippled Yang Fann was prepared, he would only be struggling on the verge of death. Yang Fann, wash your neck clean and wait for me. His voice fell. Poochie. Wei Yuan's body moved. He took the lead and stepped through the world gate. Everyone, let's go. Let's have a good meeting with that Yang Fann. The old ancestor called out and followed behind Wei Yuan. Ancestor Wuya and the other three looked at each other. Without much hesitation, they passed through the gateway of the world. Even if Yang Fann really had some kind of plot and relies on them, with the strength of the sixth grade expert, even if they were no match for him, they would still be able to retreat with ease. Unless there was a hidden extreme chaos god or even a quasi-middle level chaos god in this world, only then would their safety be in real danger. But was this possible? Extreme chaos god, a quasi-middle level chaos god. That was almost the strongest combat strength in Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. It was a big question whether or not 15 of the big shots could be found in the entire Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. How could it be so easy to find them? If this Yang Fann really had extreme chaos god behind him, then quasi-middle level chaos god would be his backer. In the past, there was no need for him to risk his life. At the risk of falling into the position of chaos god, he forcefully used the forbidden divine ability to get extreme chaos god to help him. With the help of a quasi-middle level chaos god, he would be able to easily destroy the Wei family's ancestral land. Even Wei Yuan, the old ancestor of Wei family, might not be able to leave this place alive. Good, you're already here. You're really bold with great skills. The corner of Yang Fann's mouth cracked open as he said, "Good," 3 times in a hurry. His voice could not hide his excitement. It could be said that half of the 6 great experts were already in his hands. If he was lucky, it was not impossible for him to catch all of them in one fell swoop. Then, he would really get rich, not to mention becoming a universe god. Even a intermediate, or even a high-rank universe god, was not impossible. At that time, in the huge Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, who could be his match? Even the ancient blue chaos god could only be below him. In less than a breath's time, Wei Yuan and the other 6 experts had already arrived in front of Yang Fann. They stood around Yang Fann and surrounded him. Rumble. Terrifying pressure radiated from their bodies. It rolled like a tidal wave and locked onto Yang Fann, completely sealing off the 4-direction space. Yang Fann, we are here. What do you think you can rely on? Show me all of you, lest you say I won't give you the chance. Wei Yuan looked down at Yang Fann from above, as if Yang Fann's life and death were already under his control. Ha, old man Wei Yuan, do you really think you can defeat me? Yang Fann laughed and looked around, his eyes flashing with a blazing hot light. It was as if the hunter was looking at the prey, which made Wei Yuan and the others frown and feel uneasy. Could it be that Yang Fann really had some way to turn the tables? No, how could this be? Even if he really had something to rely on, we are definitely no match for him. This Yang Fann must be deliberately mystifying us to create an opportunity for us to escape. Yang Fann, put away your petty thoughts. Today, you will die for sure. No one will be able to save you. Wei Yuan sneered, as if he had seen through Yang Fann's plan. A frog at the bottom of a well, a bunch of ants. Today, I will let all of you witness my true strength. And all of you, how dare you stand up for this old man? This will be the biggest mistake of your lives. Not only you all have to die, even the clans behind you will have to pay the price for what you have done today. See 2525 Illusion. Gukang Chaos Domain, Heavenly Wei Domain. Within the world that Yang Fann had created, Yang Fann looked around and slowly stood up. He was neither in a hurry nor in a hurry. There was not a trace of nervousness or uneasiness in his voice. His voice was so high and mighty that it sounded like he was above all else. He called Wei Yuan an ant, and he didn't even put Wei Yuan and the other 6 experts in his eyes. It was as if they were not invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, or even the true chaos god. It was the humble universe god. Even Universe Lord could suppress all of them with just a wave of his hand. What? I don't have it. Did you hear it wrong? Wei Yuan and the other 6 experts widened their eyes. They couldn't believe what they had just heard. What did they hear? An ant? Yang Fann, a half-crippled man, actually called them ants. How dare he? How dare he? Even Extreme Chaos God, the #1 human in the human race, wouldn't dare to look down on them like this. Who did this Yang Fann think he was? A quasi-middle level chaos god, or a middle level chaos god from the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle? The next second, rumble, an unknown flame exploded in the hearts of Wei Yuan and the other 3 men. It rose up in their hearts, and it seemed as if it was going to destroy their rationality. Ever since they had advanced to great perfection quasi-chaos god, they had never been insulted like this before. Yang Fann would definitely pay the price for his words. Yang Fann, you still dare to act like a god in the face of death. Wei Yuan of old ancestor of Wei family was the first to lose his patience. However, before he could say the word, ghost, his facial expression suddenly changed. The anger on his face disappeared, replaced by indescribable fear. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his aura. His aura erupted crazily, wreaking havoc in all directions, crushing everything in its path. Puchi Puchi, Puchi, Puchi. Wei Yuan and the other 6 Grand Patriarchs' terrifying pressure that enveloped Yang Fann's body was instantly crushed into pieces, completely suppressing him. Ah, how is this possible? No. This isn't true. It is not true. In an instant, Wei Yuan let out a heart-wrenching cry, as if he had lost his parents. His eyes were as wide as fish eyes, and they were about to burst out of his eyes. This pressure was more than 10 times more terrifying than Divine Air Grand Master, the #1 human in the human race. It even gave him the feeling of a lowly aphid. Quasi-middle-level chaos god. This Yang Fann was the quasi-middle-level chaos god. Gulp, was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? 10 trillion years ago, Yang Fann was only a middle-ranked chaos god. After forcefully using the forbidden divine ability to increase his combat strength, he barely managed to defeat Yang Fann. How was that possible? In just 10 trillion years, he had become a quasi-middle-level chaos god. A quasi-middle-level chaos god and a middle-ranked chaos god, there was a difference of 4 major grades between them. And with the speed of the chaotic god's advancement, let alone 10 million years. Even if it was 100,000, or even a million, 10 million, or even 10 million, even an era might not be able to break through to a higher level. Which of the 4 chaos gods did not break through to the chaos god level? Tens of millions of eras. However, now, the strongest of them, old ancestor Green Ox, had only barely reached the limit of the middle-ranked chaos god. He didn't even see the shadow of high-ranked chaos god, not to mention the fact that he had leveled up 3 times in a row. He had broken through to the quasi-middle-level chaos god in one go. This was completely impossible. It was fake. It must be fake illusion divine ability. This Yang Fann must have used some kind of illusion divine ability to deceive my senses. Crack 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 bang, 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 bang. Wei Yuan clapped his hands and a mocking smile appeared on his face. What a good Yang Fann, I almost got scared by you. This technique, this pressure, could really be used to confuse the truth. Unfortunately, you shouldn't have disguised yourself as a quasi-middle-level chaos god. If you had only disguised yourself as high-ranked chaos god, I would have believed you. So it was a disguise. Upon hearing this, a look of realization appeared on the faces of the Heaven Tramplers group of 5. Their flustered hearts gradually calmed down. It had been 10 billion years. No matter what kind of heaven-defying fortuitous encounter they had, it was impossible for them to break through to the quasi-middle-level chaos god from the middle-ranked chaos god. If this Yang Fann was a quasi-middle-level chaos god, that doesn't make any sense. 10 million years ago, why did he need to spend so much effort to burn his origin and use the forbidden divine ability? Wei Yuan was only a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god. In front of a quasi-middle-level chaos god, he was just a slightly stronger ant. With just a wave of his hand, he could easily blow Wei Yuan up, and even suppress him to 7 or 8 levels. What a good Yang Fann. This pressure could really be faked and thrown into chaos. If it wasn't for the fact that he knew his background, he might have really been fooled. Unfortunately, you are still lacking greed. It is still too greedy. If it was just pretending to be high-ranked chaos god, we would have completely believed it at that time. You might really be able to escape with your life if you have scruples. A high-ranked chaos god fighting with his life on the line was enough to take away most of their lives, and even drag all of them down with him. It was true that they had come to help, but it didn't mean that they had sold their lives to Wei Yuan. Fake. Old man Wei Yuan, take a look and see if this move of mine is fake. Yang Fann smiled playfully. He moved his right arm and sent a palm strike towards Wei Yuan. Rumble. Yang Fann didn't use the forbidden divine ability or any chaos treasure in this attack. It was just a casual attack, but its power was still comparable to a quasi-middle-level chaos god's full-force attack, and it was even more powerful than that. Although there was no qualitative difference between high-rank quasi-universe god and him, there was still a huge gap between their strengths. In an instant, an ominous sign of collapsing enveloped Wei Yuan's entire body. Countless voices emerged in Wei Yuan's mind. He couldn't block this palm strike, he couldn't block it at all. Flee, flee immediately. Only by doing so could he have a chance of survival. However, Wei Yuan turned a blind eye to this. In his heart, he had already determined that all of this was fake. This palm strike only looked terrifying. In fact, it was just a paper tiger, nothing more. Yang Fann, this is just an illusion. You can't fool me. Dragon Pearl of Clam, break it with a sneer. A dreamy glazed light rose from Wei Yuan's body. It turned into a seven-colored divine pearl that looked like a star. The Clam Dragon Pearl was a top-grade chaos treasure. It was the bane of all illusions and specialized in breaking illusions. Illusion, old man Wei Yuan, you are courting death, Yang Fann sneered in his heart. The heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush him. If this old man Wei Yuan fled the moment he attacked, he might still have a chance of survival. He actually thought that it was just an illusion technique and wanted to put up a resistance. That would be the same as courting death. Bang! The huge palm passed by. The sea serpent dragon ball was instantly heavily damaged and shattered. Ah! Wei Yuan opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Both of his eyes bulged, and his face was filled with disbelief. No, how could this be? How could the Clam Dragon Pearl be? No, it's not an illusion. It wasn't an illusion at all. Quasi-middle level Chaos God, you really are a quasi-middle level Chaos God. At this moment, Wei Yuan finally believed the fact that Yang Fann wasn't faking it, he had really become a quasi-middle level Chaos God. How could he have the time to escape? Poochie. Yang Fann grabbed Wei Yuan's mighty divine body. Ah, no, ah, suppress, suppress, Wei Yuan was being suppressed. How is this possible? How is this possible? I can't be seeing things, right? The Azure Ox Trampler and the other ancestors were dumbfounded. They could not believe what they were seeing. Wasn't it said that the terrifying pressure that was comparable to a quasi-middle level Chaos God was faked by Yang Fann? How could he suppress it with just one strike? Wei Yuan, this quasi-middle level Chaos God. Next, it's you. The five ancestors were stunned. Yang Fann would never let go of such a great opportunity. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. He thrust his palm at the strongest of the five ancestors. Ah, no. The stunned ancestor could only let out a despairing wail before following in Wei Yuan's footsteps. To the current Yang Fann, middle-ranked Chaos God and quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God were no different than weak ants. As long as they didn't choose to run away at the first moment, the outcome would be the same. They wouldn't even be able to force Yang Fann to use the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his combat strength. Arg! Old Ancestor Green Bull, Old Ancestor Wuxia and the other four old ancestors let out mournful wails, their cries filled with the sorrow of a rabbit dying. Ah, it's true. He really is that quasi-middle level Chaos God. Ah, Wei Yuan, you idiot, you. Trictus C2527 sweep the five races Gukang Chaos Domain, Heavenly Wei Domain. Within the world that Yang Fann had created. Rumble. The terrifying soul power that was chasing after the middle-level Chaos God transformed into numerous heaven-opening divine axes, crushing numerous terrifying soul powers one after another, and quickly counted the places where Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs lived. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and they shone with a bright divine light. He couldn't conceal his excitement and excitement. He had struck the jackpot. This time, he had truly struck the jackpot. Although he had already thought of 6 Grand Patriarchs' extraordinary social status, the final result had still exceeded Yang Fann's expectations. It had caused his social status to increase by more than 10 times, or even more than 100 times. Yang Fann had discovered 6 Yang Fanns just by looking at the Chaos treasures. He had even plundered over 100 of the second-tier top-grade Chaos treasures. In the universe sources, it was more than 10 times more than the total number of universe sources in the Wei family. With just these top-rank quasi-universe gods alone, Yang Fann was confident that he would be able to advance his cultivation base to top-rank quasi-universe god. It wasn't as simple as the early stage or mid-stage. Were everywhere. When combined, it would be a piece of cake for him to fill up an entire universe. It was still not that low-level universe, but at least an intermediate universe. Of course, the thing that made Yang Fann the most excited was that he found the origin of chaos on 6 Grand Patriarchs' body. The Chaos Origin divine arts that was sealed by him finally had a use for it. Sure enough, As long as one's strength was at its peak, all problems would no longer be a problem. His previous worries had been for nothing. On 6 Grand Patriarch's body, he had plundered a total of 887 units of origin of chaos. It didn't seem like it was a lot. He didn't even have 1,000 origin of chaos. Actually, it wasn't a small number. There were quite a number of high-ranked chaos gods on high-ranked chaos god. Even after tens of millions of eras of accumulation, he still might not be able to accumulate so many extreme chaos gods. This was enough to move the hearts of many top-grade and extreme chaos god. For these 887 origin of chaos, he wanted to cultivate the chaos origin divine arts to the small completion. Mastery. Yang Fann didn't even dare to think about it. Not to mention 887 units of origin of chaos, even if it was 1,000 times more than that, 10,000 times, could he successfully break through to the small completion of the divine arts. Yang Fann wasn't even sure if he could break through to the small completion. This was a great example, the gap between each realm. It was 100,000, a million, even millions, billions. However, Yang Fann still had a pretty high chance of getting the divine arts beginning. At that time, his strength of divine body would surely undergo a qualitative transformation. With just the strength of divine body alone, he might be able to kill some quasi-chaos god warriors, and by absorbing 6 Grand Patriarchs' energy, he would be able to break through to the intermediate or even the high-rank universe god. With these two breakthroughs, his strength would definitely increase by leaps and bounds. Yang Fann didn't dare to think about it any further. At that time, what kind of realm would his true combat strength increase to? An ordinary low-rank middle-level chaos god would never be a match for him. It wasn't impossible for an intermediate, high-grade, or even top-grade or extreme middle-level chaos god to be his match. This kind of power, not to mention the small chaos circle in Gukang chaos domain, even in the medium-sized chaos circle, which had more than 5 large-sized chaos domain, could be considered as the highest grade of expert. Taking a deep breath, Yang Fann forcefully suppressed the urge to enter secluded cultivation. Now was not the time to enter secluded cultivation. He, Yang Chao, had always kept his word. Since he had said that he would make Ancestor Wuya and the other clans pay the price, he would never go back on his word. Furthermore, these 5 ancestral lands were also a piece of fat meat, especially the Wuya clan and the Heaven Trampler clan. Their foundations were even greater than the Wei family. Just Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God alone had 3 Wuya clan members, and the Heaven Trampler clan had 1 more person, 4 of them. One of them was as strong as Wu Ma and Ancestor Gongyang. He was an invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. Although Zhang Shun, Gongyang, and Wu Ma were weaker, however, there was still a Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God in the family. As for the other Quasi-Chaos God, there were even more of them. When the 5 major families joined forces, there were more than 150 of them. Among them, the 5 families' subsidiary families, Quasi-Chaos God, were not included. The Wei family had 48 subsidiary Quasi-Chaos God. These 5 families, there were also quite a number of Quasi-Chaos God affiliated to the Wei family, and there were at least 20 of them. The majority was like the Azure Ox God race. It was almost twice as many as the subordinate Quasi-Chaos God of the Wei family. The Dark God domain was the core region controlled by the Wuya clan. It was where the ancestral land of the Wuya clan was located. Compared to the Wei clan's ancestral land, the Wuya clan's ancestral land was even larger and vast. It was built with 180 top-level universes as the core, supported by thousands to tens of thousands of high-tier universes. The entire Uyazu Earth was a huge divine formation. Once it was activated, it would shake the entire world. Even high-ranked Chaos God wouldn't be able to bear the consequences if he dared to venture too deep into it. Rumble. Suddenly, the chaos trembled, and the entire Uyazu Earth, and the entire universe turned dark. It was as if all the light had been swallowed up. The entire chaos sank into endless darkness. A heaven-sheltering big hand that encompassed the entire Uyazu Earth shattered the primal chaos, crushing down towards the Uyazu Earth. Ah, what is that? Not good. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. This power is mixed up. Chaos gods are attacking the ancestral lands. Quick, hurry up and activate the Guardian formation. Hurry up and activate the Guardian formation. In an instant, endless panic spread across the land of Uyazu. Under the heaven-sheltering big hand, even someone as strong as a quasi-chaos god was nothing more than a lowly aphid. The chaos god, this was definitely the power of the chaos god. At that moment rumble, rumble, golden beams of light pierced through the heavens and the earth like heavenly pillars. They densely covered every single universe within the ancestral lands, transforming into a golden barrier that enveloped the entire ancestral lands. The Guardian formation has been activated. We can be saved, we can be saved. Ah. No, how could this be? Break, it's broken. The Guardian formation is broken. No, this isn't true. It's not real. The Guardian formation can even withstand the attack of a peak chaos god. How could it be broken just like that? Woo woo woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. Old ancestor, where are you? Where are you? Half an incense's time later. The great ancestor of the wuxia clan disappeared without a trace, and was replaced by a large expanse of nothingness. 3 great perfection quasi-chaos god and 55 chaos gods of various grades. I have underestimated the wuxia clan. Yang Fann nodded his head lightly, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. The harvest of the wuxia clan was even greater than what he had expected. Among the 12 guardian families of the human race, the wuxia clan's ranking was. It was only 1 rank higher than the Wei family. Initially, he thought, unexpectedly, he was only 2 more men away from reaching 60 men. It was almost twice as much as the Wei family. Next, Heaven Trampler tribe. Pucci. With a flash in his eyes, Yang Fann's body moved, and his speed increased to the limit as he charged towards the Heaven Trampler's territory, the Heaven Trampler's divine domain. Human domain was the territory of the human race, but it didn't mean that there were no other top god race apart from the human race. The Heaven Trampler race was also located in the human domain of the human race. It was one of the few divine races that were second only to the human race in the human domain. The Heaven Trampler tribe controlled a total of 38 regions. If one did not include the subordinate forces, just the number of regions controlled by them alone, even the 4th family of the human race, the Wei family, was much weaker than the Heaven Trampler tribe. 100 years later, the Heaven Trampler tribe's patriarch, Earth, followed in the footsteps of Uyazu, completely disappearing into the boundless chaos. Although the strength of the Heaven Trampler clan was much greater than the wuxia clan, there were a total of 73 quasi-chaos god experts. There was also an invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god guarding the ancestral land. However, compared to an quasi-middle level chaos god, there was no difference between the 2 of them. They were equally vulnerable and could be suppressed easily. 800 years later, Shaman Horse region, wuxia ancestral land. Rumble. A heaven-sheltering big hand that encompassed the entire land of Wu Yakshuan shattered the chaos and pressed down. Ah, no, it's broken. The Guardian formation is broken. No, someone save me, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Woo woo woo. What's going on? How can there be such a terrifying expert? Woo woo woo. Old ancestor, quickly come out, quickly come out. C2528. It shook the ancient blue primal chaos realm Gukang chaos domain, within the vast primal chaos of Wu Ma domain. Boom! A bright divine light exploded, turning into a world. 800 years had passed. Yang Fann had crossed over 100 regions in human domain and killed Gongyang, Heaven Trampler, wuxia, and the 4 major powers. The Warhorse was the last. After suppressing Wu Yaxu's ancestral land, Yang Fann did not continue to attack the 5 major powers and the subsidiary god clans. Although these first-rate subsidiary god race forces combined had a large number of quasi-chaos god warriors, it was not impossible for them to have more than 300 quasi-chaos god warriors. However, most of them were at the middle-low rank quasi-chaos gods, and there were very few high and top-rank quasi-chaos god experts. There were also very few extreme quasi-chaos god experts, and all of them were at the quasi-chaos god. The strength of origin wasn't much stronger than great perfection quasi-chaos god's strength of origin, and it wouldn't be able to provide much help to Yang Fann. After eliminating the idea of attacking the 5 major powers, Yang Fann wasn't in a hurry to leave the Wuma region. Instead, he chose a chaotic place in the nearby Wuma region, opened up a large world, and prepared to enter secluded cultivation to fully digest what he had obtained this time. It had to be said that the 5 great powers were ancient powers that had existed for tens of millions of eras, and all of them possessed extraordinary resources. Even the weakest of them, the ancestral lands of Wu Yawu and the ancestral lands of Gongyang, had almost half of the ancestral lands of the Wei clan. Although the ancestral land of the Central Shun clan wasn't as good as the ancestral land of the Wei clan, it wasn't too far off. The ancestral land of the Wei clan, which was close to the 8th layer, had obtained a harvest. As for the Heaven Trampler ancestral land, there was even less of a need to talk about the wuxia ancestral lands. It was twice as much as the ancestor of the Wei clan. In fact, it was even more. Adding on 6 grand patriarchs who was suppressed 800 years ago, Yang Fann seemed to have seen a peak universe god waving at him. At this moment, Yang Fann's wealth was one of the best in the entire Gukang Chaos domain. Even extreme Chaos God might not be as valuable as Yang Fann. Although they were the progenitors of a clan, it was impossible for them to take all the resources of a clan for their own use. It was almost the limit for them to have half of the clan's resources on them. Go with a light shout, 72 divine lights burst out from Yang Fann's body. Soon, a Universe 8 trigrams divine formation covered the entire world, protecting it. Compared to the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation, the power of this Universe 8 trigrams divine formation had increased by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. It was formed with 8 top-grade chaos treasures as the eye of the formation, and 64 top-grade intermediate chaos treasures as the foundation of the formation. Yang Fann, who was rich and overbearing, did not lack such a small amount of top-grade chaos treasures. He took out 72 top-grade chaos treasures at once without even blinking his eyes. Even if Yang Fann took out 72 top-grade chaos treasures, it was just a small matter. With the protection of the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation, even an extreme chaos god like Divine Air Grandmaster would need to spend some effort to break through the formation and enter. When he broke through to the Universe God realm and the Chaos Origin Divine Arts beginning, the pressure would increase by 1,000 times, 10,000 times, and he would be able to easily withstand the Universe 8 trigrams divine formation. Boom! Yang Fann sat down cross-legged and circulated the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique to the limit as he began his secluded cultivation. Just like before, the first thing Yang Fann absorbed and refined was still the vast universe source. 6 grand patriarchs' accumulation, together with the storage of the 5 great ancestors' earth-devouring universe source, might be able to help him step into ultimate quasi-cosmic God's realm in one go. Yang Fann was looking forward to it. Poochie poochie, poochie. The surrounding universe sources started to shrink and dry up at a visible rate. With every breath and every second, more than 1 billion cubic meters of universe sources were devoured and refined by Yang Fann. 1 year after another passed. A terrifying storm spread out with human domain as the center, and it seemed as if it would sweep across the entire Gukang Chaos domain. What? After the Wei family's ancestral land, 2 more quasi-top-level powers and 3 other top powers' ancestral lands were destroyed. Gulp, gulp, I must have had an illusion. How is this possible? Those are the 3 top powers, the 2 major quasi-top-level powers' ancestral lands. Furthermore, the 12 families of the human race have always been on the same side. When the wuxia family is in trouble, how can the Divine Void family, the Kongming family and the other guardian families remain indifferent? And that Heaven Trampler family, with the middle-ranked Chaos God Heaven Trampler in charge, even some top-grade Chaos Gods would not be able to destroy their ancestral land. The first reaction of countless factions was that it was impossible, they could not believe it. The annihilation of the 5 major powers in such a short period of time, even if it was those quasi-middle-level Chaos God experts, they wouldn't be able to destroy the 5 major powers' ancestral lands so easily. They really didn't think that the ancestors of the major powers were just for show. The Wuma clan and the Gongyang clan were one thing. However, the wuxia clan was under the protection of Ancestor Wuxia. With the resources of the ancestral land, even a quasi-middle-level Chaos God would be able to resist a little bit of the wuxia clan. As long as they could hold on for a while, the other Chaos Gods of the human clan would be able to catch up to them in no time. None of the 12 families of the human race were simple, especially the top 5 families. If they were so easy to deal with, the human race wouldn't be able to become one of the 10 great god clans of Gukang Chaos domain. They would have long been removed from the list of the 10 great god clans and become a member of the ordinary top god clans. None of the 5 great ancestors are in the ancestral land. If that's the case, it's not impossible. With the old ancestor in charge, and without the old ancestor in charge, the ancestral ground's defense was completely 2 different concepts. Not to mention quasi-middle-level Chaos God, even if it was some extreme Chaos God, as long as he was willing to pay some price, he would have a high chance of success in a very short period of time. He had destroyed the 5 major powers' ancestral lands in a row. It's said that the 5 ancestors were invited by Wei ancestor to deal with Yang Fann, the chaos god. Hiss, could it be that all of this was done by Yang Fann's chaos god? The news of the destruction of the Wei family's ancestral land in the past 10 billion years had already spread across the entire Gukang chaos domain. And one of the reasons was that Yang Fann, the ferocious god, was the one who had become famous in the chaos domain. Even if his cultivation base fell to the chaos god stage, he would still destroy the Wei family's ancestral land. He was a truly ruthless man. Countless powers had listed Yang Fann as a taboo, and they had made up their minds to never make Yang Fann their enemy. Impossible. The energy waves left in the ancestral land of the 5 major powers are no weaker than quasi-middle level chaos god. Yang Fann, that dark star. But he's only a first middle ranked chaos god, and he's seriously injured. It's impossible for it to be him. But soon, the possibility of Yang Fann being the murderer was completely overturned. In 10 billion years, not only had he fully recovered from his injuries, he had also broken through 4 major grades. To break through to the quasi-middle level chaos god, anyone who believed in such a thing would be a fool. However, that quasi-middle level chaos god must have something to do with Yang Fann. There wouldn't be such a coincidence in this world. Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs were just about to kill Yang Fann, but in the end, the ancestral land of the 5 major powers was completely wiped out from the chaos. Yang Fann was mysterious and unpredictable, as if he had jumped out from a rock crack. No one knew what kind of background he had. It wasn't impossible for a quasi-middle level chaos god warrior to be behind him. Perhaps, old ancestor Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs had already fallen. Otherwise, how could there still be no news about 6 Grand Patriarchs until now? Divine Sky Realm, the ancestral land of Shenkong clan. Sigh, from now on, my human race. There's going to be a lot of trouble. Divine Air Grandmaster furrowed his brows and let out a faint sigh. The 5 great clans were destroyed, and the patriarchs were nowhere to be seen. Dead without a corpse, this was a huge loss. The foundation of the human race had been completely shaken, and the Heaven Trampler clan had been completely wiped out. Although they were not human, they had always been on good terms with the human race. Now that they had been destroyed, it could be said that they had cut off an arm of the human race. This loss had directly caused the strength of their human race to drop by more than 2 levels. Those human enemies would absolutely not miss out on this great opportunity that was hard to come by in billions of eras. The same goes for Wei Yuan. Why can't he let go of the hatred in his heart and seek revenge from Yang Fann? Now, not only is his life and death unknown, he has also gotten himself involved with the other 5 major powers. Brahma Demon God Clan was the same as the human race, one of the 10 major races of Gukang Chaos Domain. The Brahma Demon domain that it controlled was connected to the human domain. The 2 races had never been on good terms, and it wasn't an exaggeration to say that they were mortal enemies. No matter if it was the Brahma Demon God Clan or the human race, they all had the intention to annex each other. However, the difference in strength between the 2 families was just like that, and neither of them could do anything to the other. Brahma Demon Domain, Brahma Demon Universe. This was the origin universe of Brahma Demon Clan, the lair of Brahma Demon God Clan. Demon God Mountain, the sacred mountain of the Brahma Demon Clan, the supreme ancestor of the Brahma Demon Clan, resided in this Demon God Mountain. Ha ha ha, good human race, you will also have today opportunities. This is a chance for my race this time. My race will definitely bite off a large chunk of flesh from the human race. The Brahma Demon Clan will take all 36 regions of the human race's border. C 2529 promote to Universe God in Gukang Chaos Domain. The news of the annihilation of the 5 major powers in ancestral land had spread. The entire Chaos Domain was once again shaken. A quasi-top level like this, or even a true top-grade god race, wouldn't be destroyed even in millions of eras, or even tens of millions of eras. It could be said to be a true great power that existed eternally. How was it now? In a short period of less than 1,000 years, 5 of them had been destroyed. What kind of shocking and terrifying news was this? It had never happened since the ancient times. Not to mention seeing it in the past, he'd never even heard of it at the same time. Yang Fann was also regarded as a taboo by countless experts, and was listed as the person that they could not afford to offend the most. Old ancestor Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs had just made their preparations. They wanted to kill Yang Fann and avenge their families, but in the end, the 5 major powers were annihilated. Even if one were to use one's toe to think, one would know that all of this had something to do with Yang Fann. Although it wasn't Yang Fann who attacked them personally, it must be the quasi-middle level chaos god who attacked them from behind. And for the sake of this Yang Fann, he was able to eliminate 5 great quasi-top-level major powers in a row. It wasn't hard to tell how much importance that quasi-middle level chaos god attached to Yang Fann. If he provoked Yang Fann, he might suffer the bloody revenge of the quasi-middle level chaos god in the next moment. The consequences were beyond the imagination of ordinary people. In the vast Gukang chaos domain, apart from the ancient blue divine race and the other 5 great divine families, which other race or power could resist the revenge of a quasi-middle level chaos god? The Shaman Horse region, a newly created world. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's body transformed into countless devouring black holes as he madly devoured the universe sources around him. The commotion in the outside world had nothing to do with him. It was merely an undeserved reputation. It was nothing, only the strength of one's own body was the truth. Right now, Yang Fann only had one thought in his mind. That was to completely digest all the resources in his hands, let him advance to the universe god realm, and then let the chaos origin divine arts advance to the beginning. At that time, the huge Jiu Kang chaos circle would become his backyard, and he would be able to do whatever he wanted. Whoever dared to disobey would be killed, even if the ancient blue chaos god dared to make noise in front of him. Yang Fann was confident that he would not be able to bear the consequences. Time passed quickly. 800 billion years had passed. The universe source in Yang Fann's hand had almost absorbed and refined half of the universe source. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura wildly rose, rising steadily. He had made a breakthrough, and his cultivation base had successfully broken through to top-rank quasi-universe god's level. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 4,200 billion years. Poochie. The last universe source was completely devoured by Yang Fann. The next moment, buzz. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, revealing a hint of regret. He was just a little bit away from advancing to ultimate quasi-cosmic god. Unfortunately, the universe source in his hand was empty, of course. Even so, compared to 4,200 billion years ago, Yang Fann's strength had increased by more than a dozen times. Although he wasn't a match for a middle-level chaos god warrior, there weren't many quasi-middle-level chaos god warriors who could match him. In this huge Gukang chaos domain, if there wasn't a second middle-level chaos god, he would undoubtedly be the second. Very quickly, Yang Fann closed his eyes once again. The next second, whoosh, a stream of light flashed past, and a universe appeared within the devouring black hole. The 5 major powers, ancestral land, and the other advanced universes had all been destroyed along with the destruction of the Guardian formation. Yang Fann had kept all the top universes that were the core of the 5 major powers. Just like the 108 top universes in the Wave family's ancestral land. These top universes were all high-energy level top universes. Each universe was no less than a quasi-chaos god. The 5 major powers had gathered a total of 523 top-grade universes, which was 523 quasi-chaos god. Many of the top-grade universes had abundant source energy, and it wasn't even lower than the top-grade or even the extreme quasi-chaos god. How could Yang Fann waste such a big piece of fat? Poochie poochie, poochie. The endless power of devouring was like a surging tide that swallowed everything. The top-level universe, along with all the living creatures in the universe, was destroyed at a speed visible to the naked eye, turning into pure strength of origin that flowed into Yang Fann's body through the black hole center, merging into the vast inner world, causing the inner world to slowly transform into the inner universe. Woo woo woo. No, I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Old ancestor, where are you? Where are you? Quickly come and save us, old ancestor. Countless living beings wailed in despair, but Yang Fann remained unmoved. He had heard too much of this sound since he started to devour the first true god. He had long since become numb to it. If they had to blame someone, then blame their old ancestor for being reckless, actually colluding with Wei Yuan and plotting against him. In the blink of an eye, another trillion years passed. Out of the 523 peak universes, nearly half of them were gone, leaving only 286 left. Right at this moment, rumble, 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 Yang Fann's mighty body suddenly grew infinitely taller, and the power within his body increased exponentially. Ultimate quasi-cosmic god. After devouring 237 top universes, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally broke through another level. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 10 billion years. At the border of human domain and Brahma demon domain. Kill all of these human aphids lowly human, die kekekeka. Boys, it's time to feast. Follow the old master and suck them dry. Under the lead of the Brahma demon clan, countless gods were like locusts, crazily attacking the human domain. 10 million years had passed, and the Brahma demon clan had finally completed their preparations. Capture Yang Fann and destroy the 5 guardian families of the human race. An opportunity for a top-level god race ally to launch an all-out attack on the human domain. This time, the Brahma demon clan had made up their mind. They would never give up until they bit off a piece of fat meat from the human race. Apart from the necessary forces that were left behind, the Brahma demon clan, as well as all their subordinate forces, including first-class god clan, had all sent out their elites. Not only was ancestral founder of Brahma, the extreme chaos god, personally overseeing the situation, but the other chaos gods had also exceeded the number of 2 hands, reaching 13 terrifying chaos gods. As for Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, who was a grade lower, there were 67 of them. Among them, there were 10 of them, including the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. If it was before, this wouldn't have been a big deal. In the entire human domain, apart from the 8 chaos gods of the human race, there were 15 chaos gods in addition to the Azure Ox god race. Even if they left behind some necessary protection forces, the number of chaos gods that the human race could mobilize was no less than the number of Brahma demon clan. At most, there would be 1 or 2 fewer people. Mobilizing a few invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God could make up for this gap. The number of chaos gods controlled by Brahma demon clan was greater than that of the human race, but in terms of invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, he was much weaker than the human race. There were 10 people in the human race, including the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. Including the other invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, there were more than 15 people in the human race, and there were 17 of them. On the other hand, all the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God in the Brahma demon realm combined. There were only 11 of them, 6 less than the human race. However, the current situation was different from the past. The loss of the 4 chaos gods and the 2 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was just too great. It had completely shaken the foundation of the human domain. Apart from the necessary forces, there were only 9 chaos gods that could rush to the front line of the human army. As for the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, there were only 14 of them. The gap between the 5 chaos gods was definitely not something that the 4 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God could make up for. If it wasn't for the geographical advantage, the human race might have already started to lose. But even so, the situation of the human race was not looking good. The 36 regions of the border were constantly being devoured by the Brahma demon clan. Another 10 trillion years passed. There were already 3 major regions in the 36 regions of the border that had been completely occupied by the Brahma demon clan, becoming their territory. Apart from that, nearly half of the major regions had been devoured by the Brahma demon clan. There were still 7 more regions. As for the invasion, it was only a part of it. The number of large domains was even greater. During this period of time, who knew how many experts had fallen? Corpses were everywhere, and blood flowed like a river. Even Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God had lost a few of his men. As for the other Quasi-Chaos God warriors, even more had fallen. Among these experts, most of them belonged to the human race and the human race's subordinate forces. The gap between the 5 chaos gods was just too huge. The Shaman Horse region, within the world that Yang Fann had created. Yang Fann had been cultivating in seclusion all this time. He had no idea that because of his powerful suppression, the entire human race had fallen into a dangerous situation. Of course, even if he knew about it, he would still do as he pleased. What was the big picture? What did it have to do with him? In Yang Fann's heart, he was the big picture. It was impossible to make him endure and suffer in silence. It would not have happened in the past, nor would it have appeared in the future no matter who it was. Anyone who dared to have designs on him, Yang Chao, must be prepared to die. At most, he would wait for him to come out of seclusion in the future, destroy the Brahma demon clan, and avenge the human race. Time flowed like water, and in the blink of an eye, Yang Fann had gone into seclusion for 30 trillion years. Grug grug grug. Suddenly, the world crystal wall within Yang Fann's body began to rapidly shatter. The entire world began to rapidly expand in all directions at a terrifying speed. At the same time, the spirit of heaven and earth within the inner world also began to grow exponentially. Countless natural treasures appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain. The treasure light glittered, illuminating the entire world. Yang Fann's soul grew infinitely, and countless truths of the great Tao appeared within his sea of consciousness sublimation. At this moment, Yang Fann felt as if his entire body was beginning to sublimate. C-2530 requesting an audience. Gukang Chaos Domain, Wuma Domain, a great world created by Yang Fann. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's strength was like a landslide or a tsunami, growing crazily. The pure strength of world in his body that was even purer than many quasi-chaos god power of the universe was rapidly compressed, transforming into numerous power of the universe. After 30 trillion years of hard work, after absorbing and refining 6 grand patriarchs, all the universe source in the 5 major powers, 523 high-energy level universe, nearly 10,000 top-level universe god, over 200 quasi-chaos god, and 7 ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god, Yang Fann's cultivation base finally had a qualitative leap, and he broke through to the universe god stage in one go. At this moment, if anyone appeared in the great world below the chaos god, even those great perfection quasi-chaos god would instantly be crushed to the ground, unable to move. Fortunately, Yang Fann was prepared for this. With the universe 8 trigrams divine formation, he could stabilize the spatial zone. Otherwise, if the violent pressure spread out, the entire Wuma region would be thrown into chaos. Countless universes couldn't withstand the violent pressure and would be crushed. And how many creatures would be turned into ashes because of this? Kai, the 8th ranked Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was also the last remaining ordinary Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. His body started to shrink at a visible rate, and his body started to shrivel up. The part in his body had almost reached the critical point. It was about to expand and transform into the universe of Chaos Domain. It started to collapse and shatter. Soon, another 10 billion years passed. That great perfection quasi-chaos god had used up more than 9 layers of his origin energy. His entire body was as thin as firewood, and his skin was stuck to his bones. It was as if a casual gust of wind could completely blow him to the ground, and he could no longer get up. At this moment, Yang Fann's explosive pressure had finally gradually calmed down, and his cultivation had completely stabilized at the low-rank universe god realm Kai. The shattered world crystal wall evolved once again. To be more precise, it should be spatial barriers that were 100 times, or even 1,000 times stronger than cosmic crystal walls. After becoming a universe god, Yang Fann's inner world had completely transformed into a low-level universe. It was just that this low-level universe was so vast that it far exceeded the imagination of the world. Even compared to many small-sized chaos regions, it was not the slightest bit inferior, even surpassing them. 10,000 years later, boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light glittered, and he couldn't conceal his excitement and surging emotions. Powerful, it was a power that couldn't be described with words. The universe god was the universe god. Compared to the great perfection quasi-universe god, it was a completely different concept, more than 100 times stronger. At this moment, the strength of world had completely transformed into the power of the universe. Its quality was so high that it was comparable to the power of chaos god controlled by the chaos god. With just the power of the universe in his body, Yang Fann was confident that he could fight the chaos god. It was not even the mid-level and low-level chaos god like old ancestor Wuxia or old ancestor Xianxia. The strength of divine body, under the assault of the power of the universe, also increased by more than 10 times. Yang Fann was confident that he could fight an ordinary middle-low-rank quasi-chaos gods with the strength of divine body alone. If he could unleash the eternal divine body of the universe, he could even fight a chaos god. The overall strength of divine body was definitely not weaker than some middle-level chaos god warriors, but its overall combat strength was not bad. Compared to low-rank middle-level chaos god, middle-rank middle-level chaos god, and high-rank middle-level chaos god, everything still needed to be tested through actual combat. After all, the strongest person Yang Fann had encountered so far was only a peak middle-ranked chaos god like the Azure Ox ancestor. Compared to a middle-level chaos god, the difference was too great. Judging from the combat strength of the Azure Ox stepping ancestor and the others, there would be some errors. Especially a middle-level chaos god and a low-level chaos god, they were almost two different life forms. Phew. After nearly 60 billion years of hard work, I have finally stood at the peak of Gu Kang Chaos Circle. It wasn't easy, it really wasn't easy. Yang Fann shook his head and sighed. Fortunately, there was no one else in this world. Otherwise, he would definitely throw up on Yang Fann's face. Fuck, was there anyone else who was even more willing to take advantage of him? That was 60 billion years. Not 600,000 eras, nor 600,000 to 600,000 eras. And he was even lamenting how difficult it was. What kind of person was he? Was he not going to infuriate them to death? Was he not willing to give up? Or was he going to do something about it? It was as if the ancient blue chaotic god had existed since the birth of the Gukang Chaos Domain. Up until now, he had lived for hundreds of millions of eras. However, it was only 100 million years ago that he had successfully broken through to the middle-level Chaos God. Yang Fann had only cultivated for a short 60 billion years, not even a single era. He already had the strength to fight a middle-level Chaos God. If this was said to be difficult, was there anything easy in this world? But this is just another beginning for me. Sooner or later, I will become the strongest person in medium-sized Chaos Circle, large-sized Chaos Circle, and even the entire Primal Chaos. A resolute look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He believed that this day would not be too far away from him, who possessed a heaven-defying inheritance. It might not even take that long to settle the matter of dozens of eras. It's just that this heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great law, what exactly is its origin? Why is it that I still don't know anything about it? Unconsciously, a trace of doubt appeared in Yang Fann's eyes. There was also a trace of horror. After becoming a universe god, he carefully searched his soul once more, wanting to see the secrets of the heaven-defying inheritance. Unfortunately, just like before, he found nothing. Unbelievable. One had to know that after becoming a universe god, his interspatial soul had far surpassed his own. A low-level chaos god, even if compared to a middle-level chaos god soul, was far superior. Logically speaking, his soul shouldn't have any secrets from him. Could it be that I have to wait until I break through to the chaos god realm before I can take a peek at the secrets of the inheritance? Soon, another 6 billion years passed. Poochie. Yang Fann had completely devoured that great perfection quasi-chaos god, and started to refine that invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. However, it wasn't Wumar Gongyang, but the second ancestor of the Azure Oxen, the Azure Barbarian ancestor. It had to be said that the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god was the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. He was far from what those ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god could compare with. The strength of origin in his body was more than 10 times stronger than any ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god. He had spent nearly 5 trillion years to completely devour the green barbarian ancestor. One had to know that after advancing to the universe god realm, Yang Fann's great Tao of Devour had a qualitative leap. An ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god wouldn't be able to last more than 300 billion years in his hands before he was completely devoured and refined. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 48 trillion years. Poochie. After green barbarian ancestor and Gongyang ancestor, old ancestor Wu Ma had turned into ashes. Yang Fann's cultivation had broken through 2 small realms in a row, and he was now at the peak of the late stage. He was only a step away from breaking through to the next realm. Another 10 billion years passed. Half of the strength of origin was used up. Yang Fann had successfully broken through to the extreme stage, and he started charging towards the middle-rank universe god. Compared to when he just broke through to the universe god realm, his overall strength had increased by several times. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 75 trillion years. Boom. All of a sudden, a divine light tore through the chaos with incredible speed, 100 times, 1,000 times faster than a quasi-chaos god. In an instant, it had arrived in front of the great world that Yang Fann had created. The next second, the divine light shook, and a dignified middle-aged man walked out from it. He was wearing a purple golden robe, which represented nobility. The aura around him was mysterious and unfathomable, and it was hard to figure out what was going on between his brows. There was a peerless aura that could not be concealed. Every single move he made was accompanied by a powerful aura. It caused people to kneel on the ground and worship it. There was no way they could resist it. Shen Kong Clan, Shen Kongyuani has a request to see fellow Taoist Yang Fann. Please come out and meet him. C 2531 Ask for help. Gukang Chaos Domain, Wuma domain, a nameless world opened up by Yang Fann. Hong Long. Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Why is this Shen Kongyuani here? It wasn't because he was puzzled, but because Shen Kongyuani was able to find the place where he went into seclusion. Yang Fann, who was skilled and bold, had never thought about how to hide his whereabouts. The entire world had appeared openly in the Wuma region. As long as one had the heart to search, it wasn't difficult to find the place where he was going to enter seclusion. It was just a matter of time. As for Shen Kongyuani, he was the third old ancestor of Shen Kong clan. He was a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god who wasn't any weaker than Wei Yuan of old ancestor of Wei family. Given the extraordinary status of Shen Kong clan in human domain, perhaps they already knew where he was a long time ago. What really puzzled Yang Fann was why Shen Kongyuani would suddenly pay him a visit. Yang Fann had no relationship with the Shen Kong clan. It could be said that he didn't mind his own business. It was impossible for Shen Kongyuani to find him for no reason. Could it be that Shen Kongyuani wants to avenge Wei Yuan and the others? Very quickly, a flash of light appeared in Yang Fanshihai's eyes. Although the 12 families of the human race had some conflicts and slights, in general, they were still united as one. Especially when faced with an enemy, they were united against the enemy. The Shen Kong clan couldn't stand it, so it wasn't impossible for them to stand up for Wei Yuan and the others. However, this Shen Kongyuani alone is looking down on me too much. This Shen Kongyuani isn't much stronger than that Wei Yuan. Even when he was still at the peak of top-level Universe Lord, he was still not someone that Shen Kongyuani could fight against. Or is it to say that this Shen Kongyuani is only trying to attract my attention? What else is hidden in the dark? Boom. With a thought, Yang Fann's terrifying strength of soul emerged from his body and swept towards the surrounding chaos. Within the chaos, Bululu, Shen Kongyuani's expression changed slightly, and he swallowed his saliva with some difficulty. Although the fluctuations of the soul were very obscure, he could still sense it a little. However, it was just that tiny bit of strength of soul that made his heart tremble. It was as if there was a peerless berserk beast eyeing him covetously. The terror of that strength of soul was even greater than the elder of Shen Kong clan, Divine Air Grand Master. It was even more terrifying. Compared to him, who was a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god, it was thousands of times more terrifying. Quasi-middle-level chaos god. There really was a quasi-middle-level chaos god standing behind Yang Fann. Although they had sensed the residual power of quasi-middle-level chaos god in the ancestral land of the Wuya family and the other 5 major powers, Shen Kongyuani had some doubts in his heart. A quasi-middle-level chaos god wasn't something that could be found so easily. In the entire Gukang chaos domain, the number of quasi-middle-level chaos god combined wouldn't exceed 2 hands. Their old ancestor had bitterly cultivated for hundreds of millions of eras. Until now, he was still stuck at the threshold of quasi-middle-level chaos god. But now, Shen Kongyuani no longer had any doubts in his heart. Furthermore, the quasi-middle-level chaos god was currently in this world. In an instant, Shen Kongyuani's evaluation of Yang Fann increased by a few points. Not everyone could make a quasi-middle-level chaos god stay in such a big world. It was imaginable how high Yang Fann's position in the heart of that quasi-middle-level chaos god was. It was probably much higher than what they had expected. Within the great world, strange, there really is only Shen Kongyuani. Yang Fann frowned slightly. With his current strength of soul, the possibility of the ancient blue chaos god hiding his soul from him in Gukang chaos domain was very slim, not to mention the Shen Kong clan, whose cultivation base was lower than extreme chaos gods. One should know that after hundreds of thousands of eras of hard work, Yang Fann's cultivation base had once again broken through to the middle-rank universe god. His overall combat strength had increased by more than 10 or 20 times. Forget it, let this Shen Kongyuani in first. When we meet this Shen Kongyuani, everything will be clear. Shaking his head gently, Yang Fann stopped thinking about it. So what if this Shen Kongyuani really had some tricks up his sleeve? Under the absolute power, everything was just a fabrication. And he was the man who controlled the absolute power. With his current cultivation base and strength, if the Shen Kong clan dared to have any evil intentions, it would be the end of their Shen Kong clan. Even Divine Air Grand Master, Extreme Chaos God, had more than half of a chance to suppress him. If he used the forbidden divine ability, this might be a lot higher, and he would die without a doubt. In fact, Yang Fann even had some anticipation in his heart, hoping that the Shen Kong clan would have some kind of evil idea. At that time, he would be able to suppress the Shen Kong clan with the current situation. As the #1 family in the human race, he was the true pillar of support. The foundation of the Shen Kong clan was far from what the Wei family and the wuxia family could compare with. Besides Divine Air Grand Master, Extreme Chaos God, and Shen Kongyuani, who was a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God, there was also high-ranked Chaos God. There were more than 2 huge Perfection Chaotic Gods, and even the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God had 3 of them. As for the other Quasi-Chaos God warriors, there were more than 100 of them. Taking down the Shen Kong clan would bring more benefits than suppressing the Wei family, wuxia clan, and the other 6 major powers. Not to mention high-rank Universe God, even top-rank experts, and even Extreme Universe God would be able to do so. In the next second, buzz. The void twisted and formed a spatial gate. Primal Chaos God, please enter. This. Shen Kongyuani hesitated for a moment. Although he wasn't an expert in the Tao of formation, he could still see that the world in front of him was enveloped by a top-grade divine formation. With his cultivation base and strength, it was impossible for him to break out of the formation within a short period of time. Once he entered the formation, if Yang Fann wanted to harm him, he would be like a turtle in a jar. He would have nowhere to run even if he wanted to. Do you want to enter or not? However, after a slight hesitation, determination flashed across Shen Kongyuani's eyes. With a step, he crossed the spatial gateway and entered the great world. Behind Yang Fann stood a quasi-middle-level Chaos God. He was merely a first-grade middle-ranked Chaos God. It didn't really matter if a quasi-middle-level Chaos God wanted to harm him or not in the divine formation. Besides, the human race was in a critical situation right now. There wasn't much time left for him to hesitate. Yang Fann could even be said to be the only life-saving straw for the human race. No matter how great the risk was, he had to give it a try. Great World Center. In less than a breath's time, a glorious divine palace had appeared. The divine light was dazzling and dazzling, illuminating the entire great world. Dark Light Palace, a palace refined by ancestor wuxia. Even though it wasn't included in the list of quasi-chaos divine artifacts, it was still a top-grade chaos treasure. There was naturally no need for him to be so particular when he went into seclusion alone. The entire great world was his cave abode that was in seclusion. However, now that he needed to receive outsiders, he naturally could not be so simple and crude. Dark Light Palace, inside a divine palace. Yang Fann and Shen Kongyuani sat opposite each other. Is this that Yang Fann? Shen Kongyuani curiously sized up Yang Fann. In this short period of less than 100 trillion years, Yang Fann was the one who had the most discussion in the entire Gukang Chaos domain. And it was also because of Yang Fann that their human race had fallen into today's dangerous situation. He was very curious about Yang Fann. Today, he finally saw him in person. However, it seemed like there was nothing special about Yang Fann. Those who didn't know would think that he was just an ordinary mortal. Primal Chaos God, may I know why you have come to find me today? Yang Fann gave Shen Kongyuani a plain look. Without beating around the bush, he went straight to the point. The power of the universe in his body was drawn and never released. As long as this Shen Kongyuani had any ill intentions towards him, he would immediately suppress him and turn him into nourishment for his growth. This Yang Fann is really something direct. Shen Kongyuani muttered in his heart. It was rare to see such a straightforward Chaos God. They were all old monsters, and when they talked normally, they were always full of twists and turns. There were all kinds of puzzles. But this is good too. Let's just get it straight. Phew. Taking a deep breath, Shen Kongyuani said cautiously, fellow Taoist Yang Fann, let's make this short. Please help us humans on the account that we are all human beings. C-2532 The human race is in danger. Gukang Chaos Domain, Wuma Domain. Yang Fann had created a great world, the wuxia Palace. This Shen Kongyuani isn't here to cause me trouble, but to beg me to help him. What's going on? A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't understand what Shen Kongyuani was saying. A great crisis had appeared in the human race. Was this possible? Although the human race wasn't the strongest force in Gukang Chaos Domain, it was still one of the 10 strongest races. There were countless experts and countless expert in their race. The number of Chaos Gods alone was more than a handful. This didn't include the Chaos Gods who were affiliated with the God race. Even though he had suppressed 3 Chaos Gods, and the two invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god had only slightly shaken the foundation of the human race, it was absolutely impossible to completely endanger the human race. Among the 10 major races, the most they could do was drop by 1 rank. How did the human race fall to the point of seeking help from his enemy, in just 75 trillion years? He couldn't figure it out. He really couldn't figure it out. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, this is what happened. Shen Kongyuan seemed to have noticed the doubt in Yang Fann's heart. He explained slowly. 65 trillion years ago, the Brahma demon clan had been preparing for a full-scale attack on the human race after 10 trillion years of preparation. Of course, the Brahma demon clan was the only race that could not push the human race to such an extent. Although the human race had lost 4 chaos gods and 2 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, their overall strength was still there. The Brahma demon clan wouldn't dare to push them too far. If they really fought to the death, both races would most likely suffer heavy losses. At that time, it would only benefit the other major powers. As long as ancestral founder of Brahma wasn't kicked in the head by a donkey, he wouldn't be this crazy. The truth was as such. After fighting for 40 trillion years and losing 20 border regions, the human race had gradually stabilized the situation. If there were no other forces interfering, it was very likely that the two sides would enter a deadlock and slowly stop fighting, resting. However, tens of billions of years ago, no one knew what method Brahma demon clan used to convince the bear-bearing clan to launch an all-out attack on the humans from both sides. The bear-bearing clan was also one of the 10 great divine races that were adjacent to the human race. Its ranking was even higher than the human race and the Brahma demon clan, and it was ranked 6th among the 10 great divine races. In addition to the Fu Bear Master, Extreme Chaos God, there were also 8 Chaos Gods in the entire Fu Bear clan. If one were to include those auxiliary god clans, there were a total of 18 Chaos Gods in the huge divine domain of the Fu Bear. If one were to compare the number of Chaos Gods, the Fu Bear clan didn't have many more than the human race and the Brahma demon clan at their peak. The key was that among these 18 Chaos Gods, there were 3 top-ranked Chaos Gods. Whether it was the human race or the Brahma demon clan, apart from Divine Air Grand Master and ancestral founder of Brahma, there was only 1 top-grade Chaos God and 2 top-grade Chaos Gods. They were at least equivalent to 5 or even higher-grade Chaos Gods. The Gu Kang Chaos Circle was only the smallest Chaos Circle in the large-sized Chaos domain. The resources inside were limited, and it was only slightly better than those fake Chaos Circles. It was basically impossible for the real peerless monster to be born. Of all the primal Chaos Gods, there were many of them. He could only be considered an ordinary person, without the help of the terrain. However, if they didn't use the forbidden divine ability, it would be impossible for them to challenge those at a higher level. As for the Brahma demon, it was the same for the Chaos God of the 2 major human races. If he wanted to fight someone stronger than him, he wouldn't even have the chance to do so. The Brahma demon clan alone had already overwhelmed the human race. Adding the fact that the bear-bearing clan was even more terrifying, the situation of the human race could be imagined. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the human race had suffered a great defeat. In just a short period of 10 billion years, nearly a third of the 800 domains of the human race had fallen. Even the Chaos God had severely injured one of them, causing him to fall. The fallen Chaos God was the ancestor of the azure-back heavenly ape, a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God who wasn't weaker than Wei Yuan of the old ancestor of Wei family. The one who was severely injured was the second ancestor of the human race, old ancestor Kong Xiangfang. He was severely injured and was on the verge of death, falling into a deep slumber. No one knew how long it would take for him to wake up. Even if he woke up, he would need millions of years to fully recover from his injuries. Old ancestor Kong's injuries were really too severe. The chaos domain in his body had almost been completely destroyed. Even if he could recover from his injuries in the future, his future path would be cut off. If he didn't have a great opportunity, he wouldn't be able to make another breakthrough in his cultivation. As for Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, who was at the 2nd grade, he had lost more than 20 men. Just the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God alone had lost 5 men. The 3 of them were killed in body and spirit. The 2 of them were just like old ancestor Kong, heavily injured and dying. In a short period of time, it was impossible for them to recover much of their combat strength. Not to mention ordinary quasi-chaos god warriors, there were more than 100 of them who had fallen. Most of the other quasi-chaos god warriors were injured. The current situation of the human race was not good, and they were in a precarious situation. If they did not have any external help, even if they did not completely disappear from the Gukang Chaos domain, they would still fall from the ranks of the 10 great divine clans and become an ordinary peak divine clan member. The Fu Bear and Brahma demon clans were the real deal this time. They would never give up until they chased the human race out of the Gukang Chaos domain. Furthermore, the human race was also in a turbulent situation, especially those subordinate divine clans. It was hard to say when they would turn against the human race. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could see that the human race had fallen to the west under the pressure of the two divine races. They were dependent on the human race because the human race was strong enough to bring them protection and benefits. Now that the human race was weak, what thoughts would these vassal god clans have? Only God knew. It would be fine if some of them were first-class god clan. Many of the god race were restricted by the major human forces. Their life and death were under their control. They would never dare to betray the human race. Otherwise, a single thought from them would be enough to wipe out their entire race. However, it was different for those quasi-top level and the true chaos god. The human race didn't dare to push them too far. After all, it wasn't as if these quasi-top level and supreme gods who had great perfection quasi-chaos god and the chaos god were powerless to resist. If they really pushed them too far, they would have no choice but to do so. Although the human race could suppress them completely, they would still have to pay a hefty price for it. If the few top-grade divine races joined forces, they might be able to severely injure the human race. Therefore, most quasi-top-level and top-grade divine races only depended on the human race in name, but they didn't have the means to restrain them. Whether or not they betrayed the human race was up to them. And these divine races had always been talking about benefits. The so-called loyalty. Whoever truly believed in it would be a fool. At the end of his words, Shen Kongyuan looked at Yang Fann with a hint of resentment. If he really wanted to talk about it, the reason why their human race had suffered such a great calamity was because of him. Yang Fann had to bear a great portion of the responsibility, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he was the main culprit behind all of this. If it wasn't for him, Wei Yuan, 6 Grand Patriarchs, and the other 6 major powers, they wouldn't have been suppressed and slaughtered by Wu Qing. If their human race's strength hadn't been damaged, the Brahma demon clan and their human race would have been fighting for thousands of eras. How could ancestral founder of Brahma start a war so easily? The bear-bearing clan would be joining the war later on. This was even more ridiculous. From ancient times until now, the relationship between the human race and the bear-bearing clan wasn't harmonious, but it wasn't too bad either. At most, there would only be a small friction between the two sides. It wasn't to the extent where they would completely fall out with each other. I didn't expect so many things to happen while I was in seclusion. Yang Fann's heart slightly tightened. More than 200 large domains were lost in a short period of time. Even if half of them belonged to the subordinate god race, the casualties of the human race was imaginable. It was definitely a trillion trillions of 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 trillions. Furthermore, many of them were the elites of the human race, universe lord, and even universe god stage experts. However, although it was a serious matter, Yang Fann didn't feel guilty at all. He would rather betray the people of this world than the people of this world. Even if he had to do it again, Yang Fann wouldn't hesitate at all. He would still mercilessly suppress 6 Grand Patriarchs and destroy the 6 major powers. In fact, he was the real victim. It was the Wei family who was hunting him down. Could it be that only the people of the Wei family were allowed to kill him and not allow him to fight back? How could such a thing happen in this world? When the Wei family was the core of the chaos, everyone had to surround them. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, the human race is on the brink of collapse. Please help us on behalf of the human race. Yuan Yi is here to bow to you. While speaking, Shen Kongyuan bowed to Yuan Yi. Yes, fellow Taoist Yuan Yi, please rise quickly. We are all humans, and now that our people are in trouble, I am naturally duty-bound to do so. I will follow you for the rest of your life. C 2533 I never joke. Gukang Chaos Domain, Wu Ma Domain. Yang Fann had created a great world, the Wuya Palace. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann agreed to it. As a member of the human race, it was fine that he didn't know about the calamity that had befallen the human race. Now that he knew about it, how could he just watch the human race suffer? If that was really the case, it would definitely become a knot in his heart and affect his cultivation progress as a human. Under the great calamity of the human race, even though he had the ability to turn the tides, he still ignored it. What was the difference between him and that beast? Furthermore, the great calamity of the human race had started because of him, so there was no reason for him to stand idly by. Furthermore, to Yang Fann, this great calamity was a great opportunity. Whether it was the Brahma Demon clan or the Fu Bear clan, they were much stronger than the Divine Void clan alone. There were 18 Chaos Gods in the entire Fu Bear Divine Realm, more than 100 of them were Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. Although the Brahma Demon Divine Realm was slightly weaker, there were 17 Chaos Gods and nearly 100 Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. If they could absorb all of them, not to mention breaking through to the Peak Universe God Realm, it would not be impossible for them to break through to the Extreme Universe God Realm. For no reason, he could not find trouble with the Fu Bear and the Brahma Demon race. There were some things that needed to be avoided. Although he was invincible in the Gukang Chaos domain, in the entire Primal Chaos, he was only a top-grade expert. Compared to his expert, he didn't have 1,000,000 or 10,000,000, but 100,000, or even 80,000, he wouldn't be able to avoid them. If he really offended the public and provoked those high-tier and even top-level Chaos God warriors, it would be a huge problem for him to escape. However, it was better now that they had delivered themselves to their doorstep. As humans, they had to suppress the Fu Bear and the Brahma Demon race. No matter who it was, they couldn't find a reason to do so. They were really dozing off, and now someone had delivered a pillow to them. 75 trillion years had passed, and Yang Fann had absorbed and refined more than half of the treasures he had obtained. Even 6 Grand Patriarchs only had 2 middle-ranked Chaos God warriors left, Ancestor Green Ox and Ancestor Wuxia. Among them, Ancestor Wuxia had even been devoured by Yang Fann by half of the strength of origin. Yang Fann was worrying about the lack of resources in his hands the next second. Yang Fann suddenly stood up and left the Divine Hall impatiently. If he had gotten this big piece of fat, he would have felt relieved long ago. "Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment." Shen Kongyuani hastily called out to Yang Fann. He said that he was here to seek help from Yang Fann, but his true goal was to seek help from the quasi-middle-level Chaos God behind Yang Fann. Only with the help of the quasi-middle-level Chaos God would he be able to turn the tides and save the human race. Otherwise, just the presence of Yang Fann wouldn't be able to change anything. A mere middle-ranked Chaos God couldn't even make it into the top 10 among the 35 Chaos Gods of the Fu Bear and Brahma Demon. The help he could provide to the human race was extremely limited. Furthermore, Yang Fann was severely injured. In just a short period of 85 trillion years, Yang Fann's injuries must have improved a little, which was considered not bad. It was not easy to recover from an injury of the origin Tao. Without the nourishment of hundreds of eras, it would not be easy to recover. That was something that couldn't be imagined. Currently, Yang Fann's true combat strength was not much stronger than some of the lower-grade Chaos Gods. It was hard to say if he was even slightly inferior. Given the current situation of the human race, it would at least be Extreme Chaos God who could turn the situation around. "Dao friend Yuan, what else do you have?" Yang Fann turned his head and gave Shen Kongyuani a puzzled look. Didn't they say that the human race was in a critical situation and was in imminent danger? He was about to leave, but why did this Shen Kongyuani hesitate? "Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, given the current situation of the human race, we can't solve this problem with Senior's help. I hope fellow Taoist can introduce us to him." Shen Kongyuani gave Yang Fann a careful look, afraid that Yang Fann would be unhappy. "Senior? What senior?" Yang Fann's eyes were filled with doubt. What was this Shen Kongyuani talking about? Since when did he have another senior? Why didn't he know anything about it? "Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, that's the senior behind you." "Fellow Taoist Yuan Yi, I don't know what you are talking about." Yang Fann shook his head slightly. He was getting more and more confused as he spoke. Where did he get a senior? All the way here, he had relied on his iron fists to travel in all directions. There had never been a senior who had taken care of him. "Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, don't worry. Wei Yuan and the others actually dared to provoke you, fellow Taoist. It was all their fault. They can't blame you, fellow Taoist." Seeing Yang Fann pretending to be confused again and again, Shen Kongyuani thought Yang Fann had some concerns, so he quickly promised Yang Fann. Putting aside the fact that they needed Yang Fann's help, even if they didn't, they wouldn't offend Yang Fann and the quasi-middle level chaos god behind him for Wei Yuan and the others. No matter how close the relationship between Wei Yuan and the other major families was back then, if he died, he would be a dead man. It wasn't like their heads were kicked by a donkey. For the sake of such a group of dead people, they went against two chaos gods. One of them was even a quasi-middle level chaos god that the human race couldn't afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann finally understood what was going on. It seemed like this Shen Kongyuan thought that there was someone behind him who helped him get rid of Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs. However, after thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. When he first entered the battlefield and killed his way to the Wei family's ancestral land, he only had the combat strength of a middle-ranked Chaos God warrior. No ordinary person would have thought that in just 10 billion years, he would have the strength to fight a quasi-middle-level Chaos God warrior. Fellow Taoist Yuan Yidao, you misunderstood me. I don't have any seniors backing me. I was the one who suppressed Wei Yuan and the other 3 in the past. Yang Fann shook his head and admitted it. Currently, he was ranked 2nd in Gukang Chaos Domain. No one would dare to claim to be number 1, not even the ancient blue chaotic god. The huge Gukang Chaos Domain, to Yang Fann, was the backyard, and he could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to hide anything. Even if the humans knew that it was him who suppressed Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs, it wouldn't be a big deal. Would they still dare to avenge Wei Yuan and the others? What? Yang Fann was the one who suppressed Wei Yuan and the others? No, how is this possible? Shen Kongyuan widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Yang Fann was only a middle-ranked chaos god, and he was also a severely injured middle-ranked chaos god. How could he have the power to suppress Wei Yuan and the other 6 Grand Patriarchs? One should know that the weakest of Wei Yuan and the other 6 Grand Patriarchs was the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. If they combined their strength and fought with their full strength, they would be able to defeat even a top-grade Chaos God. Even if they were to fight Extreme Chaos God, even if they were no match for him, they were confident that they could retreat with ease. With just Yang Fann alone, not to mention suppressing them, it would be a huge problem whether they could survive the attacks of Wei Yuan and the other 6 Grand Patriarchs. Shen Kongyuan wasn't the only one who didn't believe this kind of nonsense. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, no one would believe it. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, now is not the time to joke. I hope fellow Taoist can introduce me to you. Shen Kongyuan looked at Yang Fann helplessly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a favor to ask of Yang Fann, he would have just flicked his sleeve and left at this moment. Could it be that they were idiots? Yang Fann, even if you are lying, you should at least speak properly. You're only a middle-ranked chaos god, and you've even suffered an origin Dao injury. Can you defeat Ancestor Wuya or Ancestor Green Bull Heaven Trampler? Fellow Taoist Yuan Yi, I'm not joking. They do have my suppression. Yang Fann smiled bitterly. What was wrong with this world? What he said was the truth, but why was it so hard to believe? Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, Shen Kongyuan sounded a little unhappy. It was fine for him to say such a joke once, but he still insisted. It was an insult to his intelligence. However, he didn't wait for Shen Kongyuan to finish his sentence. Rumble, a terrifying pressure that was more than 10 times more terrifying than extreme chaos gods radiated out from Yang Fann's body, instantly enveloping Shen Kongyuan's entire body. Ah, this pressure, hiss, accurate quasi-middle-level chaos god. This was the pressure of a quasi-middle-level chaos god. Gulp you, C2533 I never joke Gukang Chaos Domain, Wu Ma Domain. Yang Fann had created a great world, the Wuya Palace. Without any hesitation, Yang Fann agreed to it. As a member of the human race, it was fine that he didn't know about the calamity that had befallen the human race. Now that he knew about it, how could he just watch the human race suffer? If that was really the case, it would definitely become a knot in his heart and affect his cultivation progress as a human. Under the great calamity of the human race, even though he had the ability to turn the tides, he still ignored it. What was the difference between him and that beast? Furthermore, the great calamity of the human race had started because of him, so there was no reason for him to stand idly by. Furthermore, to Yang Fann, this great calamity was a great opportunity. Whether it was the Brahma Demon clan or the Fu Bear clan, they were much stronger than the Divine Void clan alone. There were 18 chaos gods in the entire Fu Bear divine realm, more than 100 of them were great perfection quasi-chaos god. Although the Brahma demon divine realm was slightly weaker, there were 17 chaos gods and nearly 100 great perfection quasi-chaos god. If they could absorb all of them, not to mention breaking through to the peak universe god realm, it would not be impossible for them to break through to the extreme universe god realm. For no reason, he could not find trouble with the Fu Bear and the Brahma demon race. There were some things that needed to be avoided. Although he was invincible in the Gukang chaos domain, in the entire primal chaos, he was only a top-grade expert. Compared to his expert, he didn't have 1 million or 10 million, but 100,000, or even 80,000, he wouldn't be able to avoid them. If he really offended the public and provoked those high-tier and even top-level chaos god warriors, it would be a huge problem for him to escape. However, it was better now that they had delivered themselves to their doorstep. As humans, they had to suppress the Fu Bear and the Brahma demon race. No matter who it was, they couldn't find a reason to do so. They were really dozing off, and now someone had delivered a pillow to them. 75 trillion years had passed, and Yang Fann had absorbed and refined more than half of the treasures he had obtained. Even 6 Grand Patriarchs only had 2 middle-ranked Chaos God warriors left, Ancestor Green Ox and Ancestor Wuya. Among them, Ancestor Wuya had even been devoured by Yang Fann by half of the strength of origin. Yang Fann was worrying about the lack of resources in his hands the next second. Yang Fann suddenly stood up and left the divine hall impatiently. If he had gotten this big piece of fat, he would have felt relieved long ago. Fellow Taoist, please wait a moment. Shen Kongyuani hastily called out to Yang Fann. He said that he was here to seek help from Yang Fann, but his true goal was to seek help from the quasi-middle-level chaos god behind Yang Fann. Only with the help of the quasi-middle-level chaos god would he be able to turn the tides and save the human race. Otherwise, just the presence of Yang Fann wouldn't be able to change anything. A mere middle-ranked chaos god couldn't even make it into the top 10 among the 35 chaos gods of the Fu Baron. Brahma demon, the help he could provide to the human race was extremely limited. Furthermore, Yang Fann was severely injured. In just a short period of 85 trillion years, Yang Fann's injuries must have improved a little, which was considered not bad. It was not easy to recover from an injury of the origin Tao. Without the nourishment of hundreds of eras, it would not be easy to recover. That was something that couldn't be imagined. Currently, Yang Fann's true combat strength was not much stronger than some of the lower-grade chaos gods. It was hard to say if he was even slightly inferior. Given the current situation of the human race, it would at least be extreme chaos god who could turn the situation around. Dao friend Yuan, what else do you have? Yang Fann turned his head and gave Shen Kongyuani a puzzled look. Didn't they say that the human race was in a critical situation and was in imminent danger? He was about to leave, but why did this Shen Kongyuani hesitate? Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, given the current situation of the human race, we can't solve this problem with Senior's help. I hope fellow Taoist can introduce us to him. Shen Kongyuani gave Yang Fann a careful look, afraid that Yang Fann would be unhappy. Senior? What senior? Yang Fann's eyes were filled with doubt. What was this Shen Kongyuani talking about? Since when did he have another senior? Why didn't he know anything about it? Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, that's the senior behind you. Fellow Taoist Yuan Yi, I don't know what you are talking about. Yang Fann shook his head slightly. He was getting more and more confused as he spoke. Where did he get a senior? All the way here, he had relied on his iron fists to travel in all directions. There had never been a senior who had taken care of him. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, don't worry. Wei Yuan and the others actually dared to provoke you, fellow Taoist. It was all their fault. They can't blame you, fellow Taoist. Seeing Yang Fann pretending to be confused again and again, Shen Kongyuani thought Yang Fann had some concerns, so he quickly promised Yang Fann. Putting aside the fact that they needed Yang Fann's help, even if they didn't, they wouldn't offend Yang Fann and the quasi-middle-level chaos god behind him for Wei Yuan and the others. No matter how close the relationship between Wei Yuan and the other major families was back then, if he died, he would be a dead man. It wasn't like their heads were kicked by a donkey. For the sake of such a group of dead people, they went against 2 chaos gods. One of them was even a quasi-middle-level chaos god that the human race couldn't afford to offend. Upon hearing this, Yang Fann finally understood what was going on. It seemed like this Shen Kongyuani thought that there was someone behind him who helped him get rid of Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs. However, After thinking about it carefully, it was understandable. When he first entered the battlefield and killed his way to the Wei family's ancestral land, he only had the combat strength of a middle-ranked Chaos God warrior. No ordinary person would have thought that in just 10 billion years, he would have the strength to fight a quasi-middle-level Chaos God warrior. Fellow Taoist Yuan Yidao, you misunderstood me. I don't have any seniors backing me. I was the one who suppressed Wei Yuan and the other three in the past. Yang Fann shook his head and admitted it. Currently, he was ranked second in Gukang Chaos Domain. No one would dare to claim to be number one, not even the ancient blue chaotic god. The huge Gukang Chaos Domain, to Yang Fann, was the backyard, and he could do whatever he wanted. There was no need to hide anything. Even if the humans knew that it was him who suppressed Wei Yuan and 6 Grand Patriarchs, it wouldn't be a big deal. Would they still dare to avenge Wei Yuan and the others? What? Yang Fann was the one who suppressed Wei Yuan and the others? No, how is this possible? Shen Kongyuan widened his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Yang Fann was only a middle-ranked Chaos God, and he was also a severely injured middle-ranked Chaos God. How could he have the power to suppress Wei Yuan and the other 6 Grand Patriarchs? One should know that the weakest of Wei Yuan and the other 6 Grand Patriarchs was the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. If they combined their strength and fought with their full strength, they would be able to defeat even a top-grade Chaos God. Even if they were to fight Extreme Chaos God, even if they were no match for him, they were confident that they could retreat with ease. With just Yang Fann alone, not to mention suppressing them, it would be a huge problem whether they could survive the attacks of Wei Yuan and the other 6 Grand Patriarchs. Shen Kongyuan wasn't the only one who didn't believe this kind of nonsense. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, no one would believe it. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, now is not the time to joke. I hope fellow Taoist can introduce me to you. Shen Kongyuan looked at Yang Fann helplessly. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a favor to ask of Yang Fann, he would have just flicked his sleeve and left at this moment. Could it be that they were idiots? Yang Fann, even if you are lying, you should at least speak properly. You're only a middle-ranked Chaos God, and you've even suffered an Origin Dao injury. Can you defeat Ancestor Wuxia or Ancestor Green Bull Heaven Trampler? Fellow Taoist Yuan Yi, I'm not joking. They do have my suppression. Yang Fann smiled bitterly. What was wrong with this world? What he said was the truth, but why was it so hard to believe? Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, Shen Kongyuan sounded a little unhappy. It was fine for him to say such a joke once, but he still insisted. It was an insult to his intelligence. However, he didn't wait for Shen Kongyuan to finish his sentence. Rumble, a terrifying pressure that was more than 10 times more terrifying than extreme chaos gods radiated out from Yang Fann's body, instantly enveloping Shen Kongyuan's entire body. Ah, this pressure, hiss, accurate quasi-middle-level chaos god. This was the pressure of a quasi-middle-level chaos god. Gulp you, C2534 The moon-eroding divine brew Gukang Chaos Domain, Wu Ma Domain. Yang Fann had created a great world, the Wuxia Palace. Shen Kongyuan staggered and almost fell to the ground. His eyes were wide open, like the eyes of a fish, almost falling out of his eye sockets. Quasi-middle-level chaos god. This Yang Fann was really that quasi-middle-level chaos god. This. Although he didn't want to admit it, he couldn't believe it. All of this, but facts speak louder than words. The terrifying pressure that enveloped his body couldn't be faked, and he couldn't allow himself to not believe it. It was more than 10 times more terrifying than the old ancestor of Shen Kong clan, quasi-middle-level chaos god. This was a terrifying pressure that only quasi-middle-level chaos god warriors could possess. Yang Fann found it funny when he saw Shen Kongyuan staring blankly at him, unable to regain his senses for a long time. I can't accept this. If I release all of my might, I will scare this Shen Kongyuan to death. At this moment, although the pressure shrouding Shen Kongyuan's body was terrifying, it didn't even release a single bit of pressure compared to Yang Fann. Otherwise, he would have crushed Shen Kongyuan to the ground. These tens of billions of years of bitter cultivation had not been in vain. Although Yang Fann had yet to break through to the high-rank Universe God, he had already reached the peak of the middle-rank Universe God. Compared to when he had just broken through to the middle-rank Universe God, he was more than twice as strong. If he were to unleash his full strength, not to mention a quasi-middle-ranked Chaos God like Shen Kongyuan, even some high-ranked Chaos God would be able to do it. 8 to 9 of them would be crushed to the ground in an instant, and they wouldn't be able to move at all. The next second, Yang Fann gave Shen Kongyuani a mocking glance and said, "Dao friend Yuan, do you believe me now? Junior has eyes but failed to see. Senior, please don't blame me. Senior, please don't blame me." Upon hearing this, Shen Kongyuani finally came back to his senses and hurriedly apologized to Yang Fann. He kept addressing Yang Fann as senior, not daring to show the slightest bit of disrespect. A quasi-middle-level chaos god wasn't someone he could afford to offend, not to mention the Shen Kong clan behind him. Furthermore, he still needed Yang Fann's help. Wei Yuan, you have made us humans suffer. To think that Wei Yuan could think of ways to cause trouble for a quasi-middle-level chaos god. Luckily, Senior didn't vent his anger on them. Otherwise, they would be finished. A quasi-middle-level chaos god was no less dangerous than the Brahma demon and Fu Bear. In fact, it was even more dangerous than that. The death of old ancestor wuxia and the others was just too much of a grievance. Even they, middle-level and lower-level chaos gods, wanted to kill a quasi-middle-level chaos god. They were simply courting death by lighting a lamp in the toilet. Even if there were twice as many people, it was impossible for them to be a match for a quasi-middle-level chaos god. What did he mean by using the forbidden divine ability to forcefully increase his cultivation base? Only then did he suppress it. Everything in the Wei clan's ancestral land was just an illusion. It could be said that he was trying to bait Wei Yuan into taking the bait. In Shen Kongyuani's eyes, the so-called middle-ranked chaos god cultivation base was just a disguise of Yang Fann. A mere 10 trillion years and he had already broken through to the quasi-middle-level chaos god. Such an absurd thing. Whoever believed it would be a fool. Did he really think that the chaos god was that universe sovereign? Universe lord, 10 trillion years even if it was 100,000 eras, the chaos god would not be able to advance 4 levels in a row. Phew. Fortunately, the old ancestor was not tempted by Wei Yuan. Otherwise, the old ancestor would not have been tempted by Wei Yuan. When he thought of the consequences, Shen Kongyuani shivered. "Dao friend Yuan, can we set off now?" Yang Fann urged once more. When he thought of the 35 chaos gods waiting for him to suppress them, Yang Fann couldn't wait any longer. Yes, senior, we will set off now," Shen Kongyuani answered hastily. After confirming that Yang Fann was the mysterious quasi-middle-level chaos god, what else could he hesitate about? He was even more anxious than Yang Fann. Under the frenzied attacks of the Brahma demon and Fu Bear, the human race had lost their cities and land at every moment. If they arrived a day later, many more human elites would be slaughtered. Hayden's divine realm, one of the 800 divine realms of the human race. The lair of the Hayden clan. This was the home of a top-class god race. Compared to the Heaven Trampler race, it was only slightly inferior. Its ancestor, Patriarch Hayden, was not a middle-ranked chaos god, but a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god that was only second to a middle-ranked chaos god. His strength was not the slightest bit inferior to Wei ancestor, Wei Yuan. Currently, with Hayden's divine domain as the center and the 36 nearby divine domains, the human race had formed a large defensive line to defend against the Brahma demon clan's attack. The entire defensive line was led by ancestor Kongming, a peak primal chaos god, followed by Patriarch Hayden, the second ancestor of the Shen Kong clan, divine void Yuan, who had transformed into a primal chaos god, as well as another top god race subordinate to the human race, the old ancestor of the Void Dragon god race, the Lord of Void Dragon. This could be said to be the number 1 person in the human race's subsidiary god race, just like the second ancestor of Shen Kong clan, the Patriarch of Void Dragon god race, the Patriarch of Void Dragon god race, the Lord of Void Dragon god race. He could be said to be the second largest family in human domain. Even the human race wouldn't dare to offend this Void God race as for Divine Air Grand Master. He had already led the other 3 Chaos Gods to another war zone to defend against the Bear-bearing clan's attack. Apart from the Lord of Fu Bear, Extreme Chaos God, the only other person in the Bear-bearing clan was the Lord of Fu Bear. There were also 3 top-grade Chaos Gods guarding the place. Their strength was more than a level higher than the Brahma Demon clan. Without Divine Air Grand Master, the defensive line would be like a piece of paper, collapsing at the slightest touch. They wouldn't be able to withstand the attack of the Bear-bearing clan. Hayden Divine Domain, Hayden Universe. This was the true lair of the Hayden clan. It was a great skill that the Hayden clan was born with. Now, the Hayden universe had become the headquarters of the defensive line, the command center. Countless large armies of experts were constantly entering and exiting the Hayden universe. First Ancestor Palace. Patriarch Hayden's Divine Palace. In a glorious divine palace, the chi of the Nine Supremes was 100 times more terrifying than the chi of an ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god. Thousands of times more terrifying experts were sitting on the glorious divine thrones. 4 chaos gods and 5 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. These were the top combat strength of Hayden's line. However, at this moment, whether it was the top chaos god, Kongming, or the 5 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, each of them had their own faces. They all have unconcealable melancholy. 4 chaos gods and 5 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. This kind of power could almost run amok in the great Gu Kang chaos circle. Apart from the 10 great god clans, there were almost no other god clans that could be their match. However, compared to the Brahma demon clan, the difference was not small. In order to split more benefits, ancestral founder of Brahma had transferred a lot of Brahma demons from the Brahma demon divine domain over the past 10 billion years. Even the 3 great chaos gods that were guarding the back had been transferred over. Only one chaos god was stationed in the Brahma demon divine domain, controlling the back. At this moment, in the Brahma demon god clan, on one side, there were as many as 16 chaos gods. 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. It was a never-ending cycle, all the way to the end. The average great perfection quasi-chaos god had a total of 86 people. He had practically emptied out all the people in the Brahma demon divine realm faced with the crazy attacks of the Brahma demon god clan. Apart from borrowing the advantage of the terrain, the human race had no way of retaliating at all. According to Ancestor Kong Ming and the others' calculations, this was also the reason why the Brahma demon clan didn't want to pay such a huge price. Otherwise, the time it would take to collapse would be shortened in a straight line. No one was confident that they could last for more than 100 billion years. The gap between the two was simply too great, too great. Calculating the time, it was about time for Ancestor Yuan Yi to return from the Sorcerer Horse domain. Would his trip go smoothly? One of the 12 clans of the human race, the ancestor of the Bai Mang clan, Ancestor Bai Mang, said Ancestor Yuan Yi with a trace of hope in his eyes. The quasi-middle-level chaos god behind Yang Fann could be said to be their last hope. If he was willing to help, then the crisis of the Brahma demon and Fu Bear clans would naturally be resolved. Quasi-middle-level chaos god was not something that the Brahma demon and Fu Bear families could easily afford to offend. Just by himself, he had the strength to challenge the Brahma demon and the Fu Bear families. It was hard to say. Hopefully, everything went smoothly. One of the 12 human clans, the Desolate Silence Ancestor, sighed faintly. He didn't think too highly of Shen Kongyuani. Yang Fann didn't have much of a relationship with the human race. On the contrary, because of Wei Yuan and the others, there were still some conflicts. A little bit of friendship from the same race might not be able to move Yang Fann. Not to mention the quasi-middle-level chaos god behind him. In fact, to the chaos god, the righteousness of the race was just one thing. With their divine abilities, they could create a race with just a wave of their hands. Otherwise, we can only choose to retreat. With their meager strength, they were absolutely no match for the Brahma demon clan. If they continued to resist until the end, only death awaited them. I hope the worst-case scenario won't happen. If they weren't in a desperate situation, they really wouldn't want to leave the ancestral land, or even the human domain. Everyone, a while ago, I was fortunate enough to obtain a jar of moon-eating divine wines. Ancestor Hayden laughed and said, "Everyone, are you interested in enjoying your tea?" C2535 Touch of Death Gukang Chaos Domain, Hayden Divine Realm, Hayden Universe, First Ancestor Palace. Patriarch Hayden shifted his gaze to the other 8 great ancestors and changed the topic. As he spoke, a stream of light flashed, and an ancient wine jar emitting an ancient aura appeared in Patriarch Hayden's hand. Moon-eating divine wine, it really is a moon-eating divine wine. Old monster Hayden, you are really lucky to be able to obtain an entire jar of moon-eating divine wine. Gulp gulp gulp, interesting. Brother Hayden, you are truly interesting. How many eras has it been since I last tasted this moon-eating divine wine? I can't wait any longer. Brother Hayden, quickly fill up a bowl for me. In an instant, the attention of the 8 old ancestors in Divine Palace was attracted by the moon-eating divine wine. None of them had the time to worry about whether or not old ancestor Yuan Yi had successfully invited Yang Fann and the quasi-middle level chaos god behind him. A few of them were even swallowing their saliva. Their eyes were fixed on the wine jar in Patriarch Hayden's hand. They kept urging Patriarch Hayden to take a sip of the moon-eating divine wine. The moon-eating divine wine was the best wine in Gukang Chaos Domain. It was brewed by the Eclipse Moon Clan, which was known as the Wine God Clan, after consuming countless treasures. One jar could only be produced after 100 eras. Not only was the taste intoxicating, but the experts also had the effect of cleansing the moon-eating divine wines. Even chaos gods like them, who often drank the souls and strength of soul, would be able to improve by leaps and bounds. This was terrifying. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, there were at least tens of millions of different kinds of divine wine. If it was expanded to the Gukang Chaos Circle, the number would increase exponentially. However, apart from the Gukang Chaos Circles, there was no other kind that could cleanse the souls. One must know that the Primal Chaos Divine had already stood at the peak of the Gukang Chaos Domain. It was the highest grade of expert in the Gukang Chaos Domain. There were 9 levels and 9 levels of expert, and even more heavenly treasures and earthly treasures. The divine fruit and divine medicines were of little value to the Primal Chaos Divine. It was a pity that they were useless to the Primal Chaos Divine. Back then, the Moon Erosion God race had been in the limelight because of this moon-eating divine wine. Although it was just the quasi-top-level god clan that did not have a single chaos god, its status in the Gukang Chaos Domain was much higher than most of the top god races. Many chaos gods didn't dare to offend the Lunar Eclipse God clan. Even the top 10 god clans had to give the Lunar Eclipse God clan some face. It was just that, for some unknown reason, the famous Lunar Eclipse celestial race had disappeared overnight. Even their ancestral land, the Lunar Eclipse universe, had disappeared without a trace, as if it had never existed. Regarding this, there were different opinions. Some said that the Lunar Eclipse celestial race was too proud and aloof. They offended a powerful chaos god and were suppressed by the chaos god. Some said that the Lunar Eclipse celestial race had other opportunities. They had moved their people away from Gukang Chaos Domain and headed to a medium-sized chaos circle. What was the truth? Until now, it was still a mystery. In the 18 million eras, the number of people searching for the Lunar Eclipse God race was like carps crossing the river. One had to know that along with the mysterious disappearance of the Lunar Eclipse God race, the moon-eating divine wine had become a source of water. It was a jar of chaos treasures that was originally only worth a top-grade high-grade chaos treasure. The price had risen sharply, especially now. 18 million eras had passed, and the remaining moon-eating divine wines. It could be said that the number of Gukang Chaos Domains could be counted on one hand. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, even if all the moon-eating divine wines were added together, they might not even be able to gather 10 jars. The price of these chaos treasures was raised to a sky-high price. Not to mention a high-grade supreme-grade chaos treasure, even a top-grade chaos treasure might not be able to buy a jar of moon-eating divine wine. Especially for nearly a million eras, the number of people who were looking for the Lunar Eclipse God clan continued to soar. A top-grade chaos treasure. The number of people searching for the Lunar Eclipse God race continued to rise. For quasi-middle level chaos god, this was the same thing. With ease, they were able to take out a dozen or 20 top-grade chaos treasures. However, to an ordinary first-class god clan and even the quasi-top-level god clan, a single top-grade chaos treasure was their clan-suppressing treasure. As long as they could find the Lunar Eclipse God race, even if they could only find a few jars of moon-eating divine wine, it would be enough for them to enjoy for the rest of their lives. Was very few, let alone finding the Lunar Eclipse God race. Brother Hayden, quickly pour the wine. I can't wait any longer. That's right, Hayden old ghost, don't carry it anymore. You have already hooked up my liquor worm. Fellow Taoists, it's Hayden, not you. Hayden will fill it up. For all of you now. Ha 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 ha, I'll do it first as a sign of respect. Ha ha ha, good wine, that's the taste. Indeed, this moon-eating divine wine is strong enough. 10,000 Spirit Divine Brew, Starlight Divine Brew, and other top divine brew. Although it's not bad, compared to this moon-eating divine wine, it's still much worse. Not bad, there are many divine wine, and the first is still this moon-eating divine wine. Today, we have borrowed Brother Hayden's glory. Previously, I heard that Brother Hayden is a stingy and petty person. As expected, the rumors are not trustworthy, and the rumors are not trustworthy. Being able to take out a jar of moon-eating divine wine in one go, how could he be stingy? He was completely generous to the extreme. If it were them, there was a high chance that they would secretly enjoy this jar of moon-eating divine wines. Even if they were to take it out and share it, a jar of 100 jin moon-eating divine wines could be taken out for 20 to 30 jin. That was the limit. Everyone's words are heavy. It's just a jar of moon-eating divine wine, it's nothing. Well said, Brother Hayden, you are a good brother. The moon-eating divine wines in the wine jars were quickly reduced as they were toasted. There were only a few jars of moon-eating divine wines left in the entire Gukang Chaos domain. After this village, there would be no more such shop. It was unknown how many eras it would take to taste the moon-eating divine wines again. Perhaps, there would be no more chances. Today, no matter what, he had to drink as much as he wanted. It would be a loss if he drank less. The 7 old ancestors, who only had eyes on the moon-eating divine wine, did not notice the strange light flashing in Patriarch Hayden's eyes. Less than an hour later, not a single drop of wine was left from the 100 jin moon-eating divine wine. The faces of the 7 great old ancestors faintly flushed with a hint of drunkenness. The moon-eating divine wine was different from any ordinary divine wine. A normal low-rank quasi-chaos gods would get a little tipsy after drinking 1 or 2 jin of the moon-eating divine wine. If they drank 1 jin at a time, they would die of drunkenness. Even if they weren't invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, or if they were true chaos gods, they still couldn't help but feel a little tipsy after drinking the 10 or so jin of moon-eating divine wine. This was also one of the main reasons why the moon-eating divine wine was sought after by many experts. The deeper one's cultivation base was, the more difficult it was to relive the drunken feeling. This was especially true for chaos gods like them. No matter how much they drank, compared to them, it was as if they were drinking plain water. They couldn't even feel the slightest bit of drunkenness. Unless they voluntarily sealed their cultivation base in the chaos within them, there was a slight possibility of them getting drunk. However, it was clear that not many primal chaos deities would seal their cultivation in order to experience being drunk. If they really ended up suffering the vicious hands of their enemies because of this, then how unjust would that be? For primal chaos deities like them, they had lived for tens of millions to hundreds of millions of eras. Which one of them didn't have countless enemies? It was just that right now, their power was great, so most of their enemies could only bitterly suppress it, not daring to reveal it. Everyone, are you satisfied with your drinks? Patriarch Hayden looked around at the 7 old ancestors and asked. Vaguely, his voice seemed to be mixed with a trace of ridicule. Brother Hayden, I'm satisfied, I'm really satisfied this time, it's all thanks to Brother Hayden. If it wasn't for him, I would have forgotten what it means to be drunk. The 7 old ancestors, 1 word from you, 1 word from me, all of them echoed out in agreement. This time around, they really drank to their heart's content. As long as you're satisfied, everyone. Then, everyone can go on their way in peace. Patriarch Hayden's voice suddenly changed. He looked at the 7 old ancestors with a mocking expression. What do you mean go on your way in peace? Hayden, what do you mean by that? Ancestor Kong Ming and the other old ancestors' expressions changed slightly, and a trace of uneasiness emerged in their hearts. It's nothing, it's just that I added a little more stuff into this moon-eating divine wine. Hayden, what did you add? Ancestor Kong Ming and the other patriarchs grew anxious. The uneasiness in their hearts grew rapidly, quickly enveloping their hearts. It's nothing much, I just added a little bit of Death God's touch. C2536 Great Defeat Gukang Chaos Domain, Hayden Divine Realm, Hayden Universe, First Ancestor Palace. What? The touch of death? Ancestor Kong Ming and the other 7 old ancestors' pupils constricted, and a trace of unconcealable fear flashed across their eyes. The touch of death was known as the tentacles of death, the summoning of death. It was the #1 poison in Gukang Chaos Domain, the Chaos God. Under the tentacles of death, one would temporarily lose all their divine energy, and become a cripple. It was like a fat piece of meat on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered by others. In the next second, Ancestor Kong Ming and the others wanted to activate the power of Chaos God, power of the universe, in their bodies at the same time. However, what frightened them the most was that both the power of Chaos God and power of the universe had disappeared without a trace, as if they had never existed. No matter how hard they tried, they couldn't activate the power of Chaos God at all. Ah, no, How could this be? How could this be? The touch of death. We have really been poisoned by the first poison of chaos, touch of death. Bitch it, old Hayden, you primal chaos. I treated you as my brother in vain. How dare you, how dare you? Despair, endless despair, in the hearts of Ancestor Kong Ming and the others, the touch of death. It was absolutely the power of the touch of death, which was why it had such great power. It prevented them from using the power of Chaos God, power of the universe, and made them lose the power of Chaos God, power of the universe, within their bodies. With just the strength of divine body alone, what difference was there between them and that cripple? Compared to some high-level universe gods, they weren't much stronger. If they didn't include all their precious treasures, any random top-level universe god. Hong Long, although the disappearance of this divine power was only temporary, they would be able to recover in less than a month's time. However, to the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god and chaos god, it would take them less than a month. A single breath of time was enough to determine the difference between life and death. They had lost, they had completely fallen. Hayden, why are you doing this? Ancestor Kong Ming pointed his finger at Patriarch Hayden and gritted his teeth. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Among all the top divine races in human domain, the one closest to the human race was none other than the Hayden clan. Otherwise, Ancestor Kong Ming and the others wouldn't be able to put the headquarters of the defensive line in Hayden clan without worry. In fact, the ancestral land of the Void Dragon clan was more suitable to be the headquarters of the defensive line compared to the Hayden universe. As the second god race in human domain, the Void Dragon clan's ancestral land was 10 times safer than the Hayden universe under the careful construction of the Void Dragon clan. Even extreme chaos god wouldn't be able to break through the defense of the Void Dragon clan's ancestral land in a short period of time. If he wasn't careful, he would have to pay a price. It could be said that it was the best choice for the command center of the defense line. In the end, Ancestor Kong Ming chose the second option, the Hayden clan. Compared to the Void Dragon clan, he trusted the Hayden clan more and believed that it was impossible for the Hayden clan to betray the human race. He had never thought that the Hayden clan, which he thought was the most unlikely to betray, would be the first to betray the human race. It was still as ruthless as before, using the Death God's touch, the number one poison in the primal chaos, and crippling the 7 old ancestors in one fell swoop. He was going to completely put them to death. Ancestor Kong Ming, don't blame me. I just want to live. Patriarch Hayden gave Ancestor Kong Ming a helpless look. A man should be punished by the heavens and the earth. He only wanted to find a way for them to live in the Hayden clan. He really didn't think highly of the human race. There were only 9 chaos gods and 10 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god left. It was too difficult for them to defeat the Brahma demon and the Fu bear. The possibility of this happening wouldn't exceed 1 level. As for the quasi-middle level chaos god who was behind Yang Fann, he didn't have much hope either. Not to mention the conflicts between the two sides, it was because of the Wei family and the other 6 major powers. It wouldn't be much better if both sides couldn't be considered as mortal enemies. Even if there were no conflicts, it was all for the sake of the friendship between the two of them. Offending the Fu bear and the Brahma demon race. It wasn't as if his head had been crushed by the door. In his shoes, there was no way he would agree to it. If he did not add insult to injury, he would take the opportunity to grab a hold of it. That would be considered not bad. A quasi-middle level chaos god was strong. But the Fu bear and Brahma demon clans were not easy to mess with either. If one was not careful, it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy losses. Even though the human race was prepared to pay a hefty price, in his opinion, the chances of success would not exceed 1 level. Rather than following this broken ship of the human race and walk down the same path, he might as well switch sides as soon as possible and join the Brahma demon god clan. In order to persuade the Hayden clan to surrender, the conditions offered by the Brahma demon god clan were not low. Besides, even if the Hayden clan refused to surrender, the Void Dragon clan would still join the Brahma demon god clan. The reason why they hadn't betrayed the human race until now was because the Void Dragon Lord's appetite was too big, and he had just slightly reached an agreement with the Brahma demon god clan. Alright Ancestor Kong Ming, the few of you, come here. Obediently as they spoke. Rumble. Patriarch Hayden moved his right arm and pressed down on Ancestor Kong Ming and the other 3 men. Hayden, you dare Divine Palace of Yuanshu, let's go. Tai Zan Divine Shield, suppress pressure. Roar 9 Dragon Divine Pagoda, block it for me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Numerous treasure lights rose from the bodies of ancestor Kong Ming's 7 great ancestors. They transformed into quasi-chaos divine artifacts, blocking Patriarch Hayden's attack with all their might. However, without the support of ancestor Kong Ming and the others, the divine weapon itself was not much stronger than some of high-rank quasi-chaos gods' divine weapons. It might not be a match for Patriarch Hayden, who was a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god. Not to mention, this was Patriarch Hayden's lair, the First Ancestor Palace. With the help of the power of the First Ancestor Palace, even a slightly weaker middle-ranked chaos god might not be a match for Patriarch Hayden. In less than a breath's time, grug grug grug, the layers of defensive barriers formed by the 7 great quasi-chaos divine artifacts. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a hot knife cutting through butter as it smashed into the ground with unstoppable force. Ah, no, old Hayden, are you really going to be so ruthless? Roar, old Hayden, aren't you afraid of my divine heir grandmaster's revenge? Wadong, Hayden, you son of a bitch, you will have your retribution, you will definitely have your retribution. All kinds of curses and curses continuously sounded out from the mouths of the 7 great old ancestors. Among them, there was also an endless amount of regret. Greed for the wrong things, greed for the wrong things. Why didn't I notice old Hayden's strange behavior earlier? With old Hayden's stingy appearance, how could he possibly be so generous as to take out an entire jar of moon-eating divine wines? Otherwise, how could there be today's disaster? I am a dignified top-rank expert, I am a peak-grade, high chaos god, and I am not willing to accept this. Old man Shen Kong, you can't even protect yourself, and you still want to take revenge on me. Ridiculous. The corner of Patriarch Hayden's mouth cracked open, revealing a hint of disdain. Once the human race was defeated, the number 1 person, Divine Heir Grand Master, would definitely be the Brahma Demon, and the number 1 wanted target of the Fu Bear race. He wouldn't even have time to deal with the pursuit of the Brahma Demon race and the Fu Bear race. How could he have the spare energy to seek revenge? Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand crushed ancestor Kong Ming and the other 7 old ancestors. Patriarch Hayden didn't kill them directly. The value of the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god and chaos god who were still alive couldn't be compared to the value of the lost invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god and chaos god. Furthermore, Patriarch Hayden still had a great ambition in his heart. If he could control ancestor Kong Ming and the others, the 7 old ancestors would be under his control. At that time, the Hayden clan would become the leader of all the subsidiary divine families in the Brahma Demon God clan. They would become the undisputed strongest divine family under the Brahma Demon God clan. Even the Brahma Demon God clan wouldn't dare to offend the Hayden clan. Scarlet Sun Divine Domain, one of the 800 divine regions of the human domain. It used to be a subordinate force of the human race, the territory of the quasi-top-level god clan's Crimson Light celestial race. But now, it was one of the 134 divine regions occupied by the Brahma Demon God clan. Because it was the closest to the Hayden's line, it had become the temporary headquarters of the Brahma Demon God clan. Countless Brahma Demon, Divine Domain, and elite army were shuttling back and forth. Crimson Light Divine Realm, the number 1 universe, Crimson Light Universe. Ha ha ha, good Hayden did not disappoint me. Breaking the enemy is just a matter of time. Boys, get ready, all of you, attack and take down the Hayden's line. Kill just these human ants. Kekekeka, this is fun, this is really fun, ha ha ha, look at me suck all of your brain cells dry, ha ha ha. No, don't kill me, don't kill me. Ah, how could this be? Why did the barrier and the protective barrier disappear? Woo. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. Someone save me, save me. C2537 First step. The main reason why Gukang Chaos Domain, Human Domain, Hayden's Line, and the human race were able to withstand the frenzied attacks of the Brahma Demon God clan was because of their geographical advantage. With the help of the numerous divine formations and barriers, they were able to barely fight against the Brahma Demon God clan. However, all of this had become a thing of the past with the betrayal of the Hayden clan. Ancestor Kong Ming and the other 7 old ancestors had been completely suppressed. Without a doubt, Patriarch Hayden was the person in charge of the entire defense line. He wanted to shut down the layers of defensive divine formations and barriers, although many human and divine families expert had their doubts. Without the help of the defensive divine formations and barriers, how could they resist the attack of the Brahma Demon God clan? This was not forcing them to die, unfortunately, they couldn't twist their arms or legs. The order of Patriarch Hayden, the Chaos God, was not something they could disobey. Even if someone refused to comply, they would still be killed by Patriarch Hayden and become a warning to others. After killing a few quasi-Chaos God, no one dared to raise any objections. Very quickly, blood flowed like a river in the huge Hayden's line. Corpses were everywhere. Bang, bang, bang. A large number of war continents and war universes were destroyed, turning into dazzling fireworks, burning their last rays of light carnage. It was a complete one-sided slaughter. The coalition forces of the human race was no match for the Brahma demon god clan in the first place. Now that they had lost their geographical advantage and the mysterious disappearance of ancestor Kong Ming and the other 7 old ancestors, there was no way they could organize any effective defense. They were utterly defeated. Whether it was the human race or the vassal forces of the god race, they only hated their parents for giving them 2 legs. Woo woo woo. Run, everyone run. Don't kill me, I beg of you, let me go, let me go. Sir, please spare me, I surrender, I surrender. Ha ha ha. Kill boys, kill them all. Kekekeka. Children, devour as much as you want. Absorb their flesh and blood for the old master. Die. All the lowly human beings must die today. I will kill to my heart's content. Ah, Hua Sheng, I'll fight you all to the death. Roar, Hua Sheng, die with me. Ah, Hayden clan, you bunch of Hua Sheng, how dare you betray my clan? You all will die a horrible death. Even if I become a ghost, I won't let you off. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless mushroom clouds rose up from one universe after another. Countless humans and the various god race influences were hysterical as their savage nature was completely ignited. Even at the risk of their body and spirit being destroyed, they still wanted to drag this bunch of beautiful girls down with them. There were even some quasi-chaos god experts among them, and a quasi-chaos god self-detonated. Even the low-ranked quasi-chaos gods was in danger of exploding. It was no less than a full-force attack from an extreme quasi-chaos god, and some of the top and extreme quasi-chaos gods self-detonated. It was even comparable to a strike from a chaos god. It did bring some trouble to the Brahma demon god clan, but it was just a minor itch that didn't affect the overall situation. Especially after the chaotic gods of the Brahma demon god domain attacked, these quasi-chaos god didn't even have the chance to explode before they were ruthlessly suppressed. Human domain, within the boundless chaos. Boom, boom. 2 streams of light tore through the chaos at an incredible speed. They were 10 times faster than great perfection. Quasi-chaos god and were more than 100 times faster. In the blink of an eye, they had appeared in the billions. A light year away, these 2 streams of light were none other than Yang Fann and Shen Kongyuani, who had hurried over from the god domain of Witchhorse to the god domain of Hayden. In order to take care of Shen Kongyuani, Yang Fann didn't even use his full speed. He only maintained the same speed as Shen Kongyuani. Although he couldn't wait to suppress the many chaos gods of Brahma demon god clan and bear-bearing clan, however, after thinking for a while, Yang Fann decided to temporarily put out his plan of taking the first step. With Shen Kongyuani's speed, it wouldn't take him more than 1,000 years to reach the Hayden Chaos domain. One should know that the reason why the Shen Kong clan was named after Shen Kong. They were the chosen ones of the spatial zone. In terms of speed, the Shen Kong clan was very famous in the Gukang Chaos domain. Although Shen Kongyuani was only a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god, his speed was so fast that even many middle-ranked chaos god couldn't match up to him. He was chasing after some high-ranked chaos god, and some high-ranked chaos god, who wasn't good at speed, were even slower than Shen Kongyuani. And with such a short period of time, it wouldn't affect him much. Suddenly, a stream of light tore apart the mixed egg and rushed towards Shen Kongyuani. Shen Kongyuani frowned as a sense of unease welled up in his heart. That stream of light was the most secretive signal of the Shen Kong clan, the arcane art. If it wasn't for something urgent, Yuan Hua ancestor would never have made a move against it. Could it be that something had happened in the Hayden preservation area? Buzz. The soul moved, directly enveloping that stream of light. The next second, rumble, rumble, Shen Kongyuani's expression suddenly changed. A terrifying killing intent surged like a tidal wave and rose from his body, shattering the surrounding chaos. Ah, Hayden, you son of a bitch, if I, Shen Kongyuani, don't kill you, I swear I won't be a human. Shen Kongyuani's eyes were filled with tears of blood. He let out a heart-wrenching wail, as if he had lost his parents. That message was none other than. It was Yuan Hua ancestor who used the strongest secret technique of the Shen Kong clan at the last moment. The message that Patriarch Hayden had betrayed them and used the first poison of the primal chaos, the death god's touch, to harm their 7 ancestors. At this moment, Shen Kongyuanyi's hatred was overflowing. He wanted nothing more than to shred Patriarch Hayden into a million pieces and burn his bones to ashes. Although he didn't know that the Yuanhua old ancestor had been suppressed, he knew the tragic scene of the human race just by thinking with his toes. The great defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The 7 old ancestors had been plotted against and old Hayden had betrayed them. It would be strange if they could still defend the defensive line. As the number 1 family of the human race, the Shen Kong clan had always been the main force of the Hayden's line. Countless of their people had gathered in this place. Among them, there was no lack of his direct bloodline, and even his son and grandson. If the Hayden's line were to be destroyed, it was imaginable what would happen to them. It seems like something has happened. Yang Fann's eyes flashed and he seemed to be deep in thought. Judging from Shen Kongyuanyi's expression, it was very likely that the Hayden clan had betrayed the human race. Along the way, Yang Fann had gained some understanding about the situation in the Hayden's line through Shen Kongyuanyi's words. The Hayden clan had a very important position in the Hayden's line. It could be said that the entire Hayden's line was built on the foundation of the Hayden clan. If it defected to the human race, it would be a devastating blow to the entire defensive line. If something went wrong, it would be possible for the entire line to collapse. Fellow Taoist Yuan Yidao, what happened? Senior Yang Fann, the matter is like this. Old Hai Dun, that was Sheng. Shen Kongyuanyi forcefully suppressed the killing intent in his heart and told Yang Fann everything that happened just now. How could this be? Yang Fann frowned. He had thought that the betrayal of the Hayden clan would bring a devastating blow to the defensive line, but he didn't expect it to be this serious. The 7 old ancestors had been suppressed. Needless to say, the Hayden's line couldn't hold on any longer. Looks like we don't have time to waste anymore. Soon, Yang Fann made up his mind. He didn't have the time to accompany Shen Kongyuanyi to Hayden Divine Domain. Although they weren't far from the Divine Domain of Hayden, with Shen Kongyuanyi's speed, he would be able to reach the Divine Domain of Hayden in 100 years at most. However, in this short period of 100 years, it was enough for the Brahma Demon God clan to occupy the Hayden's line and slaughter all the human armies in the defensive line. Fellow Taoist Yuan Yidao, there is no time to lose. I will take my leave first. C-2538 Descend in the Chaos. Yang Fann's eyes flashed as he made a decision. He was going to leave Shen Kongyuanyi behind and head to the Hayden's line first. Otherwise, when Shen Kongyuanyi rushed over, even the yellow vegetables would turn cold. The entire Hayden's line had collapsed. 100 years was more than enough time for the Brahma Demon God clan to wipe out the hundreds of millions of human elites and the armies of all races. Currently, the Hayden's line had gathered nearly 4 levels of strength of the human race. Once they were severely injured or even wiped out, the loss of the human race would be huge. This wasn't something Yang Fann wanted to see. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't have agreed to help the human race without any conditions given by Shen Kongyuanyi. Without waiting for Shen Kongyuanyi to speak, Yang Fann moved and ripped apart the chaos, disappearing from Shen Kongyuanyi's line of sight. It's my fault, everything is my fault. Looking in the direction where Yang Fann disappeared, a hint of regret emerged in Shen Kongyuanyi's heart. If it wasn't for the fact that he thought that nothing could have happened to the defensive line in a short period of 1,000 years, he wouldn't have allowed his senior to go to the Hayden's line before him. Otherwise, how could there be such a great catastrophe? The speed of a quasi-middle level chaos god was 10 times, 100 times faster than his. Not to mention nearly 900 years, even 9 years was enough for senior to rush to the Hayden divine region from the sorcerer horse domain with ease. At that time, with senior, a quasi-middle level chaos god guarding the defensive line, that old man Hayden would dare to easily betray the human race. Even if he betrayed them as usual and used their Gukang Chaos Domain's number 1 poison, Death's Touch, it would only be a false alarm. Although Death God's touch was powerful, even the Chaos God, the poison will last for a month. Not a single power of Chaos God could be used, but the Chaos God was referring to a low-level Chaos God. The stronger one was, the faster the Death God's touch's poison would be removed. A middle-ranked Chaos God was confident. As for a top-grade Chaos God like Kongming, he would be able to recover his power of Chaos God in half a month. Furthermore, it would only take him 3 days to get rid of the poison in his body. He would be able to recover his strength. The touch of death. It was hard to say if he had the ability to poison a quasi-middle level Chaos God. One should know that up until now, not to mention a quasi-middle level Chaos God, even Extreme Chaos God, who was only a level lower, had never been hit by this touch of death. The highest grade was a top-grade Chaos God like Kongming the Chaos God. Taking a step back, the Death God's touch was also effective against quasi-middle level Chaos God. It would take a very short period of time, and even 2 hours might not be enough to limit it. As for quasi-middle level Chaos God, they were different from the other Chaos Gods. Which one of them did not have a supreme-grade quasi-chaos divine artifact in their hands? This was a supreme treasure under a chaos divine weapon. Even without the support of a quasi-middle level Chaos God, the power unleashed by the artifact spirit alone was no weaker than a low-grade Chaos God. In fact, it might even be stronger than a low-grade Chaos God. It was extremely easy for a quasi-middle ranked Chaos God like him to last 2 hours in the hands of Hayden. Even if it was ancestral founder of Brahma who personally attacked and unleashed the power of a divine tool at all costs, it wouldn't be too difficult for him to last 2 hours in the hands of the Chaos God. Besides, it was a quasi-middle level Chaos God. How could he only have a few ways to save his own life? Woo woo woo. All of this is my fault. I am a sinner of the human race, a sinner of the human race. Tears of regret flowed down from Shen Kongyuanhe's eyes. If time could be reversed, he would never let Yang Fann travel with him. Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. Yang Fann, who was worried about the situation of the human race, no longer held anything back. Apart from the forbidden divine ability, it could be said that he had unleashed his full strength, and his speed had soared to the extreme. Compared to many quasi-middle level Chaos God warriors, his speed was faster. 100 times, 1,000 times. Not only that, under the Chaos God, even an ordinary great perfection quasi-Chaos God wouldn't be able to find any trace of Yang Fann. Yang Fann's speed was just too fast and fast. Before they could react, Yang Fann had already left the range of their spiritual sense. Unknowingly, 7 days had passed since Patriarch Hayden betrayed the human race. 7 days had passed, and the defensive line of the human race had completely collapsed. Countless experts had died, and their souls had been destroyed. However, compared to the hundreds of millions of human elites that covered the entire defensive line, the loss wasn't too great. 7 days was just too short. Even if the Brahma Demon God clan launched an all-out attack, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. With the local snake, the Hayden clan, as a spy, it would be impossible for them to occupy the entire defensive line in just 7 days. 36 God domains. The vastness of a divine region was something that not even ancestral founder of Brahma, the extreme Chaos God, could cross, let alone the army of the Brahma Demon God clan, which wasn't even a Chaos God. Even with the help of numerous flying treasures, the Brahma Demon God clan wanted to sweep through the entire defensive line and occupy the entire 36 divine domains. That was 100 years, 1,000 years. White Stallion God territory. This was the God territory closest to Hayden's line's Wu-Ma God territory. It was once first-class God clans, White Stallion's divine domains territory. However, as White Stallion's divine domain became one of the 36 divine domains of the Hayden's line, the White Stallion God race's ruling position was directly stripped away, and it was directly ruled by the human race. In this White Stallion God domain, the human race had sent a total of 1 Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, 2 Extreme Quasi-Chaos God, and 24 Quasi-Chaos God warriors to guard it. There were nearly 1,000 top-level Universe God warriors who were at the next level. With the help of the geographical advantage and the help of many formation barriers, they were able to barely resist the attacks of the Brahma Demon God clan. In fact, for the past hundreds of billions of years, they hadn't lost much of their universe. The few divine realms with the Hayden divine realm as the center were the center of the battlefield. As for the White Stallion divine realm, the Brahma Demon God clan didn't arrange for many forces at the border of the battlefield. In terms of high-end combat strength, they only had 1 Extreme Quasi-Chaos God and 16 Quasi-Chaos God warriors each. However, all of this had been completely reversed along with the Hayden clan's betrayal. The battle situation in the White Stallion divine realm was as tragic as it was in the central divine regions. In fact, it was even more intense than it was in the central divine regions. It was also because these quasi-chaos god warriors were unlucky. White Stallion's divine domain was one of the few divine domains where the Hayden clan's quasi-chaos god warriors were more concentrated. Out of the 27 quasi-chaos god warriors, there were 12 quasi-chaos god warriors in the Hayden clan. Under the reinforcement of the Hayden clan, it was only the first day, but it almost wiped out all the high-end combat strength of the human race. Out of the 15 quasi-chaos god warriors, 9 of them had fallen. The remaining 6 were also severely injured. 6 days had passed, and another 5 of the remaining 6 quasi-chaos god warriors had fallen, perishing. Only the only great perfection quasi-chaos god, the third grand elder of the 12 families, Kong Yi, had escaped. However, Kong Yi's current condition was also hard to predict. His internal universe was on the verge of collapse, and his combat strength wasn't any better than many intermediate quasi-chaos god warriors. As the person in charge of the human race in White Stallion Divine Realm, Elder Kong Yi was the #1 target of the quasi-chaos god warriors of Hayden clan and Brahma Demon god clan to take care of. White Stallion Divine Realm, an inconspicuous intermediate universe. Rumble, 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 rumble. All of a sudden, numerous terrifying auras of quasi-chaos god descended from the sky, heading towards the intermediate universe. Swoosh swoosh poochie. In the blink of an eye, the intermediate universe had been crushed into pieces. The surrounding chaos had been completely sealed, and not even a drop of water could leak out. Old Kong Yi, come out. Today, you won't be able to escape even if you have wings. A dignified voice that sounded like a bronze bell echoed in the chaos. Buzz. A ripple appeared in the void where the intermediate universe was. A person appeared out of thin air, revealing a silver-haired old man with a pale face. It looks like I won't be able to escape calamity today. Elder Kong Yi surveyed his surroundings. There were a total of 12 quasi-chaos god in the chaos. 1 extreme quasi-chaos god and 3 top-rank quasi-chaos god. There were 5 high-rank quasi-chaos god and 3 intermediate quasi-chaos god warriors. If he was at his peak, these 12 quasi-chaos god. He was at least confident in being a 8th layer. There was a high possibility that he could win this battle. He had left half of them behind, but now, his combat strength was even weaker than high-rank quasi-chaos gods. It was impossible for him to be a match for them. He had to run away. It was just wishful thinking. I never thought that I would die in the hands of these young men in my brilliant life. How sad, what a pity. However, my life is not so easy to take. A flash of ruthlessness appeared in Elder Kong Yi's eyes. Even if he were to die, he would definitely bite off a chunk of his opponent's flesh. Rumble, rumble. Elder Kong Yi no longer suppressed his injuries. The universe within his body began to crumble at a visible rate, and his aura rapidly increased. His thin body, which had grown from 1.8 meters to 1.8 meters, also grew infinitely taller. Not good. This old thing is going to risk his life. Everyone, be careful. At that moment, rumble, a terrifying pressure that caused many intermediate and low-grade chaos gods to despair descended from the sky, crushing down on the 12 quasi-chaos god from the Brahma Demon god clan. Ah, this pressure, even Master Ancestor couldn't match up to it. Quasi-middle level chaos god. This was the pressure of a quasi-middle level chaos god number. How could this be? How could this be? C2539 Sweep Gukang Chaos Domain, White Stallion God Domain. The 12 quasi-chaos god warriors of Brahma Demon god clan widened their eyes in disbelief. Quasi-middle level chaos god. That was the indisputable top 10 experts of Gukang Chaos Domain. Even their ancestor, the ancestor of Brahma Demon clan, was a grade lower than them. Compared to them, who were quasi-chaos god warriors, quasi-middle level chaos god warriors were nothing. They would never be able to interact with him in their entire lives. Why would he suddenly appear here? Right at this moment. Rumble, rumble. A stream of light flashed by, and the doubts in the hearts of the 12 quasi-chaos god warriors became eternal. All their power, perception, thoughts, everything was sealed and vanished in the vast chaos, as if it had never appeared. For a moment, the chaos was so quiet that it was scary. It was like a grave. Elder Kong Yi was the only one standing in the chaos. He couldn't come back to his senses for a long time. After a long while, Elder Kong Yi finally made a sound. I survived. I survived. This. Elder Kong Yi swallowed his saliva, and he felt as if he'd fallen into a dream. He'd originally thought that he would die for sure today, and he'd already made plans to kill one of them. It was sufficient, and he'd killed 2 to earn 1. Never had he imagined that the situation would actually turn around. In the next moment, a wave of wild joy climbed onto Elder Kong Yi's face. Even ants were greedy for life, let alone humans. If they could survive, who would be willing to die? Despite being besieged by the expert of the Brahma demon clan, his origin universe had almost collapsed, and his origin had been severely damaged. It was his fortune to be able to keep his cultivation base at the same level for the rest of his life. He would never dream of advancing another step and advancing to the Chaos God realm. However, so what? The most important thing was to stay alive. Even if he couldn't become the chaotic god, with great perfection quasi-chaos god's cultivation base. In the Gukang chaos domain, he was a first-class figure. He was high and mighty, and he could control the life and death of thousands of races with a single thought in the next moment. Elder Kong Yi's body trembled as he recalled his benefactor. That quasi-middle level chaos god was killed in a row. Brahma demon clan, he was the only one left among the 12 quasi-chaos god warriors. It was obvious that he was trying to save him. However, who was the quasi-middle level chaos god that saved me? He couldn't figure it out and was completely confused. With great perfection quasi-chaos god's cultivation base, he could only communicate with some middle and low-grade chaos gods and get to know high-ranked chaos god. It was a little difficult, let alone quasi-middle level chaos god. To put it bluntly, even the ancestor of the Kongming family, Ancestor Kongming, might not be able to communicate with a quasi-middle level chaos god. Not to mention a puny little great perfection quasi-chaos god like him. In the eyes of those big shots, he, great perfection quasi-chaos god, was just a slightly stronger aphid. Could it be that lord? Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in Elder Kong Yi's mind, as if he had thought of something. Ordinary quasi-chaos god did not have the right to know about that secret, but as the person in charge of a divine region, he was only second to the 9 old ancestors of the defense region, so he still had some knowledge about it. He knew that old ancestor Yuan Yi of the Shen Kong clan had gone to the Wu Ma divine domain to request the news of the quasi-middle level chaos god behind Yang Fann. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was true. There were only a few quasi-middle level chaos god in the entire Gukang chaos domain. As for the humans, they would have a chance to get in touch with them. After counting, there was only one. Otherwise, if he could ask for help. As for the other quasi-middle level chaos god warriors, how could they possibly be forced to such a state by the Brahma demon and the Fu bear? How could they possibly lose a few hundred divine realm warriors at once? When the Fu bear race attacked, they would use their connections. They would contact the quasi-middle level chaos god. Elder Kong Yi was right. The one who attacked was Yang Fann. 7 days had passed. To be precise, there was still a bit of time left before 2 hours passed. Yang Fann had crossed over a divine region and arrived at this white stallion divine region. When the secret letter was sent to Shen Kongyuanyi's hand, it had taken him more than 6 days. Although the speed of the arcane art was not inferior to many of extreme chaos gods, and even surpassed him, compared to Yang Fann, it was more than 10 times, or even 100 times worse. However, after arriving at the White Horse divine domain, Yang Fann didn't use much of his strength. He only used his quasi-middle level chaos god combat strength. If he really used all of his strength, he would definitely frighten ancestral founder of Brahma and the other chaos gods in the Brahma demon god domain. Even if they had 10 guts, they wouldn't dare to go against an intermediate, a high level, or even a peak middle level chaos god. There was only one result, and that was to turn around and run without saying a word. This wasn't something Yang Fann wanted to see. He would never let go of ancestral founder of Brahma and the other 17 chaos gods if he wanted to save the human race. This was the key to his advancement to the top rank in Extreme Universe God. If a chaos god were to hide himself wholeheartedly, even if his cultivation base was 10 times or 100 times higher, the chances of him finding them would be very slim. Not to mention the entire primal chaos, even if he was hiding in the Gukang chaos domain, it wouldn't be easy for Yang Fann to find them. Currently, Yang Fann's strength of soul was indeed much stronger than many middle-level chaos god, but even so, he could barely cover the smallest small-sized chaos region with his soul. As the large-sized chaos domain, the size of the Gukang chaos domain was more than 10 million times bigger than the small-sized chaos region. For example, out of the 800 divine regions in human domain, any divine region would have a surface area of 1,000, or even 10,000 times larger than the small-sized chaos region. After suppressing his strength to the quasi-middle level chaos god realm, Yang Fann's strength of soul shrunk by more than 9 layers. It took him nearly 3 days to search the entire White Stallion Divine Realm. All the quasi-chaos god warriors of the Hayden clan and Brahma demon god clan were suppressed. The universe gods of the other 2 families, including those top-level universe god warriors, were all killed. After advancing to the universe god realm, Yang Fann had no interest in these top-level universe god warriors. Not to mention thousands of top-level universe god warriors, even if there were 10 times or 100 times more of them, it would still be limited to his cultivation base. When he broke through to the middle-level universe god, or even just the quasi-middle-level universe god, apart from those limits and great perfection quasi-chaos god, he would lose interest in the other quasi-chaos god warriors, and he wouldn't have the desire to devour them. After finishing off this White Stallion god domain, Yang Fann didn't stop and charged into the neighboring Heavenly Owl god domain. He followed the example and spent more than 3 days to suppress the 37 quasi-chaos god Brahma demon divine realm experts and the 12 quasi-chaos god rebels in the Heavenly Owl divine realm. He wiped out more than 9 universe gods and continued on his way. As for those universe lord and the universe sovereign, Yang Fann did not kill too many of them. Universe gods, quasi-chaos god. He had already taken care of all of them, and this was the only amphioxus left. If the human race didn't have the ability to take care of them, they would be like Ado, who couldn't be supported. It would be better to remove them from the list of the 10 major divine races in Gukang Chaos Domain as soon as possible, so as to avoid losing face. Heavenly Chief God Domain Desolate Ox God Realm, Heavenly Lion Realm, Crocodile Dragon God Realm, Giant Devil God Region, Tien Jun God Realm, Scarlet Sky Divine Territory, Crimson Light Realm, Crimson Light Universe. Bitch it, what I don't want to see the most is. Ancestral founder of Brahma frowned. He gritted his teeth. Patriarch Hayden's betrayal. There were many secrets of the human race, and to ancestral founder of Brahma, there was no secret at all. The news of Shen Kongyuani asking for Yang Fann's help. He was crystal clear about it. He had also thought of sending expert to intercept Shen Kongyuani. However, after thinking about it for a while, he gave up on that idea. Shen Kongyuani's speed was not any slower than some of the high-ranked chaos god. He wanted to intercept Shen Kongyuani in the vast chaos. It wasn't an easy task. Of course, the most important thing was that he was just like Patriarch Hayden. In his heart, he also didn't think that Shen Kongyuani would be able to invite the quasi-middle-level chaos god behind Yang Fann. Putting aside the quasi-middle-level chaos god, it wasn't necessarily the humans who attacked. Even if it was the humans who attacked, there was only a trace of a non-essential friendship between them. The possibility of them attacking was just too low. He had never thought that the most unlikely thing to happen would actually come true just like that. No, he has already broken through 12 god domains in a row. We can't let him continue like this. Stop him, we must stop him. C-2540 Admit Defeat Crimson Light Realm, Crimson Light Universe, Brahma Demon Divine Palace. A hint of pain appeared on ancestral founder of Brahma's face. In just a month's time, the quasi-middle-level chaos god behind Yang Fann had already swept across 12 divine realms. Although one god domain didn't suffer a great loss, when all 12 god domains were combined, that would be terrifying. Just Great Perfection quasi-chaos god alone was suppressed by 18, and the number of quasi-chaos god warriors in the other domains was even greater. It directly exceeded 400. Almost 450. In the entire Brahma demon god realm, there were only a few quasi-chaos god warriors. In the open and in the dark, all of them were only over 2,000 quasi-chaos god warriors. More than 400, nearly 450 quasi-chaos god. This was more than 2 quasi-chaos god in the 2 levels of their Brahma demon god realm. There were also those fallen universe gods. High grade, intermediate, and low-level universe god were fine. But top-level universe god, it was a formidable force amongst the top divine races. Even in the Brahma demon clan, it could barely be considered as one of the upper echelons. Among the 12 divine domains, even if there weren't 20,000 top-level universe god that fell, there would still be 15 to 16,000 of them. This had greatly weakened their Brahma demon divine realm's foundation and potential. Unfortunately, most of the top-level universe god and quasi-chaos god warriors of the Brahma demon god clan were gathered in the center of the battlefield. In the 12 divine domains, there were less than 50 quasi-chaos god warriors, and only 2,000 of them were top-level universe god warriors. Otherwise, if all of them were from the Brahma demon god clan, ancestral founder of Brahma would definitely jump up in anger. One should know that the total number of quasi-chaos god in the Brahma demon clan was less than 1,000, and the number of top-level universe god was less than 30,000. Very quickly, a resolute look flashed across ancestral founder of Brahma's eyes. If he allowed that quasi-middle level chaos god to take down a few more large regions, their Brahma demon divine realm would suffer a great blow to their vitality, and even their foundation would be shaken. These 12 divine regions were only the border divine regions of the 36 divine regions of the Hayden's line. The strength they had arranged was limited. At most, there would be 2 great perfection quasi-chaos god, 50 quasi-chaos god warriors, and thousands of top-level universe god warriors. However, if they passed 2 more divine regions, they would arrive at the center of the battlefield. Here, in any one of these divine regions, they had arranged for several great perfection quasi-chaos god, over 100 quasi-chaos god warriors, and even invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. Most importantly, most of these quasi-chaos god warriors came from the Brahma demon god clan. If they let that quasi-middle level chaos god wipe out all of them, the Brahma demon god clan would suffer a huge loss. It was better not to be late now. Compared to speed, he was several times slower than a quasi-middle level chaos god. If he hesitated a little more, perhaps another god domain would fall into that person's hands. Boom boom. Very quickly, a profound ringing sound, with the Crimson Sun universe as the center, spread towards the Crimson Sun god domain. Crimson Sun divine realm, within one top divine palace after another. Boom 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 boom. The eyes of the chaos gods and invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god sparkled. This bell sound is master ancestor calling for us. Su, su, swoosh. In just a few breaths of time, numerous chaos gods, invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, tore through the void and gathered towards the Brahma demon's divine palace. Ancestral founder of Brahma wouldn't dare to look for that quasi-middle level chaos god by himself. People knew that he wasn't very strong in extreme chaos god's eyes. He could be considered to be above average, 10 times weaker than a quasi-middle level chaos god, or even more. Although his life wouldn't be in danger, if he wanted to leave, he would never let a quasi-middle level chaos god live. He couldn't stop him, but this time, he wasn't trying to escape. Instead, he wanted to block the quasi-middle level chaos god's path. If they couldn't reach an agreement, a direct battle would be inevitable. If he was the only one fighting the quasi-middle level chaos god, he would definitely be blown to pieces. Taking a step back, even if he could block the quasi-middle level chaos god, he would have to pay a heavy price. If he wasn't careful, his foundation might be damaged. He didn't have much confidence that he could advance to the quasi-middle level chaos god. If there was any damage to his foundation, he wouldn't be able to break through to the quasi-middle level chaos god. This wasn't what ancestral founder of Brahma wanted. How could he completely cut off his path of advancement just to protect these juniors? Time flashed, and another 5 days passed. The mystic spirit divine realm was one of the 6 major divine regions in the central region of the Hayden's line. After the profound spirit divine realm, it would be one of the 6 central divine regions, the heavenly turbid divine realm. And in this profound spirit divine domain, ancestral founder of Brahma's group finally succeeded in stopping Yang Fann. It finally let ancestral founder of Brahma and his group heave a sigh of relief. In just a short period of 5 days, another divine region's expert had fallen. 3 great perfection quasi-chaos god and 58 quasi-chaos god had been suppressed, and nearly 2,000 top-level universe god had fallen. This didn't include the loss of 2 great perfection quasi-chaos god, 43 quasi-chaos god warriors, and more than 1,000 top-level universe god warriors in the mystic spirit divine realm. If he was given another 10 days and a half month, it would be incredible. Although they had already sent a message to ask the quasi-chaos god and top-level chaos god warriors in the 2 god realms to retreat quickly. However, how could it be so easy to leave a divine domain? Even a low-level chaos god would need at least 10 years to cross a god domain. Not to mention these quasi-chaos god and top-level universe god who weren't even chaos gods. If they wanted to successfully escape in a few short days, unless they happened to be at the border of the god domain, there was absolutely no hope at all. Profound spirit divine realm, within the boundless chaos. Yang Fann, ancestral founder of Brahma and the other chaos gods, invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, confronted each other from afar. In order to completely stop Yang Fann, who was a quasi-middle-level chaos god, ancestral founder of Brahma had put in a lot of effort. It could be said that he had gathered all the experts he could. Out of the 17 chaos gods in the Brahma demon divine realm, not to mention the 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, even Patriarch Hayden, who had recently joined the sect, had found him. This noble one didn't. Am I seeing things? That quasi-middle-level chaos god is actually him, ancestral founder of Brahma and the other chaos gods, as well as the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, all stared at him in disbelief. They had never thought that the quasi-middle-level chaos god was actually Yang Fann himself. Along with the annihilation of the Wei family and the other 6 major powers, Yang Fann's name shook the entire Gukang chaos domain. He was one of the most taboo existences in the Gukang chaos domain, and his image was not rare in any of the top divine families or quasi-top-level god clan. Ancestral founder of Brahma and the others were only shocked. Patriarch Hayden looked at Yang Fann and couldn't help but feel regret in his heart. The battle between the two sides had completely turned around. With the arrival of Yang Fann, a quasi-middle-level chaos god, the human race could be said to be undefeatable. Without the interference of the other 10 major divine races, it would only be a matter of time before the Brahma demon god clan retreated to the Brahma demon divine domain. As the greatest traitor of the human race, he was the #1 target of the human race. At that time, the Brahma demon god clan might not be able to protect him. If he had known that such a huge change would occur, he would have continued to observe the situation and not make such a rash decision. It was just a few days, just a few more days. Regret, endless regret. It was as if it wanted to devour Patriarch Hayden's soul. To be honest, the moment Patriarch Hayden received the news, he really wanted to lead his people out of human domain and even Gu Kang Chaos Circle without saying anything. With him, the Chaos God, and the 8 Chaos Gods under his control, he would be able to gain a firm foothold even if he escaped from the other chaotic circles. Unfortunately, ancestral founder of Brahma didn't give him the chance. He immediately brought him to his side. At this critical moment, he might have to rely on Patriarch Hayden to ease the relationship between him and the human race. If one were to talk about the person the human race hated the most, it definitely wasn't him, but the Patriarch Hayden who stabbed him in the back. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, if the two of us continue fighting, both of us will only suffer heavy losses and benefit others for nothing. Why don't we stop here and return to the Brahma demon divine realm? C-2541 Suppress the progenitor of the Brahma demon Gukang chaos domain, profound spirit divine domain, boundless chaos. Yang Fann and the numerous chaos gods of Brahma demon divine domain, the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, confronted each other from afar. After pondering for a moment, ancestral founder of Brahma still chose to admit defeat. He was inferior to others. If a quasi-middle-level chaos god did not completely fall out with him, it would be better if he did not completely fall out with him. It was better not to completely fall out with him. With the strength of the 17 chaos gods and 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god in the Brahma demon divine realm, they could at most be slightly stronger than one quasi-middle-level chaos god. If they were to fight to the death, there was a high chance that the outcome of the battle would be 40 and 60%. 6 of them would be Yang Fann, and 4 of them would be Yang Fann. Such a small advantage was nothing to them. There was a possibility that they would lose at any time. Furthermore, this was only a result of victory and defeat. If that Yang Fann lost, would he foolishly stay where he was and wait for them to suppress him? Even if one were to use one's toe to think, this was impossible. Once Yang Fann chose to leave, they had no other choice but to watch him leave. A quasi-middle-level chaos god was determined to leave. Even the #1 chaos god in the ancient blue didn't have much confidence in keeping him. Otherwise, the Gukang chaos domain wouldn't be a competition between the 10 major god clans. It would be the ancient blue god clan that would unify the entire chaos domain. Since ancient times, the ancient blue god clan had the ambition to unify the Gukang chaos domain. It was just that they were not strong enough and had no choice but to suppress their ambitions. Once Yang Fann left, they would be the ones who would be in trouble. All of them came from different powers. It was all right for them to gather together for a short period of time, but it was impossible for them to stay together all the time. Not to mention, most of them were not from the same god race. Even if they came from the same race, all the expert would not be able to stay in one place for long. It would only be a matter of time before they were separated. If that Yang Fann took the opportunity to find trouble with them. Apart from Extreme Chaos God and the second top-ranked Quasi-Chaos God Old Ancestor of Brahma Demon God Clan, none of the others, including the two high-ranked Chaos God, were confident that they could survive the attack of a quasi-middle-level Chaos God warrior. In any case, they had never suffered any losses in this battle. Over the past tens of billions of years, they had obtained a huge amount of benefits. Wherever they went, they were like locusts crossing the border. Over 100 divine regions had been occupied by them, and countless races had been killed by them. The accumulation of tens of millions of eras, and even the accumulation of tens of millions of eras had been plundered by them. Countless resources and mineral veins had directly suffered destructive exploitation. Even if they withdrew just like this, that massive amount of resources could also cause the strength of their Brahma Demon divine realm to soar by a large margin. This was still the result of eliminating those quasi-chaos god and universe gods that were suppressed by Yang Fann. Otherwise, their harvest would be much greater. Give up just like that? What kind of place do you think our human domain is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Yang Fann narrowed his eyes and sneered. What kind of joke was this? How could such a big piece of fat meat let them slip away under his nose? One extreme chaos god, one top-grade chaos god, two high-ranked chaos god, 5 middle-ranked chaos god, 9 low-grade chaos gods, and 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. Compared to the total amount he had obtained before, it was more than 10 times, or even more than a dozen times. Whether he could advance to the top or extreme universe god would depend on this. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, it's better to get rid of enemies than to tie a knot. There are some things that you shouldn't do too well. If you really want to tear off all pretenses of cordiality, neither of us will benefit from it. Ancestral founder of Brahma frowned. His voice was a little gloomy, and there was a hint of threat in it. Although we are afraid of a quasi-middle-level chaos god like you, we are only afraid of you. We are far from being afraid of you. If we really want to fight, it's still uncertain who will win and who will lose. It's better if you don't go too far. Tear off all pretenses of cordiality. So what? Yang Fann sneered. This old Brahma demon obviously didn't know what kind of terrifying existence it was facing. Since they dared to stand in front of Yang Fann, their lives had already begun the final countdown. Yang Fann, don't go too far. Although quasi-middle-level chaos god is strong, he doesn't have the qualifications to do so. He can run amok in Gukang chaos domain, and Brahma demon clan isn't someone you can mess with. Ancestral founder of Brahma's voice instantly turned cold. He had said all the good things he wanted, but this Yang Fann still refused to accept him. This was going too far. Did he really think that the Brahma Demon God clan and the Lord of Brahma Demon had no temper? I would like to see how the Brahma Demon clan is not someone to be trifled with. Yang Fann sneered and took a step forward. Rumble. Yang Fann no longer suppressed his chi. He had the eternal divine body of the universe, and the power of the universe was boiling all over his body. Apart from the forbidden divine ability, he didn't hide anything. Puchi 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 in all directions, countless chaos had been destroyed. With Yang Fann as the center, billions of millions of chaos had been destroyed. A light-year region had turned into a terrifying nothingness. Ah, no, impossible. This is impossible. In an instant, the terrifying pressure had taken away ancestral founder of Brahma's mind. His eyes bulged out. Apart from disbelief, there was also disbelief. The scariness of the pressure was more than 1,000 times stronger than extreme chaos gods. It was at least 10,000 times stronger. It was a matter of life and death. In fact, there were continuous explosions in his heart. As long as Yang Fann was willing to, he could easily suppress this extreme chaos god. He had no ability to resist. Even if he used all of his trump cards, the forbidden divine ability, it wouldn't change anything. Even when he faced the #1 expert of Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancient blue chaotic god, he didn't have this kind of terrifying feeling. No, the ancient blue primal chaos god was far from being comparable to the 101, or even lower. High-rank middle-level chaos god was at least a high-rank middle-level chaos god, most likely a peak middle-level chaos god. He couldn't believe it, and he couldn't accept it either. With the limited resources in Xianxia Chaos Circle, breaking through to low-rank middle-level chaos god was the limit. For example, the ancient blue chaotic god had advanced to the middle-level chaos god, and it had been more than 100 million eras. However, according to what he knew, the ancient blue chaotic god's cultivation base hadn't improved much in the last 100 million eras. Not to mention the birth of a high-grade or even a peak middle-level chaos god. Such an expert might not even be able to be produced in the medium-sized chaos circle. At that moment, rumble, Yang Fann moved his right arm. He threw a palm at ancestral founder of Brahma. The palm strike that came straight at ancestral founder of Brahma didn't contain any profound mysteries, nor did it use any divine abilities. However, the scariness of its power far exceeded the imagination of the world. It wasn't something that could be described with words. It seemed like the entire profound spirit divine domain would be completely destroyed by this palm strike. Ah, no, really, it was true. Everything was true. It was all true. The ominous signs of collapse finally made ancestral founder of Brahma come back to his senses. Trying to dodge was totally an extravagant hope. Demon god Heavenly Pearl, let's go boom! A bright green light rose from ancestral founder of Brahma's body, piercing through the heavens and earth. Kai, 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 the demonic energies that blotted the skies radiated out from within, filling the area with chaos. They turned into a demon god barrier that protected ancestral founder of Brahma's entire body. Roar the blood of a fey god, burn burn for me! Ancestral founder of Brahma's face was ferocious, and he let out a hysterical wail. His voice was almost crazed. Rumble, rumble, the green demonic energy once again increased in size. It directly transformed from green to deep green. The demon god Heavenly Pearl, supreme grade quasi-chaos divine artifact. It was also the most powerful treasure of the Brahma demon god clan, the divine weapon of the clan suppressing. Adding on the fact that ancestral founder of Brahma didn't hesitate to pay a higher price for it, its defensive power had increased by more than 10 times. Not to mention quasi-middle-level chaos god, even an ordinary low-rank middle-level chaos god would have to spend a lot of effort to break the protection of the demon god Heavenly Pearl. In less than a breath's time, poochie poochie poochie, all of the dark green demonic energies were obliterated into dust. Even the demon god Heaven Pearl was filled with cracks, as if it would completely collapse in the next second. At least it was high-rank middle-level chaos god's terrifying power. How could ancestral founder of Brahma, this extreme chaos god, defend against it? Arg, no, spare me senior, spare me. Poochie, ah, no, how could this be? Old ancestor, he. No, I don't believe it. C2542 all of them were suppressed Gukang chaos domain. Profound spirit divine domain, boundless chaos. The eyes of the 17 chaos gods, including the Brahma heaven ancestor, Patriarch Hayden, and the 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god all widened in disbelief. They couldn't believe it, they really couldn't believe it. What did they see? What did they see? Suppressing. They were the masters of the Brahma demon divine realm, ancestral founder of Brahma. He didn't even have the strength to fight back at all, and was completely suppressed by Yang Fann. How was this possible? Ancestral founder of Brahma was the high and mighty extreme chaos god. In the entire Gu Kang chaos circle, he was a famous expert. Within all the chaos gods, he was one of the top 15, and he even had a chance to break through to the top 10. He was actually suppressed by a single palm. Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? Even the number one person in Gu Kang chaos circle, the ancient blue chaos god, did not have the strength to suppress their master ancestor with a single strike. It was to the point that whether or not he could completely suppress their master ancestor. It's a big mystery. Although they, master ancestor, had never fought the ancient blue chaos god before, it didn't mean that there were no other extreme chaos god who had fought the ancient blue chaos god before. Although that extreme chaos god was far from being a match for the ancient blue chaos god, he still managed to escape safely after paying some price. In other words, Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength were far above the ancient blue chaos god. Gulp gulp this. Was this possible? If this Yang Fann really had that kind of power, how could the human race be? They were only ranked at the bottom of the 10 great divine clans. They had already swept across the other 9 great divine clans and unified the Gukang chaos domain. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand shattered the primal chaos once more, aiming straight for the only peak primal chaos god among the chaos gods, the Brahma heaven ancestor. Ah, no. The warning of extreme danger caused the old ancestor's expression to change. He wanted to resist, but ancestral founder of Brahma, who was more than 10 times stronger than him, was suppressed by Yang Fann's palm, let alone the old ancestor. The heaven-sheltering big hand was like a dried branch that was crushed to the ground by Yang Fann's palm. In less than half a breath's time, Poochie, the old ancestor, stepped onto ancestral founder of Brahma's back and was captured by Yang Fann with a single palm strike, completely sealing the universe within it. Ah, Lord Fan, the remaining 8 Chaos Gods and 6 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God of the Brahma Demon God clan all let out heart-wrenching wails, as if they were mourning their parents' death. All of them had completely collapsed, and the spiritual pillar in their hearts had collapsed. At this moment, they finally accepted the cruel reality. It had been suppressed. Master Ancestor and Sir Fan, the 2 strongest men of Brahma Demon God clan, were suppressed just like that, without any ability to resist. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? What should we do now? What should we do? I shouldn't have come. I really shouldn't have come. Despair and endless despair quickly flooded everyone's heart. They were dead for sure. This time, they were really dead for sure, although they still had 2 great high-ranked Chaos God, 5 middle-ranked Chaos God, 9 low-grade Chaos Gods, and 11 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. This strength was comparable to ancestral founder of Brahma and old ancestor Fan's combined strength. At most, it was only a tiny bit stronger. There was almost no big difference. However, ancestral founder of Brahma and the Brahma ancestor were merely 2 slaps in the hands of that monster. If it were them, the result would be obvious. It would only be a matter of a few slaps. If time could be reversed, they would never dare to follow the Brahma Demon God clan and attack the human race, even if they had to take the risk of falling out with the Brahma Demon God clan. Offending the Brahma Demon God clan would at most mean that they wouldn't mix in the Brahma Demon Divine realm. With their cultivation base and strength, although they were far from being a match for ancestral founder of Brahma and the others, they could only flee with their clansmen. If the Brahma Demon God clan wanted to keep them alive, they wouldn't be able to surpass the 3rd level. However, it would be suicidal to become the enemy of the human race. Among the 16 chaotic gods, Patriarch Hayden was filled with regret. As for the other Chaos Gods, it was one thing for Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God to be invincible. He was the mortal enemy, and it was them who initiated the war. Yang Fann was killed by them, and no one else could be blamed for that. It could only be said that he was not as good as them. However, he was still a member of the human army a month ago. Now, the opportunity to soar into the sky was right in front of him. However, he didn't grab hold of it. Instead, he threw himself into the arms of his enemy. Was there anyone in this world who was even more stupid than him? If he could be more careful, he only needed to be a month or 2 later. That would be another 2 outcomes. The status of the Hayden clan would surely rise along with the rise of the human race. Perhaps, he would also have a chance to peek into the secrets of peak primal chaos gods and even extreme chaos god in the future. With an expert like Yang Fann, it was obvious that the rise of the human race was inevitable. It was only a matter of time before they could sweep across the 8 wastelands and unify the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. However, he was lucky that it had only been a month. It had only been a little more than a month. Boundless regret was crazily devouring Patriarch Hayden's soul. All of this was Shen Kongyuanyi's fault. Right, it was all Shen Kongyuanyi's fault. Patriarch Hayden gritted his teeth. He wished he could eat Shen Kongyuanyi's flesh and drink his blood. Since he had successfully invited Yang Fann out of the mountain, you wouldn't send a secret message to inform us. If he had known Yang Fann's true strength earlier, he wouldn't have dared to betray the human race even if he had thousands or tens of thousands of guts. Bastard, this wasn't the way to cheat people. Shen Kongyuanyi, you son of a bitch, you're going to die a horrible death. Rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand came crashing down once again, covering the 16 Chaos Gods and 11 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. It was going to wipe them all out in one fell swoop. The remaining Chaos Gods and invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God were not much stronger than ancestral founder of Brahma. Extreme Chaos God, even if they combined all of them together. There was no need to do that at all. They just had to suppress and kill all of them one by one. Ah, no, I am the Chaos God. I am the highest grade expert in the Gukang Chaos domain. I should be immortal and eternal. How could this be? No, I am not willing to accept this. I am not willing to accept this. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Senior, please, please let me go. Please let me go. As long as you let me go, I swear. From today onwards, I will be your dog. I will follow your orders for all my life, if I go against your orders. Then this lowly one will be destroyed in body and spirit, forever unable to reincarnate. Yes, yes, Senior, this little one is also willing to surrender, willing to surrender. Senior, please show mercy, spare this little one's life, this little one's life. Also, our clan is willing to pledge our loyalty to Senior and become Senior's dog. What dignity and pride of a chaos god. At this moment, Patriarch Hayden and the others had completely forgotten about it. At this moment, the most important thing was to protect his own life. Everything else was just a dream. Be my dog, all of you better obediently become my nourishment. Yang Fann sneered. With this group of low-level chaos god warriors, he could spare their lives and take them as his slaves. How much strength could they increase? They were not even comparable to a quasi-middle-level chaos god warrior. If he really encountered a strong enemy, it would be useless, but if he absorbed and refined them, it would be different. At least, it would be enough for him to advance to a peak universe god, and it would be enough for Yang Fann to increase his combat strength by dozens of times. At that time, there wouldn't be many middle-level chaos god warriors who would be his match. Ah, no, Yang Fann, you bastard, you will get what you deserve. You will get what you deserve. Roar, you forced me to do this. If you want to die, let's die together. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Seeing that Yang Fann had cut off their last chance of survival, they had no choice but to kill him. The ferocity in the hearts of many chaos gods and invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god was completely ignited. Their bodies swelled rapidly, and they decisively used the last and cruelest method of the cultivators, self-destruction. Chaos gods, especially high-ranked chaos god, chose to self-detonate at all costs. The terrifying power was definitely not any weaker than the full-powered strike of a low-ranked middle-level chaos god. Trying to self-destruct, have you asked me if I did not? Stop right there, Yang Fann sneered. He didn't care at all. There was at least a huge gap of 6 levels between the two of them. The difference in strength between the two of them was more than 100,000 times, a million times. How could they self-detonate so easily? Ah, no, Hua Sheng, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. One breath later, Pucci, 16 chaos gods and 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god disappeared without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Next, it's time for the final finishing touches. C2543 End Gukang Chaos Domain, Hayden's Line, Mystic Spirit Divine Domain. Under Yang Fann's all-out attack, ancestral founder of Brahma, the other 17 chaos gods, and the 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god were completely suppressed by Yang Fann without any ability to resist. At this point, the incident in the Hayden War Zone had finally come to an end. Although there were still dozens of ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god, thousands of quasi-chaos god and tens of thousands of top-level universe god warriors left in the Brahma demon god clan, they were still not suppressed by him. However, they had already become insects that were harmless to him. Even without Yang Fann's help, the human race could still easily wipe out these survivors of the Brahma demon god clan. After suppressing Patriarch Hayden, Ancestor Kong Ming and the other 3 chaos gods, who had been plotted against by him, were going to be subdued by him in the future. They were going to expand the power of the Hayden clan. Naturally, the 5 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god had become Yang Fann's captives. Regarding these 8 old ancestors, Yang Fann didn't take advantage of them and let them become nourishment for his growth, just like ancestral founder of Brahma and the others. Although the 8 old ancestors, the 3 chaos gods, and the 5 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god were not small pieces of fat meat, there were some things that needed to be done, and some things that needed to be done. If it was only the Brahma demon god clan who opposed him, it would be fine. Their harvest was his spoils of war, but this trip was to rescue the human race. He had openly accepted human expert as his spoils of war. Yang Fann felt that he had no bottom line. With the strength of Ancestor Kong Ming and the others, it was extremely easy for them to get rid of the defeated soldiers of Brahma demon god clan. More than a month had passed. Even the poison of death touch in the bodies of the 5 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god had been cleaned up. However, Yang Fann still chose to attack personally. Ancestor Kong Ming and the others had already gotten rid of these survivors of Brahma demon god clan. It wasn't difficult, but the time would be 100 years, 1,000 years, or even longer. During this period of time, it was rare for some fish to slip through the net. However, it was different with Yang Fann personally taking action. Ancestral founder of Brahma and the other experts had all been suppressed by him. There was no need for him to continue hiding his true cultivation base. With the terrifying soul power that was comparable to a high-grade or even a peak middle-level chaos god, under the full power of the terrifying soul power, it would take Yang Fann less than an hour to wipe out the entire god domain. There were only 23 god domain experts left in the Hayden's line, as well as temporary strongholds like the Brahma demon god clan. In just 3 to 4 days' time, all of them would be wiped out by him. Besides, these dozens of ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god, over 1,000 quasi-chaos god, were not too big or too small. They could be considered a piece of fat meat. When combined, the strength of origin provided by them would not be any worse than swallowing and refining a low-grade chaos god. In fact, it might even be better than that. Puchi Puchi Puchi, the plum blossom god territory. The Haga region of the gods. Chickens and charming god realm. The Four Extremities divine realm. The Luohai divine realm. The Mordor divine realm. The Heavenly River god realm. The Blazing Earth realm. Very quickly, one divine realm after another was swiftly swept away by Yang Fann, just like the previous 13 divine realms. All the quasi-chaos god were captured and suppressed by him. He killed every 4th grade universe god he encountered, killed every pair he met. 5 days later, Hayden Divine Realm, Hayden Universe, First Ancestor Palace. After revisiting their old home, Ancestor Kong Ming and the other 8 old ancestors still felt as if they were in a dream and hadn't woken up. Everything was so unreal. More than a month ago, they all thought that they were dead for sure. Even the human race was finished. Who would have thought that? In less than 2 months, a shocking reversal had occurred. Although the Brahma demon clan, which had pressured them until they couldn't breathe, hadn't been completely wiped out. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the Brahma demon clan had lost more than 9 layers of high-grade and top-grade combat strength. His Excellency Yang Fann, all of this was because of His Excellency Yang Fann. Those idiots from the Wei family nearly caused the death of our human race. Fortunately, Lord His Excellency Yang Fann was magnanimous and didn't make a fuss about it with us. Otherwise, our human race would have been destroyed by those idiots from the Wei family. While rejoicing, Ancestor Kong Ming and the others were secretly delighted. With His Excellency Yang Fann's explosive strength, even the ancient blue chaotic god was far inferior to him. At this moment, they seemed to have seen the number 1 overlord of Gukang Chaos Domain waving at them. As long as His Excellency Yang Fann was willing, it wouldn't be difficult for him to unify Gukang Chaos Domain. Of course, the one who felt the happiest was the Void Dragon clan. The master of the Void Dragon clan. Previously, the Brahma Demon God clan had not only contacted Patriarch Hayden, but also the Lord of the Void Dragon. It was just that he had been waiting for the price and didn't immediately agree to ancestral founder of Brahma's offer. In the end, he was snatched away by Patriarch Hayden. At that time, he was filled with regret. If he had agreed to it first, he wouldn't have ended up being suppressed by Patriarch Hayden. Who would have thought that the world would change so suddenly? Phew. Fortunately, old Hayden had taken the initiative. Otherwise, he would have cried to death. It seemed like he would have to follow the footsteps of the human race from now on. The Lord of the Void Dragon secretly made up his mind and completely cut off the trace of thoughts that he should not have in his heart. As the second largest clan in the human domain, second only to the human race, the Lord of the Void Dragon had always thought of replacing the human race and becoming the new ruler of the human domain. But now, he didn't dare to have any evil thoughts. With His Excellency Yang Fann around, the status of the human race would be unshakable. Even a high-ranked chaos god like him wouldn't be able to withstand a single palm strike from His Excellency Yang Fann. How dare he have evil thoughts? That would be like lighting a lamp in the toilet, courting death at this moment. Boom! A terrifying killing intent rose from the body of the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god. Lord Kongming, what should we do with these survivors of the Hayden clan? They had come to the Hayden Divine Realm and the Hayden Universe not to revisit their homeland, but to the Hayden clan. Old Hayden had been suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann. They had no other choice but to take a step back and use the Hayden clan to vent the anger in their hearts. Otherwise, it would be difficult to dispel the anger in their hearts. Boom boom rumble. These words instantly ignited the fury in Ancestor Kong Ming and the other 3 men's hearts. Boundless killing intent surged out from their bodies. The temperature of the entire Hayden universe dropped by more than 10 million degrees in an instant. Old Hayden deserved to die 10,000 times for his crimes. This bunch of little girls were also unpardonable compared to the Brahma demon god clan. Ancestor Kong Ming and the others hated Patriarch Hayden even more. These little girls must die. Killing them just like that is really letting them off too easily. I want them to beg for death. HMPH, these bastards have made their men slaves for generations, and their women prostitution for generations. Only then can they vent the hatred in my heart. However, they weren't the only ones in danger. Because of the betrayal of the Hayden clan, the Hayden's line had completely collapsed. In just a short period of a month, how many of their people had fallen to the various races of the Brahma demon god domain? Many of them were their sons and grandsons, direct descendants. This grudge, this hatred. They could not live under the same sky. In the chaos, boom, a dark shine tore through the chaos with incredible speed. It was thousands of times faster than Extreme Chaos God. It was Yang Fann who had left the Hayden's line in a hurry. As for the decision Ancestor Kong Ming and the others had made after he left, Yang Fann had no idea how they were going to take revenge on the Hayden clan, and he had no interest in knowing about it. At this moment, there was only one thought in Yang Fann's mind, and that was to rush to the other battlefield as soon as possible and suppress the bear-bearing clan. The Brahma demon god clan alone was enough to make Yang Fann, Extreme Universe God, look at it again, let alone the bear-bearing clan whose strength was far beyond the Brahma demon god clan. It might even be possible for Yang Fann to break through to the quasi-middle level universe god after devouring and refining all of them. Yang Fann was filled with anticipation. If he really wanted to break through to the quasi-middle level universe god, as long as he didn't encounter a high-grade chaos god, he would have nothing to worry about. Even if he couldn't defeat it, he would still be able to register with ease. Fu Bear Clan, all of you better not disappoint me. C2544 straight to the root of the problem. Gukang Chaos Domain, Heavenly Horn Divine Realm. This was one of the 800 divine domains of the human race, and one of the most outstanding figures amongst them. It could be said that he was firmly in the top 20. He even had a chance to charge into the top 10. Regardless of whether it was the size of the divine realm or the numerous resources, none of them are comparable to any other god territory. Just that top-level universe alone, the Heavenly Horn Divine Realm had over 10,000 of them, nearly 15,000 of them. As for the other high-level, intermediate, and low-level universes, there was even less of a need to talk about them. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless in number. The one in control was the Heavenly Horn Divine Race, just like the Hayden clan. The Heavenly Horn Divine Race was also a top-level divine race. In fact, their strength was even greater than the Hayden clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the number 3 divine race in human domain. They were second only to the human race and the Void Dragon race. His progenitor, the Heavenly Horned Ancestor, was a middle-ranked chaos god. Compared to the Azure Ox Ancestor who was suppressed by Yang Fann, he was even stronger. He had already stepped into high-ranked chaos god's realm. Apart from that, the Heavenly Horned God King of the Heavenly Horned race was also an invincible Great Perfection quasi-chaos god. As for the ordinary Great Perfection quasi-chaos god, his number was even greater, as high as 4. There were more than 100 quasi-chaos god warriors among the other quasi-chaos god warriors. This was still the Heavenly Horned Divine Race's quasi-chaos god. If first-class god clan was included, the number of quasi-chaos god experts would double. Currently, the human race was using the Heavenly Horned Divine Realm as the center, gathering all 49 divine regions in the vicinity to form a super defensive line, stubbornly resisting the bear-bearing clan's attack. However, compared to the Hayden's line before the Hayden clan's rebellion, the current situation of the Heavenly Horn's defensive line was clearly much more severe. It could even be said that it was in a precarious situation. In order to take down the human race in one fell swoop and raze the human domain to the ground, the bear-bearing clan didn't hold back this time either. Out of the 18 chaos gods in the divine domain of Fu Bear, besides one of them staying in the divine domain and keeping watch, the rest of the 17 chaos gods had all arrived in the human domain. Great Perfection quasi-chaos god, who was a level lower, had more than 100 people, and there were as many as 112 of them. Just the invincible Great Perfection quasi-chaos god alone had 16 of them. Although Divine Air Grand Master was the strongest person in the mortal domain, the Heavenly Horn defensive line was still much weaker compared to the bear-bearing clan. Up until now, the Heavenly Horn defensive line, including the Heavenly Horn Divine Realm, had 50 divine realms. There were already 12 divine regions, and more than half of them had been lost. Of the 18 divine regions, more than 3 of them had been occupied by the bear-bearing clan. Of the other 20 god domains, apart from the core of the Heavenly Horned god domain, there were more or less some territories that had fallen into the hands of the bear-bearing clan. If no external forces appeared, then in 300 billion years at most, that would be 300 billion years, and the entire Heavenly Horn defensive line would be completely broken through. The Black Ancient Divine Realm. It was the home of the quasi-top-level god clan, the Black Ancient Divine Clan. Now, it had become the bear-bearing clan's temporary trump card. Countless Fu bears and experts from the Fu bear god domain were stationed here. Poochie Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. From time to time, experts would tear apart cosmic crystal walls and enter the Black Ancient Universe. Black Ancient Divine Realm, Black Ancient Universe, outside of cosmic crystal walls. Buzz. Chaos churned, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Fann. The Heavenly Horn defensive line was different from the Hayden's line and Hayden's line. Under the betrayal of the Hayden clan, the entire line collapsed. Every human in the Divine Realm was suffering from the bloody slaughter of the Brahma Demon God clan. He had no choice but to expose himself and God Realm experts one after another, and sweep them away. However, the Heavenly Horn defensive line, although the human army was continuously defeated and the bear-bearing clan's elites were closing in, overall, it was still relatively stable. There was no need for that. It was the best way to attack the bear-bearing clan's base. It seems like the news of me suppressing the Brahma Demon God clan has yet to be known by the bear-bearing clan. It seems like the news of me suppressing the Brahma Demon God clan has yet to be heard by the bear-bearing clan. Looking at the peaceful Black Ancient Universe in the distance, Yang Fann was lost in thought. If the bear-bearing clan knew that the Brahma Demon God clan was being suppressed by him, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. How could they be so calm? Thinking about it carefully made sense. The two war zones were separated by more than 100 divine regions. It wasn't easy to spread the news. Even if Ancestor Kong Ming, a top-grade chaos god, personally took action and wanted to spread the news to the Heavenly Horn defensive line, it would still be a matter of time. After Yang Fann suppressed all the quasi-chaos god from the Brahma Demon Divine Realm, he immediately rushed to the Heavenly Horn defensive zone. It had only been less than half a month since then. It was normal for the bear-bearing clan to not receive any news. Buzz. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He instantly saw through the layers of space in the Black Ancient Universe. Everything inside was clear at a glance. Good, each and every one of them is in this Black Ancient Universe. This will save me a lot of trouble. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up and he said, "Good," 3 times. The 17 Chaos Gods and 16 Invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God from the Fu Bear Divine Realm were all gathered in this Black Ancient Universe. Even the ordinary Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was left behind in this Black Ancient Universe. The battle between the two races could not be decided in a short period of time. In this battle that lasted for trillions of years, most of the time, it was the people under them who were fighting. For example, Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, this level of expert, fighting with his life on the line was still rare. Most of the time, this kind of expert was still in the headquarters. However, this would save Yang Fann a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have to think of a way to lure those Chaos Gods, the Invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, to this black armored universe. The next second, rumble. Yang Fann didn't hesitate any longer. The pressure from his body radiated out from his body and covered the entire Black Ancient Universe. Bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the Black Ancient Universe's cosmic crystal wall couldn't withstand the wild pressure and exploded. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, all living beings below the top-level universe god were crushed into pieces before they could even scream. Similarly, those below the top-level universe god were suffering as well. All of them were bleeding from their orifices, and their minds were severely injured. Those middle-low-order top-universe warriors could only release their chi, but they did not have any chi. Ah, this pressure, no, how could this be? Middle-level chaos god, this was the pressure of a middle-level chaos god. It was even 100 times, 1,000 times, more terrifying than the ancient blue chaos god. Not only that, it was also 1,000 times more terrifying than the ancient blue chaos god. How could this be? When did our Gukang chaos domain produce such an ultimate expert? The Fu Bear Master's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. Previously, he had faced the ancient blue chaotic god directly, but the feeling that the ancient blue chaos god gave him, it was far from being on the same level as the ancient blue chaos god. No matter what, he was still extreme chaos god, although the ancient blue chaos god gave him a deep sense of danger. However, under this terrifying pressure, he actually felt like an ant, as if as long as the other party was willing, with a wave of his hand, he would be erased from this world. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Even the Fu Bear Master, extreme chaos god, was in such a pathetic state. As for the other chaos gods and quasi-chaos god, there was no need to even mention them. Collapse. Each and every one of them had completely collapsed. Despair, endless despair, quickly enveloped the entire black ancient universe. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? Just what kind of sin did my Fu Bear race commit to provoke such an expert? He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. He couldn't figure it out for no reason. Why did such a supreme expert suddenly kill them? As for the fact that all of this had happened because of the human race, none of them had ever thought about it. What kind of joke was this? If the human race really had something to do with these supreme experts, how could they possibly force them to such a state? Right at this moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand that was much bigger than the black ancient universe descended from the sky, encompassing the entire black ancient universe. Roar, divine bear shoulders the heavens rumble. A terrifying giant bear that was more than 100 million light-years tall rose from the center of the black ancient universe. It held the sky with both hands and seemed to be able to support the entire chaos. Its master ancestor. Master ancestor has made his move. Block it, you must block it. In an instant, all the Fu Bears in the Fu Bear God realm were filled with despair, and a glimmer of hope bloomed in their hearts. Master Ancestor's divine ability was boundless, and he was one of the top 10 expert in the Gukang Chaos domain, and he was only a step away from the quasi-middle level Chaos God. Perhaps, he would be able to save them from this desperate situation. However, this glimmer of hope came and went quickly. Ah, no, Master Ancestor, woo, I'm dead, we're dead for sure. C2544 straight to the root of the problem. Gukang Chaos Domain, Heavenly Horn Divine Realm. This was one of the 800 divine domains of the human race, and one of the most outstanding figures amongst them. It could be said that he was firmly in the top 20. He even had a chance to charge into the top 10. Regardless of whether it was the size of the divine realm or the numerous resources, none of them are comparable to any other god territory. Just that top-level universe alone, the Heavenly Horn Divine Realm had over 10,000 of them, nearly 15,000 of them. As for the other high-level, intermediate, and low-level universes, there was even less of a need to talk about them. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, countless in number. The one in control was the Heavenly Horn Divine Race, just like the Hayden clan. The Heavenly Horn Divine Race was also a top-level divine race. In fact, their strength was even greater than the Hayden clan. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were the number 3 divine race in human domain. They were second only to the human race and the Void Dragon race. His progenitor, the Heavenly Horned Ancestor, was a middle-ranked Chaos God. Compared to the Azure Ox Ancestor who was suppressed by Yang Fann, he was even stronger. He had already stepped into high-ranked Chaos God's realm. Apart from that, the Heavenly Horned God King of the Heavenly Horned race was also an invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. As for the ordinary Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, his number was even greater, as high as 4. There were more than 100 Quasi-Chaos God warriors among the other Quasi-Chaos God warriors. This was still the Heavenly Horned Divine Race's Quasi-Chaos God. If First-Class God Clan was included, the number of Quasi-Chaos God experts would double. Currently, the human race was using the Heavenly Horned Divine Realm as the center, gathering all 49 divine regions in the vicinity to form a super defensive line, stubbornly resisting the bear-bearing clan's attack. However, compared to the Hayden's line before the Hayden clan's rebellion, the current situation of the Heavenly Horn's defensive line was clearly much more severe. It could even be said that it was in a precarious situation. In order to take down the human race in one fell swoop and raze the human domain to the ground, the bear-bearing clan didn't hold back this time either. Out of the 18 Chaos Gods in the divine domain of Fu Bear, besides one of them staying in the divine domain and keeping watch, the rest of the 17 Chaos Gods had all arrived in the human domain. Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, who was a level lower, had more than 100 people, and there were as many as 112 of them. Just the invincible great perfection. Quasi-Chaos God alone had 16 of them. Although Divine Air Grand Master was the strongest person in the mortal domain, the Heavenly Horn defensive line was still much weaker compared to the Bear-Bearing clan. Up until now, the Heavenly Horn defensive line, including the Heavenly Horn Divine Realm, had 50 divine realms. There were already 12 divine regions, and more than half of them had been lost. Of the 18 divine regions, more than 3 of them had been occupied by the Bear-Bearing clan. Of the other 20 god domains, apart from the core of the Heavenly Horned god domain, there were more or less some territories that had fallen into the hands of the Bear-Bearing clan. If no external forces appeared, then in 300 billion years at most, that would be 300 billion years, and the entire Heavenly Horn defensive line would be completely broken through. The Black Ancient Divine Realm. It was the home of the quasi-top-level god clan, the Black Ancient Divine Clan. Now, it had become the Bear-Bearing clan's temporary trump card. Countless Fu Bears and experts from the Fu Bear god domain were stationed here. Poochie Poochie, Poochie, Poochie. From time to time, experts would tear apart cosmic crystal walls and enter the Black Ancient Universe. Black Ancient Divine Realm, Black Ancient Universe, outside of cosmic crystal walls. Buzz. Chaos churned, and a person appeared out of thin air. It was Yang Fann. The Heavenly Horn defensive line was different from the Hayden's line and Hayden's line. Under the betrayal of the Hayden clan, the entire line collapsed. Every human in the Divine Realm was suffering from the bloody slaughter of the Brahma Demon God clan. He had no choice but to expose himself and God Realm experts one after another, and sweep them away. However, the Heavenly Horn defensive line, although the human army was continuously defeated and the Bear-Bearing clan's elites were closing in, overall, it was still relatively stable. There was no need for that. It was the best way to attack the Bear-Bearing clan's base. It seems like the news of me suppressing the Brahma Demon God clan has yet to be known by the Bear-Bearing clan. It seems like the news of me suppressing the Brahma Demon God clan has yet to be heard by the Bear-Bearing clan. Looking at the peaceful Black Ancient Universe in the distance, Yang Fann was lost in thought. If the Bear-Bearing clan knew that the Brahma Demon God clan was being suppressed by him, they wouldn't be able to escape in time. How could they be so calm? Thinking about it carefully made sense. The two war zones were separated by more than 100 divine regions. It wasn't easy to spread the news. Even if Ancestor Kong Ming, a top-grade chaos god, personally took action and wanted to spread the news to the Heavenly Horn defensive line, it would still be a matter of time. After Yang Fann suppressed all the quasi-chaos god from the Brahma Demon Divine Realm, he immediately rushed to the Heavenly Horn defensive zone. It had only been less than half a month since then. It was normal for the Bear-Bearing clan to not receive any news. Buzz. A divine light flashed in Yang Fann's eyes. He instantly saw through the layers of space in the Black Ancient Universe. Everything inside was clear at a glance. Good, each and every one of them is in this Black Ancient Universe. This will save me a lot of trouble. Very quickly, Yang Fann's eyes lit up and he said, "Good," 3 times. The 17 Chaos Gods and 16 Invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God from the Fu Bear Divine Realm were all gathered in this Black Ancient Universe. Even the ordinary Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was left behind in this Black Ancient Universe. The battle between the two races could not be decided in a short period of time. In this battle that lasted for trillions of years, most of the time, it was the people under them who were fighting. For example, Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, this level of expert, fighting with his life on the line was still rare. Most of the time, this kind of expert was still in the headquarters. However, this would save Yang Fann a lot of trouble. Otherwise, he would have to think of a way to lure those Chaos Gods, the Invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God, to this black armored universe. The next second, rumble. Yang Fann didn't hesitate any longer. The pressure from his body radiated out from his body and covered the entire Black Ancient Universe. Bang bang, in the blink of an eye, the Black Ancient Universe's cosmic crystal wall couldn't withstand the wild pressure and exploded. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, all living beings below the top-level universe god were crushed into pieces before they could even scream. Similarly, those below the top-level universe god were suffering as well. All of them were bleeding from their orifices, and their minds were severely injured. Those middle low-order top universe warriors could only release their chi, but they did not have any chi. Ah, this pressure, no, how could this be? Middle. Middle-level chaos god, this was the pressure of a middle-level chaos god. It was even 100 times, 1,000 times, more terrifying than the ancient blue chaos god. Not only that, it was also 1,000 times more terrifying than the ancient blue chaos god. How could this be? When did our Gukang chaos domain produce such an ultimate expert? The Fu Bear Master's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with disbelief. Previously, he had faced the ancient blue chaotic god directly, but the feeling that the ancient blue chaos god gave him, it was far from being on the same level as the ancient blue chaos god. No matter what, he was still extreme chaos god, although the ancient blue chaos god gave him a deep sense of danger. However, under this terrifying pressure, he actually felt like an ant, as if as long as the other party was willing, with a wave of his hand, he would be erased from this world. Terrifying, truly too terrifying. Even the Fu Bear Master, extreme chaos god, was in such a pathetic state. As for the other chaos gods and quasi-chaos god, there was no need to even mention them. Collapse. Each and every one of them had completely collapsed. Despair, endless despair, quickly enveloped the entire black ancient universe. Woo. How could this be? How could this be? Just what kind of sin did my Fu Bear race commit to provoke such an expert? He couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. He couldn't figure it out for no reason. Why did such a supreme expert suddenly kill them? As for the fact that all of this had happened because of the human race, none of them had ever thought about it. What kind of joke was this? If the human race really had something to do with these supreme experts, how could they possibly force them to such a state? Right at this moment, rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand that was much bigger than the black ancient universe descended from the sky, encompassing the entire black ancient universe. Roar, divine bear shoulders the heavens rumble. A terrifying giant bear that was more than 100 million light-years tall rose from the center of the black ancient universe. It held the sky with both hands and seemed to be able to support the entire chaos. Its Master Ancestor. Master Ancestor has made his move. Block it, you must block it. In an instant, all the Fu Bears in the Fu Bear God realm were filled with despair, and a glimmer of hope bloomed in their hearts. Master Ancestor's divine ability was boundless, and he was one of the top 10 expert in the Gukang Chaos domain, and he was only a step away from the quasi-middle-level Chaos God. Perhaps, he would be able to save them from this desperate situation. However, this glimmer of hope came and went quickly. Ah, no, Master Ancestor, woo, I'm dead, we're dead for sure. C2545 Destruction of the Grizzly God Race Gukang Chaos Domain, Black Ancient Divine Domain, Black Ancient Universe. Rumble. The heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and destroyed everything. The entire universe was encompassed by a single hand. Within it were all the chaos gods of the Fu Bear Divine Realm, Quasi-Chaos God, and even the master of extreme chaos gods Fu Bear. All of them could only wail in despair, begging for their lives, unable to organize a single effective counterattack. The bear-bearing clan was ranked 6th amongst the 10 great god races. It was second only to the few top god clans that had quasi-middle-level chaos god in their ranks. Their strength was much stronger than the Brahma Demon God clan, who was ranked 7th. Amongst the 17 chaos gods, the bear-bearing clan was ranked 6th. There were 7 of them who were at the high level and above. However, with Yang Fann's full strength, the bear-bearing clan was no different from the Brahma Demon God clan. They were just as insignificant. Ah, no, let us go. Master, please let us go. Why, Senior, my Fu Bear clan has never offended you. Senior, why did you kill us? Roar, I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Roar Flower Life, I curse you to die a horrible death. One breath later, buzz, the entire Black Ancient Universe was in Yang Fann's hands. The top-tier universe, the Black Ancient Universe, was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ancient Universe turned into a mini crystal pearl and was absorbed into Yang Fann's inner world. Vaguely, one could see the figures of the Fu Bear Master and the other experts. After suppressing the Black Ancient Universe, Yang Fann's figure wandered around the Heavenly Horn defensive region. He continuously suppressed the Fu Bear Divine Realm Quasi-Chaos God, but this time, those universe gods, Yang Fann didn't take action, killing them. Unlike the Hayden defense zone, the defensive line completely collapsed. Universe gods were able to cause quite a bit of danger to the human race. The situation in the Heavenly Horn defense zone was still relatively stable. Divine Air Grand Master and the other 4 Chaos Gods, 5 invincible quasi-Chaos God. There were quite a few of them. In the current Fu Bear God realm, these quasi-Chaos God and above experts were all suppressed by him. With Divine Air Grand Master and the others' strength, if they couldn't even deal with these top-level universe god aphids, what was the point of them cultivating? They should wipe their necks and hang themselves as soon as possible, so as to avoid making a fool of themselves. In the blink of an eye, 8 days had passed. Within the Heavenly Horn Defense Zone, there were many quasi-Chaos God Fu Bear in the Divine Realm. Apart from a few lucky ones, the 9th and 9th levels were all captured and suppressed by Yang Fann. No one could deny that the Bear-Bearing clan had their own strengths in riding on the Brahma Demon God clan. Not only were they invincible huge perfection quasi-Chaos Gods and Chaos Gods, but they had also won over the Brahma Demon God clan in terms of combat strength. Even these quasi-Chaos God and Bear-Bearing clan were much more powerful than the Brahma Demon God clan. In the Haidon prefectural area, Yang Fann had suppressed more than 1,900 quasi-gods and nearly 2,000 quasi-gods. In the Heavenly Horn prefectural area, Yang Fann had captured more than 2,500 quasi-Chaos God, more than 3,500 quasi-Chaos God warriors, 27 invincible great perfection quasi-Chaos God, and 34 Chaos Gods. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen quasi-middle level universe God waving at him. However, Yang Fann didn't immediately enter secluded cultivation. With a flash, he ripped apart the chaos and disappeared without a trace. Now wasn't the time to enter secluded cultivation. There were still 2 pieces of fat meat waiting for him to harvest. The high-end combat strength of Brahma Demon God clan and Bear-Bearing clan had almost been wiped out by him. However, their true nest was still in the Fu Bear God domain, the Brahma Demon God domain. The Bear-Bearing clan and the Brahma Demon God clan had existed for hundreds of millions of eras. Just becoming one of the 10 great god clans in the Gukang Chaos domain had taken more than 100 million eras. One could imagine the amount of time it had accumulated. Even many middle-level Chaos God would be tempted by it. The accumulation of the 2 families had combined. Even if it couldn't be compared to his gains in the 2 war zones, it wouldn't be much inferior. It might even be possible for him to break through to the middle-level universe god in one go. If he could devour and refine all the origin of chaos in his hand, allowing the chaos origin divine arts to break through to the beginning, Yang Fann wouldn't even dare to imagine what kind of level his combat strength would rise to. Even many high-grade chaos gods might not be a match for him. Out of the 17 great chaos gods in Bear-Bearing clan, Yang Fann hadn't had the time to count how many origin of chaos the invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god had. However, ancestral founder of Brahma, the other 17 chaos gods, and the 11 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god had obtained close to 500,000 units of origin of chaos. Thinking about it, the number of origin of chaos in his hand had now exceeded 8 to 9. It had exceeded 1 million units. With such a large amount of origin of chaos, the chaos origin divine arts beginning was a piece of cake. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to the small success stage in one go. At that time, just the strength of divine body alone would be able to suppress most chaos gods. Just thinking about it made one's emotions surge. High-grade chaos gods, not to mention in medium-sized chaos circle, even in many large-sized chaos circle, were top-notch experts that dominated a region. Heavenly Horned Divine Realm, Heavenly Horned Universe. This was the #1 universe of the Heavenly Horned Divine Realm. In the entire human domain, it was a top-class universe with an illustrious reputation. The energy level was so high that within the several million top universes of the human domain, it was enough to enter into the top 100 universes. It was also the ancestral land of the Heavenly Horned Divine Race, the place of origin. Now, this Heavenly Horn universe had become the command center of the Heavenly Horn defensive line. Heavenly Horn Universe, Heavenly Horn Palace. Divine Air Grand Master and the other 4 Chaos Gods and 5 invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God had gathered together. All of their faces were full of doubt and puzzlement. It was strange. What had happened to those bastards from the Fu Bear God domain these past few days? It was as if all the Quasi-Chaos God had disappeared overnight, and no one could be found anymore. The Bear-Bearing clan was probably brewing some kind of conspiracy again, causing the boys to. During this period of time, they had to increase their vigilance and not let down their guard at all. We talked for a long time. If one were to say that the Lord of the Fu Bear was thinking of retreating. But if we think about it carefully, it's impossible. If he really wanted to retreat, he couldn't possibly send these universe gods. Universe Lord, leave the universe sovereign here. They could only bring away a quasi-chaos god, and, at this moment, the bear-bearing clan had the upper hand, and they still had the upper hand. In his current position, it was impossible for him to choose to retreat at this moment. In the end, Divine Air Grand Master could only make his men take precautions against any unexpected changes. He didn't want the bear-bearing clan to find an opportunity to take advantage of him. As for who was the one who suppressed the bear-bearing clan's quasi-chaos god and above, all the experts. Divine Air Grand Master and the others had never thought about it. What kind of joke was this? This was simply impossible. The bear-bearing clan was not an ordinary god race. It was the 6th god race in Gukang Chaos Domain. Even if the number 1 god race, Ancient Blue god race, used all their experts, it would still be impossible for them to take down the bear-bearing clan in a short period of time. Suppress all the quasi-chaos god and above quasi-chaos gods in the Fu Bear Divine Realm. Yang Fann's attack was too fast. In just a few breaths of time, he had destroyed the entire Black Ancient Universe, and not a single piece of news was leaked out. Half a year later, the ancestral land of the bear-bearing clan, the Fu Bear Holy Land. This was the Fu Bear Divine Realm, the Holy Land in the hearts of countless god race forces. The entire Fu Bear Holy Land was formed from a total of 999 top universes. And the core 9 top universes were all top Hautian universes. They weren't ordinary top Hautian universes, but 9 inner universes formed by Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. One of them was even the invincible Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God. What a big deal! It was truly a big deal. Even the number 1 family of the human race, the ancestral land of Shen Kong clan. The Wei family's ancestral land, the wuxia ancestral land, could not even be compared to it. Rumble. Suddenly, the entire Fu Bear Holy Land turned dark. The entire Holy Land had sunk into the limitless darkness. It was as if even time had stopped at this moment. A heaven-sheltering big hand that was billions of trillion light years long descended from the sky, pressing down on the entire Fu Bear Holy Land. Ah, what is that? Enemy attack, someone attacked the Holy Land. Ah, this power is from a chaos god, not even an ordinary chaos god. Roar, activate the immemorial Bear King Divine Formation at full speed. Descend, mighty eternal Bear King. C2546 Revenge Resentment Gukang Chaos Domain, Fu Bear Divine Realm, Fu Bear Holy Land. Howl, a terrifying beast roar shook the ancient era. A terrifying giant bear that was even more majestic than one of the top universes rose up from the Fu Bear Holy Land. It roared towards the sky, dominating the heavens. Boom 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 boom. Terrifying pressure rolled like tidal waves, causing countless Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God to tremble. The divine formation of the eternal Bear King, the divine formation of the clan suppressing of bear-bearing clan. It was a top-grade divine formation found by the master of the Fu Bear when he was traveling in the medium-sized Chaos Circle. Once this war was initiated, no one would be a match for the eternal Bear King unless they were at the middle-level Chaos God. Even a middle-level Chaos God warrior would have to pay a price to defeat the eternal Bear King. With the protection of the eternal Bear King divine formation, in the eyes of countless bear-bearing clan disciples, the sacred ground was like an impregnable fortress. In the vast Gukang Chaos Domain, there was only one ancient blue Chaos God, and that could possibly destroy the eternal Bear King divine formation. Bang! Both palms collided. The terrifying power seemed to want to destroy the entire Holy Land. The next second, rumble, 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 countless mushroom clouds rose from the Fu Bear Holy Land. It was like a top ancient Bear King. With a speed visible to the naked eye, it quickly collapsed and was destroyed. Ah, no, break, it's broken. The eternal Bear King divine formation is broken. No, how is this possible? How is this possible? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. In the Fu Bear Holy Land, countless bear-bearing clans from the bear-bearing clan were shocked and their faces were filled with disbelief. They couldn't accept everything that was happening in front of them. Even the strongest person in Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancient blue Chaos God, wouldn't be able to break the immemorial Bear King divine formation so easily. In fact, he would have to pay a price for it. How could he be crushed and destroyed in less than a breath's time? Fake, all of this must be fake. Pucci the heaven-sheltering big hand continued to crush down, encompassing the entire Fu Bear Holy Land. They wouldn't show mercy just because the bear-bearing clan's experts couldn't believe it. An hour later, within the Fu Bear God realm, another void zone appeared. The Fu Bear Holy Land, 999 top universes. Not a single one remained, all of them vanishing without a trace. 1 year later, Brahma Demon God Realm, Brahma Demon Ancestral Land. Rumble 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 rumble, a heaven-sheltering big hand descended from the sky and destroyed everything in its path, uprooting the ancestral earth of the Brahma Demon. Compared to the Fu Bear Holy Land, the Brahma Demon Ancestral Land was even worse. It didn't even have a chance to fight back. In the blink of an eye, another half a year had passed. The Sorcerer Horse Divine Realm, the great world that Yang Fann had opened up earlier. Buzz. Space distorted, and Yang Fann took a step out from within. When he left with Shen Kongyuani, Yang Fann did not take out many chaos treasures. He withdrew the Universe 8 Trigram's divine formation and destroyed this world. Instead, he left it behind, preparing to build it into a temporary foothold in Gukang Chaos Domain. Wuxia Palace. Yang Fann sat on the divine throne with a smile on his face. This trip was truly worth it. In less than 3 years, his value had increased by more than 10 times, more than 100 times. Just the quasi-chaos divine artifacts alone, Yang Fann had found 50 pieces of cloth, and thousands of other top-grade chaos treasures. The only flaw was that he had yet to find a true chaotic divine weapon. However, Yang Fann could also understand that Jiu Kang Chaos Circle was just a small-level chaos circle with limited resources. Apart from the ancient blue god race, the other god race, including the second Jinghai god race, would find it very difficult to find a chaos divine weapon. Other than these quasi-chaos divine artifacts and top-grade chaos treasures, there were even more treasures that could not be measured. There was also the origin of chaos that Yang Fann urgently needed, which he had plundered nearly 2 million units. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have seen the small success stage chaos origin divine arts waving at him. If all the resources in his hands were converted into strength, his combat strength would increase by at least 1,000, 10,000 times. How exciting! However, Yang Fann didn't immediately enter secluded cultivation. Instead, he waved his hand. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, rays of dazzling divine light shone. Boom, in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the palace. This pagoda was made from 8 top-grade chaos treasures, and 64 top-grade intermediate chaos treasures. Although the Universe 8 Trigram's divine formation was very powerful, it would still take some effort for some middle-ranked chaos god warriors to break out of the formation. However, Yang Fann really didn't think that this pagoda would be able to withstand his next breakthrough. Once he broke through to the Universe God realm and reached the beginning of the Chaos Origin Divine Arts, his combat strength would be comparable to a high-grade Chaos God. With the mighty power of a high-grade Chaos God, just the pressure alone was enough to suppress an extreme Chaos God-like ancestral founder of Brahma and the Fu Bear Master. It was better to prepare in advance so that he wouldn't be flustered after a while. Wang, wang, wang. Soon, another Universe 8 Trigram's divine formation enveloped the entire world. The wealthy Yang Fann used 8 high-grade quasi-chaos divine artifacts and 64 high-grade chaos treasures to set up the Universe 8 Trigram's divine formation. The power of the Universe 8 Trigram's divine formation increased by 10,000 times. Not only that, even if the ancient blue chaos god came personally, it would take him a lot of effort to break through the formation. Thinking about it, resisting the explosive pressure when he broke through should be something that was within his grasp. In the next second, Kai, vast universe sources appeared out of thin air and instantly engulfed the entire Wuxia Palace. 10 years later, Heavenly Horned Divine Realm, Heavenly Horned Universe. Wang. A stream of light tore apart the cosmic crystal wall, falling into Divine Air Grandmaster's hands. What? Am I seeing things? How is this possible? How is this possible? Divine Air Grandmaster's eyes widened like the eyes of a fish. He couldn't believe his own eyes. What did he just see? The Hayden War had won. The human race had won just like that. Even the Brahma Demon God clan, the numerous experts, including his old opponent, ancestral founder of Brahma, had been suppressed by Yang Fann without mercy. Not a single one of them was left alive. This. Divine Air Grandmaster didn't know how to describe it. Even the strongest person in Gukang Chaos Domain, the ancient blue chaos god, didn't have that kind of power. In such a short period of time, he had suppressed so many quasi-chaos god and chaos gods. He read the information several times. Divine Air Grand Master had just bought his mother to believe this shocking reality. That was indeed the sole imprint of Ancestor Kong Ming and the others. He was definitely not mistaken. There was a possibility that one of the 9 old ancestors was a fake, and both of them were lying. However, it was impossible for all 9 of them to lie. This was especially the case with Divine Void Origin Transformation and Divine Void Origin Transformation. They were both his juniors, and he had watched them grow up. The others would lie to him, so there was no way the 2 of them would collude with him. It was true. All of this was true. Ancestral founder of Brahma and the other scumbags were really suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann. Ha ha ha, God bless us humans, God bless us humans. With His Excellency Yang Fann's incredible power, as long as he was willing to, he could easily sweep across the 8 wastelands and conquer the entire Gukang Chaos domain. Buzz. Suddenly, Divine Air Grandmaster's eyes lit up, as if he had thought of something. 10 years ago, those quasi-chaos god and above quasi-chaos gods from the Fu Bear divine realm had all mysteriously disappeared. Was it also His Excellency Yang Fann's doing? That old Fu Bear old man, it wasn't that they were plotting something, but that they had already been suppressed by His Excellency Yang Fann. The more he thought about it, the more Divine Air Grand Master thought about it. In the Hayden War Zone, His Excellency Yang Fann had suppressed those quasi-chaos god and above experts. Furthermore, His Excellency Yang Fann was able to suppress the Brahma Demon God clan as fast as he could. He also had the strength to suppress the Bear-Bearing clan. That's right, that must be the case. Otherwise, how could there be such a coincidence in this world? Sigh, I have been worrying about this for nothing these past 10 years. But now, it was also time to settle the score with this bunch of trash from the Fu Bear divine realm. Men, gather the army. Today is the day we destroy the enemy. Very quickly, the human armies gathered together. Under the lead of numerous quasi-chaos god warriors, they were like evil tigers out of their cages, crazily attacking the armies of the various races of the Fu Bear divine realm. Kill, kill, kill all of these scumbags. Brothers, it's time to take revenge. Boys, if you have grievances, then complain. If you have grievances, then take revenge. Kill. Along with the news of all the quasi-chaos god and above expert being suppressed by the human race's expert, His Excellency Yang Fann, the morale of all the human armies was soaring. Especially after their frenzied slaughter, they had yet to see a single quasi-chaos god of the Bear-Bearing clan. This had completely dispelled the doubts in their hearts, and their morale was soaring. Bitchit currently, the strongest warriors in Bear-Bearing clan were merely top-level chaos god warriors. What else did they have to worry about? Ah, no, don't kill me, I won't dare to do it again. I won't do it again. Lord, you are magnanimous. Let me live. I have no choice but to do it. It was the Bear-Bearing clan who forced us to do it. That's right, sir. This is the fault of the Bear-Bearing clan. Every injustice has its debtor. If you want to find them, find those girls from the Bear-Bearing clan. All of this has nothing to do with us. Various despairing wails rang out continuously in the various divine regions. The massacre was a one-sided massacre. Even Divine Air Grand Master and the other 9 old ancestors did not make a move. They killed the hundreds of millions of elites of the Fu Bear divine domain, causing them to be utterly routed. Hua Sheng, you all have what it takes to make up for this. Eldest brother, watch your soul from the heavens. I, second brother, will avenge you. Father, mother, your souls in heaven can rest in peace now. I will avenge you all. C2547 Intermediate Universe God Gukang Chaos Domain, the God Domain of Wu Ma. Within the world that Yang Fann had created. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann sat cross-legged, the pores all over his body expanding to the limit. They transformed into countless devouring black holes that crazily devoured the surrounding power of the universe sources. The Yang Fanns continuously poured into Yang Fann's inner universe, strengthening his universe source, causing the inner universe to slowly expand in all directions at a speed that couldn't be wiped away. In the blink of an eye, 1,000,000 years had passed. Under the deliberate instigation of the human race, the news of Yang Fann suppressing the Brahma demon and Fu Bear spread across the human domain at a terrifying speed, as if it was going to sweep across the entire Gukang Chaos domain. What? The Fu Bear and the Brahma demon were suppressed by the Yang Fann of the human race. What kind of joke is this? How is this possible? It's fake, it must be fake. The first reaction of the many god race factions, experts, was disbelief. Lies, please put on a good show too. Yang Fann suppressed the Fu Bear and Brahma demon, the two god race forces. Why didn't you say that the human race destroyed the other 9 god race and unified the Gu Kang Chaos Circle? In the past few dozen trillion years, Yang Fann had been famous throughout the entire Gukang Chaos domain, but none of the first-class god clan had never heard of his name. However, he was only a middle-ranked Chaos God warrior, and the Brahma Demon and Fu Bear were 2 different races. Not to mention the vassal god clans, there were many Chaos gods in the 2 clans. There was also ancestral founder of Brahma, the master of the Fu Bear, and extreme Chaos God. Not to mention Yang Fann, who was only at the middle-ranked Chaos God, even the quasi-middle-level Chaos God behind him. In the face of these 2 families, the most they could do was to take advantage of them. It was absolutely impossible for them to completely destroy these 2 families. Even if the number 1 expert of Gukang Chaos domain, the ancient blue Chaos God, attacked them personally, if they didn't want to pay some price, they didn't have much confidence that they could suppress the Brahma Demon and Fu Bear clans. This human was really unreliable. Even if he wanted to create a reputation for himself, he had to choose a suitable target to establish his prestige. Could the Brahma Demon and Fu Bear race be destroyed so easily? Did they really think that the world was that stupid? They were filled with disbelief in their hearts. However, many influences still sent out experts to the Brahma Demon Divine Realm to verify the news in the Fu Bear Divine Realm. He wasn't afraid of 10,000. They were afraid of 10,000. What if all of this was true? Then the situation in Gukang Chaos domain would have to be rewritten. No, it was gone. The ancestral land of Brahma demons and the Fu Bear Holy Land are all gone. Gulp, gulp. What in the world was going on? Hiss. Could it be that the rumors of the human race are true? Is the Brahma Demon and Fu Bear race true? They were really given to us by that Yang Fann here. Gulp. This. After receiving the report from their subordinates, the leaders of the various god clans were extremely unwilling to believe it. How could a mere middle-ranked Chaos God become the ultimate expert of the 2 god clans, the Brahma Demon and Fu Bear, in the blink of an eye? Was there anything more unbelievable than this in this world? However, their remaining rationality told them that all of this was probably true. The Brahma Demon Ancestral Land. The Fu Bear Holy Land. It had stood towering in the Brahma Demon Divine Realm and the Fu Bear Divine Realm for hundreds of millions of eras, never moving once. For no reason at all, how could it possibly disappear so mysteriously? Moreover, the human army was crazily occupying the Brahma Demon and the Fu Bear Divine Realm. This was an indisputable fact. If it weren't for the fact that the 2 god clans were suppressed by Yang Fann, how could the Brahma Demon God clan and the Bear Bearing clan allow the human race to invade the 2 divine realms? They would have retaliated long ago and chased the human race out. Hiss. This time, I'm afraid the human race is going to rise completely. To be able to suppress the Brahma Demon and the Fu Bear so easily, Yang Fann's cultivation level is very profound. It is likely that he is even higher than the ancient blue Chaos God. He is the true number 1 person in our Gukang Chaos domain. However, what is the origin of this Yang Fann? Why doesn't he have any information about him? Why does it feel like he just jumped out from a rock crack? Logically speaking, a supreme expert like this had ventured into the Gukang Chaos domain many years ago. There should be some information about him. However, this Yang Fann was different. After tens of billions of years, they had yet to find any useful information about him. The earliest information was that the Wei family had recklessly offended him, causing Yang Fann to seek revenge crazily. They had suppressed him, Wei family's ancestral land, and then suppressed the 5 major powers of human domain. Things were going to change. I'm afraid the situation in Gu Kang Chaos Circle is going to be completely changed. Although the foundation of the human race was weak, the number of Chaos gods could be counted on one hand. Even if they were to include the many vassal god races, they would only be able to match the number of hands they had. As for the ancient blue god race, they had dominated the Gukang Chaos domain for hundreds of millions of years. Just the primal Chaos god of their own race alone numbered more than 20. There were 23 of them, and, in terms of quality, they were also far superior to the human race, except for the middle-level Chaos god Ancient Blue. As for Extreme Chaos God, who was comparable to Divine Air Grandmaster. There were also 3 of them, but with Yang Fann around. It was enough to make up for the gap between them and the Ancient Blue Divine race. It seems like my clan needs to make preparations as soon as possible. The 2 of them fought. No one knew how many divine races would be destroyed because of this, and they would completely disappear from the Gukang Chaos domain. Perhaps the human race is a good choice. Currently, the human race had just taken down the Brahma demon and the Fu bear. It could be said that they were at the time of 100 things waiting to be done. If they joined the human race at this time, they might even get a share of the profits. Whether it was the Brahma demon divine realm or the Fu bear divine realm, the area was larger than the human domain, especially the Fu bear divine realm. The area was so vast that it was almost twice the size of the human domain. With the current strength of the human race, wanting to completely develop the Brahma demon and Fu bear divine realms and convert the resources of the divine realm into strength was not an easy task. Of course, the trillions of god races were mostly filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Why would something like a pie falling from the sky fall onto the heads of the humans? How great would it be if that Yang Fann could come from their god race? Human race, what virtues and abilities did he have? What virtues and abilities did he have? Gukang Chaos Domain, Wu Ma Divine Domain, Wuya Palace. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann was focused on his secluded cultivation. The disturbance outside had nothing to do with him. The first thing he needed to do was to convert the resources in his hands into his own strength. Otherwise, no matter how many resources he had, it would just be a pile of decoration. If he was not careful, he might be able to make a wedding dress for others in vain. It was as if the Brahma demon and Fu bear god race had painstakingly accumulated for hundreds of millions of eras. What was the final result? Wasn't he going to get rid of them all in one go and become his nourishment for his growth? Very quickly, 10 trillion years passed. Nearly half of the universe source in Yang Fann's hand was missing. Rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose steadily and crazily. High-rank universe god was a natural course of action. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 80 billion years. The vast amount of Brahma demons accumulated by the Fu bears and universe sources were almost completely devoured by Yang Fann. Huang Tian did not let down his hard work. Yang Fann's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had successfully broken through to become a peak universe god. His combat strength had increased by another 12 or 20 times. Yang Fann had a feeling that no one below the quasi-high-level chaos god would be a match for him. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 100 trillion years. Brahma demon ancestral land, Fu bear holy land, and many other top universes. There were also nearly 3,000 quasi-chaos god and 218 ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god from the two families. None of them were left alive, and they were all devoured and refined by Yang Fann. However, what disappointed Yang Fann was that his cultivation base had only reached the peak of the universe god realm. He hadn't even seen the threshold of extreme universe god. It seemed like these ordinary quasi-chaos god could really give up. The Brahma demon ancestral land and the two great ancestral lands were also regarded as quasi-chaos god. Yang Fann had absorbed and refined nearly 5,000 quasi-chaos god and so many ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god, but in the end, he hadn't even broken through to the next level. It was imaginable how useful these ordinary quasi-chaos god were. They weren't any better than useless items. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 240 trillion years. Pucci, the last invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, turned into a flying ash, and Yang Fann's cultivation base was stable at the critical point of low-level universe god. He was only a step away from breaking through to the quasi-middle level universe god. Soon, another 300 trillion years had passed. Out of all the chaos god captives in Yang Fann's hands, only ancestral founder of Brahma, the Brahma old ancestor, the Fu bear master, and the 3 top-grade chaos gods of the bear-bearing clan were left. Yang Fann's cultivation base had reached the limit of the quasi-middle level universe god. Yang Fann had been in seclusion for 980 million years. Out of the 6 chaos gods, only ancestral founder of Brahma and extreme chaos god were left. Yang Fann had even devoured more than half of the strength of origin in ancestral founder of Brahma's body, leaving only the 3rd level of the strength of origin at its peak. Rumble Hong Long. Rumble, rumble. Boundless divine light burst out from the pores all over Yang Fann's body. The power in his body was like a tsunami, growing crazily. C2548 Primal Chaos Divine Art Gukang Chaos Domain, the god domain of Wu Ma, the Wuya Palace. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann's aura rose endlessly. The cosmic crystal wall within the inner universe was completely shattered. The vast inner universe, With a speed visible to the naked eye, it rapidly expanded in all directions. 1-fold, 3 times, 5 times, 7 times, 9 times. Breakthrough. After 980 billion years of hard work, absorbing a huge amount of universe sources, thousands of quasi-chaos god, 28 invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god, and 34 chaos gods, Yang Fann's cultivation base had finally taken that crucial step, and he had successfully broken through to the middle-level universe god. Buzz, buzz, buzz. 8 high-grade quasi-chaos divine artifacts and 64 top-grade chaos treasures bloomed with dazzling treasure lights, suppressing the 4-direction space. Kai, 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 Kai. The shattered world crystal wall quickly healed and stabilized. Luckily, Yang Fann was prepared for this. Otherwise, with just the universe 8 trigrams divine formation, he wouldn't have been able to last for the time it takes an incense stick to burn. He would have been crushed into pieces by the sudden increase in pressure. At that time, countless universes in the entire god domain of Sorcerer Horse would suffer calamity. It wasn't impossible for Tu Tai to annihilate the entire god domain of Sorcerer Horse. Very quickly, another 100 billion years passed. Pucci, ancestral founder of Brahma, who was left with nothing but skin and bones and had not even reached the first layer of the strength of origin, was finally swallowed up by Yang Fann. The last drop of the strength of origin was completely turned into a flying ash. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yang Fann's explosive pressure gradually calmed down, and his cultivation base gradually stabilized at the low-rank middle-level universe god realm. A million years later, boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut eyes opened. Divine light shone brightly, destroying everything in the world. At this moment, if someone stood in front of Yang Fann, even an extreme chaos god-like ancestral founder of Brahma would be pierced through in an instant, and the soul would be severely damaged. Powerful. A middle-level universe god was a middle-level universe god. Compared to the quasi-middle-level universe god, he was more than 10 times stronger, let alone 980 billion years ago. When Yang Fann had just entered secluded cultivation, his strength had increased by more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. At this moment, if Yang Fann was willing, he could blow up dozens of him with just a wave of his hand. Just the pure strength of divine body alone had increased Yang Fann's power by hundreds of times. Yang Fann was confident that even those great perfection quasi-chaos god below the chaos god realm would be able to fight him with just the strength of divine body alone. Once his combat strength was fully unleashed, he wouldn't dare to say that he was a high-ranked chaos god. However, if he was below the high-ranked chaos god, even if he was a quasi-high-level chaos god, whoever won or lost, he would have to fight one more time before deciding what to do next. At least, even if he wasn't a match for him, a quasi-high-level chaos god wouldn't have the confidence to hold him back. This was also because his foundation was too shallow. He didn't even have a decent chaotic divine weapon, the highest grade. It was only a few supreme-grade quasi-chaos divine artifacts. As for those quasi-high-level chaos god, none of them didn't have a few chaos divine artifacts or even middle-level chaos divine artifacts in their hands. High-grade quasi-chaos divine artifacts. The difference between middle-level chaos divine artifacts was not ordinary. With a casual swipe of the middle-level chaos divine artifact, it might be able to shatter a supreme-grade quasi-chaos divine artifact. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, as if he had seen through countless spatial zones and everything in front of the great world. He's still here. Divine Air Grand Master and the others are still holding on. Outside the great world, Divine Air Grand Master and the other chaos gods sat cross-legged and waited quietly. After nearly 10 billion years, the human race had completely taken down the Brahma demon and the Fu bear. The two divine regions that had lost their 9 levels and 9 levels of combat strength were simply unable to organize any effective resistance to stop the human army. As for the other god races, including the ancient blue god race, because they feared Yang Fann, a middle-level chaos god, none of them dared to cause trouble for the human race. They fought with the human race for the Fu bear and the Brahma demon, these two divine domains. In less than 1 trillion years, the two great god domains, the Brahma demon and the Fu bear, had become the property of the human race. This was also because they had a large portion of their time to pacify the hearts of the people. Otherwise, just taking down the two great god domains wouldn't have taken them more than 100 billion years. Currently, the human race had a vast territory. In the entire Gukang Chaos domain, out of the trillions of divine races, only the Gukang Chaos Domain was able to suppress the human race. The other divine races, including the second divine race, the Jing Hai divine race, were much weaker than the human race. After taking down the Brahma demon and Fu Bear, Divine Air Grand Master and the others arrived at the Wu Ma God domain and asked to see Yang Fann. Unfortunately, Yang Fann had been in seclusion all this time, so he turned a deaf ear to Divine Air Grand Master and the others' greetings. Yang Fann could more or less guess what Divine Air Grand Master and the others were planning in their hearts. They said that they were thanking him for saving their lives. In fact, most of them wanted to ask him to help them realize their ambition of unifying the Gukang Chaos Domain. After learning about Yang Fann's heaven-defying combat power, Divine Air Grand Master and the others' ambitions had grown infinitely. Not unifying the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, they would be letting down His Excellency Yang Fann's invincible power that could shake the heaven and earth. However, Yang Fann didn't have much interest in this matter. The resources in Gu Kang Chaos Circle were limited. It was just a small chaos circle, and there was only one large-sized chaos domain. Advancing to the middle-level universe god was almost the peak. Even if he could really unify the Gukang Chaos Domain and capture all the ancient blue chaos gods in one fell swoop, he would be able to break through 2 grades in a row and break through to the high-rank middle-level universe god. As far as Yang Fann was concerned, Gu Kang Chaos Circle could no longer afford to nurture a true dragon like him. It was only a matter of time before he left Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Besides, it wouldn't be too long before he left. If he really suppressed the other divine races and unified the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. At that time, once he left, it would be strange if the human race could defend the Gu Kang Chaos Circle with just a little bit of strength. Perhaps, as soon as he left the Gu Kang Chaos Circle, the Gu Kang Chaos Circle would be destroyed by the other major powers. There was never a lack of fights in the chaos. When the Chaos Domain and the Chaos Domain fought each other, there was also a competition between the Chaos Circle and the Chaos Circle. The Gu Kang Chaos Circle was located in the boundless primal chaos. There was also his opponent. However, this was too far away for ordinary people. Even many quasi-chaos god experts didn't know about it. Among all the chaos circles, the chaos god was the mainstream. At the very least, it had to be great perfection quasi-chaos god. To put it bluntly, ordinary quasi-chaos god experts didn't even have the qualifications to leave the chaos circle and explore the other chaos circles. Just like the living beings of the universe, without Universe Lord's cultivation base and the protection of the expert, they wouldn't even be able to leave their own universe. The same was true for the chaos circle. If one wanted to leave by himself, one chaos circle, great perfection quasi-chaos god, was the lowest requirement. Yang Fann didn't want to keep thinking about the safety of Gu Kang Chaos Circle after leaving Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Besides, the other gods' race were different from the Brahma Demon God clan and Bear-Bearing clan. They had no grudges with him in the past, and they didn't provoke the human race. They wanted to destroy the human race. Each of them was very tactful, and they even prepared generous gifts for him. They congratulated him on suppressing the Brahma Demon and the Fu Bear race. Even the ancient blue god race was no exception. It really made people unable to find any excuses. Yang Fann shook his head lightly and did not think too much about it. If Divine Air Grand Master and the others wanted to wait, he would just let them wait. As long as the ancient blue divine race didn't seek death themselves and took the initiative to cause trouble for him, Yang Fann wouldn't bother to cause trouble for them. Rumble, rumble. The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great art was once again circulated to its limits by Yang Fann, crazily devouring the final Fu Bear, the Chaos God. After breaking through to the middle-level Universe God, Yang Fann's devouring speed increased exponentially. The Fu Bear, the primal Chaos God, began to shrink and shrivel at a speed visible to the naked eye, 80 billion years later. Poochie. The Fu Bear and Chaos God had completely transformed into flying ashes. Unfortunately, it only allowed Yang Fann's cultivation to break through a small realm. Unbelievable. One should know that the Fu Bear was different from ancestral founder of Brahma. It was infinitely close to the quasi-middle-level Chaos God. The strength of its origin was comparable to a true quasi-middle-level Chaos God. However, the result was good. It only allowed Yang Fann to break through a small realm. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, there were only a few quasi-middle-level Chaos God warriors. Even if he absorbed all of them, he might not be able to break through to the middle-rank Universe God smoothly. At this moment, Yang Fann even suspected that in the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle, he had swept away all the other 7 major divine races and devoured all the Chaos Gods. The possibility of breaking through to the high-rank Universe God might not even be as high as the 3rd level. Forget it, what's the point of thinking so much? Besides, I never thought of devouring the ancient blue Chaos God and the others. Now is the time to cultivate the Chaos Origin Divine Arts. I hope this heaven-defying divine art won't disappoint me. C2549 Ancient Blue Chaos God Gukang Chaos Domain, the God Domain of Wuma, the Wuya Palace. Chaos Origin Divine Arts, don't disappoint me. A trace of expectation flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He had obtained this Chaos Origin Divine Arts for nearly 1200 trillion years, and now he finally had the chance to start cultivating it. No one knew how much strength he would be able to increase in the end. This was really something to look forward to. In the next second, buzz, a light of chaos cut through the void, and a chaotic ball with a diameter of about 100 miles appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Boom boom boom. In an instant, a vast and mighty aura spread out and filled the entire Wuya Palace. With just a glance, it was as if one could see countless truths of the great path flashing within. Countless mysteries of the great Tao emerged in his heart. The Universe Sovereign and Universe Lord were instantly sucked into the enlightenment. As for the Universe God, even if it was a top-level Universe God, as long as he could absorb a tiny bit of it, his cultivation base would immediately skyrocket, or even break through. This chaotic crystal ball was none other than a unit of origin of chaos. The origin of chaos was different from the universe source. It was a unit of origin of chaos with a cubic unit. The gap between the two was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. However, this could also be understood. How big was a universe? Even the highest level universe was like a drop in the ocean in chaos domain, even the smallest small-sized chaos region. It was not worth mentioning at all. Rumble. Very quickly, Yang Fann circulated the chaos origin divine arts of the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring technique to the maximum, crazily devouring the chaotic strength of origin in his hand. Kai. The origin of chaos in his hand started shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yang Fann's strength of divine body was also increasing at a terrifying speed. 100 million years later. Pucci. The origin of chaos in Yang Fann's hand was completely devoured by him. The next moment, boom! Yang Fann slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were shining with a divine light. He could not hide his surprise and excitement. The Chaos Origin Divine Arts didn't disappoint him. As expected, the improvement of the strength of divine body. He still needed to rely on the body refinement divine arts to break through. The refinement of the strength of world and power of the universe was really too slow. Ever since he went into seclusion, it had been more than 1 trillion years. His cultivation base had advanced from intermediate low-level universe god to low-rank middle-level universe god, and it had become a huge level. 5 major grades, power of the universe. It had increased by more than 1 million times. However, his strength of divine body had only increased by a little bit. It was only 100 times, but it had improved with the power of the universe. It was not worth mentioning at all. However, in just 100 million years, it was only a single unit of origin of chaos. It had almost made his strength of divine body advance by a level. Terrifying. If he relied on the advancement of his cultivation base to temper it, Yang Fann would at least need to break through a small realm in order to break through to the next level. It would take him at least 100 trillion years, even if he didn't have 200 trillion years. The two of them were like heaven and earth. If I absorb and refine all the 2 million origin of chaos in my hand, what realm will my strength of divine body reach? Gulp gulp. Yang Fann swallowed hard. He didn't dare to imagine what would happen next. In order to please Yang Fann, who was the new number 1 person in Gukang Chaos Domain, none of the divine races, including the ancient blue divine race, dared to show any neglect. The gifts from every force were extremely precious. Just the origin of chaos alone was worth nearly 200,000 units. It wasn't much different from all the Yang Fanns collected by Extreme Chaos God. It directly broke the 2 million mark of the origin of chaos in Yang Fann's hand, almost 16 million units. As for the other first-class and quasi-top-level God clan, they wanted to befriend Yang Fann. Unfortunately, they did not even have the qualifications to give gifts. Did they really think that any Tom, Dick, and Harry could get in touch with the number 1 person in the chaotic circle? Wang. A stream of light flashed past. Another unit of origin of chaos appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Bang bang. Boundless power of devourings erupted once more, and streams of chaotic strength of origin surged into Yang Fan's body, nourishing every single cell in his body. 100 million years, 1 billion years, 10 billion years, 1 billion years, a trillion years, 100 million years. Very quickly, 80 billion years had passed. Boom! Terrifying pressure rolled like a tidal wave, with Yang Fann as the center, wreaking havoc in all directions. At this moment, if anyone were to enter the palace, even the quasi-middle-level chaos god would be crushed to the ground in an instant, unable to move. Almost every 100 million years, Yang Fann would be able to refine one unit of origin of chaos. 80 million years had passed. Yang Fann had refined 800,000 units of origin of chaos. The strength of divine body in his body had increased by several tens of thousands of times. One should know that before the chaos origin divine arts, the strength of the Yang Fann's divine body was almost comparable to great perfection quasi-chaos gods. Now, it had increased by tens of thousands of times. The power was so terrifying that it could shake the heavens and earth. With just the strength of divine body alone, he was able to fight a middle-ranked chaos god warrior. With all of his strength, he could use the chaos origin divine body to challenge someone who was a higher level than him. A middle-level chaos god warrior was not a difficult opponent. In addition to the increase in his strength, Yang Fann's defense was also enhanced. When he had just broken through to the middle-level universe god, his divine body's defense was only comparable to a supreme-grade chaos treasure. Even with the help of the great cosmic eternal divine body, it was still barely comparable to a supreme-grade quasi-chaos divine artifact. But now, if Yang Fann unleashed the full power of his chaotic divine origin divine body, his divine body's defense would be able to break through to the first grade of the chaotic divine tool, and it would be at least 8 to 9 times stronger. It was not even the lowest grade of a low-grade chaotic divine tool, and it could even be compared to an intermediate or even a top-grade chaotic divine tool. The scariness of his defense had increased by more than 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. If an ordinary middle-level chaos god didn't have a supreme grade, quasi-intermediate, or even a true middle-level chaos divine artifact, it would be extremely difficult for them to break through Yang Fann's defense. Their overall strength was terrifying. They had definitely surpassed the quasi-middle-level chaos god, and had stepped into the ranks of high-grade chaos gods. And even with this, Yang Fann's chaos origin divine body had yet to reach the beginning. Terrifying! It was truly a terrifying decree. For a body refinement divine arts like this, every major realm's breakthrough would result in a qualitative leap in strength. He was looking forward to it. At that time, he might be able to defeat extreme chaos god, the Fu Bear Master, with just the strength of divine body alone. Another 10 billion years passed. The origin of chaos in Yang Fann's hand had once again lost another 100,000 units. At this moment, Yang Fann seemed to have touched upon the barrier, and he had a feeling that his true beginning chaos origin divine body should be right in front of him. Unknowingly, Yang Fann's heart began to beat faster. Once the chaos origin divine body became a true beginning, his combat strength would increase by dozens of times, or even more. At that time, when low-rank high-level chaos god saw him, he would have no choice but to retreat. 3 trillion years later, rumble, a terrifying pressure that was 100 times, 1,000 times more terrifying than extreme chaos gods swept across the surroundings. Swoosh swoosh swoosh! A large area of the chaos was unable to withstand that terrifying pressure, and it collapsed into dust. In the next second, boom! A beam of divine light burst forth from the shattered chaos. It turned into a terrifying great gods that was more than 1 billion light years tall. His eyes were like 2 pieces of chaos. With just a glance, it was as if 2 chaos domain were crushing the universal world into pieces. Every single action of theirs caused people to feel an instinctive fear. It was as if the supreme chaos god king, even the many chaos gods, had to bow down to him. Ah, ancient blue chaos god, it's the ancient blue chaos god. Why is he here? C2550 testing Gukang chaos domain, Wu Ma divine domain. Before Yang Fann went into secluded cultivation in the great world, Divine Air Grandmaster's pupils shrunk when he saw the majestic figure, and he cried out in shock. What? He is the ancient blue chaos god. Hearing this, the hearts of the other chaos gods skipped a beat. Compared to the other chaos gods, they were nothing. Quasi-chaos god was not much better than a universe god. The ancient blue chaos god, who was once the strongest man in the Gukang chaos domain, was also a legend. The ancient blue chaos god had always been elusive and mysterious. Apart from the expert of the ancient blue god race, there were very few other god races, including the chaos god, who had seen his true face. In the entire human race, only Divine Air Grandmaster had interacted with the ancient blue chaos god a few times. As expected of the number one expert in the Gukang chaos domain. It is truly terrifying. Under the terrifying pressure, these chaos gods felt like they were the lowly ants on the ground, and even those low-level chaos gods. They even had the thought of prostrating themselves before him and bowing their heads in submission. Even if they gathered all the power of the chaos gods, it was impossible for them to be a match for the ancient blue chaos god. May I know why this ancient blue chaos god has come to my shaman horse god domain? A trace of doubt flashed across Divine Air Grandmaster's eyes. Their human race did not have any friendly relationship with the ancient blue chaos god. Since ancient times, the ancient blue chaos god had only appeared a few times in their human domain. But soon, Divine Air Grandmaster realized that the current human race was different from the past. In terms of territory, he was the overlord of human domain, Fu Bear Divine Domain, and Brahma Demon Divine Domain. In terms of territory alone, he was the overlord of human domain, Fu Bear Divine Domain, and Brahma Demon Divine Domain. They were the indisputable second largest family in the Gukang Chaos Domain, and they even had His Excellency Yang Fann, a middle-level Chaos God, as their leader. The strength of their forces was even greater than that of the ancient Blue Divine race. It was perfectly normal for the ancient Blue Chaos God to pay a visit to them. Sure enough, as Divine Air Grandmaster had expected, in less than a breath's time, the ancient Blue Chaos God arrived in front of the great world. His divine body shrunk infinitely, and in the blink of an eye, he became the size of an ordinary person. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, please come out and have a chat. The voice of the ancient Blue Chaos God was like the sound of a bronze bell, rolling and boiling, sweeping across the vast expanse of chaos. At the wuxia palace, buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a trace of doubt flashed across his eyes. Why was this ancient blue chaos god here? Although he had been in seclusion for hundreds of millions of years, he still had some understanding of the situation in the outside world. With his current strength of soul, it was extremely easy for him to listen to Divine Air Grandmaster and the others' conversation without anyone noticing. The human race and the ancient blue divine race could be said to be the two overlords of the Gukang Chaos domain. Although the two sides had not truly fallen out with each other, their relationship was still quite tense. Logically speaking, the ancient blue chaos god, the ancestor of the ancient blue god race, should not have come to find him at this time. If anything were to happen to this ancient blue chaos god, it would be a devastating blow to the ancient blue god race. Even though the ancient blue chaos god had more than 20 chaos gods, they could not compare to a single ancient blue chaos god even if they were combined. However, that doubt soon vanished without a trace. It didn't matter what the ancient blue chaos god's plans were. In the face of absolute power, everything was an illusion. Could this low-rank middle-level chaos god really flip the heavens and overturn the earth in his hands? It would be fine if this ancient blue chaos god didn't have any evil ideas. Otherwise, Yang Fann wouldn't mind suppressing this ancient blue chaos god and the ancient blue god race behind him, turning them into nourishment for his growth. Although without the ancient blue god race suppressing the primal chaos, the strength of their Gu Kang chaos circle would plummet. In the future, when he leaves the Gu Kang chaos circle, the Gu Kang chaos circle would be in a lot of trouble. However, this was not enough to give Yang Fann the reason to tolerate it. At most, it would not be a big deal. At that time, it would be a waste of time and effort to make a trip to the few hostile chaotic circles in Gu Kang chaos circle. It would also suppress a few of the top divine races in the chaotic circles, allowing the two of them to maintain a certain level of balance. Fellow Taoist Ancient Blue, please buzz. The world crystal wall twisted. A large spatial gate appeared in front of the ancient blue chaos god. Pucci. Without any hesitation, Ancient Blue's primal chaos god stepped into the spatial portal. A skilled expert. How bold, although it was said that Yang Fann's cultivation base and strength might be higher than his. It was a middle-rank middle-level chaos god. However, the chaos god of Ancient Blue had some doubts in his heart. When the rumors spread, there would always be a trace of falsehood. How could the middle-rank middle-level chaos god be achieved so easily? One should know that he had broken through to the middle-level Chaos God for 180 million eras, but the result was that he was still lingering in front of the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God. To be honest, the Chaos God of Ancient Blue didn't really believe that Yang Fann was a middle-ranked Chaos God. Of course, even if this Yang Fann had a well-deserved reputation and was really a middle-ranked middle-level Chaos God, it didn't matter. With his cultivation base and strength, even if he wasn't a match for Yang Fann, he still wanted to leave. It seemed like Yang Fann wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Around the Great World, the spatial divine formation was very powerful. Even a quasi-middle-level Chaos God wouldn't be able to break through it easily. However, it was nothing compared to him, the ancient blue chaotic God. In just the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he would be able to break free in half a cup of tea. He didn't believe that Yang Fann would be able to suppress him in just a short period of time. Not to mention the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God, even a high-grade or even a peak middle-level Chaos God wouldn't be able to suppress him in such a short period of time. To be able to cultivate to the middle-level Chaos God, which one of them didn't have some trump cards or life-saving abilities? If they were really pushed too hard, they would have to pay any price to unleash their maximum power, and that would be the extreme middle-level Chaos God. If he was not careful, he might suffer a great loss. Brother Shen Kong, what should we do now? Ancestor Kong Ming looked at the portal with hesitation. Whether to enter or not, this was a huge problem. For hundreds of millions of years, Yang Fann had been avoiding them. As for them, not only did they not have the courage to barge in, even if they did, the Universe 8 Trigram's divine formation was not something they could break. Now, with great difficulty, a spatial gateway had finally appeared. He really wanted to follow the ancient blue Chaos God and enter it. However, the rationality in his heart caused him to suppress this thought. What His Excellency Yang Fann said was very obvious. Only the ancient blue Chaos God was allowed to enter. If they rashly entered at this time, it was very likely that they would make His Excellency Yang Fann unhappy. If they were not careful, they might have to pay with their lives. Let's continue to wait. After pondering for a while, Divine Air Grand Master said somewhat unwillingly. That trace of kinship might not be able to restrain His Excellency Yang Fann. If something went wrong, they might really die. The Wei family's Wei Yuan and the others were the best example. They had provoked His Excellency Yang Fann. He wouldn't care if you were the backbone of the human race. The foundation of your strength was the same. He wouldn't hesitate to kill you. If he really offended His Excellency Yang Fann because of this bit of carelessness, it would bring death to himself and the others. It would be too unfair for them to die. It had only been a few 100 million years, yet they had barely passed 2 eras. Compared to their long years of life, this amount of time was nothing. If they casually closed a small pass, that would be hundreds of thousands of eras. One day, His Excellency Yang Fann would be moved by their sincerity, sincerely receiving them. Wuxia Palace. Yang Fann and the ancient blue Chaos God, the 2 strongest experts of the Gukang Chaos domain, finally met. Is this that Yang Fann? It doesn't seem like there's anything special about him. A divine light flashed in the ancient blue chaotic god's eyes. He wanted to see through Yang Fann. However, what disappointed him was that in his eyes, Yang Fann was like an ordinary person who didn't know any cultivation path. There were no traces of his cultivation at all. There were only 2 possibilities that could give him such a feeling. One was that Yang Fann's cultivation base was far stronger than his, which was even more terrifying than the rumors. The other was that Yang Fann had cultivated some kind of top-secret technique to conceal his true strength and chi, so that he could not see through it. I wonder if Yang Fann is the former or the latter. If it is the former, it is likely that the strategy of our race and the human race will be changed once again. His thoughts spun. Boom boom boom, the terrifying chi of middle-level Chaos God radiated out from the ancient blue chaotic god's body, and in a formidable manner, it covered Yang Fann. C2551 Invitation Gukang Chaos Domain, the god domain of Wuma, the Wuxia Palace. Rumble, rumble, the Gukang Chaos Domain didn't hold back at all. It erupted with its full power. A terrifying pressure rolled and boiled, crushing everything in its path. Buzzing, the space around the palace began to shake violently. Fortunately, this palace was also strengthened by the Universe 8 Trigram's divine formation, and the spatial barrier was incomparably solid. Otherwise, this palace would only be a low-grade quasi-chaos divine artifact. How could it possibly withstand the violent pressure of a middle-level chaos god? It wouldn't even last for a few breaths of time before it was completely crushed. This is to test me. Yang Fann raised his eyebrows and saw through the thoughts of the Chaos God. Although the ancient blue chaotic god was aggressive, as if devil god had descended from the heavens and destroyed the earth, in fact, Yang Fann couldn't feel any killing intent from him. Obviously, the ancient blue primal chaos god didn't have any intention to kill him. He just wanted to test his true strength. Very quickly, a hint of amusement flashed across the corner of Yang Fann's mouth. A mere low-rank middle-level chaos god was actually testing his strength. He really didn't know if he should say that low-rank middle-level chaos god had underestimated him or overestimated him. An ant trying to show off his strength to an elephant was no different from that. Fortunately, this ancient blue chaos god had encountered me. Due to the stability of Gukang Chaos Domain, I didn't think of doing anything to him. Otherwise, if it was any other high-level chaos god, he would have been turned into meat paste with a single slap. A high-grade chaos god wasn't someone a middle-level chaos god could casually test. This was a direct provocation to the dignity of a high-grade chaos god. Fellow Taoist Ancient Blue, take a seat. Yang Fann casually made a gesture to invite him to take a seat. In an instant, the terrifying pressure of the ancient blue chaotic god disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Hiss. The ancient blue chaos god's pupils contracted as he secretly sucked in a mouthful of blood. With a single breath, Yang Fann's attack had completely stunned him. The middle-rank middle-level chaos god was not Yang Fann's limit. At least, it was high-rank middle-level chaos god. It was not impossible for him to become a peak middle-level chaos god. According to the legends, Yang Fann had easily suppressed the Fu Bear Master and ancestral founder of Brahma. It was as easy as blowing off dust. Now, it seemed like the rumors were true, but it was not as exaggerated as he had imagined. In fact, it was just a small exaggeration. With such ease, he had broken through the pressure that he had unleashed with all his strength. This was not something that the middle-rank middle-level chaos god could possess. In the past 180 million eras, he had explored numerous chaotic rings, explored numerous chaotic ruins, and plundered many good things. Although he couldn't break through to the middle-rank middle-level chaos god realm, he had still stepped into the middle-rank middle-level chaos god realm. It was a quasi-middle-rank middle-level chaos god, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the next realm. Thank you, fellow Taoist. The ancient blue chaos god quickly expressed his gratitude. There was a hint of reverence in his eyes as he looked at Yang Fann. A high-rank middle-level chaos god was considered invincible in their small chaos circle. Even in the medium-sized chaos circle, he was considered a first-class overlord. Even in some barren or newly advanced medium-sized chaos circle, he was considered a peak expert. Soon, a hint of surprise flashed in the depths of the ancient blue chaotic god's eyes. Not only was this not a bad thing, but it was also a great thing. He wasn't here to cause trouble for Yang Fann. Instead, he was here to ask Yang Fann for help. The stronger Yang Fann was, the greater the help he would receive. May I know what you are looking for me for? After the distinguished guest sat down, Yang Fann did not beat around the bush and went straight to the point. Seeing the Chaos Origin Divine Arts beginning in front of him, Yang Fann was still in a hurry to cultivate so that he could experience the power of the beginning Chaos Origin Divine Body. However, he didn't have that much time to waste with the ancient blue chaotic god. If it wasn't for the fact that the ancient blue chaotic god was the #1 person in Gukang Chaos Domain, Yang Fann would be more or less curious about him. Otherwise, if it was any other chaotic god, just like how he treated Divine Air Grand Master and the others, Yang Fann wouldn't even bother with them. He wouldn't even be able to enter the Great World. He didn't have that much free time to deal with these aphids. I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist. I have come here today. I have something to ask of you, fellow Taoist. The ancient blue chaos god looked at Yang Fann with an embarrassed expression. What did he say? He was also the strongest person in the Gukang Chaos Domain. He was the #1 person in the entire primal chaos. And he was named after it, and he actually asked for the help of a human. To be honest, he really couldn't quite open his mouth. Human race, before this, he had never put them in his eyes. It was just that the strongest amongst the 8 major divine races in Gukang Chaos Domain was only Extreme Chaos God. High-ranked Chaos God and the above expert, including the vassal divine races, only had 4 of them. Any quasi-middle level chaos god of the ancient blue divine race could easily wipe out the entire human race. How could such a small force enter the eyes of the ancient blue chaotic god? Of course, it wasn't just the human race. Among the 10 major god races in Gukang Chaos Domain, the last 5, including the bear-bearing clan, there was almost no god race that could attract the attention of the ancient blue chaos god. "Oh, you actually have something to ask me for help." A trace of surprise flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He didn't think that this ancient blue chaos god would actually seek his help. With the ancient blue chaos god's cultivation base, there were very few things that could stop him in this small chaos circle. "Fellow cultivator, if there's anything you need, just say it." If that was the case, it would be a different matter if he agreed or not. Yang Fann was not the kind of person who was willing to help others. He did not have any relationship with the ancient blue chaotic god, nor was he related to him. He did not have any obligation, nor did he have that responsibility. Yang Fann had to help him. "Fellow Taoist, have you heard of the Rainbow Holy Land in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle?" The ancient blue chaos god didn't answer Yang Fann's question directly. Instead, he didn't answer his question. "Rainbow Holy Land of Tai Shao Chaos Circle?" A trace of doubt flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. He said blankly, "I am ignorant and ignorant. I have never heard of it." Although he had forcefully read the memories of the Fu Bear Master, ancestral founder of Brahma, and the other chaos gods, his understanding of the outside world was still very limited. In the last hundreds of millions of years, the Fu Bear Master and the others had spent most of their time in the Gukang Chaos Domain. It was rare for them to leave the Gukang Chaos Circle. Extreme Chaos God was an absolute big shot in the Gukang Chaos Circle. If it wasn't for Yang Fann, who was a freak, they wouldn't be in any danger of dying. However, once they left the Gukang Chaos Circle, with their cultivation base, they could only be considered as ordinary experts. There were not many things that could endanger their lives. Even if they left Gukang Chaos Circle, the Fu Bear Master and the others would only be exploring the small chaotic circles in Gukang Chaos Circle and the nearby areas. In the few chaotic circles that Yang Fann knew about, there wasn't a single one called the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. The ancient blue chaos god gave Yang Fann a puzzled look. A high grade, or even a peak middle level chaos god. It was impossible to reach this level with just the resources of Gukang Chaos Circle. Otherwise, he wouldn't be trapped in the quasi-middle rank middle-level chaos god until now. Logically speaking, Yang Fann should have heard of the name of Tai Shao Chaos Circle before. However, on the surface, the ancient blue chaos god spoke frankly and confidently, explaining to Yang Fann, "Fellow Taoist, Tai Shao Chaos Circle. This is the 112 chaos circles in the vicinity of Gukang Chaos Circle. The only medium-sized chaos circle. There are a total of 13 large-sized chaos domain. Wei Yi and the other quasi-chaos god from the Wei family were restricted by their cultivation base. Without the protection of the chaos god, they couldn't even leave the Gukang Chaos Circle. They had heard many things about the outside world, but not many were accurate. Taking the division of the chaos circle, in their eyes, there were 6 large-sized chaos domain, which was the medium-sized chaos circle, and 10 large-sized chaos domain, which was the large-sized chaos circle. As a matter of fact, that wasn't the case at all. The medium-sized chaos circle wasn't the same. There were at least 10 large-sized chaos domain in the medium-sized chaos circle, and there were more than 100 of them in the large-sized chaos circle. There were 13 large-sized chaos domain in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, and it could only be considered ordinary amongst the many middle-sized chaos domain. Of course, even so, the resources in Tai Shao Chaos Circle were 100 times, 1,000 times more than the resources in Gukang Chaos Circle. Although the Tai Shao Chaos Circle only had 12 more large-sized chaos domain compared to the Gukang Chaos Circle, the difference wasn't that obvious. In fact, it wasn't the case at all. In the same grade, the resources in the chaos domain were often several times more than the ones in the small chaos circles. The medium-sized chaos circle, on the other hand, didn't have that many resources. It was more than 100 times more than a small-scale chaos circle of the same grade in the chaos domain. As for the Rainbow Holy Land, it was the Wanhun chaos domain that controlled the vast Rainbow God clan, one of the 13 large-sized chaos domain in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. The name of the Wanhun chaos domain was because of this vast Rainbow God clan. However, 800 million years ago, the vast Rainbow God clan was in decline due to its prosperity. 500 million years ago, it had completely vanished. As for the Rainbow Holy Land that had vanished along with it, I received news that, since the Rainbow Holy Land is about to appear, I would like to take the liberty of disturbing you today. It's all because of this Rainbow Holy Land. I hope that fellow Taoist can follow me to the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. C2552 Primal Chaos Divine Body Initiation Gukang Chaos Domain, the God Domain of Wu Ma, the Wuya Palace. The ancient blue Chaos God spoke frankly and confidently, introducing the Tai Shao Chaos Circle and the Rainbow Holy Land to Yang Fann in detail. The Rainbow Holy Land. As the former overlord of Wanhun Chaos Domain, the ancestor of vast Rainbow God clan, how many resources did it have? It was obvious just by thinking about it with one's toe. How could it be so rich? One should know that the vast Rainbow God clan at its peak was one of the 10 overlords of Tai Shao Chaos Circle. Furthermore, it was ranked in the top 5. The ancient blue divine race was the #1 divine race in the Gukang Chaos Domain. Compared to them, there was a huge gap between them. There were 5 middle-level Chaos God warriors in the vast Rainbow God clan alone, and low-level Universe God, who was only a grade below him, had already surpassed 50. The strongest among them, the Lord of Myriad Rainbow, was a high-rank middle-level Chaos God, and it was rumored that he was only a step away from reaching the peak of the middle-level Chaos God. If he could obtain this Rainbow Holy Land, not to mention the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God, he might even be able to break through to the high-rank middle-level Chaos God realm in the future. Unfortunately, the ancient blue Chaos God could only think about this in his heart. He wasn't the only one who had obtained the news that the Rainbow Holy Land was about to be born. The news that the Rainbow Holy Land was about to be born had probably spread across the entire Tai Shao Chaos Circle, and even some of the surrounding chaotic circles. Countless factions and experts were staring at the Rainbow Holy Land. The reason why he came to find Yang Fann today was to invite Yang Fann to go with him to the Tai Shao Chaos Circle and conspire with the Rainbow Holy Land. With his strength alone, it was virtually impossible for him to obtain great benefits from the Rainbow Holy Land. At most, he could only drink a mouthful of soup. Quasi-middle rank middle-level Chaos God, in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. Although it was also one of the top experts, it was only barely able to enter the top 100 expert rankings. The medium-sized Chaos Circle was far from being comparable to a small Chaos Circle. One should know that in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, the 10 overlords alone were at least 2 middle-level Chaos God warriors. For example, the number of middle-level Chaos God and the number of Chaos Gods ranked first in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. It was almost the number of hands, as high as 9 middle-level Chaos God warriors. In addition to the fact that there was a middle-level Chaos God in charge of a top-tier God race, the Tai Shao Chaos Circle was both open and secret. When all the Chaos Gods were combined, there were more than 100 of them. Just based on the Chaos Circle in Tai Shao Chaos Circle, it was almost comparable to the hundreds of Chaos Circles in the vicinity, and the total number of middle-level Chaos God warriors. Now, the news that the Rainbow Holy Land was going to appear in the world was going to spread. When it really came to the day it appeared in the world, not many expert would be gathered, low-level Chaos God warriors. Putting aside the matter for now, just the middle-level Chaos God alone would be more than 100. He was the only one. If anything went wrong, not only would he not be able to obtain any treasures, he might even lose his life if he was not careful. Middle-level Chaos God was a synonym of invincibility in the small Chaos Circle. Almost no one could endanger their lives. However, in the medium-sized Chaos Circle, Tai Shao Chaos Circle, since the ancient times until now, middle-level Chaos God had fallen. There were more than 1 or 2 of them. There were more than 20 of them who were known by the world. With 3 or 4 high-rank middle-level Chaos God working together, a quasi-middle-rank middle-level Chaos God like him would be able to completely seal him and even kill him. However, if 2 middle-level Chaos God teamed up, the safety factor would increase exponentially, and it wouldn't be 1 + 1 = 2. One had to know that among the 10 overlords of Tai Shao Chaos Circle, the Jade Star God clan was ranked last. In terms of numbers, they only had 2 middle-level Chaos God warriors. Generally speaking, not many forces would dare to provoke 2 middle-level Chaos God warriors. Originally, the Chaos God of Ancient Blue wanted to invite a middle-level Chaos God he knew to the Wanong Chaos region. However, not long ago, he received a message from his clan that a new middle-level chaos god had appeared in the Gukang chaos domain. In fact, his strength was even higher than his. After thinking for a long time, the chaos god finally gave up on the idea of inviting that middle-level chaos god. Instead, he returned to the Gukang chaos domain and prepared to invite Yang Fann to the Tai Shao chaos circle. He had only met that middle-level chaos god a few times. If there was any deep friendship between the two of them, they could not be called friends. It was not much better than nodding. Although he had never met Yang Fann before, in his heart, he still believed that Yang Fann was from the same hometown. In the endless chaos, in the billions of chaos circles, the same chaos circle was a natural ally. However, contrary to what the ancient blue chaos god had expected, Yang Fann's strength was more than 10 times more terrifying than the rumors. He was at least a high-ranked middle-level chaos god. Of course, this was a good thing for him. If Yang Fann was just a middle-ranked middle-level chaos god, they would work together. 8 to 9 out of 10. They would just follow behind the 10 overlords of Tai Shao Chaos Circle and drink some soup. However, if Yang Fann was high-ranked middle-level chaos god, even if he was a peak middle-level chaos god, it would be another situation. It would be enough for him to join the first tier and participate in the feast. Tai Shao Chaos Circle only had 13 large-sized chaos domain, and it wouldn't be a good thing to be at the bottom of all of the medium-sized chaos circle. It was said that the number 1 person in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, true monarch Tai Shao. However, it was only a matter of time before the number 1 person in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, true King Tai Shao, arrived. High-ranked Chaos God was one of the peak-grade Tai Shao Chaos Circles in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. Even the number 1 overlord, the divine sovereign of Tai Shao, wouldn't dare to offend a high-ranked middle-level chaos god unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if Yang Fann took the biggest share, the rest of the harvest would be much better than drinking some soup. Tai Shao Chaos Circle, one of the top 10 overlords, the ancestor of vast Rainbow God clan, Rainbow Holy Land. Yang Fann murmured, and his eyes lit up. As one of the top 5 places in the medium-sized chaos circle, his wealth was not something he could imagine. Of course, the most important thing was that it would attract the attention of many chaos gods in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle and nearby chaotic circles. At that time, the expert would surely gather, and there would be as many low-level chaos god warriors as dogs. These were all resources, even if it was just suppressing. A portion of them was much more valuable than the Rainbow Holy Land itself. For no reason at all, Yang Fann would normally not attack any other major powers. The expert, however, was an exception when it came to seizing treasures. Since he dared to participate in the treasure hunt, he would be his competitor. He must have the resolve to get rid of him. Fellow Taoist, when will the Rainbow Holy Land be opened? When will we set off? Without any hesitation, Yang Fann immediately agreed to stay. This was a great opportunity for him. Whether or not he could successfully advance to a high-level universe god would depend on this one time. Fellow Taoist, there are 80 billion years left before the Rainbow Holy Land opens. We will depart in 5 trillion years. Will we depart in 5 trillion years? Yang Fann nodded slightly. He could devour all the remaining origin of chaos in his hand, allowing his chaos origin divine body to break through to the beginning. Perhaps, he might even be able to take down those greedy chaos gods in one go. Alright, fellow Taoist, let me know when we depart. After some pleasantries, the ancient blue chaos god bade farewell and left. Very quickly, Yang Fann continued his seclusion. Boom, the heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique circulated to the limit, crazily devouring the origin of chaos in his hand. Soon Yang Fann had a feeling. Soon, the chaos origin divine arts would become a true beginning. In the blink of an eye, 18 trillion years had passed. During this period of time, the ancient blue god race's attitude towards the human race had changed rapidly. All the friction and conflicts had been nipped in the bud by them. A high-rank middle-level chaos god was not someone that the ancient blue celestial race could afford to offend. Not to mention, Yang Fann might even be a peak middle-level chaos god. If Yang Fann really angered him, he would be willing to pay a price, which would be enough to wipe out the ancient blue divine race and even his quasi-middle-rank middle-level chaos god. The other divine races weren't stupid. They were all humans who had lived for countless eras. The change in attitude of the ancient blue divine race, combined with the fact that the ancient blue chaos god had looked for Yang Fann, was obvious. It was obvious that the ancient blue chaos god knew that he wasn't a match for Yang Fann. He was deliberately trying to befriend the good people in Yang Fann. For a moment, a large number of divine races had turned to the human race, allowing the human race to unify the Gukang chaos domain. Puchi, another unit of origin of chaos, turned into ashes. The next moment, rumble, Yang Fann's aura, Hong Long. Yang Fann's aura was like a volcano erupting, and the strength of divine body was growing crazily. C-2553 set off Gukang chaos domain, the god domain of Wuma, the wuxia palace. Rumble, rumble, Yang Fann's aura rose steadily and infinitely. The strength of divine body was growing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. After nearly 100 trillion years of hard work and absorbing 1,000,000 units of origin of chaos, Yang Fann's chaos origin divine body had finally succeeded in breaking through to the beginning. At this moment, if anyone were to enter the wuxia palace, even an ordinary low-rank middle-level chaos god would be instantly crushed to the ground, unable to move. Puchi Puchi, Puchi. One unit of origin of chaos after another were quickly devoured by Yang Fann, causing his chaos origin divine body to stabilize at the beginning. 100 billion years later, Wang, Yang Fann's explosive pressure finally calmed down. He once again absorbed and refined 100,000 origin of chaos. Yang Fann had completely stabilized his chaos origin divine body, which had just broken through. 10,000 years had passed. Boom! Yang Fann's tightly shut divine eyes opened. The divine light was invincible, it could break through all illusions. At this moment, if someone stood in front of Yang Fann, even some of the top-grade and extreme middle-level chaos god warriors would be instantly crushed into pieces, and the soul would be severely damaged. Powerful, unprecedented power at this moment. It was as if the boundless chaos in universal world was under Yang Fann's control. Nothing could stop him. Sure enough, as Yang Fann had expected, after the chaos origin divine body reached the beginning, his strength would once again soar. In fact, it was even more powerful than what Yang Fann had expected. Compared to before he entered the sect, Yang Fann's strength of divine body had increased by more than 10 times, or even 100 times. If he were to face extreme chaos god who was like ancestral founder of Brahma and the Fu Bear Master again, he wouldn't need to use any other means. With just the strength of divine body alone, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat him, and he was confident that he would be able to defeat him. Also, his divine body's defense had also improved by leaps and bounds, and he had stepped into the category of chaotic divine tools. Once he used all of his strength to unleash the chaos origin divine body, his defense would increase by 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. He was afraid that it wouldn't be much weaker than many middle-level chaos divine artifacts. As for whether it was comparable to a low-grade, intermediate, or a high-grade or supreme-grade middle-level chaos divine artifact, it was still up for verification. After all, up until now, the strongest treasure Yang Fann had seen was only a high-ranked quasi-chaos divine artifact. It was a true chaotic divine weapon. Not to mention the middle-level chaos divine artifact, even the most ordinary low-grade low-level chaos god weapon had never been seen before. At this moment, his overall strength was terrifying. He was not considered a weakling even amongst the many high-grade chaotic gods. At least, he was comparable to some middle-rank top-level chaos god warriors. It wasn't impossible for him to match up to the high-rank high-level chaos god. Although Yang Fann didn't have a powerful middle-level chaos divine artifact, a chaos origin divine body that was comparable to a middle-level chaos divine artifact was enough to make up for the gap between them. With such combat strength, not to mention a small-scale chaos circle like the Gukang chaos circle, even amongst the thousands of medium-sized chaos circle, it was the strongest expert. Who, after a while, Yang Fann finally suppressed the excitement in his heart. Buzz. The light of chaos flashed and another origin of chaos appeared in Yang Fann's hand. Although with his current strength, he could easily sweep across the Tai Shao chaos circle, the stronger he was, the fewer people he could fish out of the net. He was confident in his own strength to fight the Rainbow Holy Land. Even if he wasn't a chaos god, he was still an invincible great perfection quasi-chaos god who had the ability to fight the chaos god. An ordinary quasi-chaos god wouldn't even be able to withstand the shockwaves of the battle between the chaos gods. He simply didn't have the qualifications to participate in the battle. All of these were great tonics. With one more person suppressing him, his chances of advancing to a higher level universe god in the future would be slightly higher. Very quickly, 13 million years had passed. Pucci. That single unit of origin of chaos was completely devoured by Yang Fann. After the chaos origin divine body reached the beginning, the speed at which Yang Fann refined the origin of chaos increased by several times. At this rate, the remaining 1 million origin of chaos would be devoured by Yang Fann in less than 15 trillion years. However, it was out of Yang Fann's expectation. He thought that in these 5 trillion years, he would only be able to successfully break through to the beginning. It was unlikely that he would be able to completely devour and refine all the beginnings in his hand. Who would have thought that not only would he have more time, he would also have a lot of spare time, 148,362 billion years later. Pucci. The last unit was completely refined by Yang Fann. Buzz. Yang Fann opened his eyes, and a solemn expression appeared on his face. As expected, he had guessed it right again. It was just like the divine body of the ancient universe. It wouldn't be easy for this chaos origin divine body to break through to the small success stage from the beginning. In the past 15 trillion years, the chaos origin divine body that he had absorbed and refined had only made his chaos origin divine body slightly stronger. Not to mention a divine body small completion, he couldn't even see the shadow of a divine body small completion. Without a few billion origin of chaos, or even more small completions, he wouldn't even dream of having a divine body small completion. Even if he could capture all the chaos gods in Tai Shao Chaos Circle, the medium-sized chaos circle, in one fell swoop, he might not be able to help his chaos origin divine body break through to the small success stage. An ordinary extreme chaos god only had 200 to 300,000 units of origin of chaos, and so on and so forth. For an ordinary low-rank, middle-level chaos god, having a few million units of origin of chaos was his limit, whereas the Tai Shao Chaos Circle was the lowest grade in the medium-sized chaos circle, and the strongest amongst them was only a peak middle-level chaos god. If he combined all the middle-level chaos gods in the hands of the chaos gods, it would be unknown whether he could gather 2 billion units of origin of chaos. Not to mention the major success of the small completion, or even the great perfection of the body of the god. There was still a long way to go. Another trillion years passed. Yang Fann shook his head helplessly and lost the thought of continuing his cultivation. Without the experts for him to absorb and refine, just by absorbing these natural treasures, his progress was a little too slow. After trillions of years of bitter cultivation, he had only made a slight improvement in his cultivation. If he wanted to break through a small realm, he would have to wait for an era. If he wanted to break through to the middle-rank middle-level chaos god realm, without thousands of eras, it would be impossible. Compared to the other chaos gods, 1,000 eras was nothing. Even if they took a nap, they might not even be able to do so in such a short period of time. It would be considered fast for them to break through to a higher level within a million eons. However, to Yang Fann, this was the speed of a tortoise. From the moment he started cultivating until now, he had only managed to break through 2 eras. If he really had to spend 1,000 era of the years to break through to middle-rank middle-level universe god, he would definitely collapse. He was nearly 24 trillion years away from the start of his journey, and he wouldn't be able to find any progress in his cultivation. He might as well take this opportunity to spend some time with his parents. Since he had entered secluded cultivation, he had 2 era of the year's warriors. This was the longest period of time since Yang Fann had stepped onto the path of cultivation. Buzz. With a movement of his body, Yang Fann disappeared from the divine throne. After the 2 eras passed by, the entire universe changed its appearance. The vastness of the universe had expanded by 1,000 times, more than 10,000 times. Even many middle-level chaos god experts in the chaos domain couldn't compare with it. The spiritual energy was abundant, and the places with the least amount of spiritual energy were 10 times more abundant than the morning star universe. Not only that, but the most ancient central domain had already exceeded the scope of a first-rate universe. Even some quasi-chaos god cultivators would benefit greatly from cultivating within. Of course, the biggest change was still the strength of the creatures in the inner universe. There were as many universe sovereigns as dogs, and Universe Lord was walking all over the place. In any random city, out of 10,000 people, there would always be a Universe Lord. The deities of quasi-universe and even the universe gods were like bamboo shoots after a rain, constantly rising. Up until now, in Yang Fann's internal universe, the number of universe gods was no less than 10,000. There were more than 500 middle-level universe god and more than 20 advanced universe gods. The strongest was Yang Fann, and the other 6, each of them had stepped into the top-level universe god. With just them alone, they could easily get all the small-sized chaos region in Jiukang Chaos Circle apart from the Gukang Chaos Domain. This was only because the 6 of them didn't make a move. Otherwise, they would be able to occupy a place in the Gukang Chaos Domain. Compared to many quasi-top-level god clan, they were even more powerful. Although the cultivation base of the 6 girls wasn't high enough, and they couldn't even find a top-level universe god, they still had a lot of resources. All of them were armed to the teeth, and even had a few quasi-chaos divine artifacts. If they really fought, an ordinary great perfection quasi-chaos god might not be their match. In the center of the inner universe, Sky Pillar Mountain that was like a heavenly pillar that supported the entire universe. Very quickly, it began to boil. Ah, Master! Master has returned. Quickly inform Master that Master has returned. Quickly inform Master. My man, Master is back. Nearly 24 trillion years passed quietly. The Wuma Divine Region, the Wuxia Palace. Buzz. The void twisted, and Yang Fann appeared on the divine throne. The 50 trillion year period is about to arrive. Taishao Chaos Circle, Rainbow Holy Land, whether or not I can successfully advance to a high-level universe god will depend on you. You must not disappoint me. C2554 Supreme Firmament Chaos Ring Gukang Chaos Domain, the god domain of Wuma, the Wuxia Palace. Buzz. Yang Fann's eyes lit up, revealing a hint of anticipation. This time, whether or not he could successfully advance to a high-level universe god would depend on the Rainbow Holy Land. No one knew how many middle-level chaos god would be attracted by the Rainbow Holy Land. It would be best if it could attract all the middle-level chaos god in Taishao Chaos Circle and the surrounding 100 chaos circles. A million years later, Pucci. A stream of light quickly tore through the chaos domain of Gukang Chaos Domain and disappeared into the boundless chaos. The speed was so fast that even ancestral founder of Brahma, the Lord of Fu Bear, and extreme chaos god were far from being able to match up to it. They could only look at its back. This was an ancient warship that was tens of thousands of meters long. It was filled with the charm of time, and the feeling of time was like a song. Countless divine imprints of the Grand Tao were inscribed on it, and it seemed as if a single glance was sufficient to cause one to be lost in the boundless sea of the Grand Tao. Primitive warship, a low-grade low-level chaos god weapon found by the ancient blue chaos god in an ancient ruin. Not only was it terrifyingly fast, it was also much faster than many quasi-middle-level chaos god weapons, and it was able to catch up to a middle-level chaos god. Furthermore, its combat strength was also incomparably powerful, and it wasn't any weaker than some quasi-middle-level chaos god weapons. It was one of the rare treasures in the ancient blue chaos god's possession. 50 trillion years quietly passed. Yang Fann and the ancient blue chaos god started their journey towards the Taishao Chaos Circle. On this trip, the ancient blue chaos god did not bring along any chaos god of their race. Even the 2 quasi-middle-level chaos god were abandoned by the ancient blue chaos god. Their main opponent in the competition for the Rainbow Holy Land was the middle-level chaos god of each major god race. That battle was not something a low-level chaos god could participate in. Amazing, even 2 quasi-middle-level chaos god warriors could barely protect themselves in the hands of a true middle-level chaos god warrior. If they followed them to the Taishao Chaos Circle, not only would they not be able to help them, if they were not careful, they might become a burden to them and become a burden to them. Primitive warship, in a quiet room. Rumble, rumble. Yang Fann sat cross-legged and continued to cultivate, swallowing and refining the origin of chaos in his hand. Although the Yang Fanns in Yang Fann's hands had been completely devoured by him, the ancient blue chaos god still had quite a number of origin of chaos in his hands. After seeing the ancient blue chaos god again, Yang Fann proposed exchanging some of the origin of chaos with him. It was impossible for the ancient blue chaos god not to give Yang Fann this little bit of face. Once he got the Rainbow Holy Land, he would have to rely on Yang Fann. Besides, Yang Fann did not want his origin of chaos for nothing. In fact, the price was even higher than the normal price. Finally, Yang Fann exchanged 2 million units of origin of chaos from the ancient blue chaos god. It wasn't that Yang Fann didn't want to exchange for more origin of chaos. Although the ancient blue chaos god was only a quasi-middle-rank middle-level chaos god, it wasn't a problem for him to take out another 1 or 2 million units of origin of chaos. The main problem was that Yang Fann didn't have any resources that he could exchange for. The Fu Bear and the Brahma Demon were the two races, home. Although it was similar to many low-level Chaos God warriors, it was an astronomical figure, but compared to middle-level Chaos God, it was nothing. Exchanging 2 million units of Brahma Demons was almost the limit. At this moment, other than the resources he had left for his little sister and the others, the vast amount of natural treasures in the inner universe had been emptied. 8 million years later, Pucci, the primitive warship seemed to have passed through a thin layer of membrane. In an instant, the surrounding chaotic energies went berserk by tens of millions of times, trillions of times. At this moment, anyone below the quasi-chaos god, including extreme top-level universe god, who had a top-grade chaos treasure protecting his body, would be crushed by the violent chaotic energy in less than 3 breaths' time. Even a quasi-chaos god, except for those great perfection quasi-chaos god and extreme quasi-chaos god, wouldn't be able to last for more than 10,000 years. They would be corroded and destroyed by the chaotic airflow. After 8 million years of rapid travel, the primitive warship finally left the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. The membrane that had just broken through was the chaotic barrier of the Jiu Kang Chaos Circle. Don't look at the primitive warship. It was as easy as blowing off dust, and it had ripped apart the chaotic barrier. It was because the primitive warship was too powerful, and its combat strength was above most quasi-middle-level Chaos God warriors, and it was on par with middle-level Chaos God warriors. As a matter of fact, this chaotic barrier wasn't an ordinary barrier. Anyone below Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God wouldn't be able to shake this barrier. Even if Great Perfection Quasi-Chaos God was invincible, it would be extremely difficult for him to break through this barrier without the help of a powerful treasure. Otherwise, this chaotic barrier wouldn't have become the first line of defense in all the chaos circles. Very quickly, 125 trillion years passed. Pucci, the last origin of chaos in Yang Fann's hand, was swallowed and refined by him. Sigh, it's gone. There's still 1 trillion years of light and yin left. I don't know how I should get through this. Yang Fann sighed. Sometimes, the refining speed was too fast. It was also a huge problem. One should know that the current Yang Fann had been able to completely absorb and refine 1 unit of origin of chaos for thousands of years. When placed in the bodies of other chaos gods, even a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god like the ancient blue chaos god might not be able to refine 1 unit of origin of chaos for 1,000 eras. There's no other way. Looks like I can only use the most primitive method to cultivate. A helpless look flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. The resources in his hands had almost been emptied by him. In the past 10 trillion years, he had never met an unlucky guy who didn't know the difference between life and death. Yang Fann wanted to use this opportunity to suppress this unlucky guy and obtain the resources needed for cultivation, but he died in his stomach. However, this was normal. The chaos was boundless. It was extremely difficult to encounter a single person within it. Quite a few primal chaos gods had roamed the primal chaos for several tens of millions of eras, yet they were all alone, and it was difficult for them to encounter a single companion. Boom! The heaven-swallowing earth-devouring great technique was circulated to its limit. Yang Fann began to activate the chaotic energies around him, but very quickly, a hint of disappointment flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. Relying on these chaotic energies to cultivate was simply like the speed of a turtle. It was not just a little bit unreliable. The effect of this chaotic energy was far inferior compared to the time when Yang Fann used the heavenly wealth and earthly treasures to cultivate, let alone directly devouring and refining the chaos god. Just by relying on this hard work and cultivation, even if he was given 1,000 or even 10,000 eras, it would still be difficult for him to break through to the next realm. And this was the strength of origin that was contained within the chaotic energy outside the chaos circle. It was 1,000 times, 10,000 times, more than the chaotic energy within the chaos circle. Everything had its pros and cons, and the reverse was the same. The outer circle was chaotic and violent, but if one had the confidence to refine it, the gains were also far from what the chaotic inside the circle could compare with. If it was in the Gukang chaos domain, Yang Fann might not be able to break through to the next level even if he cultivated for 100,000 or even 1,000,000 eras just by refining the chaotic energy. Leaving the Gukang Chaos domain was the right thing to do. Otherwise, if he stayed in the Gukang Chaos domain for the rest of his life, not to mention advancing to the Chaos God realm, even reaching the top-level Chaos God would be an extravagant hope for him. He had no idea how many billions of eras it would take for him to break through to the next realm. If that was the case, how could Yang Fann accept it? He had to break down completely. Forget it, I have yet to enjoy the chaotic scene outside. For the next period of time, I will just treat it as a sightseeing tour. Yang Fann slowly got up and completely gave up on the idea of continuing his cultivation. It was better to cultivate for hundreds of millions of years than to devour and refine the chaos god for a day. The difference was too great, so great that it made people despair. In the blink of an eye, 1,720 billion years had passed. A vast chaotic ring appeared in front of the primitive warship. The Gu Kang Chaos Circle was just like a little brother. Between the two of them, the difference in size was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times. If the Gu Kang Chaos Circle was like a pigeon egg, then the chaotic circle in front of them was like a basketball. There was no comparison at all. This vast chaos circle was nothing else. It was the destination of Yang Fann and the others. It was also the only medium-sized chaos circle among the hundreds of chaotic circles in the vicinity, Tai Shao Chaos Circle. After 29,700 billion years, the primitive warship had finally arrived at Tai Shao Chaos Circle. C-2555 rules primitive warship, a quiet room. Boom! Yang Fann's eyes lit up. He had finally arrived at Tai Shao Chaos Circle. Without resources, a life where one couldn't cultivate normally wouldn't be easy. In the beginning, Yang Fann was quite interested in the chaos outside the circle. However, no matter how beautiful the scenery was, one would get tired of it after watching it for a long time. Not to mention, the boundless chaos was mostly the same. If it wasn't for the fact that he had rushed to the Rainbow Holy Land ahead of time, he could only wait bitterly. Yang Fann might have already left the primitive warship and went on his way alone. However, it was strange. It had been trillions of years, but he still hadn't met a single unlucky person. They hadn't even met a single primal chaos vicious beast. Didn't they say that outside the circle, there was chaos, danger everywhere? 1,000 years later, Wang, waves of ripples appeared in the chaos. The primitive warship tore through the chaotic barrier and entered the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. The medium-sized chaos circle was the medium-sized chaos circle, and the chaotic barrier was very strong. It was more than 10 times, 100 times stronger than a small-scale chaos circle like the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Under the Chaos God, even great perfection quasi-chaos God wouldn't be able to break through the chaotic barrier and leave the Tai Shao Chaos Circle without the help of an external force. The chaotic barrier was divided into 3 grades. The strength of the barrier was also different. For example, the weakest one in the large-sized chaos circle was at the middle-level chaos god. Only then would one have the qualification to break through the chaotic barrier and enter the chaotic barrier. There were even some large-sized chaos circle that had hundreds or thousands of large-sized chaos domain. Even a middle-level chaos god might not be able to break through the chaotic barrier and enter the chaos circle freely. Is this the Tai Shao Chaos Circle? Sure enough, the Gu Kang Chaos Circle can't compare to it. Yang Fann moved his spiritual consciousness and sighed. They were both chaotic energies, but in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, the strength of origin contained in each chaotic energy was more than 10 times stronger. The chaotic energy was the mother of all living things. Many innate universes were born because of this. The stronger the strength of origin contained within the chaotic energy, the deeper its origin would be, and the more resources it would have. It was no wonder that in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, any random chaos domain had 10 times the amount of resources, or even more than 10 times the amount of resources in the same grade as the chaos domain in the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Swoosh, swoosh, su. The primitive warship tore through the chaos and rushed towards the Wanhun Chaos Domain, one of the 13 large-sized chaos domain in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. They didn't dare to delay on the way. Although they had already entered the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, the vastness of the Tai Shao Chaos Circle was more than 1,000 times, 10,000 times, more than the size of the Gu Kang Chaos Circle. Even if the primitive warship's speed was as fast as a middle-level chaos god, it wouldn't take less than 200 billion years to reach the Wanhun Chaos Domain. And now, there were only less than 300 billion years left until the Rainbow Holy Land descended. If there was too much delay along the way, perhaps they might miss the birth of the Rainbow Holy Land. If that was the case, the ancient blue chaos god would regret it so much that his intestines would turn green. An opportunity like the Rainbow Holy Land, a level 1 level opportunity, was hard to come by even in hundreds of millions of eras. Once he missed it, He didn't know how long it would take for him to encounter it a second time. If one's luck was bad, it wasn't impossible for one to die in the middle of the journey. A few 100 million eras, even for a middle-level Chaos God like the ancient blue Chaos God, was an extremely long period of time. One had to know that the ancient blue Chaos God had only lived for less than 600 million sagacities ever since he had the sagacity. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 200 billion years had passed. The Wanhun Chaos Domain was right in front of them. They had to admit that the Gukang Chaos Domain was not just a tiny bit weaker compared to the Wanhun Chaos Domain. Let's not talk about anything else. Just the size of their bodies was not on the same level. If the Gukang Chaos Domain was an egg, then Wanhun Chaos Domain is a volleyball. However, such a vast Chaos Domain was only considered average among the 13 large-sized Chaos Domain in the Taishao Chaos Circle. It could not even be considered as one of the top 5. It was unknown what kind of scene the number 1 Chaos Domain in the Taishao Chaos Circle, the Chaos Domain of Taishao, was like. For the past 200 billion years, it could be said that the journey had been smooth. Although they encountered many expert and forces along the way, none of them dared to make things difficult for Yang Fann and the others. The deterrent force of a chaotic divine warship was no joke. Anyone who could control a warship of this level was at least a quasi-middle-level Chaos God warrior. He was most likely a true middle-level Chaos God warrior. This was the most powerful force in the Taishao Chaos Circle. Even the 10 overlords of the Taishao Chaos Circle wouldn't casually provoke a middle-level Chaos God warrior unless it was absolutely necessary. Otherwise, if a middle-level Chaos God were to seek revenge crazily, even the weakest low-rank middle-level Chaos God would be a threat to the 10 overlords. If a middle-level Chaos God wanted to leave, even the chaotic God of Taishao, the number 1 expert in Taishao Chaos Circle, wouldn't dare to say that he would be able to hold him back. 10,000 years later, Puchi, the primitive warship passed through the chaotic crystal wall and entered the Wanhun Chaos Domain. The Wanhun Chaos Domain was truly worthy of being called the large-sized Chaos Domain in the medium-sized Chaos Circle. It was not something the Gukang Chaos Domain could compare with. In the entire Gukang Chaos Domain, there were only over 100 million top-tier universe, and this Wanhun Chaos Domain was a top-tier universe. There were more than 100 million of them. It was a billion of them, and most of them were the top-tier universe. No wonder the Wanhun Chaos Domain was able to produce so many experts. It was true that the universe was full of gods, and Universe Lord had as many as a dog. Here, any second-rate god race would usually have quasi-chaos god guarding them. First-class god clan, which one of them didn't have a chaos god town? Overwhelming the entire race, in the huge Wanhun Chaos Domain, even if there weren't 1,000 chaos gods, there wouldn't be much of a difference. Primitive warship. Yang Fann's heart was burning with passion. Just the Wanhun Chaos Domain alone had nearly 1,000 chaos gods. How many chaos gods would there be in the entire Taishao Chaos Circle if all 13 of the large-sized chaos domain were combined? Even if there weren't 20,000, there would still be 18 to 9,000. Even if not all of the chaos gods were attracted by the Rainbow Holy Land, there would definitely be 3 to 4 levels. There were 6 or 7,000 chaos gods, as well as chaos gods like them, who had received news that they had rushed over from the other chaos circles. At that time, the number of chaos gods that gathered the Rainbow Holy Land would likely exceed 10,000. If they could capture all of them in one fell swoop. No, even if it was only half of them, there was still hope for high-grade universe gods. In addition to the origin of chaos that these chaos gods possessed, once they were completely digested. It was hard to say if he was at the top-level chaos god, but there were only a few people below the top-level chaos god who could be his match. Just thinking about it was enough to make one's heart race. This kind of power was enough to sweep across all the medium-sized chaos circle. Even in the large-sized chaos circle, it was enough to make one a hero. Wanhun Chaos Domain, in the center. There was an empty space that could accommodate tens of thousands of top-level universes. This was the place where the Rainbow Holy Land used to be, and also the place where the Rainbow Holy Land was about to appear. 10 billion years later, Yang Fann and the ancient blue chaos god gradually approached the Rainbow Holy Land ruins. No one knew when, but the primitive warship had already been put away by the ancient blue chaos god. In the eyes of the ancient blue chaos god, a chaotic divine warship was too high profile. It might attract the attention of other middle-level Chaos God warriors, or even the 10 overlords of Tai Xiao Chaos Circle. It was best to keep a low profile and make a fortune in silence. Regarding this, Yang Fann felt disdain in his heart. So what if it attracted the attention of the 10 overlords of Tai Xiao Chaos Circle? Even if they joined forces to kill them, Yang Fann was confident that he could defeat them. In fact, he was even hoping that they would join forces to attack them. At that time, he could also take advantage of the situation and suppress them. However, he did not stop the ancient blue Chaos God. If he kept a low profile, he would keep a low profile. He wouldn't suffer any losses either. Rumble. All of a sudden, high-ranked Chaos God's powerful chi shattered the chaos and rushed towards Yang Fann and the ancient blue chaotic god. The next second, "Take my sword, the undying can enter the rainbow holy land ruins." A sound that sounded like the sound of a bronze bell echoed in the chaos. C2556. Did I ever agree to it? Tai Xiao Chaos Circle, Wanhun Chaos Domain, Rainbow Holy Land Ruins. Rumble. A brilliant sword light tore through the chaos, traveling for countless light years. It contained a terrifying sword intent that was above the heavens, and it slashed towards Yang Fann and the ancient blue chaotic god. A sword strike that could kill gods. Under the sword light, everything would be destroyed. How dare you! The cold shine in Yang Fann's eyes flashed and there was a trace of disbelief. Where did this hothead come from? How dare he attack them? He had concealed his cultivation base, and this wasn't something that high-ranked Chaos God could see through. It wouldn't be a big deal if he treated him as a junior who didn't have much cultivation base. However, the ancient blue chaotic god was a genuine middle-level Chaos God. Furthermore, he didn't conceal his true cultivation base. Could it be that he couldn't see the difference between the two of them at all? He actually drew his sword at them without saying anything. Who gave him the courage to do so? Or did he cultivate until he became stupid? As he spoke, boom! A terrifying aura that was both desolate and majestic burst out from Yang Fann. Wherever it went, everything would be destroyed. It shattered the brilliant sword light and completely disintegrated it. If you can take one of my sword strikes, you have the right to enter the Rainbow Holy Land ruins. That cold voice sounded once again. Its tone was extremely cold. It didn't change because Yang Fann had unleashed a powerful energy that could chase up to the middle-level Chaos God. It seemed like he wasn't a high-grade, low-level Chaos God, but a high-rank middle-level Chaos God. What a reckless ant! Do I have the right to be judged by an ant like you? A hint of anger flashed across Yang Fann's eyes. For no reason at all. Being slashed by such an ant was already infuriating, but he still dared to speak to him in such a tone. If it was really an uncle, then Ant would not be able to tolerate it. Otherwise, how would the world look at him? Did they really think that he was that bad-tempered soft egg? Rumble. Yang Fann moved his right arm and tore apart the chaos with his palm. He pressed down on the high-ranked Chaos God. Ah, you dare. In an instant, high-ranked Chaos God's facial expression changed, and a trace of fear that couldn't be concealed crawled up his face. Although Yang Fann had only used a casual strike, he hadn't used much of his strength, but what was his current cultivation base? He hadn't even used 1/10,000th of his power. The scariness of his power was something that an ordinary middle-level Chaos God couldn't compare with. Compared to high-ranked Chaos God, it was many times stronger. Star Sword Shield Rumble. Countless sword lights erupted from high-ranked Chaos God's body, transforming into a gigantic sword shield that protected his entire body. Above the Origin Divine ability was the Chaotic Divine ability. It was a powerful divine ability that was comparable to a chaotic divine weapon. It could be said to be the standard of the Chaotic Divine ability. However, the foundation of the intermediate and small-sized chaotic circles in Tai Xiao Chaos Circle and Jiu Kang Chaos Circle was limited. Apart from those middle-level Chaos God, most of the chaotic divine beings practiced the minor first-grade quasi-chaos god divine ability. Even so, its power was incomparable to those Origin Divine abilities. Even the supreme grade Origin Divine ability was far inferior. The Astral Sword and Shield was a powerful quasi-chaos god. Furthermore, it could be considered one of the best amongst the many quasi-chaos god abilities. It was one of the 10 overlords of the Chaos Domain, one of the signature abilities of the Star God's Palace. With high-ranked Chaos God's Mastery Star Luo Sword Shield, even some extreme Chaos God wouldn't be able to break it with a single strike. However, under Yang Fann's terrifying claw that was comparable to a middle-rank middle-level Chaos God, the Star Luo Sword Shield was like a piece of paper. It was instantly crushed into powder. The gap between a big level and 5 big levels was not something a mere quasi-chaos god could make up for. Even a low-grade chaotic divine ability would not have this kind of power. Pucci, the high-ranked chaos god, was like a little chick that was captured by Yang Fann with one hand. He had no power to resist at all. Roar, bastard, let me go, I am the supreme elder of Star God's palace, Jian Jinwang, how dare you hurt me? I, the Star God's palace, will never forgive you. Jian Jinwang struggled with all his might and roared continuously. He had used his trump card, hoping to scare Yang Fann away. Star God's palace's supreme elder. Although the ancient blue chaos god had some doubts when he saw the Starnet sword shield, he still couldn't help but feel shocked when Jian Jinwang admitted that he was the supreme elder of Star God's palace. Star God's palace, it wasn't an ordinary overlord force. Its strength was even stronger than the Rainbow Holy Land at its peak. Currently, it was ranked 3rd among the 10 overlords of Tai Shao Chaos Circle. Only the Divine Sky Clan, who was ranked 1st, was able to suppress it. According to the legends, in the Star God's palace, the number of middle-level Chaos God warriors alone was as high as 7 men. There were hundreds of low-level Chaos God warriors. The first palace master of the Star God's palace, Asteroid Ancestor, was a peak middle-ranked Chaos God, one of the most powerful Tai Shao Chaos Circles in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. Even a middle-level Chaos God like him wouldn't be able to move an inch in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle if he provoked the Star God's palace. If something went wrong, he might even die. So what if he was the Grand Elder of the Star God's palace? Could it be that he could launch a sneak attack on me? Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yang Fann sneered. The Star God's palace was able to intimidate the ancient blue chaotic god. However, they couldn't scare him. If they really provoked him, he would wipe out the entire Star God's palace. So what if he had a peak middle-level chaos god? To the current Yang Fann, a peak middle-level chaos god was just a slightly stronger aphid. It's a misunderstanding, Your Excellency. I didn't mean to ambush you with that sword strike just now. This is the rule of the 10 major powers. Not everyone can enter the Rainbow Holy Land. Only those who receive the attack from high-ranked Chaos God have the right to enter the Rainbow Holy Land. Jian Jinwang saw that Yang Fann's attitude was firm, as if he didn't put the Star God's palace in his eyes at all. In an instant, his attitude softened as he explained. His life was the most important thing in this vast world. If he really angered the other party, he would make the other party kill him. That would be too late. Even if the Divine Palace avenged his death in the future, what was the point? Could it be that the Divine Palace could revive him from the time-long river? Just the resurrection of a universe god, or that low-level universe god, was enough to kill a peak middle-level chaos god, causing him to suffer a huge blow to his yuan qi. Not to mention this high-ranked chaos god, if he really wanted to do it, he would have to do it. The 7 old ancestors of the Star God's palace had all lost their lives. Their chances of success would not exceed 1 level. The rules of the 10 major powers. That's right. In fact, that is the case. If you don't believe me, you can ask the others. I really didn't mean to make things difficult for you, Jian Jinwang hurriedly replied. However, his words were not false at all. Not only the chaos, there were also 10 overlords, high-ranked chaos god, in the surrounding areas. Only by successfully taking down one of them would they be able to enter the Rainbow Holy Land ruins and get a share of the loot after the Rainbow Holy Land emerged. Although the 10 overlords had the heart to monopolize the Rainbow Holy Land, they understood that this was an extravagant hope in their hearts. The other top god clans. 1, 2, how could they not take it to heart? But what about 10 or 20? That was a dozen or 20 middle-level chaos god. Even the number 1 overlord, the Divine Sky Clan, had no choice but to retreat. Furthermore, there were other chaos gods in the other chaos circles. If he really went too far and caused public outrage, even the 10 overlords would suffer heavy losses. However, they could not monopolize the Rainbow Holy Land. They were not some random Tom, Dick, and Harry who could enter the Rainbow Holy Land as they pleased. If the people from other factions wanted to enter the Rainbow Holy Land, they had to be at least a second-rate faction with a chaos god overseeing it. Only then would they have the qualifications to do so. And to be able to receive high-ranked chaos god's undying body, even if he wasn't a true chaos god, he would at least have the strength to fight against the chaos god. Although the other chaos gods were dissatisfied, the Rainbow Holy Land wasn't one of their 10 overlords, so why should they set the rules? However, they did not dare to express their anger. The combined strength of the 10 overlords was a force to be reckoned with. It was not something they could contend against. If they were to be hated by the 10 overlords, not only them, but also the factions and tribes behind them would suffer as well. What a joke! Who gave you the right to set the rules and regulations? In this rule, have I ever agreed to it? C 2557 Old Thing Who gave you face Tai Shao Chaos Circle, Wan Hun Chaos Domain, Rainbow Holy Land Ruins. Yang Fann's face was full of disdain. Rules? What kind of 10 overlords dared to set rules for him? What a joke! Who did they think they were? Weren't they the same as them? All of them were here to rob the Rainbow Holy Land. They had nothing to do with the Rainbow Holy Land, so what right did they have to set the rules? Yang Fann's words were spoken in a light tone. However, when it fell into the ears of the Star Gauze Palace's Grand Elder, it was another meaning. In an instant, Jian Jinwang's eyes widened, and his face was filled with disbelief. Hiss! What did he just hear? Those words were clearly provoking their 10 overlords. How could he dare? How could he dare? Not only the Sword Gold Annulus, but also the other chaos gods around the primal chaos looked at Yang Fann in disbelief. Where did this powerful man come from? How dare he challenge the 10 overlords? The 10 overlords had joined forces. In the hundreds of chaotic circles around the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, the heavens were the gods, high and mighty, the rulers of everything. Even high-grade and even peak middle-level chaos god wouldn't dare to go against the rules set by the 10 overlords. Offending one or two of the 10 overlords wasn't a big deal, but if they offended all 10 major powers, even a middle-level chaos god would have a slim chance of survival. Right at this moment, what? Does the pavilion not agree with the rules set by us? A cold voice descended from the sky, causing people to feel a chill run down their spines from the depths of the soul. Before the voice faded away, rumble, rumble, one terrifying pressure after another directly shattered the primordial chaos, sweeping out in a vast and mighty manner. In the next second, swoosh 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 streams of dazzling light of the Grand Tao tore through the chaos and transformed into peerless experts. The person in the lead was a white-haired youth. He looked extremely young, as if he had not even been in his 20s. However, his eyes were filled with experience and experience. Endless starlight was centered around him. It radiated the chaos in all directions, like the king of the stars who controlled the infinite stars. Its aura was so terrifying that even quasi-middle-rank middle-level chaos god like the ancient blue chaos god would have palpitations. Every action and action of his caused one to instinctively feel fear. As long as he was willing, he could kill a chaos god with a single thought. On both sides of him, there were 3 peerless extreme chaos gods that made extreme chaos god tremble in fear. Following closely behind the 7 of them were over 100 low-level chaos god. Each of them had monstrous energy that could destroy the chaos. It's asteroid ancestor, and 6 grand patriarchs from the Star Gauze Palace. It's over. Those 2 are completely finished. Around the primal chaos, many chaos gods were looking at Yang Fann, an ancient azure chaos god, as if they were looking at a dead man. A middle-rank middle-level chaos god, a quasi-middle-ranked chaos god. This was a formidable lineup. In the vast Tai Shao Chaos Circle, apart from the 10 overlords, there were also the god race forces that could contend against them. There were very few of them, and they could be counted on one hand. They could practically do whatever they wanted in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. However, compared to the enormous Star Gauze Palace, the gap was too great. The Star Gauze Palace, the 7 old ancestors. Except for Asteroid Ancestor, who was a peak middle-level chaos god. There were also 2 high-rank middle-level chaos god and 3 asteroid ancestors. One low-rank middle-level chaos god was more than a dozen times stronger than the other 2. Furthermore, the hundreds of grand elders of the Star Gauze Palace were not to be trifled with. The quasi-middle-level chaos god alone had exceeded the number of hands. There were as many as 12 of them. Extreme chaos god, who was at the next level, had more than 20 of them. With over 100 grand elders working together, his combat strength could match up to a middle-rank middle-level chaos god, or perhaps even stronger. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, oh fellow Taoist Yang Fann, a little bit of patience will throw the bigger picture into chaos. Why don't you know? How are you doing now? Sigh. The chaos god of ancient blue gave Yang Fann a bitter look. This time, he had been tricked by Yang Fann. There were 7 middle-level chaos god, and asteroid ancestor was one of them. Just thinking about it made one's scalp tingle. Although Yang Fann was also high-rank middle-level chaos god, or even a top middle-level Chaos God, he wouldn't be able to win more than one level. Furthermore, what Yang Fann just said, he had offended not only the Star God's Palace, but also the 10 overlords of the Tai Shao Chaos Circle. If something went wrong, the Star God's Palace wasn't the only one who would attack them. All of them were the overlords of the 10 major powers. Hiss. That scene was truly unimaginable. At that time, even if they were lucky enough to save their own lives, they wouldn't be able to obtain any great rewards in the Rainbow Holy Land. In fact, whether or not they could enter the Rainbow Holy Land was an unknown. Old ancestor, save me, save me. The golden eyes of the sword in Yang Fann's hand lit up, and a ray of hope shone in them as he shouted for help. He was saved now. He was saved with the presence of the old ancestor and the others. Even a middle-level Chaos God wouldn't dare do anything to him. The fury of the old ancestor and the others was not something that a middle-rank middle-level Chaos God could bear. Let go of my Gong Jin Huang and apologize to him. Let this matter go, or else. Asteroid Ancestor looked down at Yang Fann. His voice was so high and mighty that there was even a hint of charity in it. After thinking for a while, Asteroid Ancestor decided not to make a big fuss. He would turn the big issue into the small one, and the small one into the small one. He would let this matter go. The Rainbow Holy Land was about to descend. At this critical juncture, Asteroid Ancestor did not want to complicate the matter too much. After all, they were 2 middle-level Chaos God, not an ant that could be easily killed. If they really wanted to tear their relationship apart, even if the Star God's Palace could suppress them, they would have to pay a hefty price. If they were not careful, 1 or 2 middle-level Chaos God might even die under their hands. No middle-level Chaos God could be underestimated. If they were forced to a dead end, no one could guarantee that they would be able to unleash any kind of power. Looks like we won't be able to fight anymore. What a pity, what a pity. Around the primal chaos, all the Chaos Gods had regretful expressions on their faces. It wasn't easy to encounter a Chaos God, especially in a battle between middle-level Chaos God experts. They never thought that the Star God's Palace would come with such a fierce momentum and end up like this. However, it was understandable. In order to suppress the 2 middle-level Chaos God warriors, even someone as strong as the Star God's Palace would have to pay a price. The Rainbow Holy Land was about to be born. At that time, there would be no less of a big battle. It was perfectly normal for them to temporarily preserve their strength. The ancient blue Chaos God let out a long breath. Luckily, Asteroid Ancestor's rationality wasn't destroyed by his anger. Without saying another word, he was going to fight to the death with them. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Opening his mouth, ancient blue Chaos God wanted to apologize. Compared to the rewards he obtained from the Rainbow Holy Land, a little bit of face was nothing. It was just an apology, but it was not like he would lose a piece of meat. As for the Rainbow Holy Land, it was a matter of whether he could advance further and break through to the middle-rank middle-level Chaos God realm. At this moment, Yang Fann sneered and said, "You attacked me first, and you still want me to apologize? Old thing, who gave you face?" Each and every one of them was a lowly top-rank expert. They were just middle-level Chaos God warriors, but with this tone, top-level Chaos God was nothing more than this. What? Did I hear it wrong? Instantly, the surrounding Chaos Gods widened their eyes in disbelief. Asteroid Ancestor was one of the top 5 expert in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle, and only the number 1 Chaos God in the Tai Shao Chaos Circle could suppress him. However, even the Chaos God of the higher heavens wouldn't dare to speak to Asteroid Ancestor in such a manner. This was a slap to Asteroid Ancestor's face, and it was a slap to his face. It was hard for Asteroid Ancestor not to get mad. Fellow Taoist Yang Fann, my good friend, can we not be so fierce? The Chaos God of Ancient Blue is about to cry. That Asteroid Ancestor has already given us a way out. Why didn't you stop when you saw something good? You still want to fight him? Do you really think that the two of us can fight against the enormous Star God's Palace with our strength? Regret and endless regret engulfed the Chaos God of Ancient Blue's soul. If he had known that Yang Fann was such a swindler, he would never have teamed up with Yang Fann. Let's start the war later. Should I just run away? If I stay with this bastard Yang Fann again, I will definitely be fucked to death by him. No. What a reckless junior. I swear that you will pay the price for what you just said. C 2558 Warring Star Luo Ancestor Tai Shao Chaos Circle, Wanong Chaos Region, Rainbow Holy Land Ruins. Boom boom boom. Asteroid Ancestor's eyes were filled with boundless killing intent. It was like a cosmic storm, surging violently on his body. Ever since he founded the Star God's Palace, he had never been humiliated like this before. Today, he would make this junior pay for what he said, and make him regret what he said just now. Otherwise, where would the face of the Star God's Palace be? Where would the dignity of Asteroid Ancestor be? The people of the world still thought that their Star God's Palace was weak and could be bullied. In the future, they wouldn't even know what kind of Tom, Dick, and Harry dared to climb over their heads and pee. Ha ha ha, good that man has completely gone against the Star God's Palace. His courage is truly commendable. This time, there will be a good show to watch. I haven't seen the battle of middle-level Chaos God in some eras. Bitch it, why hasn't the battle started yet? I can't wait any longer. The surrounding Chaos Gods were startled. They thought that this matter would end with the two of them admitting defeat. The third overlord of Star God's Palace was not an ordinary, middle-level Chaos God that could be easily offended. They had never thought that the middle-ranked middle-level Chaos God would be so powerful that it could directly suppress Asteroid Ancestor. However, this was something they were willing to see. It would be best if both of them fought until the sky collapsed and the earth split apart. They would fight to the death, and those who wanted to watch the show would never think that this matter was too big. Not to mention, to a certain extent, whether it was the Star God's Palace or the Star God's Palace, it didn't matter. Those two middle-level Chaos God warriors were their competitors. Many Chaos Gods were even more anxious. They kept urging them to start the fight. They wanted to start the fight as soon as possible. What were they waiting for? The old man, you want me to pay the price? Aren't you afraid that the wind will blow your tongue? Yang Fann's mouth cracked open and revealed a disdainful smile. It was just a mere peak middle-level Chaos God. If it was top-rank high-level Chaos God, he would be the one to say these words. It was just a matter of force. There was still a slight possibility. There was only a small possibility that the defense of a divine body was comparable to a middle-level Chaos divine artifact. As long as that high-level Chaos God didn't have the high-level Chaos divine artifact, Yang Fann could be said to be invincible. However, how could the high-level Chaos divine artifact be so good? Especially in the medium-sized Chaos Circle, there were very few high-level Chaos Gods who had the high-level Chaos divine artifact. A sharp-tongued junior, I hope your means are as sharp as your tongue. Killing intent exploded in Asteroid Ancestor's eyes, and he finally couldn't suppress the killing intent in his heart. Rumble. Without waiting for Yang Fann to speak, a brilliant sword light burst out from Asteroid Ancestor's body. Divine ability, Star Origin Divine Sword. This was a secret of the Star God's Palace, and it was one of the few chaotic divine abilities that the Star God's Palace possessed. Apart from the 7 old ancestors, only the master of the Divine Palace was qualified to cultivate this Star Origin Divine Sword. With a single strike of the sword, 10,000 stars were extinguished. It was like the call of the God of Death, annihilating thousands of universes. What a terrifying sword strike! Was this the power of a peak middle-level Chaos God? I can't block this sword strike, I can't block it at all. Ancient Blue's Chaos God's pupils contracted, and a trace of panic flashed across his face. Under this sword strike, even if he didn't die, he would still be severely injured. This power was absolutely not something he could contend against. If there was another spatial chaos, divine artifact suppressing space, even if he wanted to stay alive, it would be difficult. In an instant, the ancient blue chaotic god's desire to retreat increased greatly. He secretly prepared himself to escape. Whenever Yang Fann showed any signs of being defeated, he would immediately flee. All of this was caused by Yang Fann. He didn't want to be buried with Yang Fann. At that moment, puny tricks boom boom boom. The energy in Yang Fann's body was growing crazily. The Chaos Origin Divine Body was showing off its full potential. However, Yang Fann did not unleash the full power of the Chaos Origin Divine Body. He only used the power of 5 layers. As for the other techniques, he didn't even use any of them. Now wasn't the time to reveal his true strength. Yang Fann's appetite was huge. A single Star God's Palace wouldn't be enough to satisfy him. It didn't mean that the rules were set by the 10 overlords. This might be the perfect opportunity for him to suppress the 10 overlords. If he could really take down the 10 overlords in one fell swoop. A high-level universe god was just around the corner. One should know that among the 10 overlords, there were more than 40 middle-level Chaos God. And this was the Chaos God of their own race. If they were to include their vassal god race, the number would increase by more than half, or even more. As for the number of ordinary chaos gods, that was even more. Just look at Star God's palace and you will know. It was easy to pull out over 100 chaos gods to cheer them on. In the entire Star God's palace, there were at least 300 chaos gods even if there were no 500 of them. However, even though the pressure had increased by more than half, Yang Fann's chi wasn't much weaker than asteroid ancestors. Roar! Break for me! He threw out a punch that shattered everything. Ah! Top-rank middle-level chaos god, he's also a top-rank middle-level chaos god. Around the primal chaos, the eyes of all the chaos gods bulged, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Top-grade middle-level chaos god that was almost the strongest expert in the Tai Xiao chaos circle, and he could count them all with a single hand. They had never thought that such a peak middle-level chaos god would suddenly appear. In the next second, all the chaos gods felt enlightened. No wonder he dared to provoke the Star God's palace. Now, the Star God's palace is in trouble. Top-grade middle-level chaos god, middle-rank middle-level chaos god. These were two completely different concepts. If a top-grade middle-level chaos god was willing to establish a god clan and establish a power, he could easily replace them. The last of the 10 overlords, the Jade Sea God clan, would become the new overlord of Tai Xiao Chaos Circle. Even the top 3 overlords of Star God's palace would have to pay a price to suppress a peak middle-level chaos god. It was enough to shake the foundation of Star God's palace. At least half of the 7 old ancestors would die. Bitch it, this guy actually hid his true cultivation. Asteroid ancestor cursed in his heart, and a serious look flashed across his eyes. A peak middle-level chaos god was definitely a formidable opponent for him. If he knew that he was a peak middle-level chaos god, he wouldn't have fought him so recklessly. Defeating a peak middle-level chaos god might not be a big deal, but to suppress him completely. The price they had to pay was just too great, even their Star God's palace couldn't afford it. However, Asteroid Ancestor couldn't bring himself to accept such an outcome. If that was really the case, how would the people of the world look at him in the Star God's palace? In the future, the Star God's palace would carry that symbol of bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Star Luo Divine Sword, let's go soon. A trace of ruthlessness flashed across Asteroid Ancestor's eyes. Regardless of whether he could suppress this peak middle-level chaos god completely or not, defeating him was always the right thing to do. Buzz! A sword light cut through the chaos, and an ancient divine sword that glittered with starlight appeared in Asteroid Ancestor's hand. Rumble! Rumble! With the sword in his hand, Asteroid Ancestor's aura started to rise rapidly, and it seemed to have the potential to surpass a peak middle-level chaos god. Star Luo Divine Sword, the Star God's palace's palace-guarding divine weapon. It was ranked 2nd on the Divine Sword ranking of the Chaos Domain, and ranked 6th on the Divine Sky ranking. It was a top-grade low-level Chaos God weapon, and it was also the only top-grade low-level Chaos God weapon in the Star God's palace. Die Star Origin Divine Sword, the same divine ability, with or without the support of a chaotic divine artifact, were two completely different concepts. This sword strike was terrifying, and its power had increased by more than 10 times. It wasn't much weaker than some extreme middle-level Chaos God warriors. And this was only a supreme-grade low-level Chaos God weapon. If it was a supreme-grade middle-level Chaos Divine artifact, even low-rank high-level Chaos God would have to be wary of it. Little Taoist, break it for me! Yang Fann's body moved and tore through the space. Then, he struck his palm toward the Star Luo Divine Sword. Bitch it, he didn't even use a chaotic divine weapon and used his divine body to fight me. He didn't put me in his eyes at all. Anger climbed up Asteroid Ancestor's face. Even the Chaos God of Taishao didn't dare to look down on him. This was a complete insult to him. But soon, a grin emerged on Asteroid Ancestor's face. Since you are courting death, I will grant your wish.